In the quiet and serious atmosphere of the Awakening Square, a voice echoed across the space, clear and formal, announcing the start of the initiation ceremony. Everyone was called up in turn to approach the Awakening Steel and begin the ritual to unlock their destined profession. The order was strict, and people stepped forward with the discipline of a military lineup. Among them, a third-year student named Jang Teo was assigned the role of scaffold worker. After him, a fifth-year named Lowy received the role of mason. These were not glamorous titles, but they were steady and respectable, essential support roles that kept things moving even if they didn't stand out. Standing nearby, Fun Yang watched the process with his arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. He carried himself like he was more important than everyone else there, his expression full of arrogance. As he looked around, it was obvious from the way he smirked that he considered these roles beneath him. In his mind, the awakening process only produced low-tier professions that didn't matter. His followers, eager to flatter him, quickly agreed with his thoughts. They pointed out that Fun Yang had awakened as a greatsword warrior, a rare and highly regarded combat class, and praised him as someone far above the others. They mocked the support professions as people only good for carrying his shoes. Just then, someone accidentally brushed against Fun Yang's shoulder while passing by. The movement seemed unintentional, but one of his lackeys immediately reacted as if deeply offended, shouting and demanding to know who dared bump into him. The person who had brushed past turned around calmly. His tone was polite, and he explained that he was in a bit of a rush. Fun Yang narrowed his eyes as he recognized him. His look changed. There was now a hint of interest, as though he had noticed something unusual. A small, cold smile appeared on his face, like he was planning something in his head. One of his followers leaned in and quietly pointed out how the guy didn't act like a regular student. He held himself like someone from an important family. There was suspicion in his voice. Maybe this person wasn't someone to take lightly. But Fun Yang clearly wasn't buying it. He scoffed at the idea and waved it off like it was a joke. Then, one of the gossipers around them loudly whispered something for everyone nearby to hear. He mentioned that the Lin clan had been destroyed a few years ago under mysterious circumstances, and no one knew the reason. Then came the reveal. The person who had bumped into Fun Yang was Lin Han, the last known heir of that clan. Hearing that, Fun Yang laughed out loud. His tone was sarcastic as he called it a tragedy. He brought up how Lin Han used to be one of the two top talents during primary school, and now he was reduced to this. Fun Yang made it clear that he thought it was ridiculous for someone like Lin Han to show up at the awakening ceremony, calling him a deluded fool who was just asking to be laughed at. The crowd started murmuring, watching how Lin Han would react. But he didn't seem affected. His only response was a small, calm smile. He stood straight, showing no signs of anger or embarrassment, while others whispered and judged him. Lin Han simply walked up to the steel, placed his hand on it, and spoke firmly, as if declaring that he was about to prove something. Suddenly, an overwhelming burst of energy surged out from the awakening steel. It was strong and unexpected. The space around them seemed to tremble slightly. People nearby froze in place, their faces stunned. No one had expected such a reaction. Even Fun Yang's followers were at a loss, one of them stumbling over his words in confusion as he turned to Fun Yang. Then came a brilliant flash of light. It was so intense that it hurt to look at directly. The crowd was silent, caught off guard by the display. Many had never seen anything like it during an awakening ceremony. As the light faded, the results slowly appeared on the awakening steel. The words were clear: profession, hidden grade 6, title, Beast Tamer. The square erupted with mixed reactions. Some people looked confused, others skeptical. While the profession was rare, its usefulness was questionable. Some in the crowd muttered, wondering if Lin Han was truly a genius or just someone who drew an odd profession. Fun Yang wasted no time reacting. He laughed again, now even louder, treating the whole situation like a joke. He dismissed the awakening result as meaningless, saying that without a powerful beast, the profession was useless. He pointed out how raising a strong beast would require huge amounts of money and resources. Then he mocked Lin Han directly, saying he should be smart and ask for help. Fun Yang even offered to throw him some spare change, so he could buy a mad dog to form a contract with. At that moment, Lin Han responded with a smile that carried a different tone, part mocking, part playful. He made it clear he had no intention of accepting anything from Fun Yang. He joked that there was no need to buy a mad dog, especially when one was already standing right there barking at him. It was a sharp comeback, said casually, but with enough bite to hit its mark. Fun Yang's face turned red with anger. His frustration boiled over as he muttered insults under his breath. He couldn't hold it in anymore. With a loud roar, he lunged at Lin Han, swinging his fist, clearly intending to attack him and settle the insult physically. Just as Fun Yang charged at Lin Han in a fit of rage, a series of steady footsteps cut through the tension. A powerful kick landed cleanly on Fun Yang's face, stopping him in his tracks. Bai Bing had arrived, her presence sharp and commanding, like a veteran officer stepping onto a battlefield. She didn't hesitate. Her tone was cold and firm as she stared Fun Yang down. She made it clear he had no right to speak to her student like that. Either he left immediately, or she'd deal with him herself. Fun Yang backed off without another word. Even though he was angry, he swallowed it. He turned and barked at his group to leave, knowing that Bai Bing came from a clan he didn't dare provoke. He muttered under his breath that Lin Han got lucky this time, but warned that if he ever acted arrogant again, there'd be consequences. Bai Bing turned her eyes toward Lin Han. She looked at him with a bit more curiosity now. It wasn't every day someone awakened a hidden profession. She gave a small nod of approval. Lin Han scratched his head with an awkward grin, almost like a kid caught sneaking snacks. He joked that she was teasing him again. Her expression shifted slightly, the strictness still there, but now with a hint of exasperation. She reminded him, not for the first time, that outside of school, he was supposed to call her sister, not teacher. Then she called him out for sneaking off to the awakening ceremony on his own. In her words, he had guts bigger than a watermelon. Lin Han raised his hands in surrender, making a face like someone caught in trouble. He pleaded with her to go easy on him. Seeing his reaction, Bai Bing's sternness softened just a little. Still strict, but now with warmth behind her eyes, she pulled out a bang card from her coat and handed it to him. Her tone was serious, but also filled with concern. She explained that being a beast tamer would be tough. Without enough money, he'd struggle from the start. She told him to take the card, find a proper beast, and make sure to focus on improving his strength. Lin Han accepted the card with genuine gratitude in his eyes. He promised he'd repay her kindness someday. Without missing a beat, she smacked him lightly on the head and smirked, telling him not to get ahead of himself. If he kept acting smug, she'd knock some sense into him again. Later, the scene shifted to Lin Han's home. It was a simple and quiet place. He returned to his room, looking tired. The day had been long and full of surprises. As he sat down, he let out a deep breath, almost talking to himself. He was finally home, but this was only the beginning. He knew that from here, things were about to change in a big way. Just then, something strange happened. His expression sharpened. A voice echoed in his mind, deep and ancient sounding. It congratulated him for awakening and informed him that the divine beast taming system had now been activated. A quick look into his background revealed the rest. Lin Han had once been the eldest son of the powerful Lin clan, a well-known and respected family. But tragedy struck 3 years ago when the entire clan was destroyed overnight in a massive flood. The Lin Han of that time had died helplessly in the chaos. But at that moment, a soul from another world, his current self, had taken over the body and inherited its fate. Since then, Lin Han had lived in this new world, slowly figuring things out. He knew about the existence of a mysterious system, but it had remained inactive until now. With the awakening complete, the system was finally online. Glowing text appeared before his eyes as the system interface lit up. He laughed with real excitement, as if finally reaching a goal he had been chasing for years. For 3 long years, he'd been waiting to activate this system, holding on, pushing forward. Now, with its power finally in his hands, things were different. A detailed status screen appeared in front of him. Name: Lin Han. Profession: Beast Tamer. Class: Hidden Profession. Level 1 Attributes: Strength 70, Agility 50, Spirit 110, Constitution 60. Equipment: None. Skills: Spirit Contract LV.1, Beast Space LV.1, Beast Summon LV.1. With the awakening complete, his first task arrived. The system's voice, formal and commanding, declared that the divine beast taming system had officially activated and was issuing a side quest titled Mysterious Salvation. But then, the tone of the system suddenly changed. It shifted into something more playful, almost like a salesman at a market. It offered him an optional upgrade. For just 100,000 Heavenly Dragon Coins, he could unlock Extreme Mode, granting faster growth, stronger attributes, and better development. Lin Han stared at the prompt, stunned, his face twisted with disbelief. He practically pulled his hair out, yelling in frustration. He had just gotten money from Sister Bing, and now the system was already asking to spend it? With an annoyed sigh, he gave in. He figured he might as well see what the system could really offer. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted, filling the entire room with a brightness. The entire space around him had changed completely. He glanced around in confusion, not recognizing anything. For a moment, he wondered aloud where he had ended up. Before he could think further, the familiar voice of the system responded. It congratulated him for completing the side quest Mysterious Salvation and unlocking Extreme Mode, which, according to the system, would now be a permanent part of his cultivation journey. The voice continued, more energetic now, almost like it was handing out a grand prize. It cheerfully announced that Extreme Cheat Mode was activated and that he would now be granted access to an ultra-rare beast, one no one had ever touched before. But then the tone shifted to something more serious. The system informed him that since he was still at first transmission of his profession, he could only unlock a single beast. It prompted him to confirm whether he wanted to proceed. Lin Han didn't answer immediately. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he paused, weighing his options. He knew each profession advanced every 10 levels, and with each advancement, only one beast could be contracted. Choosing poorly at the beginning could ruin his entire combat progression, and with his lack of resources, he couldn't afford second chances. After a brief moment of thought, he let out a resigned sigh. He didn't have money for more options anyway, so he figured he might as well trust the system. He tapped the control panel, muttering quietly, almost like complaining to himself about how ridiculous this all felt. The instant he made his choice, a small creature appeared, its tiny head poking out, with eyes that gleamed sharply, as if ready to pierce through an opponent. He immediately recognized that this was his first beast. In the palm of his hand sat something barely larger than his fingertip. Then the system made a grand announcement, stating that he had successfully activated one of the 10 ancient ferocities, the Heavenly Horned Ant. His reaction was instant. His face darkened, and he yelled out in frustration. He had spent all that money, 100,000 Heavenly Dragon coins, and in return, got an ant. He couldn't believe it. He even started wondering if there was some sort of refund policy. It felt like a scam, but the system wasn't bothered. It calmly continued, stating that the Heavenly Horned Ant had already formed a contract with him and that its evolution process was beginning. Lin Han was stunned. He hadn't even agreed to anything yet, and the system had already bound him to it. He felt like he'd just been dragged into a forced sale. Before he could protest further, a figure materialized in front of him, a mysterious girl bathed in light. At the same moment, the system announced that the ant's evolution had completed and that it had now entered its combat form. Lin Han stared at the evolved creature, completely caught off guard. What he saw amazed him. This wasn't just any transformation. It was unexpectedly impressive, even beautiful in a surreal way. He reacted with surprise and excitement, like a fan seeing a celebrity in person. This outcome was way better than anything he had expected. Feeling confident, he told himself that with this beast, tomorrow's Saki trial was already in the bag. The next scene shifted to dawn at the training ground, a large platform surrounded by misty mountains. The teacher's voice rang out clearly, calling the students together for their first leveling session after awakening their professions. He explained that Bai Bing, who was originally supposed to lead the training, was unavailable due to urgent matters. Until she returned, command of the session had been temporarily given to him. Instructor Sa rang. As the instructor spoke, Lin Han stood nearby, distracted as he casually played with his beast. The instructor went on to explain that the students would be randomly assigned to training zones that matched their current capabilities. Though the trial wasn't meant to be dangerous, he emphasized a key rule. Safety came first, and they should avoid acting recklessly. As Lin Han moved through the crowded training ground, someone suddenly bumped hard into his shoulder, making him pause. It was Long Tinja, his sworn brother, a genuine close combat warrior known for his straightforward attitude. He grinned and asked if Lin Han had gotten himself a beast yet. If not, he suggested they team up and go hunt one together. Just then, Fun Yang seized the opportunity to throw in a jab. He mocked Lin Han with a sneer, offering to help him catch a few low-grade beasts, the kind only good enough to be used as backup. Then, twisting the sarcasm deeper, He added that if Lin Han learned to bark like a dog, maybe he'd toss him one to keep as a companion. Lin Han looked over casually, offering only a faint smile. Without raising his voice, he returned the insult with a quiet sting, asking which dog was barking now. Fun Yang lifted his chin and, with all the pride of someone issuing a royal command, declared that the barking one was Lin Han. But as the words left his mouth, it hit him what he'd just said. His face froze in realization. He had walked straight into the insult himself. Fury surged through him. He roared, no longer holding back, and charged at Lin Han as if he'd lost all reason. But Lin Han calmly lifted a hand, deflecting the incoming punch with smooth, practiced ease, as if he'd seen it coming from start. He didn't look angry, just amused. He even teased Fun Yang, saying that the punch was so weak it felt like he was just warming up for breakfast. Fun Yang began to sweat. Doubt crept in. How could a so-called beast tamer have such sharp reflexes and strength? He started wondering if Bai Bing had secretly given Lin Han some special enhancement the previous day. Suddenly, Instructor Saw Rang's voice boomed across the field, snapping the tension. He called out Lin Han's name and demanded to know why he was fooling around. It was his turn. He needed to head through the teleportation gate to his designated leveling area. Long Tenji's expression turned concerned. He urged Lin Han not to go alone, saying it was risky. But Lin Han simply patted his brother's shoulder and told him not to worry. He'd be fine. Off to the side, Fun Yang stood with arms folded, a sly and cruel smile spreading across his face. He muttered to himself that he had already tipped off Teacher Saw about Lin Han. This time, he was sure Lin Han wouldn't come back in one piece. Saw Rang's irritation was visible too. Watching Lin Han linger around Bai Bing had been eating at him. The truth was, he harbored feelings for her, and seeing Lin Han so close to her made him furious. In his mind, Bai Bing was his, and anyone near her was a threat that needed to be eliminated. As Lin Han stepped into the teleportation gate, Saw Rang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze full of cold intent. He had made up his mind. That boy wouldn't walk away unscathed. Meanwhile, Lin Han landed in his designated training area and immediately began scanning his surroundings. The terrain was rough, the territory of swift wind wolves, known for their incredible speed. This was a silver-tier leveling zone, meant for students between levels 11 and 20. For someone in a supposedly weak profession like his, being sent here was clearly a trap. Saw Rang had done this on purpose. Then came a sharp, rhythmic sound behind him. A pack of swift wind wolves had already surrounded him without a sound, advancing quickly. Lin Han's expression tensed. His heart gave a small jolt. He cursed under his breath. Swift wind wolves, fast and deadly. But even facing them, he stayed composed. He called out confidently, joking that he was still alive and not going down that easily. Saw Rang would have to try harder if he wanted him gone. Almost on cue, his beast companion began to stir. Sensing its master's need, its spiritual energy awakened. In a flash of radiant light, the tiny form shifted, changing shape until, standing before Lin Han, was a woman of striking beauty. She looked like she had stepped straight out of a dream, her long snow-white hair falling over her shoulders, her crimson eyes calm yet fierce. She locked eyes on the incoming wolf pack. A transparent interface appeared in the air, and her clear voice followed. She reported that she was ready for battle and confirmed her activation state. Her details were displayed. Race, one of the 10 ancient ferocities, level 10 total combat stats, strength 800 agility, 700 spirit, 600 constitution, 900 core skills included. Coalescence increases all base stats by 30% titanic force, boosts absolute strength by 50%. Lin Han gave a small nod of approval, his eyes focused. This was his first time seeing her in combat, and he was curious whether the 10 ancient ferocities truly lived up to their name. At the same time, his own profile appeared. Name: Lin Han. Primary profession: Beast Tamer. Transmission: First, hidden profession. Current level: Unclear. Base stats: Strength 70, 80 agility, 50, 70 spirit, 110, 60 constitution, 60, 90 equipment. None skills: Spirit Contract LV.1, Beast Space LV.1, Beast Summon LV.1. Then came the next system prompt. It informed him that his first task had been issued: eliminate 10 ferocious beasts. Completing this mission would earn him 100 beast taming points. Without waiting for a signal, Ji dashed forward, her movements so fast it blurred, and landed a punch that sent a snarling wolf flying. Any wolf that dared to charge at her was swiftly taken down, each one dealt with decisively. In no time at all, the pack, once feared for their coordinated attacks, lay scattered and defeated. None were spared. The wolves gasped on the ground, completely overpowered. Lin Han stood a few steps away, arms crossed, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. He watched the entire scene with a calm, distant gaze, as if merely observing a routine performance. When the dust settled, Ji landed lightly on her feet, not a trace of dirt on her. She reported in an even tone that the enemies had been eliminated. Her expression showed no hint of the battle she had just fought. Her eyes were cool and composed, with a quiet pride, as she awaited Lin Han's next instruction. Lin Han was thoroughly impressed. Internally, he praised her, not just for her strength, but for how effortlessly she handled the situation. Beautiful and deadly, she had taken down 7 swift wind wolves in under a minute. Lin Han thought that if she ever reached full maturity, she'd have complete control over this area. Thanks to the victory, Lin Han's system level instantly jumped from 1 to 6. His stats, strength, agility, spirit, and constitution also rose sharply, fueled by the defeat of 7 out of 10 required targets. Ji remained still, standing quietly beside him. Her eyes stayed focused on Lin Han as she softly called out to him again. He laughed gently at her tone, half amused, half sincere, and replied that anyone who tried to compare their stats clearly didn't understand. As one of the 10 ancient ferocities, she had no equals among her kind. She truly was a remarkable sight. Despite her power, Ji was delicate and charming, about half a head shorter than Lin Han. Overcome by the contrast between her appearance and her strength, he couldn't help but pat her soft hair. In that moment, she looked less like a ferocious beast and more like a pure-hearted girl untouched by the world. A strange emotion stirred in him, and for a second, he even felt an urge to kiss her. But before the thought could go any further, Ji respectfully bowed and reassured him in a quiet voice that everything was under control. That one sentence, paired with her calm and obedient demeanor, made Lin Han flush with embarrassment. He felt his face heat up, as if he wanted to dig a hole and hide. While Lin Han and Ji shared this brief exchange, 3 black-clad figures hidden in the treetops silently watched. They were part of a special task force sent by Sarang. The buzzcut leader whispered, noting that Sarang had claimed Lin Han was just a harmless student, yet here was a mysterious girl standing beside him. He asked if anyone knew who she was. One of the other men replied softly that he had no idea. But based on how she had taken down swift wind wolves with her bare hands, it was clear she wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Their eyes stayed locked on Ji. From her graceful stance to her elegant appearance, she seemed like a vision, something out of a dream. Wicked thoughts crept into their minds, and their gazes turned lecherous. One of them whispered that she was even more beautiful than Bai Bing, and that killing someone like her outright would be a waste. The other agreed, suggesting that they enjoy her first. The buzzcut leader, the only one with some sense, paused. He sensed something off. Beneath the girl's gentle look was a presence he couldn't ignore. He warned the others that she wasn't going to be easy prey, but if the 3 of them launched a surprise attack, they might succeed. He planned to take Lin Han out first. Just as he turned to issue the order, he was met with silence. Confused, he spun around and shouted angrily at the other 2, demanding to know what they were doing. What he saw stunned him. In the blink of an eye, Ji had already taken him down. One of them lay unconscious on the ground, completely out cold. The other was suspended midair, dangling helplessly in her grip like a chicken being held by the neck. It was a swift and fitting punishment for their vile intentions. The leader froze, shocked by her speed and raw power. He stammered in disbelief, asking how she had done it. She had closed the distance instantly, without a sound. His mind reeled. She wasn't normal. But he was no amateur. Years of experience kicked in. He didn't hesitate. Turning on his heel, he ran, prioritizing survival. Based on her strength, he estimated she had to be at least level 20. He had no intention of dying today. Lin Han and Ji didn't let him off that easily. As the man fled, Lin Han shouted, ordering Ji to chase him down. He told her not to let him escape. As the man ran for his life, a new wave of doubt and curiosity surged inside him. He kept asking himself, who was this kid? How could someone like him have such a powerful guardian? In his panic, he looked back to check how close they were, but failed to see what lay ahead. Without warning, a massive claw swung down in front of him, descending like a hammer from the heavens. He screamed, shouting out in desperation. Beast's strike crushed him on the spot, snapping his body like dry twigs. Just as the massive beast swung its enormous claw, Lin Han shouted out a warning, telling Ji to stop. She immediately halted and stepped in front of him. Lin Han stared at the creature, silently swearing. This wasn't some ordinary enemy. It had to be one of the 3 remaining beasts from his quest. But this one was far stronger than what you'd expect from a trial designed for early levels. Before them stood the swift-winged Wolf King, a towering gray beast radiating menace. Its level? 22. Every breath it took warped the air around it with eerie green ghost flames. It wasn't just any beast, it was the pack leader, here to avenge its fallen kin. Beneath the Wolf King's foot, the buzz-cut man who had tried to run moments earlier reached out weakly. His lips trembled as he silently begged for help, clinging to life. But the beast had no patience. With one final movement, it raised its paw and crushed him completely, ending his life in a splatter. This was it. Lin Han realized this was the boss of the trial. If he could defeat the swift-winged Wolf King, he'd finish the most dangerous part of the challenge and gain 200 beast taming points. The reward was tempting, but the risk? Immense. One mistake could mean instant death. Lin Han hesitated for a moment. As the saying goes, when all else fails, retreat. Concerned, he pulled Ji by the hand, suggesting they withdraw for now. But Ji gave a cold smile. Her usual gentle aura was gone. Her expression hardened, serious and determined. Lin Han felt both nervous and reassured. The moment he saw her gaze, he knew she wouldn't back down from this fight. So he pointed to the giant beast and gave the order confidently. Take it down. Without a second thought, Ji launched forward like a streak of silver light. Her small form sliced through the air, aiming straight for the monster. The Wolf King saw her coming and let out a deafening roar, its mouth wide with a full set of deadly fangs, ready to strike. But Ji moved faster. Like a scene straight out of film, she leapt into the air and grabbed the beast's jaws, upper and lower, locking them in place. Her arms strained with effort, veins showing as she held the monstrous bite open. Using the wolf's own momentum, she propelled herself higher, shooting skyward as moonlight cast a pale blue glow around her. Her silhouette floated briefly above the treetops, striking and surreal. But the Wolf King wasn't done. It followed her up, activating its signature skill, Swift Wind Blink. It vanished for an instant and reappeared midair, directly behind her. Before she could react, its claws slashed across her arm, leaving a deep wound. Her scream echoed through the forest, briefly halting even the rustle of leaves. The hit sent her flying down, slamming into the ground with crushing force. Lin Han stumbled backward, shocked by the sheer impact. The swift-winged Wolf King landed just behind her, not giving her a moment's rest. Its claws were already raised for another strike, eager to finish her off. Ji forced herself up, trying to block, but the wolf's strength and speed overwhelmed her. She struggled to defend, unable to land a solid counterattack. Lin Han could see the situation was bad. The power gap was obvious. This wasn't a fight she could win through sheer strength alone. Then, just as things reached their peak, another threat appeared. A hidden wolf lunged from the side, charging at Lin Han. He cursed under his breath. The fight was already uneven, and now the others were joining in. As he dodged the first wolf, 2 more flanked him, aiming to attack from behind. But Lin Han reacted quickly. He grabbed the tail of the wolf in front of him and twisted with all his strength. His eyes were sharp, and his voice dripped with contempt as he mocked them for being too inexperienced. He laughed, saying that since they were so eager to offer their heads, he might as well accept the gift. With a powerful spin, he hurled the wolf into the other 2, crashing them together in a clean, controlled strike. It was a precise move like something out of a textbook. That one moment alone took him closer to completing his quest, defeating 7 wolves and also unlocking 10% of Ji's hidden potential. Now, Lin Han was clearly in control. The fight was turning in his favor. There was no need to rely on Ji alone anymore. With new momentum, he rushed at another wolf. His eyes were cold, focused, and unforgiving. When he reached the beast, he copied the move Ji had used earlier, grabbing the lower jaw. But unlike her, Lin Han didn't just restrain it. He tore the creature apart, ripping it in half with brutal force. Blood and flesh exploded in every direction. It was a grisly scene, but his goal was clear. That was it, 10 out of 10. With the last beast down, the system chimed in to confirm that the mission was complete for both Lin Han and Ji. Each of them was awarded 100 beast taming points. Realizing his recent power boost, Lin Han called out to Ji, signaling it was time to use their strongest move. She immediately felt a powerful surge of energy awaken inside her, her eyes lighting up with a fierce glow. The Wolf King no longer fazed her. At that moment, the system's voice rang out calmly in her mind, announcing that 100 beast taming points had been consumed to activate a special skill, Furious Coast Strike, the signature ability of the Heavenly Horned Ant. According to the system, the skill would deal damage equal to 100% of her current attack power and had a 5-minute cooldown. Without wasting any time, Ji quietly shifted into her battle ant form and began creeping up the massive wolf's leg with total silence, like a ghost moving through shadows. The beast, clearly disturbed, glanced around nervously but couldn't spot her. It was completely unaware of what was coming. Suddenly, a force hit its abdomen with tremendous impact. Before it could process the pain, Ji returned to full-size mid-attack, slamming her entire strength into its core. The timing was precise. The power flared just long enough to drive the hit home, then quickly faded as her mana dropped. She began shrinking again, returning to her human appearance while staying on the offensive. The Wolf King, unable to react, became her target for one last decisive move. With the skill's energy still partially active, Ji gripped the beast's midsection and tore downward with everything she had. Blood and flesh scattered in every direction as the giant creature was ripped apart. Then, she landed heavily on the ground with enough force to kick up a shockwave. Lin Han instinctively stepped back, raising his arm to block the dust and force. As Ji steadied herself, the system chimed in, boss-level quest complete. The elimination of the Swift-Wind Wolf King had earned them 200 beast taming points and 1.5 experience points. But Lin Han barely registered the notification. His focus was locked on Ji, still shocked by what she just pulled off. A level 22 monster, taken down so cleanly, it was impressive and slightly unnerving. Ji turned and gave him a confident smile that made his skin prickle. This was her real nature, one of the 10 ancient ferocities. The beast hidden behind the pretty face. The system wasn't done. Another announcement rolled in. The Wolf King and one of the other slain beasts had dropped weapons. Lin Han's inventory updated. At the same time, Ji crouched down again, looking ready to pounce, though her expression was now cheerful and innocent again, as if she'd never just torn apart a monster. She ran toward Lin Han and wrapped her arms around him tightly, calling out to him like a happy child. She even bragged about how she had crushed all those wolves, asking why he was trying to dodge her hug. Lin Han stood frozen. This was the first time a girl had hugged him like that, and with her pressed against him, he wasn't sure where to look or how to react. His cheeks turned red, flustered and dazed, but his mind still echoed with the image of her tearing the Wolf King in two. Could Ji really be this powerful? She looked up at him with sleepy eyes, whispering that she was tired, and just like that, she passed out in his arms. The battle had clearly drained her, and she had nothing left. Despite everything, Lin Han couldn't help but feel relieved. The fierce fighter had returned to her soft, adorable self. He gently patted her head and spoke to her softly, telling her she did well and could rest now. Even half asleep, Ji responded with a happy little grin, saying she understood. Lin Han sat down beside her, leaning back against a tree to recover. The system displayed a message. Energy-saving mode was now active, and his physical recovery had begun. He looked over the interface and chuckled to himself. It was just like one of the online games from his past life, fighting monsters, collecting loot, and cashing in. He quickly tapped the screen, curious about the drops. When he saw the list, his eyes widened with excitement. There was a special weapon. He couldn't believe his luck. He held the weapon in his hands. It was the Wolf Fong's Malice, a sleek silver sword that gave off a sinister aura. It required level 22 to equip, but offered plus 50 attack and plus 80 agility. Even better, it came with the Furious Coast Strike passive. When a user was injured, all stats increased by 5%, making it ideal for prolonged battles. A magical staff, the Ice Scepter. Usable at level 10, It increased magic power by 50 and had a 30% chance to freeze enemies for 1 second on hit. In the hands of a spellcaster, it could be a serious game-changer. Lin Han grinned, satisfied with the outcome. This was exactly the kind of progress he needed. Lin Han checked his stats eagerly, excited to see where all the XP gains and battle rewards had landed him. He had leveled up fast, scored some powerful new weapons, and maybe even had a shot at earning some good money. Let's see, what level am I now? He muttered, pulling up the interface. But instead of celebration, a warning blinked across the screen. Current level, 10. Max level reached for first transmission Beast Tamer. Requirement: advanced profession to continue leveling. He blinked, a bit surprised. Didn't expect one Wolf King kill to boost my XP this much. That boss was worth a truckload, he thought. Surveying the battlefield, still littered with defeated wolves, Lin Han realized that grinding more monsters here wasn't necessary anymore. His eyes then moved to the 2 black-clad agents G had knocked out earlier, still unconscious under a tree. A sly grin formed at the corner of his mouth. Before I leave, I'll squeeze some answers out of those 2. Someone had to be pulling their strings. The moon above cast a quiet, frosty light across the scene. Time passed quietly, the tension now simmering beneath the surface. Hours later, at the teleportation gate, Instructor Saw Rang stood with a group of medics. His voice cut through the early morning air. Prepare. Trainees are returning. Trying to keep up the appearance of professionalism, he barked orders. Ready the health scanners. Prioritize treating the heavily injured. But behind that fake smile, a more sinister plan was brewing. Let's see who makes it back, he thought smugly. Especially Lin Han. Then, a sharp voice called out, catching him off guard and wiping the grin off his face. Bai Bing had arrived. She was clearly here to check on her student. Saw Rang's expression twisted for just a second before he forced a grin back onto his face. "Oh, Teacher B," he said, keeping his tone pleasant but dismissive. "Weren't you tied up with other duties today? Why trouble yourself? Just rest. Let me handle the trainees." But Bai Bing wasn't here for small talk. Her instincts told her something was off with Lin Han's trial. Her gaze narrowed. "You owe me a clear explanation," she said firmly. Still pretending to play fair, Saw Rang responded calmly, acting like he had nothing to hide. "Teacher B, I know you're close to Lin Han," he said, "but we need to treat all students equally." Then, as if that wasn't slimy enough, he added with a self-important tone, "And if fairness is what you're after, I've got experience to share. Why not join me somewhere quieter so we can talk in detail?" A man preaching virtue while planning betrayal. He couldn't have looked more suspicious. Bai Bing didn't even bother with a reply. She struck. Her palm moved like a winter gust, sharp and controlled, straight for his face. Before he could even react, a thin blade of frost pressed against his throat. Her voice was icy. "Saw Rang, I want a convincing explanation. Now." Only then did the reality sink in for him. A shiver ran down his back, and his throat went dry. For the first time, fear showed in his eyes. He stammered, "Teacher B, I'm not sure what you mean." But Bing didn't let him play dumb. "Lin Han just awakened," she said, voice cutting like glass. "He's a rookie, a beast tamer, and you threw him into a silver tier zone? He wouldn't even have had a beast to rely on yet. How's he supposed to defend himself?" The blade stayed exactly where it was, just one push away from ending the conversation for good. "You think because he's an orphan with no background you can do whatever you want?" she continued, her voice now a low, angry hiss. "Pick on him just to flex your authority?" Saw Rang reached up slowly, carefully pushing the blade aside while trying to keep a nervous smile on his face. "You're misunderstanding me," he said quickly. "I had good reasons. Lin Han needs pressure to grow. He just awakened, right? Trials make him stronger. And I didn't leave him alone," he added hastily. "I even assigned 3 assistants to follow and protect him." Bai Bing didn't say anything for a moment. She slowly retracted the blade, her eyes never leaving his face. "You'd better pray Lin Han returns safely, because if he's hurt even a little, I'll carve the same wound onto your body." Saw Rang gave a stiff nod, rubbing his head awkwardly and putting on a forced grin. But deep inside, he was already scheming again. "Act all high and mighty now," he thought bitterly. "Let's see how smug you are when you see Lin Han broken and beaten." A sudden loud sound cut through the tense moment between Bane and Saw Rang. The overseers had announced the return of the trainees. The first to step out was Lang Ling Shuer from Class 6, a rare storm mage and one of First High's 2 top geniuses. She walked out calm and composed, like the trial had been nothing more than a formality. The crowd immediately stirred. It's Lang Ling Shuer. Knew she'd be first. Compared to her, Lin Han's not even worth mentioning. Right behind her was Fun Yang, quick to flatter. As expected, you're the school's top student, even faster than me. When she didn't respond, he kept talking. Ling Shuer, we're First High's brightest stars. We should stick closer in the future. But Lang Ling Shuer simply stepped to the side, avoiding his hand like brushing past a breeze. Her response was cool and clear. If it was the old Lin Han, I might consider you pass. Fun Yang's expression twisted slightly, struggling to maintain his smile as the sting of humiliation sank in. Another student emerged from the trial gate. Lin Jia came running, breathless, his face full of urgency. Little Lin, as he returned, Fun Yang scoffed, not holding back. Didn't expect a tub like you to survive. Quite the luck. But your dear friend Lin Han? Probably dead in the secret realm. Lin Jia clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in anger. His eyes were blazing. Say that again if you dare. Fun Yang looked him up and down with mockery. Fiends, Lin Han's dead. A beast tamer like him? How long could he possibly last? Before things could escalate further, Rang barked out, all of you shut it. Then he turned on Lin Jia, snapping, back in line. Fun Yang smirked, and Long Tin added mockingly, what? Is Lin Han your dad? Stop dreaming and work on yourself. Rang motioned with his hand. Move aside. Don't block the returning trainees. Knowing the instructors were all on the same side, Lin Jia swallowed his frustration. He took a deep breath, telling himself Lin Han would be back. He just needed a little more time. Time passed slowly. About an hour later, Fun Yang was lounging on a rock, acting like a king. His lackey was massaging his shoulders. Brother Fun, rough few days, huh? Brother Fun, is this pressure okay? But Lin Jia's eyes never left the trial gate. His chest was tight, the same thoughts circling in his head. Why is everyone back but no sign of Lin Han? One of Fun Yang's lackeys snorted. Still waiting? He's long gone. A beast tamer, torn apart by beasts, he died the way he lived. Before Lin Jia could respond, something flew in from the distance with a piercing whistle. A rock slammed into Fun Yang's crew, knocking them over and leaving them clutching their heads and howling. Startled, Lin Jia turned to see where it came from, and then he saw him. Lin Han walked out from the shadows, his steps light and unhurried. A faint smirk played on his lips as he said, just lingered a bit. Since when did the school get so many barking dogs? Lin Jia's face lit up. Little Lin, he shouted, running over with flailing arms. You're finally back alive. Even Bane nearby breathed a soft sigh of relief. Kid, you nearly scare me to death. But not everyone share that feeling. Rang's face stiffened. How? I sent 3 men to eliminate him. How's he back in one piece? Still, he kept his smile on the outside. Inside, he was already spinning more plans. You got lucky, Lin Han. But this isn't over. Fun Yang stepped forward, smirking. Can't believe you actually passed the trial. He sneered. A beast tamer without a beast. What did you do? Hide in a corner and wait it out. But Lin Jiao wasn't having it. You brain dead? If everyone was as useless as you, we'd all be dead. Always pampered from A to Z. Lin Han let out a light laugh. Protected? Let's see what's real and what's not. Lin Han remained unbothered and stopped Lin Jia from reacting. Calmly, he asked Fun Yang to repeat himself. Then, in a voice loud enough to quiet the entire courtyard, he asked if Fun Yang was done barking. With a slight smirk, he added that someone with Fun Yang's skills wasn't even qualified to carry his pet sandals. Fun Yang's face turned red, though he tried to stay composed. In response, he threw out a challenge. He proposed they compare levels, and if Lin Han won, he'd pay 100,000 Heavenly Dragon coins. But if he lost, Lin Han would have to kneel and call him Grandpa. Without hesitation, Lin Han agreed. He calmly said he'd make sure Fun Yang's face hit the dirt. Lin Jiao panicked, trying to stop him and reminding him that the instructor was still present. Lin Han simply turned to teacher Rang and explained that this was a personal matter, asking him not to intervene. Rang, feigning neutrality, nodded and agreed to let the bet play out. He made a statement about honor and integrity, reminding everyone that First High valued these traits. Inwardly, though, he was pleased. He thought Lin Han had walked into a trap and expected to win without lifting a finger. Standing off to the side, Bai Bang said nothing, but her eyes showed a mix of pride and suspicion. She recognized something familiar in Lin Han's demeanor, something sharp and calculated. Ready to proceed, Sa Rang officially announced that the match would begin. Lin Jia stepped forward, clearly nervous. He clarified he wasn't part of the bet, but couldn't stand by as Lin Han's brother. The system displayed his class and level. Frenzy Warrior, level 2. Fun Yang scoffed at the reveal, mocking Lin Jia for acting bold at such a low level. He then revealed his own stats. Great Sword Warrior, level 3. With his chest puffed out, he claimed this was the mark of true talent. His lackeys cheered, excited to see their leader's superiority. They praised him loudly, calling him the best and admiring his rare profession. Lin Jia felt crushed, as if doused with cold water. Inwardly, he cursed. He hadn't expected Fun Yang to already reach level 3. The situation felt grim. Riding high on his confidence, Fun Yang turned to Lin Han, taunting him next. He brought up another student who hadn't passed level 2 yet, claiming Lin Han couldn't possibly be better. He even suggested they both kneel and admit defeat to save time. Lin Jia was fuming and was about to retort when Lin Han stopped him again. He told him to calm down. Someone like Fun Yang wasn't worth his time. Then, without warning, Lin Han released his aura. A powerful force swept through the courtyard like a gust of wind, shaking the very air. With confidence, he declared that even if he reset his progress and started from scratch, he'd still leave Fun Yang far behind. The system displayed his actual level, Beast Tamer, level 10. The crowd reacted instantly. Shock and disbelief filled the space. People stared, jaws dropped, unable to process what they saw. A level 10? It felt unreal. The blonde-haired boy stared at the protagonist in utter shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The person he had dismissed as a worthless beast tamer had somehow grown far stronger than he could have imagined in a ridiculously short amount of time. His disbelief turned to outrage as he pointed an accusatory finger, shouting in protest. He couldn't comprehend how even Lung Lingxue, the academy's top student, hadn't achieved something like this. To him, the only explanation was foul play. There was no way this was possible without cheating, and in his frustration, he latched onto that assumption as fact. The protagonist, however, was unbothered. With a calm but mocking tone, he threw the boy's words right back at him. He questioned the boy's mindset. Just because someone like him couldn't accomplish something, did it mean no one else could? His remark highlighted how narrow and self-centered the boy's thinking was. Then, almost as a subtle reveal, he hinted at the true source of his strength, a hidden class. It was a quiet flex, meant to shut down all accusations without needing further explanation. Turning toward his sister Bing and instructor Chao, the protagonist regained his composure and spoke with firm confidence. He reminded the instructor of the bet they had made and emphasized that he had now won. His tone was serious. He wanted to ensure that Feng Yong would be held to his end of the deal and not be allowed to slip out of the consequences. Then, with a smirk and a trace of sarcasm, he looked again at the instructor and delivered another line, one laced with deeper meaning. He credited his rapid progress to a group of teaching assistants who, under the pretense of protecting him, had actually been sent to sabotage him. He made it sound like a genuine thank you, but it was clearly a dig meant to expose the instructor's involvement without outright confrontation. It was a clever move, calm, public, and humiliating. Instructor Chao, hearing this, immediately grew tense. The protagonist's words made it obvious that he knew the truth, that those assistants hadn't been there to help. The instructor's thoughts raced. Did Lin Han know everything? Had he captured the people sent after him? Worse, was he preparing to use that as leverage? Fear set in. Internally, the instructor's frustration boiled over. He had worked hard to climb to his current position, and now it felt like it was all on the verge of collapsing because of one student. Anger and desperation filled his mind. He couldn't let this escalate. He had to silence the protagonist permanently before things spiraled out of his control. Meanwhile, a short distance from the commotion, a blue-haired girl was watching the scene unfold. She stared at the protagonist with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. In her thoughts, she wondered if the Lin Han she was seeing, who had now reached level 10, was the same academy prodigy once hailed as their top genius. It felt surreal. Yet, even as shock flickered in her eyes, she quickly looked down at her own stats on her phone. She wasn't discouraged. Instead, she reaffirmed her resolve, confident that, eventually, she would catch up to him. Back at the center of the field, Lin Han turned toward his sister, Bing. Noticing her presence, he raised a brow and asked why she was there, gently reminding her that she had mentioned having important business to attend to. His question was casual, but curious. Bing, however, grew a bit flustered. She averted her gaze, clearly embarrassed, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she responded. She explained that her task had already been completed and that, as a teacher, it was her responsibility to show up. She couldn't ignore the situation. After all, this was part of her job. Just then, Lin Han's friend, affectionately referred to as Fatty, chimed in from behind, directing his comment at Bing. With excitement, he emphasized how amazing Lin Han's progress had been, pointing out that he had reached level 10 in just a few hours. He boldly claimed that if given a little more time, Lin Han would become practically unstoppable. But right as the atmosphere grew lighter, Bing's expression suddenly shifted. Her eyes caught something alarming behind Lin Han. She spotted instructor Chao lunging forward from behind him, expression twisted in rage and shouting out for Lin Han to die. Lin Han, unaware of the danger, was still laughing and talking casually with his friend, completely off guard. Without a moment's hesitation, Bing dashed forward and placed herself between Lin Han and the incoming attack. She raised her voice, shouting for him to watch out, and blocked the strike with her arm. Holding her ground, she reprimanded the instructor harshly, reminding him that attacking a student violated academy rules. Instructor Chao, however, was beyond reasoning. Grinding his teeth and snarling in fury, he shouted back that he didn't care about academy rules anymore. He declared that he had to eliminate Lin Han, right here and now. Bing was momentarily pushed back by the force of his attack, but she quickly regained her footing. With fire in her eyes, she launched a retaliatory kick at him and made it clear. As long as she stood there, she would never let him succeed. Fatty, witnessing the struggle, cheered her on with concern and admiration, shouting encouragement. But Lin Han wasn't cheering. He looked on with growing worry. His eyes filled with panic as he realized Bing couldn't hold her own for long against someone as powerful as Chao Chong. If the fight dragged on, she'd be seriously hurt. As the battle escalated, the instructor managed to grab Bing with one hand. His voice turned cruel as he accused her of betrayal, of wasting all his heartfelt feelings by siding with Lin Han. He lifted her into the air by the leg, upside down, and with a twisted expression, he threatened to collect some interest from her first, implying something terrible. But before he could act, a powerful kick smashed into his face, sending him flying. The blow had come from Lin Han. 10 hours of growth and training had borne fruit. Lin Han now held Bing in his arms, checking on her with deep concern. Gently, he asked if she was okay. Despite the pain and chaos, she assured him that she was fine. Then, Lin Han turned his gaze toward the instructor, eyes blazing with anger. He mocked him for the sneak attack, asking how that level 10 flying kick had tasted. He warned that if the instructor couldn't come up with a proper explanation, he'd let him experience the full strength of a level 10 beast tamer once more. The instructor, still seething, pointed a trembling finger at Lin Han. He shouted in rage, accusing him of gaining his levels through murder. He claimed he had sent 3 level 15 teaching assistants to follow Lin Han, but none had returned. In his mind, there was only one explanation. Lin Han had killed them and used them to farm experience points. All around them, the yellow-haired boy and his group watched the escalating chaos silently, stunned by the accusations and the violence unfolding at that moment. The instructor activated his abilities. A radiant golden energy enveloped his body, and with fury in his voice, he declared that Lin Han was too cruel and ruthless to remain a student of the academy. He announced his intent to execute justice on the spot. But just then, Lin Han calmly tossed something in front of him, a corpse. With a cold voice, Lin Han asked the instructor if this was the teaching assistant he'd been referring to. Instructor Chao's expression shifted. Staring at the body, he recognized the man immediately. One of the assistants, AO, was dead. His thoughts spun. If AO was truly dead, then the other 2 were likely gone as well. But rather than despair, a devilish grin began to form on his face. Internally, he thought to himself that this outcome was even better. The dead couldn't speak, and therefore couldn't testify against him. Sarang was stunned. He stared in disbelief and forced a smile from afar, but his eyes burned with resentment. Trying to drown out the crowd's growing admiration for Lin Han, he shouted out, questioning how Lin Han could even be alive. After all, his corpse was supposed to be rotting somewhere deep in the mountains. He demanded an explanation, but Lin Han remained completely unbothered. He shrugged casually, then replied in a calm, cold tone, saying he had only escorted some survivors who fell into Shadow Mountain. His words cut deeper as he stepped forward, indirectly criticizing Sa Rang. Unlike those who send others to their deaths and then act like they never knew them, Lin Han had faced everything directly. He slowly approached a young man's lifeless body lying silently in a courtyard corner. In a soft, almost mourning voice, Lin Han muttered to the dead, calling it a pity. Even in death, the youth was being used as a pawn in someone else's scheme. Standing tall again, Lin Han let his gaze sweep across the crowd and added a cryptic comment. If the soul was unwilling, it should return at midnight to haunt the real culprit. He warned them not to confuse him with a real villain. Those eerie words struck a nerve. Sa Rang's expression turned frosty, his eyes flashing with murderous intent like a brewing storm. His anger exploded, and with clenched fists, he charged toward Lin Han, yelling that he'd crush his limbs and shut him up for good. The bystanders panicked as the scene escalated. Cries erupted. Sa Rang, you dare! Little Lin, watch out! But Lin Han didn't even flinch. He stepped aside effortlessly, dodging the attack with the ease of brushing off a breeze. His mocking smirk only enraged Sa Rang further. Lin Han taunted him, suggesting he was panicking because he was afraid his secrets were about to be exposed. He coldly pointed out that nobody would have guessed a man who called himself a professor would harm his own student. That jab was deliberate and public, and it sent Sa Rang into a frenzy. His face twisted in rage as he shouted back, claiming he was only trying to avenge someone, not cover anything up. But Lin Han's expression stayed the same. His voice, quiet and sharp as a blade, questioned whether Sa Rang truly believed in his heart that he was avenging someone or if he was just trying to silence witnesses. Meanwhile, Fun Yang and his group cheered for Sa Rang, encouraging him to beat Lin Han and teach him a lesson. Their mockery fueled the tension. Sa Rang's fury only intensified. His eyes bloodshot and fists roaring with strength, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. But even as the punches rained down, a troubling thought echoed in his mind. How was this failure dodging every move? Not even trained level 20 fighters could keep up like this. Something was clearly off. Lin Han kept calm, narrowly avoiding every blow. But he also realized something important. Sa Rang's brute strength was far superior. A direct fight would only end in his defeat. Without wasting time, Lin Han summoned his weapon, a dazzling, ice-blue staff. His voice stayed soft but firm as he explained that he wasn't foolish enough to take this fight head-on without an edge. The staff wasn't just for show. Its cold, glowing aura made even the onlookers step back. This was a powerful treasure known as the Ice Scepter, usable only by those at level 10 or higher. In an instant, frost burst forth and encased one of Sa Rang's legs like solid stone. He screamed in panic, totally caught off guard. Seizing that perfect opening, Lin Han moved in like a flash of lightning. His body blurred with speed as he closed the gap, then launched a heavy kick straight at Sa Rang, snarling a cold command for him to get lost. The impact sent Sa Rang flying like a withered leaf in the wind. Lin Han's lips curled into a small smile. He was clearly satisfied, not just because of the physical hit, but because his increased strength and magic had allowed him to finally overpower his opponent. The staff had been crucial, giving him the control needed to turn the tide. Without it, exploiting that one moment of weakness would have been impossible. Though Sa Rang might still have had the advantage in stats, Lin Han now had an A-grade item that allowed him to tip the balance. He didn't need to win in brute force anymore. He could win through tactics, and that brought him a quiet confidence. The ant with the heavenly horn beside her simply sighed, acknowledging that Sa Rang deserved the beating he was getting. Ji's own stats were formidable. She had a level 13 class and impressive attributes. Strength at 1,700, agility at 1,600, spirit at 1,500, and constitution at 1,800. Her skills added even more power. One gave a 60% boost to all base stats, and another added 60% extra strength. As Sa Rang tried to recover from Lin Han's blow, he suddenly saw Ji charging toward him. He gasped in shock, but there was no time to react. After all, her master had just been attacked. She wasn't going to let that slide. Sa Rang's face twisted again, his frustration and panic visible. He couldn't even rely on his profession anymore. He was completely overwhelmed. Ji stepped up and delivered a punch. From the sidelines, Lin Sha burst into laughter, shouting with amusement at how Lin Han had been hiding such a fierce warrior by his side. But not everyone was laughing. Bing stood quietly in another corner, her gaze distant and filled with curiosity. She wondered to herself, who exactly was this girl? Even Fun Yang's lackeys were stunned into silence. One muttered in disbelief that Teacher Saw had been sent flying. None of it made sense to them. Ji looked ready to go on a rampage, itching to keep beating Sa Rang until her fury was spent. But Lin Han saw the situation escalating too far and raised his voice sharply, telling her to fall back. The moment she heard his command, Ji calmed instantly. Her wild aura faded, and she returned to Lin Han like a gentle kitten, obedient and composed. Her true identity as an ancient beast was dangerous to reveal. If too many people found out too early, it could bring serious consequences. So retreating was the wisest choice. She moved closer to him, pouting a little and playfully asking if she had done well. Lin Han's demeanor softened, and he praised her, but also gently reminded her to return to her human form. That made her beam with joy, nodding sweetly as she responded like a child eager to please. Sarang, however, was far from done. Roaring with rage, he shouted accusations that Lin Han had killed an assistant just to gain levels, and had even joined forces with an outsider to frame him. He demanded to know where the girl was, though his fury and the veins bulging on his face betrayed his desperation more than anything else. Sarang stood trembling, his eyes blazing and teeth grinding in fury. He shouted with rage, claiming Lin Han was a corrupt and immoral student who needed to be punished severely. His chest heaved from the intensity, but just before he could make a move, a foot gently pressed against his shoulder, halting him in place. A calm, commanding voice followed, "Hold it." A man approached with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with authority. He reminded Sa Rang that the situation was still unclear and warned him not to pass judgment so hastily. That man was none other than Sikong Chun, First High's Dean. Pinned to the ground and taken aback, Sa Rang looked up, startled. "Why are you here?" he asked. Around them, whispers erupted in disbelief. The silver-haired man standing before them was truly Sikong Chun, a level 56 master and a legendary figure known for his deep mastery of magic. Sa Rang, unwilling to back down, immediately accused Lin Han of killing an assistant just to level up. He demanded that Lin Han be punished legally and harshly. His face was twisted in rage, and he insisted that there were witnesses and evidence to support his claims. While Sa Rang fumed, Lin Han stood quietly with arms folded, speaking evenly and with control. He dismissed the accusations as baseless slander and said there was no point trying to defend himself to someone who had already made up his mind. Dean Sikong's voice grew serious as he addressed Lin Han directly, asking if he had anything to say in response to the claims. Lin Han didn't hesitate. He suggested they investigate the assistant's cause of death first. The dean nodded and pointed toward the assistant's floating corpse, instructing everyone to observe carefully. Upon examination, Sikong Chun explained the obvious: crushed chest bones, ruptured organs, and extensive internal damage, all clearly the result of an attack from a massive beast. Still clinging to his narrative, Sa Rang tried to shift the blame again. He argued that even if the beast had landed the fatal blow, Lin Han must have been involved somehow. After all, he was the one who brought the body back. But Lin Han didn't flinch. He replied with a smirk, his voice laced with sarcasm. Sa Rang was too quick to jump to conclusions. All he had done was retrieve the body. If anyone was to blame, it was the one who sent the assistant on the mission in the first place. He even suggested that the assistant had been sent to assassinate him, but failed and ended up dying to a beast. Sa Rang immediately denied everything, claiming that he would never do something so dishonorable. At that moment, Bing stepped forward and addressed the dean respectfully. She pointed out that Sa Rang had irresponsibly sent Lin Han into a zone that was clearly too dangerous for someone of his level. She doubted his excuse of sending assistants for protection and implied it was a setup. Sa Rang began to panic. He insisted that he, as a teacher, would never endanger a student. He claimed it was all slander, one-sided accusations with no hard proof. The dean, seeing the tension rise, turned to Lin Han and asked for evidence. Accusing an instructor was no small matter. Meanwhile, Sarang tried to reassure himself. His men were dead. No one could testify, and even if someone had survived, who would dare speak against him to defend Lin Han? But Lin Han remained composed and confident. He stated clearly that he never made empty accusations because he already had proof. The words sent a chill through the air. Bane and Lin Sha, standing nearby, looked up in shock. Lin Han began to explain. During the incident, 3 people had secretly followed him into the training zone. They had run into the swift-wind Wolf King. One assistant died instantly, forcing Lin Han to kill the beast. Then he posed the question, why would Teacher Saw have people secretly following him at all? To answer that, Lin Han turned toward the 2 bound individuals lying on the ground. With a swift kick, he forced them into the spotlight. Pale and trembling, the 2 captives broke down into sobs, confessing everything. They admitted that it was all on Sa Rang's orders. He had commanded them to tail Lin Han and, if necessary, fake a beast attack. They begged for mercy, unable to endure the torment any longer. Outside, swarms of war ants circled, fierce and disciplined. They had already begun gnawing at the men's legs, blood oozing and tortured screams echoing. Lin Han watched it all with a chilling smile. With an ancient ant on his side, getting confessions was easy, almost like sprinkling salt on wounds. Turning to Sa Rang, Lin Han asked in a calm, ice-cold voice if the teacher now had a clear explanation to offer. Sa Rang, completely panicked, turned pale. His eyes darted around, trying to find an escape. He cursed inwardly, blaming the 2 fools for cracking so quickly. Then he spun around and tried to flee, but it was too late. His body suddenly locked up, frozen in place as a talisman charged with lightning bound him tight. Thunder cracked through the air, and Sa Rang screamed in agony. Sikong Chen's voice boomed with judgment. As a teacher at the academy, how dare Sa Rang plot against a student? He had crossed a line that no one should, and now he would face the punishment he deserved. From the side, Bing couldn't hide her joy. She grabbed Lin Han's hand and smiled brightly. It was finally over. He had been through so much, and now he could finally rest. She invited him to ride back with her, but as they turned to leave, a figure suddenly stepped into their path, stopping them cold. Lang Ling Shuer stood there with arms crossed, her gaze sharp. She asked Lin Han if he really had killed the swift-wind Wolf King. Her tone was calm, but probing. She stepped closer, scrutinizing him. Her voice was sly, but her question was direct. If Lin Han wasn't a close-range fighter and didn't have a tank by his side, then how could he possibly take down a powerful beast like that? The only logical explanation, he had to be bonded to a powerful beast. Without hesitation, she challenged him to a simulated duel to test his real strength. Lin Han, clearly uncomfortable, avoided her gaze and muttered that now wasn't the time for such talk. He sighed to himself. Though she looked cold and serious, she was as curious and eager as a child. Bing stepped in quickly, placing a hand on Lang Ling Shuer's wrist. Her tone was firm but respectful. She understood Lang's passion to improve, but now wasn't the time for strength tests. Reviewing the trial's lessons was more important. The tension between the 2 girls sparked visibly, but Lang held her ground, insisting she was only curious about how a beast tamer fought. Bing, hands on her hips, fired back. Lin Han had just gone through a major ordeal and needed a rest. He wasn't going to indulge her request now. Seeing the conflict rise, Lin Han raised a hand gently, stepping between them. He tried to mediate, suggesting that since all the students had worked so hard, maybe it was best to dismiss them early. Both girls glared at him. He could only look up and comment awkwardly on the nice weather. Bing frowned, deep in thought. First, there was the mystery girl, now Lang Ling Shuer. When did Lin Han become so popular? Then she scolded herself. What did it matter to her anyway? There was nothing between them. Crossing her arms, she turned away and left with a brief farewell. But Lang Ling Shuer wasn't finished. A dark aura settled around her as she reminded Lin Han he hadn't answered her challenge. Caught off guard, he quickly replied that he was too tired and suggested they talk another time. She backed off for now, but her voice was soft and full of meaning. She told him not to forget his promise. As she finally walked away, Lin Han let out a deep breath. But now, he noticed Bing seemed upset too. He sighed again, probably because he had gone off to train on his own. Shaking his head, he told himself there was no use overthinking it. Bigger issues lay ahead. Before him stood a massive ornate gate bearing the words Transaction Hall, Shadow Mountain. Lin Han entered casually, accepting a cup of tea from a serving girl. He calculated quietly. If the 2 items he had sold went well, he could cover his daily expenses and maybe even pay back Bing's loan. Just then, a well-dressed man with a dignified presence approached him politely. He introduced himself as Tien, the manager of the transaction hall, and asked to inspect the 2 items. Lin Han gave a small wave, and 2 weapons, a spear and a sword, floated up beside him, shining coldly. He explained that they were collected from the Silver Tier Zone within Shadow Mountain. Noticing a shift in Tien's expression, Lin Han raised an eyebrow and asked softly if something was wrong. The man bowed respectfully before replying. He asked for confirmation. Was this young man really Lin Han? When Lin Han confirmed, Tien's face lit up. He explained that he had known Lin Han's father, Old Lin, for over a decade. By seniority, Lin Han could call him Uncle Tien. He gave Lin Han a warm pat on the shoulder and praised him for entering the Silver Tier Zone at such a young age. If Lin Han kept progressing like this, he said, the revival of the Lin family wasn't far off. Lin Han offered a polite smile and handed over the items, requesting Uncle Tien's assistance in processing them. But behind the smile, his mind was already spinning. A friend of my father's? Perfect. Maybe I can use that to push for a better price. Unbeknownst to him, Tien was thinking along the same lines. He squinted slightly, a sly grin tugging at his lips. This kid's young and probably easy to lowball, he mused. Still smiling, he said aloud, Little Lin, these are decent pieces. For old time's sake, Uncle Tien offers 5 million Heavenly Dragon coins. He extended a hand in good faith, his voice measured and seemingly thoughtful. But Lin Han didn't flinch, calm and steady. He raised a finger and responded firmly. Business was business. Past relationships aside, fairness was key. He emphasized that the items came from the Swift Wind Wolf King, so the starting price was at least 8 million. Tien's expression shifted slightly, turning more nostalgic. He tried to appeal to sentiment again, reminding Lin Han how close he had been with his father. Then he pushed the offer up 5.5 million. Lin Han kept his composure. With a confident smile, he tossed out a dramatic counter. His father always trusted luck, so let's go with a lucky number, 17.88 million. Tien laughed out loud, raising his hands as if calling it a draw. He came back with his own lucky number, 6.66 million. Satisfied, Lin Han nodded, a slight curve of victory on his lips. Deal, 6.6 million. Only because it's you, Uncle Tien. Internally, he grinned. This went better than expected. A huge win. Tien shook Lin Han's hand with a broad smile, but a nagging feeling lingered in his chest. As the handshake ended, he realized he may have just been outplayed in record time. He gestured toward a wooden tray held by a girl nearby. Little Lin, the funds are split across these 2 cards, he said. One was a sleek black VIP card, offering up to 3 million coins in overdraft privileges. Patting Lin Han on the shoulder warmly, Tien told him to come back for any future sales or needs. Lin Han accepted the cards with a slight bow and thanked him respectfully. Then, figuring he was already there, he decided to browse some magic scrolls. As he watched Lin Han stroll toward the shelves, Tien silently reflected on how much potential the boy showed. For someone who had just awakened their power, Lin Han already had frightening strength. A sly, calculating grin formed on the old merchant's face. There'll be plenty of chances to work with him under these clear skies. Far from the elegant atmosphere of the transaction hall stood Lin Han's apartment, cramped, stacked like boxes. But what drew immediate attention was the military vehicle parked in front, an unusual and imposing sight. A sharply dressed man stood beside it, expression solemn. Lin Han approached and blinked in surprise. Uncle Lu, what are you doing here? The man, wearing polished glasses and a dignified air, bowed respectfully. Young Master Lin, it's been a long time. I'm Lu, steward of the B household. Lin Han gave a half smile, his tone light, but touched with bitterness. Ever since the Lin family had fallen, that name felt foreign. Indeed, it's been a while. So, what brings a noble guest like you to my doorstep? Steward Lu returned the courtesy with a deep bow and gestured toward a sealed item he carried. He explained that Miss Bing had personally led a team into a diamond-tier secret realm to capture a void beast for Lin Han. But acting without authorization had angered her family's patriarch, and as a result, she had been confined. She had entrusted this beast to Lu to deliver it to Lin Han. As Lin Han stepped closer, his eyes locked onto the strange gate-shaped container. A wave of emotions surged through him. Bing had risked entering a realm even the powerful Dean Sikong Chen wouldn't dare approach, all for him. The gesture left him shaken. He reached to open it, but Lu stopped him. There was one more message from the patriarch. Lu's tone turned sharp, almost cold, as he relayed the words. The Beef family has done all it can for you. After this, all ties are severed. The message was formal, final. Lin Han was to stay away from their young miss from now on. The bluntness of the message caught Lin Han off guard. He stared at Lu, stunned. With a serious tone, he muttered, "So we're strangers now." Lu's expression didn't waver. He stated clearly that he appreciated Lin Han's gratitude, but the Lin and Beef families had never truly been tied. Back when the Lin family collapsed, Lin Han had never begged them for help, and he wouldn't start now. With that, he turned and began walking away, cutting the bond cleanly and without remorse. As he left, Lu called out one last time, instructing Lin Han to take the Void Beast with him. But Lin Han didn't look back. His voice floated out, barely louder than a whisper. If you must give a message to your patriarch, tell him this. Whether it's a beast or aid from the Beef family, I, Lin Han, need none of it. Lu's expression twisted into a sneer. In a low, threatening tone, he warned Lin Han not to forget what the Beef family stood for. No one refused their offerings. No one walked away untouched. Suddenly, Lu lunged forward with incredible speed, his movement full of threat, as if to teach Lin Han a harsh lesson. Refuse their help only if you're truly strong enough to back it up. But Lin Han met him with an unshaken gaze. He turned slowly, the weight of his stare like a blade slicing through the air. His aura erupted, heavy and suffocating. Lu stopped mid-motion, frozen in place. His body felt nailed to the ground. His heart raced with confusion. Why did this boy, who was supposed to be a useless beast tamer, feel so overwhelmingly dangerous? Why did standing before him feel like facing a predator? He tried to calm himself, to shake off the fear creeping up his spine. No, this is impossible, he thought. I won't be intimidated by a kid. Lin Han casually tossed a card toward Lu, his tone calm and emotionless. Here, take this. Lu caught it instinctively, but his eyes narrowed in confusion, unsure of the gesture's meaning. Lin Han didn't pause. He walked away slowly, his voice cutting back like a sharp breeze. The money sister Bing lent him, repaid with interest. She could be thanked on his behalf. Lin Han never owed anyone, and he never would. He turned slightly, his gaze piercing, and spoke one last warning with a steady voice that dug deep into Lu's mind. Next time, don't strike so casually. If he did, he shouldn't blame Lin Han for erasing all ties between the Lin and Beef families. Lu stood frozen on the spot, mind reeling. Was this really the same Lin Han from before? The castaway of a fallen household? Yet now, he radiated a terrifying aura, a presence that commanded attention. Meanwhile, Lin Han returned silently to his rundown home. Once a place of warmth and memories, it had now become a fragile echo of past glory. He collapsed on his bed, drained. His lips curled in a bitter smile. Dragons visiting chickens never mean well, he muttered, referring to the Beef family's empty show of generosity. But no matter how cynical he tried to be, Bing's face floated in his mind. It made him pause. I kept my distance, so she wouldn't get dragged into my mess. But this time, she risked everything for me. She did far too much. He turned over, trying to settle his thoughts. Forget it. Sleep. How about the profession advancement tomorrow? The little ant perched on his shoulder twitched gently, almost like it wanted to say something. It stirred and blew a soft breeze into his ear, like a secret shared only between a loyal companion and its master. Then, without warning, a blue light ignited from deep within his subconscious. The little ant shimmered, transforming in a flash. Before him stood a beautiful girl, as she leaned into him and embraced him gently, whispering, "Master." Her presence brought comfort. Her warm tone soothed the turmoil in his heart. You've worked hard. The next morning, Lin Han arrived at the temple for profession advancement. A staff member greeted him with warmth and professionalism. Young Lin, welcome. Your room has already been assigned by the system. Please proceed directly. As he made his way in, the temple buzzed with whispers. The crowd was abuzz with curiosity and gossip. His name was spreading fast. Did you hear? First High's got a new awakened beast tamer. For real? That's such a rare class. No one chooses it. Not just that, he hit level 10 fast and beat Teacher Rang. His strength is insane. Totally busted. Think he's here to advance his profession? Hearing the chatter, Lin Han frowned in irritation. Fame travels too fast. Better keep a low profile. He reached the room and gently pushed open the door. At the center, a luminous green crystal floated silently, pulsing with life. He recalled the receptionist's instructions. All he had to do was touch the crystal to receive his quest. Lin Han muttered under his breath. Hopefully the human tier quest won't be too brutal. The moment he placed his hand on the surface, the system verified his identity and presented the challenge. Quest name: Thunder of the Fallen Kingdom quest level. Objective: slay the Thunder Beast at the ancient ruins. Collect at least 7 energy stones. Location: shattered ruins outside. The temple's massive screen lit up with the announcement. A 5-star advancement quest had been triggered. The crowd burst into an uproar. Whoa, a 5-star quest. Who the hell triggered that? That's legendary level hell difficulty. Without a strong guild backing you, it's suicide. Inside the room, Lin Han just groaned, his forehead dropping into his palm. What cursed luck did I step in today? A 5-star quest? What kind of karmic disaster is this? The screen outside updated again, listing the quest details. Notice: 5-star advancement quest triggered. Name: Thunder of the Fallen Kingdom level. Objective: slay the Thunder Beast of the ancient ruins. Collect at least 7 energy stones. Location: shattered ruins. Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. At least the system had masked his identity. If his name had been posted alongside the quest, the trouble would have been endless. Below, the crowd was still in a frenzy. Who's the poor soul that got hit with that nightmare? No way anyone survives that solo. What kind of monster profession master could handle this? Back in the room, Lin Han stretched his arms and took a breath, grateful for one thing: that the crowd didn't know it was him. Lucky they only posted the quest, not the name. Otherwise, I'd be buried in drama. The green crystal cast a mesmerizing light, bathing his face in a calm radiance. But his mind had already shifted into battle mode. The quest was fixed. No time to delay. Far away at the edge of the world lay the shattered ruins, remnants of a once mighty kingdom, now reduced to crumbling stone and silent echoes. Dust-covered relics stood like bones of a dead empire. Not far from the ruins, a fortified camp stood watch over the cursed land, waiting for its next visitor. Disciplined soldiers moved in orderly formation, patrolling the mercenary hub filled with bustling activity. Among them sat a bulky man with a gleaming bald head, dressed in a grease-stained black tank top. A toothpick hung from the corner of his mouth as he grumbled, "No one's taking quests lately. What a cursed month. I'm living on cold water again." Just as he muttered, his eyes flicked to the side and froze. Lin Han walked by. His demeanor was casual, but something about him was impossible to ignore. The bald man straightened instantly, as if jolted by electricity. And he wasn't the only one. Other mercenaries paused what they were doing, their eyes drawn to Lin Han's figure. Suspicion lingered in the air. Some whispered under their breath, "Look at that outfit. Some rich young master got lost. Must be here to try quest. Easy prey. Big fish just walked into the net. Careful," someone warned. "That fish might be your boss someday." A deep voice cut through the murmurs and brought Lin Han to a halt. "Kid, you here for quest?" The bald man stepped forward and thumped his chest. "I'm the captain of Black Wind Mercenaries. Need a reliable crew? We got a solid rep since you're new. I'll even give you a 20% discount." Lin Han remained unbothered. Hands in his coat pockets, voice lazy, he replied, "No need." But the bald man wasn't ready to back off. "All right, how about this? We do it for free, just to make friends." Lin Han's demeanor changed instantly. He grabbed the man's arm, fingers tightening until veins bulged. His voice was cold, sharp as a blade. "I said, no need." With a flick, Lin Han shoved him aside effortlessly like brushing off lint. He stared down at him with disdain. "Free help for a stranger? What kind of fool do you think I am? Mercenaries like you either rob or kill your clients." The man staggered, clutching his aching arm, rage boiling in his chest. "Damn it, I'll crush this arrogant brat." He lunged, but before he could strike, a small knife appeared in front of his face, twirling between slender fingers. "Baldy, hold it." The voice was playful, but laced with venom. A red-haired girl sat nearby, grinning as she stabbed the knife into the table. Her eyes, deep green and filled with malice, locked onto Lin Han. The boss didn't answer her question, but she already knew his thoughts. This is a safe zone. No need to rush. Let him leave first. Then the fun begins. Meanwhile, Lin Han arrived at the entrance of a crumbling ruin. Calmly taking in the surroundings, he noted the atmosphere. This place, Shattered Ruins, was clearly different from Shadow Mountain. It existed in its own separate space. Responding to his call, Ji stirred and appeared. Lin Han's voice turned serious. "Come out, AI. Time to move." Ji beamed and hugged his arm cheerfully, full of energy. "Master, I'm ready." Lin Han gently tapped her forehead with a smile. "Good girl. You'll have plenty of chances to fight today." But just then, a new system notification flashed in front of him. He sighed. "Another system quest? Damn. Congratulations, host." Lord Tier, quest triggered. Quest name: Heart of Thunder Objective. Hunt the Thunder Envoy. Collect the Heart of Thunder. Reading through it, Lin Han's eyes lit up. 300 beast taming points? Nice. That's a major boost for AI. He pulled out his phone, mind racing. But no clues on where this Thunder Envoy is. I'll need to contact Uncle Tien for some intel. For now, he focused. AI, let's handle the profession advancement quest first. You'll get your beast taming points soon enough. Okay. From the distance, a wild howl pierced the air. A pack of thunder beasts appeared from the sandy hills, their movements swift and sharp like wind-carved blades. These were level 15 monsters known for their ambush tactics and pack attacks. Without hesitation, Ji slammed her fist into the ground. The impact was explosive. The earth shook violently, and several thunder beasts were blasted high into the air, their bodies tumbling like broken sandbags. The survivors dodged and immediately shifted their target, charging straight at Lin Han. But he didn't flinch. He stepped forward as if out for a stroll, eyes calm. Hovering above him was a fiery magic scroll. His voice was dripping with mockery. "If you can't beat AI, don't even dream of facing me." With a flick, the scroll fired a massive fireball. "Thunder Beast," he teased. "Try some roasted meat. Smells good already." The beasts barely had time to react. Their eyes widened in panic as the fireball closed in. "We're done for. Barbecue time." The scroll unleashed an endless barrage of flames, raining down like meteors. The entire pack was consumed in fire. The survivors scattered, running for their lives like panicked insects. Warning: you've reached your first transmission level cap. Complete profession advancement to unlock further experience gain. 3 more magic scrolls floated around Lin Han. Fireball technique, Heavenly Flame technique, and Flaming Missile. He frowned. "You're running already? My scrolls say otherwise." With a wave of his hand, more fireballs chased after the retreating beasts like fiery shooting stars. He turned to AI with a grin. "Wrap it up, will you?" "Got it," she replied, eyes burning with ruthless excitement. The battlefield fell silent once more. Smoke rose from scorched earth. Lin Han casually spun one of the energy stones in his hand, satisfied. "Not bad. Got enough in no time." These pricey scrolls really paid off. The system displayed updated information. Beast Companion. Heavenly Horned Ant-type. Ancient Ferocity level. 15. Lin Han glanced at the stats and shook his head. Still no advancement. Wasted all that experience. Although I didn't level up again, jumping from 13 to 15 was still decent progress. Lin Han pulled out his phone, his expression turning serious. He stared at the screen, expecting that the exchange had already sent the coordinates for the Thunder Envoy. Soon, a familiar voice came through the speaker. "Little Lin, I've located the Thunder Envoy. Sending the data now." A red blinking dot appeared on the screen. The location was clearly marked, but the voice added a warning. "Be careful. The Thunder Envoy isn't easy prey. If you're not at second transmission or above level 15, don't go alone." Lin Han didn't respond. Instead, he turned to IE, his tone firm but calm. "More beast taming points up ahead." IE gave a bright nod, eyes shining with energy. "Yes, master." Together, they walked off toward the marked coordinates, unaware that they were being watched. Behind a jagged rock, the red-haired girl crouched, her lips curled in a cunning smirk. She'd been observing everything, watching Lin Han casually toss around magic scrolls worth tens of thousands. "Quite the big spender," she muttered, eyes locked on him with greedy intent. "This time we'll hit the jackpot." Her bald companion stepped up behind her, a low grin tugging at his face. "Boss, should we strike now?" She raised her hand calmly. "No rush. Let him gather more energy stones. That girl next to him isn't ordinary. Once they're tired out, we move." Boss is brilliant, the bald man whispered in admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Han and Ai walked arm in arm like a couple, heading toward the coordinates where their target, the Thunder Envoy, awaited. At the designated spot, a massive creature lay slumbering, its body half buried in golden sand. The Thunder Envoy, level 17. Lin Han gave it a disinterested glance and let out a soft sigh. Only level 17? Compared to the Swiftwind Wolf King, this thing's weak. No thrill at all. Still crouched, he pointed toward the beast, excitement twinkling in his eyes like a child about to play a new game. Ai, it's time. Kill it, and we go home for dinner. Ai flashed a wide grin and dashed forward. Her sudden charge startled the Thunder Envoy from its rest. It barely had time to lift its head before a crushing punch landed square on its neck. The impact was instant, blood gushed from its mouth. As the hit connected, Ai reverted into her original form, shrinking into a green ant with blazing red eyes. Without wasting a second, she dove into the fine sand, vanishing from view. The beast thrashed about, unable to locate its attacker. Underground, Ai tunneled swiftly, targeting the creature's underside. A sudden burst of sand exploded upward as she emerged, shifting back into human form midair and delivering a devastating blow to its exposed abdomen. At that moment, a scroll activated. A radiant light lit up the sky, flashing like the symbol of death. Suspended in the air and vulnerable from the surprise attack, the Thunder Envoy had no chance to recover. Lin Han flicked his hand, his expression cold as ice. The ice spike technique triggered instantly. A jagged, diamond-shaped ice shard plummeted like a meteor, impaling the Thunder Envoy and pinning it to the ground. It didn't move again. System notification. Successfully defeated. Thunder Envoy experience gained. 0. Ai dropped to the ground with a sigh, her eyes shaped like tired crescent moons. Ai's exhausted. Lin Han stared at the system screen, slightly dissatisfied. Quest complete. Target eliminated. 1-1 reward. 300 beast taming points. He frowned slightly. Not strong, but tanky. Took way too long to bring down. Still, a smile tugged at his lips. 300 points for one target. Not bad. Good day's profit. Without delay, he opened the system interface and spent all 300 points to unlock a new skill for Ai. Talent skill unlocked. Iron Bones increases defense by 20%. Ai dropped to her knees, her aura flaring brightly as she absorbed the new energy. The boost was instantaneous. Her presence felt heavier, stronger. Overjoyed, she leapt into Lin Han's arms, holding him tightly. Ai feels stronger. Thank you, Master. Flustered, Lin Han's face flushed slightly green. He waved awkwardly. Hey, we're in the wild. Don't let anyone get the wrong idea. Before they could recover from the moment, a heavy boot stepped into view. A mocking voice followed. Kit, you got skills. They looked up to see the red-haired girl from before, now flanked by a group of burly mercenaries. Her arms were crossed, her gaze laced with ridicule. Fighting alone's impressive, but real battlefields need firepower and brains. Lin Han didn't even flinch. He shot a cold glance toward the bald man, voice dripping with sarcasm. Baldy, didn't you offer your free service? What happened? Changed your mind and decided to give your grandpa a foot massage instead. Behind him, Ai narrowed her eyes, a low growl of irritation building. These intruders had picked the worst possible time. The bald man, still stinging from earlier humiliation, clenched his fists and bellowed. Rejecting our mercenary offer has a price. Hand over your loot, or you're not leaving here alive. Lin Han stood firm, eyes sharp and unwavering. He confronted the group boldly, questioning whether they weren't afraid of the security team catching them for robbing people so openly. But the red-haired woman only laughed, her confidence unshaken. She explained smugly that the shattered ruins were divided into safe and unsafe zones, and they were currently deep in the latter, far beyond the patrols of any security forces. The bald mercenary beside her chuckled as well, his grin as crooked as his morals. With a chilling calm, she told Lin Han that if he died here, it would be blamed on a beast attack. He had only himself to blame for offending the wrong people. Her wicked smile widened as she assured him she'd take good care of him. Her subordinates eagerly joined in, splitting the roles. One of them claimed the girl beside Lin Han for himself. The redhead approved with a twisted smirk, as if granting them a reward. But just as they prepared to strike, a panicked mercenary shouted in alarm. Ai was gone. The group repeated it in confusion. In that moment of hesitation, a silent figure rose behind the red-haired girl. It was Ai. Her eyes were narrowed with deadly focus, her expression emotionless yet terrifying. In a blur, she seized the nearest two men, her movements swift and surgical. Without show or warning, she spun them effortlessly and hurled them into the others like battering rams, knocking the mercenaries over like ragdolls. The red-haired woman stood frozen in disbelief, her voice breaking into a high-pitched scream. She couldn't comprehend what kind of monster they were facing. Before she could regain composure, Ai flung her aside like discarded trash. Tan Ning's remaining mercenaries snapped into action, weapons raised. They opened fire in desperation, hoping to end the threat quickly. Although some lamented the waste of such rare talent, survival was more important. Bullets rained down on the protagonist's beast, but she immediately activated her skill, Iron Bones, which boosted her defense by 20%. Seeing this, the mercenary leader was taken aback, realizing they had underestimated her strength, and quickly decided it was best to retreat. However, before he could act, the protagonist appeared right in front of him, cutting off his escape, and made it clear that running was no longer an option. He then activated a scroll, unleashing its power, which instantly overwhelmed all the mercenaries except for two who managed to survive. One of them, a bald man, panicked as he called the woman a monster and questioned why the boy with her kept using so many different magic scrolls. The red-haired woman, assessing the situation, concluded that the beast-like woman only seemed to obey the boy, and since he had likely exhausted most of his scrolls while fighting, they could still have a chance to turn things around by targeting him. Hearing this, the bald man grew excited, clenched his fist, and declared his intention to fight the boy, claiming he was nothing but a weakling who relied on scrolls. The protagonist, however, calmly responded, questioning whether he still wanted to fight back. Holding a large number of scrolls in his hand, he smiled and admitted that while he did have ambition, he was indeed just a weakling with money to spend. Then, with arrogance, he demanded they hand over all their equipment, energy stones, and skill books. Seeing the scrolls in his possession, both survivors grew terrified. With a mocking smile, the protagonist added that he might consider letting them go if they complied, but if not, he would make them understand the meaning behind the phrase that all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Frustrated at the situation, the red-haired woman muttered to herself, questioning who the real robber here was. The scene then shifted to the job change temple. A receptionist sat at her desk, recalling that the person who had activated the 5-star mission earlier that morning was named Lin Han. She found him rather handsome, but pitied him, thinking his luck was unfortunate, as such a difficult mission would normally take at least 10 days to half a month to complete. Just then, the protagonist appeared before her, greeting her politely and informing her that he had already completed the job change mission and returned to hand it in. The receptionist was stunned, her face breaking into a nervous sweat as she wondered if she had misheard him. A 5-star mission was incredibly difficult, so the idea of it being completed so quickly seemed impossible. Still in disbelief, she shuffled through his documents and awkwardly asked if he wanted to inquire about job change mission information, advising him to wait. The protagonist, however, clarified firmly that he had really completed the mission and was here to change his job. Her expression froze in shock. She could barely believe her ears and asked again if he had truly completed the mission. When he confirmed casually, saying it had been easy, her disbelief only deepened. Flustered and still sweating, she hurriedly told him to wait while she prepared a room for him immediately. Room 996 had just become vacant, and the operation process would be the same as when he had accepted the mission. After finishing the formalities, the protagonist casually waved his hand, thanked the receptionist, and left. The receptionist, still watching him walk away, couldn't help but question in her mind if he had truly completed the mission in just a few hours or if he was simply boasting. Before she could sort out her thoughts, an official announcement suddenly rang out across the temple. It declared that the 5-star mission known as Thunder of the Fallen Kingdom had been completed. Hearing this, the receptionist froze in shock, realizing it was actually true. The nearby onlookers, just as surprised, began murmuring to each other, wondering when someone capable of completing such a high-level mission had appeared. At the same time, the protagonist received a system notification congratulating him on completing the job mission and successfully advancing to his second job. His new title was revealed as Beast Tamer. Excited, he realized that he had now undergone a second career change, and the feeling was exhilarating. When he examined his system panel further, detailed information appeared. His name was displayed as Lin Han, his occupation listed as a Yushan scholar at second level with a hidden class. His current level was 10, with attributes showing 1,000 in strength, 900 in agility, 800 in spirit, and 730 in physique. His skill set included Living Soul Contract at level 1, Yushan Space at level 1, and Summoning Book at level 1. Along with the successful job change, new professional talent skills were unlocked. The first was Lightning Wings, which allowed him to fly for 10 minutes with a 1-hour cooldown. The second was Skill Copy, which granted the ability to temporarily copy and use a beast's skills for 5 minutes with a 2-hour cooldown. The third was Bloodline Reversion, enabling a beast's bloodline to revert to its ancestral form. The system then announced a second transfer reward, granting him the opportunity to choose one of 3 additional abilities. The first option was Fusion, allowing him to merge with a beast and unleash combined power. The second was Telepathy, enabling direct communication with beasts, improving their favorability and increasing the chances of successfully forming a contract. The third was Malicious Fluctuation, which could repel hostile creatures, humans included, within a certain range without cooldown. Overjoyed by the unexpected options, the protagonist realized these were entirely new abilities unlocked with his job change. Testing them out, he focused on Lightning Wings. His body lifted off the ground, and he found himself actually flying. The realization hit him with excitement. Flight was normally a skill that could only be learned through advanced skill books, yet he had unlocked it so early with his hidden class. Considering skill copy, he thought about the possibility of duplicating and using the abilities of his beast companion, i.e., even though the effect would only last 5 minutes. In a critical battle, that temporary advantage could easily decide the outcome. It was a powerful edge, and he was more than satisfied with the potential it offered. The protagonist deactivated his skill and turned his attention back to the system, carefully weighing his options. He considered the upgrade reward, thinking to himself that fusion seemed powerful, and telepathy could certainly improve combat, but there was one option that felt the most practical. At that moment, the system displayed the choices clearly before him. The first option was fusion, which allowed merging with a beast to unleash multiple times his basic power. The second was telepathy, enabling communication with beasts, improving their favorability, and raising the success rate of forming contracts. The third was malicious fluctuation, a skill that could detect malicious creatures, including humans, within a certain range without any cooldown. Seeing this, the protagonist grew excited. The ability to detect malicious intent nearby was essentially an automatic alarm. He thought about the mercenaries from earlier and realized that if he had possessed this skill then, he would have eliminated them long before they had the chance to act arrogantly. With a confident decision, he selected malicious fluctuation, confirming it without hesitation. Just as he made his choice, another notification appeared. A new mission had already been triggered. He wasn't surprised, though. After advancing to his second transformation, it was natural that he would now be tasked with contracting a second beast in order to test the effects of bloodline reversion. The mission details were clear. As a newly advanced second-level beast tamer, he was required to capture and bind a beast. The reward for completing this task would be 500 beast tamer points. Thinking ahead, the protagonist analyzed his current situation. His beast companion IE was strong in one-on-one combat, but its area of effect attacks were lacking. He reasoned that lightning-based attacks could cover this weakness, and if he could obtain a lightning beast, it would be the perfect balance. With that in mind, he decided it was time to pay a visit to Uncle Tion. Leaving the building, he smiled to himself, planning to both gather intelligence and sell off his loot. The scene then shifted to the VIP exchange room. An elderly man stared in shock at the enormous pile of loot before him and asked where the protagonist had managed to acquire so many treasures. Laughing lightly, the protagonist explained that he had simply run into a generous group of people who had kindly donated their belongings, and now he intended to sell everything. He asked Uncle Tion to help count the goods. Uncle Tion turned to 2 young girls assisting him and ordered them to tally up the items and calculate their prices. They quickly obeyed, setting to work. Watching them, the protagonist reflected inwardly. Although the Thunder Beast had dropped a fair amount of treasures, it was nothing compared to the wealth of the mercenary group. Fortunately for him, they had practically rushed forward to deliver their savings into his hands. Without their reckless move, he would never have earned so much so quickly. When the counting was complete, Uncle Tion returned to him and reported the results. The total value of the items came to 13 million Heaven Dragon coins, and he assured the protagonist that he would arrange for the transfer to his card immediately. After receiving the transfer, the protagonist thanked Uncle Tion and mentioned that he was also looking for a Thunder Attribute beast. He asked if Uncle Tion had any recommendations. Taking the card from him, the old man paused to think, then suddenly recalled something. With excitement in his tone, he explained that news had spread of a high-quality Thunderbird appearing in the Thunder Forest near Yuzhou City a few days ago. He added further details, saying that the Thunderbird might carry an ancient bloodline. Many had already attempted to capture it, but all had failed. Hearing this, the protagonist grew excited and grabbed the old man by the shoulders, shaking him in eagerness. A Thunderbird with an ancient bloodline was exactly what he needed. He quickly asked if there was any more information. Uncle Tion shook his head, admitting that their intelligence network had no more details. However, he revealed that their exchange had purchased a Thunderbird feather. At his signal, a young girl brought forward a wooden box and opened it. Inside was a feather faintly glowing with electrical energy. The old man explained that this feather would react whenever it was close to the Thunderbird. The protagonist stepped closer, marveling at the item, and declared that he would take it. But before he could, Uncle Tion stopped him, reminding him that business was still business. If he truly wanted it, he would be given a friendly price, 1 million Heaven Dragon coins. The protagonist broke into a cold sweat. For that amount of money, he thought, he could have bought more than 10 powerful scrolls. He even muttered inwardly that the old man might as well just go rob people. Still, since this was the only lead he had to locating the Thunderbird, he reluctantly agreed. Awkwardly sweating, he confirmed he would pay the price. Uncle Tion thanked him for the patronage, and the deal was completed. Though it stung, the protagonist comforted himself as he held the wooden box. As long as the feather could make finding the Thunderbird more efficient, then 1 million was worth it. Sometime later, he entered the Thunder Forest. The area he found himself in was known as the Thunder Leopard Habitat, a bronze and silver level training ground recommended for levels 0 through 20. He recalled Uncle Tion's words. The feather would glow if he got within 10 meters of the Thunderbird. Opening the wooden box and staring at it, he realized the flaw in that logic. 10 meters was practically point-blank range. If he got that close, he would see the Thunderbird directly without needing a feather to guide him. Frustrated, he tossed the box to the ground, cursing it as a scam. After a moment, however, he picked it back up, reasoning that since he had already spent 1 million on it, he might as well use it. He then thought carefully about how to search for the Thunderbird, convincing himself that crossing the forest shouldn't be too difficult. A smile formed on his face. With Ai alone, he was already strong enough to run rampant in the Silver Zone. If he managed to collect another beast, he could potentially dominate the Golden Zone as well. Just then, his Ant Beast companion emerged, clearly displeased. She expressed her frustration and scolded him, accusing him of being a bad master for not being satisfied with her and still wanting to search for another beast. Hearing his companion's complaint, the protagonist only smiled and gently reassured her not to be angry. Just then, a desperate cry for help echoed through the forest. He turned his head in the direction of the voice and spotted a pink-haired girl running frantically, pursued by a beast. A glowing notification appeared before him, identifying it as a Thunder Leopard, level 19. The girl, while still running, recognized the danger and thought to herself that she wouldn't last much longer. Her name and details appeared as well, Sun Yinwei, level 10, Tracking Master. In her panic, she tripped over a tree root and fell to the ground. As the Thunder Leopard closed in on her, she accepted her fate, convinced she was about to die. But instead of pain, there was silence followed by a heavy impact. Opening her eyes slightly in disbelief, she realized she was still alive. The sound she had heard was the beast being kicked away. The protagonist had intervened, standing between her and the danger. He quickly asked if she was all right. She managed to say she was fine, though in her thoughts she was stunned. This man had sent a Thunder Leopard flying with a single strike. Who could he be? Still shocked, she warned him that Thunder Leopards weren't so easily dealt with, urging him to run. But the protagonist only smiled with confidence, dismissing the threat. He hinted that the beast wouldn't be his problem to handle, as someone else would deal with it. True to his words, his ant beast appeared and clashed with the thunder leopard. Using its iron bone skill, the creature grew larger and more ferocious, resembling a true wild beast in combat. The protagonist observed the transformation with interest, impressed by the unexpected power his companion displayed. The girl, however, mistook the arrival of the ant beast for another hostile monster, her expression turning hopeless. The protagonist extended his hand to help her up, asking if she was hurt and if she could stand. Instead of answering, she panicked and pulled him away, insisting that any creature capable of suppressing a thunder leopard had to be at least level 20. She believed escape was the only option before it noticed them. At that moment, the ant beast defeated the thunder leopard and stood triumphantly atop its corpse, glaring at the girl with hostility for trying to drag its master away. The beast chirped angrily in protest. The girl began to explain herself, but the protagonist calmly reassured his companion instead, praising her for a job well done. He patted the ant beast affectionately and promised her a reward once they returned home. Witnessing this scene, Sun Yinwei was dumbfounded. None of it made sense to her. The protagonist then asked for her introduction. The ant beast shrank back down to its smaller form and perched on his shoulder. Turning to face her, he introduced himself as Lin Han, a beast tamer, and clarified that the ant beast was his contracted companion, nothing she needed to fear. Recognizing his identity, the girl exclaimed in excitement. She recalled rumors spreading in a nearby city about the awakening of a hidden class, beast tamer. Now it was clear to her that the rumors were true. Lin Han, however, calmly denied it, saying it wasn't a legend at all. As the girl approached, she smiled and remarked with curiosity. Beast tamers were known for relying on their contracted creatures, yet this one could fight so strongly with just his fists. She also asked what kind of ant he had. It was astonishing that it had been able to bite a thunder leopard to death. Before she could say more, the ant beast smacked her across the face. Shocked, she cried out. The protagonist quickly calmed his companion, telling her not to lose her temper. Still, the ant beast chirped angrily, warning the girl not to get too close to its master. The protagonist then turned back to the girl, asking why someone who didn't seem very strong would come to such a dangerous place. She introduced herself as Sun Yinwei and explained that she was here on a second-level mission. Unfortunately, her bad luck had landed her with a 4-star task, which had put her in this predicament. Out of curiosity, she asked why he was here. He thought for a moment before replying that his goal was the Thunderbird rumored to be in this forest. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with excitement. She said it was perfect because as a tracking master, she could help him find it as thanks for saving her life. The protagonist considered this in his mind. Though the tracking masterclass lacked combat ability, it excelled at locating targets. That could be very useful that he agreed to rely on her for this mission. They shook hands, both agreeing without hesitation. Still, Sun Yinwei cautioned him with a gentle smile. Her abilities were limited, and tracking would work better if they had an item tied to the Thunderbird. The protagonist took out the wooden box and revealed the feather. He asked her if it would work. She was immediately surprised. It was a Thunderbird feather, the very same kind that had been sold at an enormous price on the black market. Examining it carefully, she confirmed that the feather was perfectly preserved, which meant she could indeed lock onto the Thunderbird's location. But she warned that using her skill might damage the feather, so if he planned to sell it for money, it could be a waste. He only smiled and reassured her. To him, the feather was useless unless it served its purpose. If it broke, that was his responsibility. Sun Yinwei accepted his decision and began channeling her ability. Activating her tracking skill, object tracking, she focused on the feather. A streak of lightning burst forth from it, darting ahead like a guide. With excitement, she announced that she had found the Thunderbird's trail. As long as they followed the light, it would lead them to their target. Seeing this, the protagonist's own excitement rose. Without hesitation, he agreed, urging them to get moving. As they moved side by side through the forest, the protagonist suddenly halted, sensing danger ahead. He warned that a group of ferocious beasts was blocking their path. The girl, startled, asked what she should do. Nervously, she suggested they take a detour, even pressing closer to him as she did so. This irritated IE slightly, but before the tension grew, the protagonist decided there was no need to avoid the beasts. He summoned Ai, who immediately launched herself at the monsters. In moments, the enemies were annihilated. The system acknowledged the kill, rewarding him with experience, but instead of focusing on the numbers, the protagonist smiled, impressed by Ai's eagerness. Internally, he noted how she could overwhelm entire groups on her own, fully living up to his expectations. Yet, he also wondered why she seemed unusually irritable that day. When the battle ended, Ai proudly looked back at him, as if declaring the job done and awaiting his approval. The protagonist felt her excitement clearly, recognizing how much she sought his acknowledgement. They continued walking, and the girl looked at the remains in shock. She questioned if all the beasts had truly been slain by such a small ant. The protagonist confirmed calmly, remarking that the creature could easily handle such threats. Inside, he was pleased to realize he had advanced to level 11. His attributes had increased significantly, and he had gained additional points he could allocate as he wished. Just then, Ai shifted into her human form and abruptly pushed the girl away from her master. The protagonist laughed awkwardly at her behavior, lightly scolding her playfulness and telling her to return to her original form. Ai instantly obeyed her master's order and returned to her original size. From the ground, Sun Yinwei, the pink-haired girl, wiped the sweat from her face. At first, she thought they were being attacked by another ferocious beast, but upon seeing the protagonist calmly speaking with the ant girl, she realized it was just his companion. Dusting off her legs, she muttered to herself that she had been frightened for nothing. The protagonist then instructed Ai to stay in her smaller form, so she could move around more easily. Sun Yinwei, however, couldn't shake the awkward feeling that the little ant was deliberately targeting her. Meanwhile, Ai's eyes were full of hostility. In her mind, she swore that if this girl tried to seduce her master, she would rip her apart, though she promised herself not to kill her outright. Sun Yinwei, completely oblivious to the hostility, interpreted the look differently. To her, the ant seemed harmless and even adorable. Convinced it was her imagination, she grew excited and reached out to poke the small creature, eager to play with it. Inside, Ai was fuming. She found the girl unbearably annoying, but she restrained herself, knowing the other wouldn't survive a real attack. In desperation, she mentally cried out for her master to save her. The protagonist gave an awkward smile and reminded Sun Yinwei not to overdo it, warning her that Ai would lose her temper if provoked further. To redirect the situation, he pointed toward the forest, instructing Ai to clear the path ahead since more beasts were approaching. With that command, Ai rushed forward. Soon, a series of victories followed one after another. Thunder beetles, electric bees, and thunder steel pigs were all slain in succession. Each kill brought a surge of experience that rapidly advanced the protagonist's level. In quick progression, he climbed from level 12 all the way to level 15, his overall attributes increasing dramatically with each breakthrough, along with a large pool of additional points he could freely assign. Overwhelmed with joy, the protagonist felt tears well up. The rush of growth, the strength flooding into his body, it was exhilarating. At that moment, his updated status became clear. His name, Lin Han, was displayed with his occupation listed as a beast tamer who had already undergone a second awakening into a hidden job. He had reached level 15, with greatly boosted strength, agility, spirit, and physique. Although he carried no equipment, his arsenal of skills included the living soul contract, beast taming space, summoning beast taming, malice wave, lightning wings, and skill copy, all at their first level. On top of that, he still held a vast reserve of unassigned attribute points, ready to be allocated as he saw fit. Upon seeing his rapid growth, Lin Han reflected on his progress. In such a short time, he had already reached level 15. At this pace, he knew it would not be long before he would be ready to challenge a third-level mission. At the same time, Ai's own status became clearer. As a sky-horned ant, her race was classified as one of the ancient 10 evils. Her strength had risen to astonishing levels, far surpassing ordinary beasts. Her raw power, agility, spirit, and physique all towering around and above 2,000, with her physical resilience alone breaking 3,000. When Ai returned from her battles, Lin Han acknowledged her effort, telling her she had worked hard. Sun Yinwei, however, responded with mixed feelings. To her, it wasn't just hard work. Lin Han and Ai together had nearly destroyed the Thunder Forest in the process. Yet despite her complaints, excitement soon lit up her expression. She explained that with so many beasts already cleared, there was no longer any need to avoid danger. She could sense the Thunderbird's location directly ahead and urged them to move quickly. As Lin Han looked into the forest, his confidence faltered for a brief moment. He noticed Ai reacting uneasily, and this gave him pause. As an ancient beast herself, Ai rarely showed fear. Could it be that something even she dreaded was lurking ahead? Soon, the answer revealed itself. Perched on a branch high above was a majestic Thunderbird. Lin Han instantly recognized it, his heart racing. This creature was only level 13, yet the potential it carried was immense. If he could complete a contract with it, the game would be extraordinary. But before he could act, the Thunderbird spread its wings and took flight. Sun Yinwei grew alarmed. She pointed out the obvious disadvantage. Neither of them had the ability to fly, and once airborne, the Thunderbird would be impossible to catch. All their effort could have been for nothing. Lin Han, however, only smiled with confidence. In the next moment, he activated one of his unique skills, lightning wings. Brilliant arcs of electricity spread from his back, forming radiant wings of pure thunder. Sun Yinwei froze in disbelief, her eyes wide. Flight was supposed to be impossible for their kind, yet right before her, Lin Han had taken to the air. Soaring through the skies, Lin Han closed the distance to the Thunderbird. He called out to it, offering a contract, promising food and shelter if it chose to follow him. The Thunderbird looked back at him, startled by the proposal, and immediately darted away with a sharp cry. Lin Han sighed, a little thrown off by its reaction, but quickly gave chase. Rather than seeing it as an obstacle, he found the creature's defiance amusing. He shouted down to Sun Yinwei, telling her to wait below, and she agreed, watching anxiously from the ground. Closing in again, Lin Han extended his hand toward the bird. He tried to coax it, insisting that following him would only bring benefits. Yet the Thunderbird, unwilling to submit so easily, accelerated once more, slipping from his grasp. Annoyed, Lin Han pushed harder, but then the Thunderbird suddenly released its power, surrounding itself with a surge of violent thunder. Rather than being discouraged, Lin Han's excitement grew. He recognized its resolve. Unable to flee, it had chosen to face him head-on. That courage, he thought, was admirable. In response, Lin Han unleashed his own strength, colliding with the Thunderbird in a fierce clash of speed and lightning. With precision and force, he overpowered it and finally caught it by the neck, suppressing its resistance. The contract was sealed. Immediately, details about his new beast companion became clear to him. The Thunderbird belonged to the Blue Thunderbird branch at level 13. Its attributes were impressive for its rank, over 500 in strength, more than 700 in agility, and balanced spiritual and physical power as well. Lin Han couldn't help but smile. The capture had been difficult, but the reward was more than worth it. As Lin Han studied the Thunderbird's attributes, he quickly realized that despite its rarity, its level 13 stats were far inferior to those of the Skyhorned Ant. Just as he was about to dismiss the thought, the system presented him with a choice, whether to revert the Thunderbird to its ancestral form. A wave of realization struck him. He had almost forgotten the system's unique feature. With it, evolution wasn't a dream. Strength could be attained at will. Without hesitation, he chose to revert the Thunderbird 10 generations back. The transformation was immediate. The majestic bird shimmered with radiant lightning, reshaping itself into a humanoid form. At the same time, Lin Han became aware of its new state. It had successfully evolved into the Thunder Emperor, one of the ancient 10 evils, now at level 18. Its attributes had skyrocketed, agility alone surpassing 3,000. It had even gained devastating new skills, one that could call down unpredictable lightning strikes within a kilometer, and another that greatly enhanced its speed. Lin Han's lips curled into a confident smile. As expected of a true thunder beast, it had leapt 5 levels in one transformation. The Thunderstorm skill, in particular, was nothing short of a weapon of mass destruction. The Thunderbird, now in her humanoid form, approached him respectfully, addressing him as her master. But Lin Han's eyes were caught on something else. Her new form was striking, more developed even than Ai's, which left him momentarily shocked. This comparison instantly stirred tension. Ai stepped forward, glaring at the newcomer, and demanded to know who she thought she was to stand so close to her master. The Thunderbird retorted with disdain, boasting that she could swallow an ant like Ai in a single bite. Before the hostility could erupt, Lin Han intervened, positioning himself between them. He reminded Ai that she was the first to gain human form, which made her the elder sister. As such, she should show tolerance instead of hostility. Though clearly dissatisfied, Ai could only snort and fall silent. The Thunderbird, however, stepped closer to Lin Han, her eyes filled with anticipation. She asked him for a name. Lin Han thought carefully. She was a thunder-based bird, powerful and ancient. A fragment of an old poem came to mind, describing the formation of thunder at the dawn of creation, likened to the great drum of heaven and earth. Inspired, he bestowed upon her the name Tiangu. The bird girl lit up with joy at the sound of it, repeating her new name with delight and gratitude. Lin Han, observing her gentle and graceful demeanor, couldn't help but contrast it with the raw, destructive power of her thunderstorm skill. A part of him itched to see her abilities in action. Meanwhile, Sun Yinwei sat some distance away, muttering to herself. She had been waiting for Lin Han to return and was beginning to grow restless. Soon after, the group regrouped and shifted their focus to a new location, the barbarian camp. Standing at the edge of the encampment, Sun Yinwei expressed her doubts. Her mission required slaying the barbarian leader, but the challenge seemed insurmountable. She suggested they abandon the idea. Lin Han, however, smiled in response. She had helped him locate the Thunderbird, so naturally, he would help her complete her mission. Besides, it was the perfect opportunity to test Tiangu's strength. With that, he raised his hand toward the camp and commanded Tiangu to act. The bird girl rose into the sky, her presence radiating power as she hovered above the barbarian camp. Spreading her arms wide, she summoned her newfound strength. The skies darkened instantly as lightning gathered overhead. Tiangu unleashed her might, thunderstorm downpour. Bolts of lightning began to rain unpredictably across the camp. The barbarians below looked up in panic, realizing too late the destruction descending upon them. As Lin Han observed the barbarian camp beneath the storm, he realized just how weak the enemies were. With Tiangu's power, even holding back would be difficult. If she unleashed her storm at full force, he would probably need to beg the barbarians not to die too quickly. Still, he issued a clear order. She could fight as she pleased, but the leader was not to be killed. Sun Yinwei, staring into the crackling sky, couldn't even locate where the Thunderbird was among the lightning bolts. But Tiangu heard Lin Han's command and responded eagerly, landing on the battlefield with crackling energy. The barbarians shouted and scrambled to fight back, raising their bows in unison. Before they could release a single arrow, Tiangu blurred forward, seized one by the throat, and electrocuted him into submission. The pink-haired girl glanced at Lin Han in shock, realizing the Thunderbird had truly taken action. She began to suggest that they join in to help. After all, there were many enemies, but the words died on her lips. In a blink, Tiangu reappeared before them, dragging none other than the barbarian leader by the neck. With effortless strength, she hurled him to the ground at Lin Han's feet. Sun Yinwei could hardly believe it. The leader, her mission target, had been subdued almost instantly. Lin Han praised Tiangu for her efficiency, then calmly handed Sun Yinwei a dagger. He told her that if she struck the final blow, her mission would be complete. Nodding, she took the weapon, finished the task, and watched as the confirmation of her success appeared before her. Relieved, she turned and bowed respectfully to Lin Han, thanking him sincerely. Without his help, completing such a mission would have been impossible. She explained that her home was nearby, so her work was done, and asked if he would like to stroll around Yuzhou City with her. Lin Han only smiled and declined, reminding her that she had helped him find the Thunderbird, so her thanks was unnecessary. They would certainly meet again one day. Hearing this, Sun Yinwei's heart lifted. She silently hoped their paths would cross again in the future. Some time later, Lin Han continued his journey through the forest, his two beasts at his side. He reflected inwardly on his fortune. He had captured a second contracted beast in less than half a day. With such progress, it was time to carefully plan out his next leveling route. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed a familiar name. Fatty Long Lin Han raised a brow. For his friend to call at this moment, it had to be something important. He answered, half joking that if Long wanted to treat him to a meal, he'd rush over immediately. On the other end, Fatty Long dismissed the joke and said it was serious business. He asked Lin Han if he had ever heard of the Illusion Realm, a virtual dimension constructed by the Imperial military. Unlike reality, it didn't grant experience points, but it simulated battlefields and generated ferocious beasts for awakened ones to fight. It was, Fatty explained, a place for training techniques and honing skills without real-world risk. The scene shifted to a private room where Lin Han sat with Fatty Long. His friend leaned forward with pride, explaining how many had struggled for a chance to enter the Illusion Realm. Through his father's connections, however, he had managed to secure a spot for Lin Han. Hearing this, Lin Han thought to himself that although Tiangu and Ai excelled in individual combat, their coordination as a team was far from ideal. This realm would be the perfect opportunity to train them in synergy. For a brief, embarrassing moment, he imagined both transformed into human form, clinging to him affectionately, vowing to serve their master well. The thought was so overwhelming he almost gave himself a nosebleed. If their cooperation truly improved, well, the possibilities were endless. Breaking his thoughts, Fatty Long reminded him that he had already sent the address to his phone, so Lin Han could enter the Illusion Realm whenever he was ready. Lin Han barely responded, distracted as he called someone else, politely expressing gratitude to an elder who had helped him many times before. Fatty waved the thanks away, saying that brothers never needed to stand on ceremony. Just remember brotherhood when success arrived. Lin Han simply chuckled and agreed. The scene then shifted again to Lin Han's bedroom. When he awoke, Ai, in her human form, lay draped across his chest, greeting him cheerfully and asking if he had slept well. Lin Han groaned, overwhelmed so early in the morning, only for Tiangu to suddenly hug him tightly as well, insisting he return to sleep. Their combined weight nearly smothered him, and he wondered whether this was what people meant by sweet trouble. The moment soured as Ai protested angrily that the master couldn't breathe under Tiangu's embrace. Tiangu retorted with teasing cruelty, suggesting that the master could breathe just fine with Ai since she was so small. Offended, Ai snapped back that Lin Han himself had acknowledged her as the elder sister. Tiangu only laughed, mocking her intelligence instead. Lin Han watched with disappointment. Despite their mature appearances, they were as childish as squabbling sisters. He realized he would have to prioritize training their cooperation sooner rather than later. Later, the scene moved to the Illusion Realm Experience Center. A staff member led Lin Han through the facility, confirming his identity and explaining the process. He was directed toward a sleek hibernation capsule where he would access the virtual world. The staff further explained that inside, he could select challenges of varying difficulty based on his personal level, and records set within the simulations would yield corresponding rewards. Lin Han considered the explanation he'd just received. Since this entire setup was backed by the military, he reasoned the rewards wouldn't be anything ordinary. Stepping into one of the sleek capsules, he lay down as the attendant wished him a pleasant experience. Inside, his consciousness was scanned. A sequence of checks confirmed his identity, name, occupation, and current level, before suggesting a dungeon suited for someone of his ability. The system recommended the silver difficulty level. Without hesitation, Lin Han mentally chose it, calling out to Ai and Tiangu. Both of his contracted beasts responded eagerly in their own ways, brimming with anticipation. The virtual interface displayed a loading sequence, percentages ticking upward until finally reaching completion. In the next instant, Lin Han found himself standing in the illusionary realms arena. 3 wolves materialized before him. With a wry smile, he recognized them as familiar low-level opponents he had faced before. Before he could act, Ai leapt forward, determined to prove herself. Declaring her intent to outshine Tiangu, she crushed all 3 wolves in an instant. After the easy victory, she turned toward the Thunderbird with a smug expression, clearly taunting her. But more enemies appeared behind Tiangu, an entire pack of wolves of the same level. Without even looking back, the bird girl dismissed Ai's arrogance as childish and unleashed her thunderous power. Lightning exploded outward, annihilating the wolves in one devastating strike. She then coldly remarked that this was what true strength looked like. Lin Han sighed and tried to calm them, reminding both that they were one family and should support each other. But Ai pouted and said she couldn't get along with that stinky bird, while Tiangu retorted that they were too different to get along anyway. As they bickered, more wolves spawned, some even appearing above Lin Han himself. Irritated, he smashed one aside with his bare fist, muttering in frustration that even the dungeon monsters seemed to be picking on him. His sudden act shocked both companions. They rushed to his side, panicked, asking if he was hurt. Ai blamed herself for not protecting him better, while Tiangu admitted fault as well, guilt washing over both for letting jealousy distract them from their duty. Silently, they vowed to take the battle seriously from this point onward. Before they could regain their composure, a new warning spread across the arena. The third wave of beasts was on its way, this time composed of monsters edging toward level 20. The system emphasized that while no real harm would come to his physical body, the simulation transmitted pain directly, urging him to abandon the trial if it became unbearable. Lin Han, however, only smiled with confidence. He thought to himself that even many rare frontline professions would struggle at this level of difficulty, but for him, it was the perfect challenge. One of the wolves lunged straight at Lin Han. In that instant, he reminded himself of a core truth. The greatest weakness of a beast tamer was his limited personal combat strength. That, after all, was one of the reasons he had come to the illusionary realm, to sharpen this very shortcoming. He met the charging wolf head-on, his fists slamming into it and dropping the beast instantly. Frustration laced his thoughts as he declared that he would make up for this weakness himself. His companions, watching him fight with his own strength, couldn't hide their excitement. Lin Han, enjoying that moment of raw power, admitted inwardly that putting all his free attribute points into strength had been worth it. More wolves began to gather, howling toward the sky as though to summon reinforcements. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, knowing the true battle was only just beginning. Without hesitation, he commanded his beasts. Ai was ordered to unleash her berserk state, while Tiangu was told to activate her swift movement ability. Though reluctant, Ai accepted the order, muttering that she would set aside her dislike for the Thunderbird for the sake of her master. Tiangu, in turn, assured Lin Han that she too would not be a burden. Lin Han's confidence grew as he watched them prepare. He smirked, curious to see whether the so-called Wind Wolf Kings could withstand Ai's strength or Tiangu's speed. The outcome, he believed, was inevitable. The enemy would be crushed. Outside the Illusionary Realm Experience Center, the scene shifted. Feng, Lin Han's longtime rival, exited with his entourage. His companions praised his performance, marveling at how his giant sword had crushed entire groups of beasts in one sweep. One of them regretted that Su Ting hadn't been there to witness it. Another eagerly suggested teaming up with her in the future. Su Ting, the aloof black-haired girl among them, coldly declined the offer, insisting she preferred to fight alone. Feng, watching her, sneered inwardly. To him, she was like a flower set apart from others, untouchable and aloof, but he was determined to pluck her one day. Nearby, a group of onlookers had gathered in front of the public notice board. Their shocked exclamations drew attention as they pointed to the latest progress update. The display showed a participant named Lin Han advancing through the silver-level dungeon at record-breaking speed, already reaching the final stage in just under 9 minutes. Speculation rippled through the crowd. Some wondered if this Lin Han was being secretly trained by a powerful family. A girl, her eyes widening with interest, guessed aloud that it might be the very same beast tamer from their school. Feng scoffed at the idea, dismissing Lin Han as a poor boy unworthy of such a place, insisting it must simply be someone with the same name. But before long, the notice board updated again. The record had been officially refreshed. Completion time, 9 minutes and 8 seconds. The name of the new record holder, Lin Han. The girl who had defended him earlier looked at the board in awe. So, it really was him, she whispered to herself, half shocked and half thrilled, realizing just how strong Lin Han had become. Inside the simulation, Lin Han stood drenched in sweat, breathing hard. At last, it was over. The final notification confirmed his successful clearance and announced him as the new record holder. His reward was granted, a skill called Vine Thorn. The explanation detailed how it could summon thorny vines across a wide radius to bind enemies, with the added effect of paralysis. The ability would last 5 minutes with a cooldown of 20. As his consciousness began to withdraw from the illusionary realm, Lin Han examined the glowing skill book in his hand. Satisfaction washed over him. The The rewards here were no disappointment. With a faint smile, he resolved that next time he would challenge himself further and step into the gold-level dungeon. Everyone was amazed that the record had been broken, and even the previous one was cut in half. Whispers spread through the crowd about the newcomer, Lin Han, and how unbelievable his achievement was. As Lin Han arrived, he wondered why they were announcing names publicly now, feeling a bit annoyed by the sudden attention. A girl spotted him and pointed him out excitedly, while in the back, Fang Yong grew irritated, frustrated that Lin Han was once again stealing his spotlight. In the Military Illusionary Realm Control Center, the staff noticed something off in the data. A second-level beast tamer had shattered the silver-level record, clearing waves of ferocious beasts at a speed that even higher-level professionals couldn't match. The commander recognized the talent behind such a feat and decided that Lin Han must be brought into the military department immediately, ordering a full investigation on him before the next morning. The following day in class, students buzzed about Lin Han's accomplishment, describing how even the Wind Wolf King had been terrified before him. Admiration filled the room as everyone talked about how incredible he was. Suddenly, Fang Yong kicked the door open, demanding Lin Han come out, while a chubby classmate mocked him, reminding him how badly Lin Han had beaten him before. Fang Yong ordered everyone to stop talking nonsense and demanded that Lin Han be called over. In his mind, he thought that Lin Han must have broken the record yesterday, just by luck. His family had provided him with plenty of resources to help with his second promotion, and now, with Lin Han stealing his limelight, he was determined to beat him to death. The chubby guy waved him off, saying that his Shaolinzi had gone to the Shadow Mountains to level up and prepare for the third level, and he didn't have time to compete with him. Their classmates were shocked, saying that Lin Han's leveling speed was terrifying, though some still believed it was just luck that helped him break the record. Fang Yong cut them off angrily, calling them brainless for believing such things. The chubby guy taunted him, saying that people like Fang Yong, who could only reach the second level thanks to their family's help, couldn't understand real geniuses. He added that he'd rather wait for Shaolinzi to return so he could hug his thigh and shout 666. Furious, Fang Yong shouted that when Lin Han came back, he'd take care of both of them. The scene then shifted to the Shadow Mountains, where lightning struck all around. With a bright expression, Lin Han remarked that with the speed of his two experienced harvesters, reaching the third level would be easy. After slaying beasts, the results appeared. The Wind Wolf, Thunder Leopard, and Thunder Beast were all defeated, giving large amounts of experience. IE proudly hugged Lin Han, saying she had killed the most ferocious beasts and asking if she wasn't amazing. Lin Han thanked her for her hard work. Then Tinga said he had counted and realized he had killed 2 more beasts than his sister. Lin Han smiled and told him he was also very powerful. The two immediately started arguing, accusing each other of miscounting. IE shouted that Tinga must have made a false report, while Tinga retorted that she couldn't even count properly. Watching them, Lin Han thought about how much stronger their abilities were becoming. The beasts in the Silver Zone were no longer enough for them to even warm up, let alone grow stronger. Deciding it was time to move forward, he suggested going to the gold level area to play. Both IE and Tinga reacted with surprise, but soon the scene shifted again. They arrived in the gold level area, hiding behind bushes. Lin Han observed the surroundings carefully, thinking that he hadn't expected to encounter a group of poisonous lizards so soon, realizing it would be a tough challenge ahead. The system displayed the poisonous lizards level, 21. Lin Han analyzed it calmly, realizing it would be perfect to hone his strength. He instructed IE to draw the enemy's attention from the front while the Thunder Emperor attacked from above. As IE charged forward, determined to outdo Tinga this time, a lizard suddenly sprayed venom in her face. She stumbled, trembling, and said she felt unwell. The system showed her constitution had dropped, and she was paralyzed by poison, losing blood rapidly for a full minute. Watching her struggle, Lin Han quickly assessed the situation and realized the venom's effect was severe. He immediately ordered Tinga to unleash a thunderstorm to end the fight fast. Lightning crashed down, scattering across the area, but the attacks were too erratic to accurately strike the smaller lizards. Thinking fast, Lin Han realized he needed a way to restrict their movements. Then it hit him, the The skill book he had obtained after breaking the illusionary realm record could be the key. The system displayed details of the newly acquired skill book, Voodoo Thorn, an intermediate skill that summoned thorny vines within 100 meters to bind enemies and paralyze them for 5 minutes, with a 20-minute cooldown. Lin Han realized Tienga's attacks couldn't accurately hit smaller targets, so a control skill like this would greatly improve her hit rate. He quickly learned the skill, and once it was activated, he smirked and declared the battle over. Pressing his hand to the ground, vines erupted around them, ensnaring every poisonous lizard in sight. He called for Ai and Tienga to attack, and they moved swiftly. Tienga struck first, lightning flashing as the lizards were eliminated one after another. The system recorded each kill, awarding large amounts of experience points. Ai joined in eagerly, helping Lin Han defeat the remaining lizards, gaining even more experience. Lin Han noted with satisfaction that he had leveled up 4 times in a short span, but the noise from the battle had attracted 2 level 22 saber-toothed tigers nearby. The system updated his stats, showing multiple level-ups and free attribute points ready to assign. Seeing Ai and Tienga already reaching level 20, Lin Han calculated that once the new enemies were defeated, he too would reach the same milestone. He ordered them to finish the fight quickly, and both responded immediately, ready for action. The system displayed that Lin Han had defeated 2 saber-toothed tigers, gaining a large amount of experience and reaching level 20. His attributes increased across the board, but a warning appeared, reminding him that he had reached the upper limit before the next job change. Realizing there was no point in fighting further, Lin Han decided it was time to return and prepare for his 3rd job mission. His updated stats showed his impressive progress, a level 20 beast tamer with multiple powerful skills, including the newly learned Voodoo Thorn. The scene shifted to the job change temple. Lin Han looked at the glowing crystal before him, surprised he had advanced this far so soon. He wondered if this mission would again be a 5-star one, recalling how difficult the last had been. As soon as he touched the crystal, an announcement echoed. Another 5-star mission had been released. Panic spread everywhere. Players complained about another impossible mission appearing so soon and speculated that it could only be Lin Han behind it, calling him a leveling maniac. Frustrated, Lin Han saw the mission details, whisper of a national spirit ship, a 5-star quest requiring him to board a ghost ship, defeat all ghosts, and collect rare materials in the Red Flame Forest. He groaned at the added difficulty, but decided to proceed. That night at the Ghost Wharf, Lin Han sighed, thinking how he had planned to rest, but now had to face this new challenge. Ai reassured him that with her help, any mission could be completed easily, and Tienga promised to protect him as well. They both held on to him as he prepared for the ghost ship's arrival. By 7 p.m., the eerie vessel appeared. Ai remembered hearing legends about it, a dungeon that drew many challengers, most of whom never returned. As the ship neared, Lin Han spotted a ghost and instinctively struck out, startled to find it real. When it dodged and laughed, he grew annoyed and charged forward, determined to show it who was boss. He destroyed it instantly with lightning, confirming that his power countered soul-type creatures perfectly. Though he gained no experience due to his level cap, he decided to finish the mission quickly to move on. Commanding Tienga to unleash her full strength, she summoned a massive thunderstorm that obliterated the ghosts in seconds. But as the last echoes faded, the spirits began merging together, their wails forming a single terrifying presence. Lin Han watched in disbelief as a massive level 25 ghost captain emerged before him. Lin Han looked at the ghost captain and smirked, finally feeling a spark of excitement. He commanded Ai to take the lead and ordered Tienga to interfere with the enemy's vision and support her. Both responded quickly and launched their attack. They moved with incredible speed. Tienga blasted the ghost's weapon out of its hand while Ai struck straight into its core. Tienga praised her, and Ai returned the compliment with a smile. Seeing their teamwork, Lin Han proudly told them to finish the enemy together. With an adorable grin, they answered and unleashed their full power. Ai's berserk strike sent the ghost captain flying, followed by Tienga's thunderstorm that lit up the entire ship. Lin Han coughed lightly, thinking the display was a bit excessive. When the storm cleared, the ghost captain was gone. Ai waved proudly, calling out that she had defeated the enemy. Lin Han noted how well the two worked together. Their combined strength was far greater than the sum of their individual power. With the ghost ship now cleared, he turned his attention to the next task. The mission panel updated, showing that the first objective was complete. Now he needed to gather the 3 rare materials: Fire Dragon Flame, Grass Essence, and Eye of Wind, deep within the Red Flame Forest. The scene shifted to Red Flame Forest. Lin Han observed the surroundings carefully, murmuring to himself that he didn't expect to find the second target material so quickly. Tinga pointed toward a flower swaying gently in the breeze and said that it should be the Eye of the Wind. He suggested using his old trick to fly over and retrieve it, but Lin Han immediately refused, noting that the branches ahead were too dense for flight. Ai, with her usual cheerful tone, volunteered eagerly, saying she could help too. Lin Han recalled that the first target material had been brought back by Tinga not long ago. 10 minutes earlier, Tinga had returned holding the grass spirit. Lin Han had praised him for the successful retrieval, while Ai pouted slightly, saying she also wanted to go and be praised by her master. Lin Han allowed her, and she enthusiastically agreed before beginning to dig. Tinga tried to warn her, but Lin Han calmly explained that Ai's true form was an ant, and for her, digging was not a skill but an instinct. As Ai searched underground, Tinga commented lightheartedly that the little ant seemed quite capable and that the Eye of the Wind would soon be theirs. However, Lin Han reminded them not to be too optimistic and to remain cautious until the mission was complete. His expression suddenly changed as he sensed danger. He exclaimed that something was about to happen. The moment Ai touched the roots near the flower, several wind lizards appeared, surrounding her. Ai clicked her tongue in annoyance, shouting that these winds were so irritating and that she had been discovered. Refusing to back down, she challenged them fearlessly. Lin Han realized these creatures weren't ordinary, feeling the intense wind pressure spreading across the area. Just as the lizards lunged at Ai, Tinga appeared above them. Tinga caught Ai just in time and brought her back to Lin Han. After saving her, he told her that the master had asked him to save her. Then he turned to Lin Han and said that he had brought his sister Ai back. Lin Han replied, "Very good." With a strangely creepy smile forming on his face, he told them that next, they needed to speed up and hurry to escape. Both Tinga and Ai responded adorably with a loud yes. The scene then shifted to the Red Flame Forest. All 3 of them were sprinting through the trees, chased by a wave of lizards. Lin Han shouted in frustration, saying, "Damn, he had just taken a flower from them. Was it really necessary for the lizards to chase them for this long?" The system displayed Lin Han's status. Naming, Lin Han pulled up the system chart. He muttered that at their current speed, it was still a bit difficult to shake off these crawlers. Deciding quickly, he allocated all of his free attribute points into Ai, still panting, asked if the master had become faster. While running, Lin Han answered and told both Ai and Tinga to keep going. They would be fine once they reached the front. Ai wondered what lay ahead, and Tinga added that what the master meant was. The scene shifted into the depths of the Red Flame Forest, where poisonous lizards filled the entire area. Lin Han's group kept running through the high-temperature zone. Tinga suddenly noticed something and called out in excitement that the big reptiles were gone. He asked if the master had come here on purpose. Lin Han confirmed it. He explained that the fire lizards gathered deeper inside were the true overlords, and even if the wind lizards and grass lizards joined forces, they would never go against them. With a calm smile, he said their third target, Fire Dragon Flame, grew among the fire lizards. He told them to continue toward the high-temperature area, where they would soon find salamanders. After the mission, they could return home and rest. Both Tinga and Ai replied sharply with a yes. Ahead in the lava, 3 large shapes moved lazily. Ai spotted them bathing in lava and shouted to the master. Lin Han immediately activated his ability to scan the surroundings and located the Fire Dragon Flame. The terrain here was wide open, perfect for Tinga to use his speed. A new mission appeared. Wake up the sleeping fire lizard leader and kill him. with a reward of 1,000 beast taming points. Lin Han found the timing surprising. The mission mentioned a fire lizard leader, meaning there was an extremely powerful one nearby. The reward was tempting, but being surrounded could be troublesome. He decided they should first complete the job change mission before thinking about the leader. He ordered Tiange to retrieve the fire dragon flame. Tiange replied at once, and from behind, Ai chimed in, saying the stinky bird got it. Tiange returned shortly, reporting that he had obtained the leaf. Lin Han noted that the mission wasn't difficult at all and said they now needed to consider how to deal with the fire lizard leader. A sudden threat came from behind. Lin Han sensed the attack and dodged. The attacker stepped forward, saying the boy was lucky and telling him to hand over the fire dragon flame, so he could die quickly. Lin Han demanded to know who he was and questioned what right he had to ask for his things. The attacker raised his chin and claimed he was from the Magic Association, insisting his future was limitless. His identity appeared as Lei Dong, LV-18 Thunder Mage, Magic Association member. Lin Han recalled the association's reputation, absorbing awakened individuals from various professions, collecting protection fees, and acting more like a local criminal gang than an organization. Lei Dong told him to hand over the fire dragon flame, and he might let him go. One of his men interrupted, telling the boss to look at the girl behind Lin Han. Ai and Tiange reacted with a startled sound. Lei Dong's expression twisted as he changed his demand. He wanted the girl too, and told Lin Han to hand her over so his men could enjoy themselves. Lin Han faced the group with calm disdain, thinking they were nothing but garbage. In his mind, garbage shouldn't be allowed to wander freely. It needed to be cleared out completely to keep the environment clean. Lei Dong reacted with confusion and irritation, unable to understand what Lin Han was talking about. Since Lin Han didn't appreciate the so-called kindness he offered, Lei Dong declared that he would cut off his limbs and throw him into the group of lizards. One of Lei Dong's underlings immediately agreed, yelling that Brother Lei was doing him a favor by stealing his woman, and if Lin Han dared resist, things would become far worse than losing hands and feet. Before any of the men could move, Ai and Tiange rushed forward at the same time, launching their attacks. Both shouted their disbelief that anyone still dared to harm their master, and declared that anyone attempting such a thing must be looking for death. Lei Dong watched in shock as his underling was defeated instantly, unable to understand how those two women could be so strong. Standing with a smirk and both beasts at his side, Lin Han introduced himself calmly as a level 20 beast tamer scholar. He explained that the two girls beside him were his beasts, ancient beasts, fully capable of tearing someone like Lei Dong apart without effort. Lei Dong collapsed on the ground in fear, suddenly realized that beast tamers could fight by transforming their beasts in this way. Remembering that a beast would never casually leave its master, he panicked and thought his only chance was to seriously injure Lin Han and then escape. He launched an attack immediately. Tiange stepped forward without hesitation, declaring that no one would be allowed to touch her master while she was there. Ai followed with a heavy strike to Lei Dong's stomach, shouting that anyone who bullied her master deserved to be beaten to death. She continued stomping him into the ground, yelling that he was a bad guy while pressing him down. Seeing her crushing Lei Dong's stomach, Lin Han told her not to kill him since he still needed him. Once Lei Dong and his group were tied up, Lei Dong demanded to know what Lin Han planned to do, threatening that the Magician Association wouldn't let him go if he harmed him. Lin Han smirked again and told him there was no personal grudge, so hurting him made no sense. He added that he had another task to complete and needed Lei Dong's help. Soaked in sweat and fear, Lei Dong stammered as he asked what Lin Han intended to do. The scene shifted deep above the lava, where Lei Dong and his group were hanging upside down, suspended dangerously close to the heat because Tiange had carried them there. Their terrified screams echoed through the cavern as they begged for help. Tiange looked at them with slight annoyance and asked if they hadn't eaten yet, telling them to scream louder. Immediately, the men shrieked even harder, begging not to be dropped, insisting they were wrong, apologizing repeatedly, and screaming with every ounce of their voices. Lin Han watched Tiange maintain altitude with perfect control and was satisfied. Ai, curious, asked what he was planning, and Lin Han explained that since they needed to deal with the fire lizard leader, They needed bait if they wanted to fish. Although I didn't quite understand fishing or bait, Lin Han simply stated that the men were needed to make a bigger commotion. The moment one of the tied-up underlings fell into the swarm of lizards, he screamed in panic, begging them not to come closer. He shouted that Lei Dong's attack was useless against the lizards and begged again for help, insisting he didn't want to die. Lin Han then instructed Tinga to protect them just enough to keep them alive, calling them useless but still needed for now. Tinga acknowledged the order and unleashed thunderstorm, downpour, creating an even greater disturbance among the fire lizards. Lin Han approved of the increased chaos, saying it was exactly what they needed to draw attention. Soon, a level 28 fire lizard leader emerged. Seeing this, Lin Han acknowledged that they had hooked a big fish and ordered Tinga to act. She struck at once, successfully pulling the leader's attention toward their direction and confirming that they had drawn its aggro. Ai then asked what they should do with the 4 men. Lin Han answered without hesitation, saying they didn't need to worry. With their weak strength, they wouldn't last long before the fire lizard swarm killed them. Considering their behavior, killing people and stealing treasures, they were clearly habitual criminals, pests. If the lizards didn't finish them, Lin Han would handle it later. For now, completing the mission came first. Tinga responded immediately, ready to continue. Ai charged at the fire lizard leader with a rapid, violent barrage of strikes, shouting as she attacked. Lin Han encouraged her to keep suppressing it and test its power, then told Tinga to increase the pressure and not give the monster any chance to rest. Tinga joined the assault instantly. Lin Han watched proudly, thinking that even though the lizard leader was many levels higher, the teamwork between Ai and Tinga allowed them to wear it down as long as they didn't let up. The lizard suddenly released an extremely loud roar, forcing Lin Han to cover his ears in confusion. When he realized something was wrong, he shouted for both to move. Ai and Tinga reacted quickly, avoiding the blast and landing safely. Lin Han asked immediately if Tinga was unharmed, and Ai checked on him too. Considering the situation, Lin Han realized the danger clearly. Both were only level 20, 8 levels lower than the enemy, and pushing any further could get one of them hurt. The mission mattered, but losing either would be a huge loss. Even so, Tinga insisted she could continue. Lin Han hesitated, but Tinga added that what the master was doing must be important and retreating now would only lead to being chased down. Energized, Ai agreed fully, declaring that the master's business was her business, and both reaffirmed they would finish the mission no matter what. Seeing them fight with such determination, Lin Han felt an unexpected sense of loyalty between them. Because of that, he knew he needed to plan more carefully to avoid unnecessary injuries. The lizard leader's size and defense were overwhelming, and neither Ai nor Tinga could deal meaningful damage head-on. They needed a different approach. While analyzing, he noticed a mark on the lizard's body, the wound Ai had made earlier. Ai launched herself at the lizard with violent force, shouting, "A violent attack," as she struck repeatedly. Lin Han encouraged her loudly. "Very good, Ai. Keep suppressing it, and try its power first. Tianju, take it up. Don't give it any time to rest." Tinga responded with, "Yes, master," and immediately joined in. As they continued, Lin Han thought proudly that even though the fire lizard leader was stronger, their coordination gave them a chance. But the lizard once again let out a deafening roar, making Lin Han grab his ears and shout, though the lizard continued to roar with little visible effect. Lin Han finally activated his full power, knowing their individual attacks caused only minor harm, but could become effective when combined and amplified. Lightning wings flared to life as he copied Thunder Emperor's lightning speed. The sky-horned ant's berserk, titanic strength, violent attack, thunderstorm, and iron bone, using himself as bait to draw the lightning. With everything stacked together, he launched himself forward, unleashing a 1 billion volt strike meant to reduce the fire lizard leader to charcoal. The system displayed a notification announcing the mission's completion, stating that the task to wake up and kill the sleeping fire lizard leader earned a reward of 1,000 taming points. Tinga and Ai celebrated excitedly, grateful to Lin Han and noting that their levels had risen, feeling that things were getting more and more thrilling. Another notification confirmed their level up. After defeating the giant lizard, Lin Han simply remarked that it was finally resolved. Both Ai and Tinga immediately grabbed him in concern, but he explained that he was only tired from overusing his skills. He also noted that the scumbags from the Magic Association were likely dead already, and it wouldn't be long before waves of salamanders arrived. So they left quickly, resting overnight before heading to the job change temple. The following morning, the system declared the job change mission complete and announced that he had successfully reached the third job change, becoming a Beast Tamer Elite. Lin Han reflected that reaching the third level hadn't been easy, but awakening 2 new skills made the mission worthwhile. The system confirmed the success of the third job change and unlocked his talent skills: Eagle Eye, which increased field of vision and motion capture, and Listening, which enhanced hearing. In another region, an announcement reported that the 5-star mission Whisper of the Ghost Ship had been completed. People expressed disbelief that such a task released only 2 days prior could be completed so quickly, questioning whether this was truly something humans could accomplish. A woman replied that they simply hadn't seen enough of the world, explaining that ever since witnessing young Master Lin's abnormal leveling speed, nothing surprised her anymore. The scene returned to Lin Han, who asked Ai and Tinga how much stronger they had become. Ai enthusiastically said she felt far more powerful and energetic. The system revealed her updated stats as Sky-Horned Ant, Race Ancient 10 Evils, level 21, with Strength 3640. Tinga noted that the upgrade felt pretty good and had unlocked new combat forms. His stats showed Thunder Emperor, Race Ancient 10 Evils, level 21, with Strength 2800. Seeing their stats, Lin Han dramatically lamented that they must be cheating, since despite being only 1 level apart, their values far surpassed his. But he quickly accepted it, reminding himself that the stronger they became, the better it was for him. He commanded the system to use all taming points to strengthen their skills. The system confirmed the use of 1,000 taming points to upgrade Skyhorned Ant's Iron Bone to level 20, Thunder Emperor's Thunderstorm to level 20, and Thunder Emperor's Speed to level 20. The remaining taming points dropped to 0. While reviewing his chart, Lin Han noted the third-level rewards he hadn't examined earlier. Each skill looked useful, leaving him to decide which one to choose. After triggering his third turn, Lin Han focused on a new set of rewards that included Fusion, Telepathy, and Perception Shielding. Fusion immediately drew attention, since combining the strength of the Skyhorn Ant with the agility of the Thunder Emperor Beast would give him far more practical power than copying skills alone. He realized choosing Fusion would prevent future embarrassment in battles like the one he had against the Fire Lizard leader. Deciding to keep things straightforward, he selected Fusion, with plans to test it soon. A new mission appeared requiring him to contract a third beast, offering 1,500 beast points upon completion. Lin Han saw it as guaranteed profit and considered it part of his progression rather than something to stress over. His current priority remained leveling up, especially with upcoming events he needed to prepare for. Several days later, Wuzhou No. 1 Middle School held its entrance exam. Colleges arrived to recruit, and Lin Han was relieved he remembered the exam despite focusing on leveling. Missing it would have caused serious trouble for him. Ai and Tinga stayed hidden inside the Beast Tamer space since the event was formal and bringing them out would be inappropriate, though the cramped space was uncomfortable for them. At the ceremony, major universities from the Tianlong Empire attended, including directors from Baitian College and Qingshan College, schools that rarely recruited from smaller regions. The presence of the military academy drew even more attention due to its higher status among the institutions. During the entrance exam gathering, a student approached Lin Han, curious about his progress and expecting him to have reached level 15 with enough strength to hunt enemies. Lin Han acknowledged the student's improvements as well, noting how much stronger he had become recently. The student reminded him that he had mentioned advancing to the third shift earlier. Feng Yong suddenly cut into their conversation, dismissing Lin Han's claims as empty boasting and mocking the student for believing him. He insisted that Lin Han should admit his weakness rather than bluff. The student pushed back, annoyed by Feng Yong constantly appearing to provoke them. But Lin Han calmly diffused the tension and brought up the unresolved bet of 100,000 Heaven Dragon coins, suggesting they settle the debt immediately. Feng Yong brushed it off with confidence, insisting that Lin Han wouldn't be his match. As the confrontation stalled, the entrance exam officially began. The event consisted of two main sections, a level test followed by a practical combat assessment. The level test helps students evaluate their own abilities and choose teammates, while the combat stage focused on teamwork, battlefield adaptability, and overall performance. The top 3 teams would earn special resource packages and priority selection. Cheating through outside assistance was strictly prohibited, ensuring teams relied only on their own members. Admissions would be based on individual results and comprehensive scoring. Students lined up by class as the test crystal ball began detecting levels between 10 and 20. Early results included Tian Kuan at level 10 as a chicken farmer and Kai Duo at level 11 as a blacksmith. Bing watched the proceedings while wondering how prepared Lin Han was for the Beast Tamer assessment, knowing how much the results would shape his future. Despite her earlier efforts capturing a void beast for him, she reminded herself not to worry. Feng Yong confronted her about her concern for Lin Han, questioning why she bothered with someone he considered a failure. She warned him not to insult her students again, making it clear she would not tolerate further disrespect. Feng Yong mocked Bing with confidence, insisting he was far stronger than Lin Han. As he stepped forward and placed his hand on the testing globe, he claimed he would prove what true talent looked like. The results appeared. Class 4's Feng Yong, Great Sword Elite, level 16. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, impressed that his opening score was the highest so far and predicting that college representatives would compete to recruit him. Proud of his result, Feng Yong declared himself the strongest in number 1 middle school and told Lin Han to observe the gap between them. Lin Han replied calmly that being the strongest in the school was not guaranteed, especially since Feng Yong's score had already been surpassed. Confused, Feng Yong hesitated as new results appeared. Class 5's Lung Lingxue, Storm Grandmaster, level 17. Students murmured again, noting her status as one of China's 2 standout prodigies. The principal praised Lung Lingxue's academic and combat talent, while representatives from Baitian and Qingxin colleges openly discussed recruiting her. Tai Ching joined the conversation and asked if Lin Han, the beast tamer known as one of the twin heroes alongside Lung, was present. The principal hesitated just before the test announcement called Class SXS Lin Han forward. Tai Ching recalled Lin Han as the student who had broken the Illusion Realm record and wondered what new accomplishments he might show. Feng Yong took the opportunity to taunt him, confident that the test would expose weakness. Bing, frustrated, muttered that Lin Han deserved a beating. Lin Han stated that the only way to respond to a clown was to embarrass him completely and expressed his eagerness to begin, prompting Bing to give him approval. As Lin Han walked toward the crystal globe, he wondered how the device would react since it could only measure levels below 20 and he had already reached his 3rd advancement. He placed his hand on the surface, feeling an unusual surge of energy. Both he and Bing noticed the abnormal vibrations before the crystal suddenly shattered, shocking everyone nearby. Bing checked whether he was hurt, but he remained unharmed, although confused about why the tester malfunctioned despite being properly inspected before the exam. The thought crossed his mind that the issue might have come from his level being too high. Feng Yong mocked him, claiming the machine broke due to his weakness, while the red-haired invigilator supported the accusation and criticized him for damaging school property. Lin Han recognized him as Chao Xiang, Chao Chang's twin brother, someone holding a grudge against him. Bing confirmed this and warned him to be cautious. Chao Xiang used the situation to propose canceling Lin Han's qualification for the combat portion of the exam. Lin Han opposed him, stating that an examiner shouldn't act on personal grudges, and seized his badge in response. Chao Xiang dismissed beast tamers as a useless profession, and surrounding students echoed similar sentiments, arguing that beast tamers required too many resources and weren't worth investing in, especially if their level couldn't even be tested. The dean arrived and reminded Lin Han that he had heard the opinions of the 2 directors. Feng Tong and Chao Xiang quietly assumed that if Lin Han couldn't continue his studies, his future would be finished. Before the decision could be finalized, Taiching spoke up, arguing that strength should be judged through actual combat rather than only through a level test. Since the real focus was the practical exercise, he questioned why exceptional talent should be evaluated backwards. The surrounding teachers shifted their stance, suggesting they should wait to see Lin Han's performance in the second round, hoping for unexpected results. Taiching then asked the dean if this arrangement was acceptable, and the dean agreed, thanking him for giving Lin Han another chance. Lin Han noted that the military academy director seemed fair. Bing confirmed Taiching was known for impartiality and reminded Lin Han to make the most of the opportunity and prove himself. Lin Han grew flustered when she patted him on the shoulder. Feng Yong mocked him again, saying that even if he entered the combat drill, trash would remain trash. Lin Han responded sharply, warning that he wouldn't mind killing Feng himself in battle. Feng trembled, and Lin Han challenged him to settle it on the battlefield, which Feng agreed to. The announcement declared the start of the second round of practical exercises. Students were instructed to form teams of up to 3, and the entire test would be broadcast live for the academy directors to observe. A student asked Lin Han to form a team, confidently insisting he would carry him, and Lin Han agreed to rely on him. The student eagerly accepted. A girl from Class 3, Su Ting, then approached and asked to join their team. Lin Han hesitated, and his teammate teased him about attracting popular attention, noting how even a beauty from Class 3 approached him. Lin Han couldn't remember Su Ting clearly, and considered that forming a team carelessly might affect Ai and Tian Ge. He declined her politely, saying the team was already full, suggesting she could find a stronger group. His teammate objected, disappointed that there would be no girls in their group, and complaining that a team of only 3 wasn't truly full. Lin Han reprimanded him for acting purely on impulses. Su Ting persisted, saying there wouldn't be a stronger team than his, and that she joined because he had broken the fantasy realm record. She believed teaming with him was her best chance at the championship and promised not to drag the team down despite being a level 15 elite knight. Lin Han judged her honesty and concluded she wouldn't cause trouble in battle. His teammate begged him repeatedly until Lin Han finally agreed, which sent Su Ting into excited joy. Lin Han then submitted the team registration form to Bing, who noticed Su Ting's name. He explained that her profession fit their team well, so they allowed her to join. Bing mentioned she originally intended to pair him with Lung Lingxue to increase his chances of winning, but Feng Yong recruited her first, and no one knew his intention. Lin Han reassured Bing that their current team was fully determined to win the championship. Bing immediately denied being worried about him, claiming she only cared about Class 6 not being embarrassed. Lin Han agreed that they couldn't tarnish Teacher Bai's reputation. Bing pulled him into a hug, telling him to contact her immediately if anything serious happened and not be stubborn. Lin Han nodded. Fatty Long called out that it was time to leave, and Lin Han rushed after them, thinking about Sister Bing, Fatty Long, and Su Ting. With so many people supporting him, he realized he couldn't keep holding back his strength. The scene shifted to the Forbidden Wasteland, where the practical exercise began. Students were informed that the battlefield was divided into bronze, silver, and gold areas, with higher zones offering more points. Everyone gathered at the site, including Lin Han's team. Looking around, Lin Han quietly observed the location, acknowledging it as the real training ground. Students were instructed to keep their issued points bracelets, which allowed them to check rankings or request help. Once the announcement ended, the team surged forward to begin hunting. Feng Yong immediately charged into battle, laughing as he cut down low-level beasts. His team continued slaying fire salamanders while Lung Lingxue, wielding graceful butterfly-like movement, took down several more, quickly placing their team in the lead. Onlookers noticed how strong she was and how fast she had taken first place. Impressed voices discussed how her talent combined with her team's strength might let them secure the championship early. Others whispered nearby, comparing scores and pointing out that while other teams had already secured points, Lin Han's team still had none, calling it embarrassing for number 1 middle school. Some students recognized Lin Han as the beast tamer from earlier, though most dismissed his team's chances entirely. Bing watched from afar, thinking to herself that everyone lacked vision and that Lin Han's potential would shock them sooner or later. A sudden warning alert echoed through the area, catching everyone off guard and leaving them wondering what was happening. As they advanced deeper, a warning alert sounded from the bot, indicating they had entered the silver-level training zone, where level 10, 20 beasts roamed. Fatty panicked, shocked that Lin Han had brought them straight into the Silver District, while Lin Han only smiled to himself, knowing Fatty would lose his mind if he discovered Lin Han had originally started leveling here. A message came through Lin Han's bracelet from Feng Yong, bragging that he was now the strongest in the school and mocking Lin Han for being stuck behind, telling him to go die in the Silver Zone if he wanted points. Lin Han found a message childish. Fatty cursed Feng Yong, calling him a dog living off a woman, and warned Su Ting about him. She responded calmly, saying she already knew his character since he had harassed her before. Lin Han received a new mission to hunt 10 gold-level beasts, rewarding him with beast control points. He found it fitting since he wanted to test the new skills he gained on a gold-level opponent. He assured the team that clearing bronze wouldn't matter since silver beasts were worth triple the points. Fatty worried whether they were strong enough to defeat silver-level beasts, while Su Ting pointed out they moved in groups with strong coordination. Lin Han told them to focus on preventing the beasts from escaping while he handled the direct combat. After gaining some points, he planned to head for the gold-level zone. Both Fatty and Su Ting were stunned, questioning if he seriously intended to go there. Lin Han calmly confirmed, saying Gold Zone beasts had the highest scores and they needed that mindset to win the championship. A level 18 corrosion hyena appeared and charged from behind as Fatty spoke. Lin Han quickly struck, but more hyenas emerged and surrounded them. Fatty shouted for Lin Han to be careful, only to watch him wipe them out effortlessly. Their team now had the points equivalent of killing 5 level 18 corruption hyenas. Fatty was stunned speechless that Lin Han killed a level 18 beast so easily. Su Ting realized just how strong he was, wondering if she was clinging onto the right thigh. Lin Han then asked whether they were ready to follow him into the gold zone. The kills also boosted his experience by a large amount. They agreed without hesitation, determined to move forward. Outside the battlefield, announcements echoed, informing everyone that Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, and Su Ting's team had entered the silver-level training zone. Teachers monitoring the feed reacted immediately. One confronted teacher by accusing Lin Han of recklessness for bringing Su Ting into such danger and insisting he wouldn't forgive him if anything happened. Bai remained calm, saying Lin Han wouldn't act without certainty. Another examiner mocked the situation, suggesting Lin Han had already given up on winning and was dragging his teammates to die. Bai rebuked her, questioning her professionalism for repeatedly belittling students. The examiner insisted she only feared inexperienced students would damage the school's reputation and claimed the Silver Zone was too dangerous for rookies. Others agreed, pitying Lin Han's teammates who were dragged along despite their higher potential. Suddenly, the observers noticed Lin Han's team points rise sharply after defeating 5 level 18 corruption hyenas, placing them on the ranking board. Taiching noticed the updated points first, surprised that Lin Han's team had scored. Their points continued rising rapidly, shocking Teacher Li by immediately requested surveillance footage of Lin Han's team. When the footage appeared, viewers were struck by the beasts fighting alongside him. Teacher Li was amazed by their strength, wondering if they were Lin Han's contracted beasts. Another teacher noted that the beasts seemed extraordinary and could be Lin Han's hidden trump card. The examiner remained dismissive, arguing that even rare beasts wouldn't be enough against the massive numbers of silver-level monsters. However, Lin Han continued clearing groups of beasts, thunder beasts, swift wolves, thunder leopards, while his 2 beasts swept the silver zone like point-collecting machines. The examiner began sweating, realizing that at this pace, it wasn't impossible for Lin Han's team to take first place. Bai questioned whether the critics still believed Lin Han was putting Su Ting in danger. Teacher Li quickly changed tone, claiming he had only been joking. Bai internally realized this must be why Lin Han rejected the Void Beast. He had even stronger beasts already. As more points updated, the crowd shouted as the team climbed from 10th place to 7th. Lin Han struck down another beast with a sharp exhale. His team's points rose again, pushing them into the top 5. The fat guy celebrated the ranking, only for the girl to correct him. It had already climbed to 3rd. Lin Han told them the area was cleared and they needed to move on. The fat guy hesitated, questioning if Lin Han truly awakened at the same time as them, saying his growth made Lung Lingxue look normal. The girl agreed, saying no one at their age could match his power at the 2nd level. Lin Han casually hinted he was not 2nd level. Both of them were shocked, jumping to the conclusion that he might already be 3rd level, accusing him of leveling impossibly fast. He brushed it off and said they were heading to the gold zone next, taking the lead. As they traveled, the fat guy followed without hesitation, joking about clinging to his golden thighs. Teachers monitoring the feed reacted quickly when they noticed the team heading toward the gold zone. Bai grew worried but stayed composed, wondering if Lin Han could really handle it. The examiner mocked him again, claiming he was overconfident just because he beat a few beasts. Bai countered sharply, pointing out that Lin Han's beasts were strong enough to overpower even typical gold-level creatures, and that trusting students was part of being a teacher. Humiliated, the examiner stewed in silence, blaming Lin Han for his brother's imprisonment, deciding to team up with Feng Yong. Meanwhile, at the border between bronze and silver zones, Feng Yong boasted about his lead, saying Lin Han could never catch up. Then a notification arrived, informing him that Lin Han's points had risen to 2nd place, and that he may enter the gold zone to speed up his progress, urging Feng Yong to move into the silver zone if needed. The butterfly girl warned Feng Yong not to go deeper, saying they should kill monsters from safe range so they wouldn't provoke a group of silver-level beasts. When she turned back, Feng Yong was gone. She looked around in confusion, wondering if a beast had appeared. A long-armed ape demon emerged, roaring. It was level 20. Feng Yong ran, calling for Lung Lingxue to help so they could kill it together. He thought how lucky he was that Examiner Chao had given him the beast location, certain that killing it would guarantee his victory. The ape demon quickly closed in, and Feng Yong panicked at its speed. He called for ice just as Lung launched a freezing attack. The beast roared repeatedly. She scolded him for provoking a silver-level beast, while he shouted back for her to stop complaining and just cooperate. She told him that if he worked together properly, the Storm Master weapons promised by the Chao and Feng families would still benefit him. She regretted teaming with him, thinking he had dragged her into trouble. The beast broke through the ice and lunged at her. She attacked again with Ice Cone, but the ape demon deflected it with another roar. She was shocked that her attack was ignored. The beast leapt toward her, and she realized she was in danger. Suddenly, Ai appeared and intercepted the attack with a roar of his own. Lung widened her eyes in surprise, recognizing Lin Han. Lin Han arrived and asked how they had ended up there. The long-armed ape demon roared repeatedly, while Ai continued attacking, releasing rapid strikes until the beast was killed instantly. Lung watched in shock, realizing that a level 20 long-armed ape demon had been defeated effortlessly, and began wondering if Lin Han's beast control was truly that strong. Lin Han questioned the pair, confused about why they would provoke such a beast with their current strength, and wondering who gave him the confidence to attempt it. Lung called out to him, while Lin Han reflected that he had sensed a malicious energy moments earlier and noticed a beast attacking students nearby. He regretted intervening so quickly once he realized Feng Yong was involved. Feng saw the corpse of the beast and reacted angrily, confronting Lin Han and grabbing his collar, determined not to forgive him for stealing the kill. Lung stopped Feng and reminded him that without Lin Han's help, he would have already been beaten to a pulp. Feng pushed her aside, claiming Lin Han only wanted to steal points and insisting that the two of them could have defeated the beast without assistance. Lung responded by slapping him and reminding him of their agreement. If she helped him obtain first place, he would provide her with level 20 exclusive equipment. Their cooperation was only a transaction, not a partnership, and she warned him that acting without restraint would only cause his downfall. Feng was left speechless. Lin Han considered the situation nothing more than entertainment and chose to leave, stating that he had no interest in wasting time and needed to return to his team. As he left, Feng internally vowed that this would be the last time Lin Han acted so arrogantly and planned to make him pay once he entered the gold level zone. The scene shifted to the edge of the golden leveling zone. Fatty anxiously mentioned that Lin Han had been gone too long and should have returned by now. Lin Han finally arrived and checked on Fatty and Su Ting. Fatty rushed to him emotionally, worried for their safety and pointing out that any beast in this zone could devour them. Lin Han calmed Fatty down after returning, just before a beast attacked. He killed it instantly. Fatty recognized it as a level 28 netherwolf, and Su Ting recalled that these wolves usually appeared in packs. Lin Han noticed the signs as well and realized they were surrounded. Fatty panicked at the idea of facing an entire group of level 28 beasts, while Lin Han smirked to himself, knowing that after killing so many beasts earlier, Ai and Tinga had already leveled up, making the incoming fight nothing more than warm-up practice. Lin Han ordered Ai and Tinga to attack without holding back and to eliminate all enemies within 10 minutes, turning them into experience points. Ai activated a frenzy and charged in, while Tinga followed, eager to help Lin Han defeat the beasts. Together, they killed the wolves instantly. The system registered multiple kills, each granting 2,136 experience. Lin Han leveled up to 26, gaining full attribute increases and 200 free points. Ai reached level 26 as a sky-horned ant of the ancient 10 evils, with strength, agility, spirit, and physique stats recorded alongside skills such as frenzy, giant strength, and ironbone. Tinga, the Thunder Emperor of the ancient 10 evils, also reached level 26, with abilities like thunderstorm and sprint increasing agility. More wolves were slain, each granting 2,136 experience again until Lin Han leveled up to 27, gaining another full attribute increase and another 200 free points. His mission to hunt 10 gold-level beasts was completed, earning 1,000 beast control points. His updated status showed him at level 27, a beast tamer elite with hidden transformation occupation and recorded stats for strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, along with his full list of skills and 1,400 free attribute points remaining. Watching the results, Lin Han reflected that leveling up so quickly from killing wolves was beneficial, but encountering the Netherwolf pack immediately after entering the golden leveling zone felt unusual. He opened his system panel, using 1,400 free points to strengthen his physical power, raising his strength to 6,160. He considered what might come next, and decided it was best to enhance his strength in preparation. Ai pounced on Lin Han, excited that the big dog had been defeated. Lin Han told her to calm down and get off, but she clung to him playfully, claiming his scent smelled too good and made her want to pin him down. Lin Han suddenly noticed bloodstains on her. Tinga grew jealous, reminding her they agreed not to monopolize their master. Lin Han tried to calm both of them down, saying they still needed to continue killing monsters. Su Ting watched awkwardly, surprised that Lin Han's strength and beast control were so overwhelming that he could even keep such ferocious beasts as pets, which conflicted with her previous understanding of beast tamers. Fatty told her to get used to it. Lin Han then told the two that since they had followed him all the way, he wouldn't let them leave empty-handed, and allowed them to finish off 2 nether wolves to gain experience points. Both of them responded with crazed excitement, thanking him while their eyes gleamed red. Lin Han urged them to clean up quickly so they could continue hunting monsters. Fatty checked the rankings, shocked to see they had taken first place with 7,200 points, far ahead of second place, which belonged to Lung Lingxue and Feng Yong. Su Ting mentioned that the change happened about half an hour ago. Meanwhile, Qingheng's representatives watched the broadcast, insisting that they had to recruit Lin Han. Someone from Beidan argued that Qingheng was shameless and insisted Lin Han should belong to them instead, claiming their academy had better experience with beast tamers. Qingheng fired back, challenging Beidan and boasting their strength, which escalated into threats of fighting over the matter. Another director laughed at the spectacle of both academies fighting over a student from their school. Bing was stunned, realizing how successful Lin Han had become. The Qingheng representative suggested that the academies should fight, with the winner taking Lin Han. Beidan agreed, warning not to cheat after losing. Tai Qing interrupted the quarrel, pointing out they were ignoring the most important person, Lin Han himself. They asked whether Tai Ching was also interested in him. Internally, they acknowledged that even top institutions like Qingheng and Beidan couldn't compare to the military academy. Tai Ching admitted admiration for Lin Han, but emphasized that the choice should depend on Lin Han's own aspirations, and told him to sit and wait until he finished the exam. They complied. The director declared proudly that not only those academies, but even the military academy admired their school students, calling the day a milestone in their rise. Bing tried to calm him, but admitted that Lin Han truly deserved all of his achievements. That Chao girl seethed internally, unable to accept Lin Han's sudden rise in power. She questioned how someone she once saw as a waste could suddenly be so strong and demanded that Feng Yong kill him for her. The scene shifted to the edge of the silver leveling zone. Feng stared at his system chart, furious that Lin Han's team had taken first place, unable to believe that the loser he looked down on had surpassed him. He led the group forward, insisting they still had a chance to tie the score and reclaim the first position. Lung responded bluntly, calling his ambition unrealistic. Feng pointed at her angrily, questioning whether she no longer wanted the promised level 20 weapon. She replied that she was exhausted and had no strength left to fight, telling him to earn the point himself if he had the ability. Frustrated, Feng cursed, deciding that Lin Han would eventually face danger anyway and could enjoy his temporary success for now. Soon after, the trial concluded. The director welcomed everyone back safely as the system displayed the ranking of Feng Yong and Lung Lingshue's team in second place. He praised their cooperation, highlighting Lung Lingshue's skillful movement and ability to seize opportunities to kill powerful enemies. He acknowledged Feng Yong's performance as remarkable, but criticized his impatience, noting his reckless provocation of the long-armed ape demon nearly caused trouble. Both were still recognized as outstanding talents cultivated by the school. Some students reacted casually, but questioned where Lin Han was since he had not yet returned. Feng secretly gloated, recalling how he smeared demon ape blood on Lin Han beforehand, knowing it attracted beasts. He believed Lin Han had likely been torn apart. Then the crowd erupted, announcing Lin Han's return. The system displayed the rankings, confirming Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, and Su Ting's team in first place. Fatty celebrated, surprised they actually secured the top position. Feng was stunned, refusing to believe Lin Han survived. He wondered why they weren't killed despite leveling in the gold zone and questioned whether that method had failed. As Lin Han's group approached, multiple representatives rushed toward him with offers. One promoted Qingsheng Academy, promising top-level scholarships and resources, while another tried to recruit him to Beitan Academy, offering responsibility over his contracted beasts. Their enthusiasm shocked the surrounding students. Fat Pig and another representative shouted excitedly the moment they saw Lin Han's group, each fighting to recruit him into their academy. Lin Han's group could only wonder if these really were instructors from Beitan and Qingsheng, because the way they acted made them look more like desperate scammers who failed to steal something and were now scrambling to trick people. Tai Ching stepped in, telling both academies to wait and allowing him to speak with Lin Han first. He asked Lin Han to reveal his level, assuming he had likely reached the third level. The surrounding crowd was stunned at the possibility, realizing they might have discovered an extraordinary talent. Teacher Li grabbed Bing's hand in disbelief, accusing her of already knowing Lin Han reached his third job change and scolding her for keeping silent. Bing only laughed, claiming she didn't know anything, though internally she was furious that Lin Han had kept it from her and swore to punish him later. Feng Yong clenched his teeth, refusing to believe Lin Han could be third level, insisting that he should be the top genius of number 1 middle school. Unable to hold back, he publicly accused Lin Han of cheating, saying it was impossible for someone who awakened only days ago to reach such strength. Both Tai Ching and Lin Han glanced at him with obvious disdain, almost as if they had forgotten he existed. Lin Han noted internally that Manager Yi had likely noticed Feng Yong's attempt to sabotage him earlier and was giving him the chance to reveal it publicly, so he could not waste the moment. He confronted Feng Yong, telling him to look clearly at his level. He displayed his system stats, revealing himself as a level 27 Beast Tamer Elite. Feng Yong froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin Han, formerly a worthless student in his eyes, had reached such a high level, surpassing even Lung Lingxue, who had not yet reached level 20. Lin Han calmly questioned whether Feng Yong had been so confident in his death because of the demon ape blood deliberately smeared onto him. Feng panicked and denied everything, claiming he had no idea what Lin Han was talking about. Bing then stepped forward, placing her hand firmly on Lin Han's shoulder, stating that there was no point in denying anything since the entire drill had been recorded by surveillance cameras and the truth would be revealed once the footage was reviewed. Lin Han noticed something off about Feng Yong's behavior and grew suspicious. Feng Yong asked Examiner Chao to display his monitoring footage, claiming it would prove his innocence. Lin Han realized too late that Feng Yong had already handed the surveillance device to Chao Xiang, which immediately raised concern. Chao stated that the surveillance drone had been damaged during the battle and could not replay any footage. Bing seized the drone to inspect it herself, while Chao internally mocked them, confident that all evidence had already been erased before Feng Yong exited the battlefield. With the camera destroyed, no direct proof remained despite their intentions being clear. Tai Ching then revealed that the military had placed additional surveillance cameras across the exam area to ensure accurate performance evaluations and presented the footage from these hidden devices. The recording clearly showed Feng Yong deliberately applying demon ape blood onto Lin Han, confirming that he had intentionally drawn a high-level beast to attack Lin Han's group. Tai Ching explained that demon ape blood, despite coming from a silver-level beast, had hypnotic effects on higher-level creatures, proving Feng Yong's intent to lure a gold-level beast and have Lin Han killed. He warned that if Feng Yong had been under his command, the consequences would have been far worse. Feng Yong turned pale as the director declared that he had disgraced the school and would face expulsion for his actions. Lin Han pointed out that Feng Yong was only acting as someone else's pawn. He questioned how a mere student could know the effects of demon ape blood and why the surveillance conveniently malfunctioned in Chao's hands. He highlighted that Chao Chong had previously targeted him multiple times, implying Examiner Chao was the true orchestrator behind the setup. Chao denied involvement, insisting that as an examiner he would never do such a thing and claiming he was ashamed to be associated with someone like Feng Yong. Feng Yong panicked and moved toward him, begging for help, admitting he initially only wanted the demon ape points and that Chao had messaged him, explaining how the demon ape blood worked and instructing him to smear it on Lin Han. Chao responded by kicking him to silence him. Feng Yong fell to the ground in pain. Bing then checked her phone and confirmed there really was a message from Chao Xiang. Chao lunged at her, demanding the phone back and calling it a false accusation. The director intervened, condemning Chao for being just as despicable as his brother and forcing him to the ground. Tai Ching stated that Chao should be handed over to the military for abusing his authority and framing students, assuring that the punishment would be severe. Those around them criticized both Chao Xiang and Feng Yong, refusing to admit Feng Yong into their academies and declaring his future ruined. Feng Yong, sitting on the ground, realized everything was over. Lin Han reflected that without IE being affected by demon ape blood, he might not have discovered Feng Yong's actions so quickly. He was surprised Manager Yi noticed it so easily and thought it would be good to enter the military academy. Tai Ching approached Lin Han, praising his performance and saying the academy welcomed him anytime, although the training would be strict and the benefits limited, leaving the decision to him. He reached out to shake hands, telling Lin Han to consider it carefully. Before a decision could be made, the other two academy representatives rushed in and urged Lin Han not to decide yet, insisting their academy had the strongest faculty. Lin Han replied that he would think about it. The director observed the situation, noting it was the first time in years that multiple major academies and even a military school competed so fiercely over one student, and felt obliged to support Lin Han as a student of No. 1 middle school. The director announced the end of the exams and the start of the award ceremony. Third place was awarded to Du Haonan and Tian Kun Yuanbo, second place to Feng Yong and Lung Ningxue, and first place to Lin Han, Long Tianjiao, and Su Ting. Based on Lin Han's performance, he received his rewards: a villa in the city center, an advanced skill book titled Heavenly Fist, and a gold-level amplification necklace that boosted overall attributes by 20% for 3 minutes, though it could only be used 3 times. As Lin Han stepped up to receive the award, he expressed gratitude to the dean for his guidance, the school for nurturing him, and Wuzhou City. Internally, he was thrilled, especially about receiving a villa, thinking about hugging Ai and Tiangu and sleeping with them every day. The director told him not to express gratitude yet, and to save it for when he succeeded and returned to his old school. For now, Bai Bing would show him the villa. Later, riding in the car together, Bing asked if he had decided which academy to choose. Lin Han said he wasn't sure and asked her opinion. Bing explained that Qingbei was the best choice for a stable future, while the military academy was ideal for those seeking greater goals and intense training. Lin Han thought that without the system, Qingbei and its resources would be the ideal option, but now, having the system and the ability to regress, he needed beast-taming points more than resources, meaning he had to sharpen himself through battles. He told Bing there was no need to think further and that he would choose the military academy. Bing said he was full of surprises and told him to seek her out if he needed help after joining. Lin Han thought that even for the Bai family, entering the military academy wasn't easy, and she likely said that to ease his pressure. He didn't feel much pressure himself. Left hand Ai, right hand Tiangu, but admitted that there was still pressure. The driver suddenly turned the car, causing Lin Han's head to fall onto Bing's lap. Bing asked him if he was short of a beast and whether he had a target, offering to help him catch one. Lin Han asked if good fire-attributed beasts existed, and Bing said there was a flame forest in the neighboring Shanxi city where a platinum-level firebird lived, suitable for his current level and useful once he joined the military academy. Lin Han questioned the firebird, and Bing explained that since his level was close to the 4th rank, he could use that dungeon to reach the required level. While his head rested on her lap, Bing asked if he had enjoyed enough, and he blushed, responding that it was enough. Bing then said they would head to the flame forest. The scene shifted to the flame forest. As they walked, Bing said she hoped the information was correct and that if no firebird appeared, she would help him find a similar one. She told him to upgrade and prepare for the 4th job, and he thanked her. A fire lion-type beast attacked them. Lin Han welcomed the challenge, while Bing told him to hide behind her if he was scared. She then showed her power and instantly killed the beast. Lin Han was surprised that she could suppress a fire-type beast despite using ice-aligned abilities, nearly killing it in one strike while keeping its health low. He asked what her greatest strength was, and she told him she would explain later and told him a harvest since he was close to the 4th level. Lin Han began slaughtering beasts and quickly leveled up. System messages: successfully killed the fire lion. Experience plus 2,258. You've reached level 28, and all your attributes have increased by 20 points. You've also gained an additional 240 points of free attributes. Successfully killed the fire tiger. Verification value plus 228. You upgrade to LV29 and Ollie. Attributes increase by 210 points. Change. Bing asked how things were going and whether his level was high enough. Lin Han replied that he'd reached the level limit. Bing took his hand and said they should keep going since the Firebird's location was further ahead. Scene shifts. Flame Forest interior. They arrived at a large tree. Bing, standing behind him, confirmed that the information was correct and the Firebird was indeed there. Lin Han prepared himself, saying it was his turn, and leapt forward. Bing wondered when he had learned to fly. Lin Han thought it was time to show off in front of her. He called out to Ai, activating massive force, and unleashed a barrage of attacks. After defeating the beast, he initiated a contract. System shows Blazing Fire Bird Species. Crimson Flame Blazing Fire Bird Branch Level. 35 Strength. 2966 Agility. 2564 Spirit. 2100 Const. 2350. Lin Han noted that despite its far higher level than Ai, its stats were barely half, making him feel he still needed to rely on ancestral atavism. Bing acknowledged his capability and felt she could leave with peace of mind. Lin Han asked if she was leaving because of work or something else. She stepped forward, explaining she would be leaving Wuzhou City in a few days and it might be a long time before they saw each other again. She believed in his future and told him to come find her and surprise her. Lin Han promised he would. After she departed, Lin Han prepared the ancestral awakening and called for it to begin. Trimstrad reverted to its ancestral form, transforming into a true phoenix belonging to the race of the 10 ancient evils, now at level 35. Its stats included high strength, agility, spirit, and constitution, along with powerful flame-based abilities capable of unleashing sky-descending fire and underground surging flames. She hugged him affectionately, calling for a master hug. Lin Han celebrated gaining another member of the ancient 10 evils and set off to start the job transfer quest. At the Job Change Temple, he received a 5-star mission requiring the extermination of 50 lizard turtles in Bitterwater Swamp to improve local ecology. He glanced over the mission details, unfazed, knowing he was no longer the person he once was. News spread that his job change level reached 5 stars, and people around him began whispering in disbelief, confused as to why so many 5-star quests were appearing at once. Some wondered if a single person was responsible for all of them. Lin Han and his team prepared themselves, and he announced that it was time to tackle the 4th job mission, heading straight for Bitterwater Swamp. When they arrived, he observed the murky landscape, noting that it didn't seem very dangerous. A beast slithered out from the swamp waters, and Lin Han told Xiaojin to handle the snakes. She confidently promised to satisfy him and unleashed a burst of flames, burning them to ashes while shouting for the creatures to get out of this world. Lin Han wondered why only snakes were appearing and why there were no lizard turtles. Xiaojin spotted one ahead, earning a thumbs up from Lin Han as he urged the group to move forward without delay. Soon, they reached a cluster of turtles filling the water. Lin Han cringed, saying there were too many and it triggered his trypophobia. Still, he was glad they wouldn't have to search for them one by one. He sent Ai and Tiangu ahead to handle the creatures, and they reassured him enthusiastically as they charged forward. Xiaojin then asked what her role was, and Lin Han told her to stay by his side and let the others level up. Ai and Tiangu annihilated the turtle beasts instantly, leaving Xiaojin enjoying the feeling of completing a mission just by lying around. After dozens of kills, progress rapidly increased as more lizard turtles fell. Suddenly, an enormous lizard turtle king emerged from the swamp, far larger than the rest. Lin Han stared up at the towering beast and exclaimed how big it was. The narrator added, "That's what she said." Lin Han thought to himself that anyone else would have run away after seeing a level 49 lizard turtle king, but he had his system to rely on. The mission objective was to defeat the lizard turtle king and earn 1,500 beast taming points. He commanded all 3 of his beasts to attack together, i.e. unleashing massive force, Tiangu striking with thunderstorm, and Xiaojin delivering the final blow. Even after taking their combined, full-power attacks, the lizard turtle king survived. Lin Han acknowledged that its strength was worthy of its level, but he was ready to claim his reward. Just as he was thinking about it, the beast stole the points by devouring the remains, infuriating him. His reward disappeared, and the mission failed, but a new opportunity appeared. Defeating the Black Water Python King would grant 2,000 beast taming points. Angered, Lin Han shouted that if the creature dared to steal his prey, he would make it pay back with interest. This was the perfect chance to test the system's new ability. He activated fusion, calling Ai, Tiangu, and Xiaojin to follow his command, then donned ferocious beast armor. His combined stats skyrocketed to absurd levels, leaving him stunned by how exaggerated the numbers were. As he powered up, a new threat appeared, a level 39 black water python. Ai warned Lin Han to be careful, but wearing his full armor, he assured her confidently. He unleashed Phoenix Flame, burning through enemies with ease. After clearing the smaller beast, he announced that it was time for the main target and followed up with Massive Force, Frenzy, and Phoenix Flame, finishing the creature gracefully. His companions admired his strength, calling him handsome. Just when he believed the fight was over, he noticed the creature still alive. The beast revealed its true form, a transformed Bitterwater Black Tortoise, level 49. An urgent warning spread through the area, announcing the suspected appearance of the rare ferocious beast known as the Black Tortoise. Lin Han was shocked by the sudden evolution, wondering why such a creature had appeared out of nowhere. Xiaojin explained that it wasn't a true black tortoise, but a mimic fused from similar beasts. Lin Han questioned how it could mutate into something so large, though Xiaojin didn't know the full reason and urged him to stay cautious. A sudden attack struck, catching Lin Han off guard. Lin Han said he originally intended to spare the creature so he could study it, but after the sudden ambush he declared that, with the system's help, he could bind even the 10 fierce beasts regardless of its identity. Xiaojin unleashed Phoenix Flame and Thunderstorm, resulting in a massive blast. After the creature fell, Lin Han noted that the mission was finally complete and the reward was worthwhile. He decided it was time to head to the Job Change Temple, though a sudden weakness washed over him, forcing him to acknowledge that fusion still carried severe drawbacks and should only be used as a trump card moving forward. The scene shifted to the Job Change Temple. Lin Han successfully completed his 4th job change and unlocked new talent skills, including temporary invisibility and short-range teleportation. He reflected that such abilities defied logic, especially invisibility, which could easily save his life in critical moments. His attention shifted again as he received a choice of new skills. He thought stealth alone couldn't conceal his aura, and Perception Shield could complement stealth perfectly. He made his choice decisively. The skill integrated into him, and Lin Han checked his newly updated status, now equipped with a black tortoise shield and amplification necklace alongside his expanded list of abilities and stats. Lin Han told himself it was time to report to the military academy. When the scene shifted, everyone had gathered. Upon arrival, he noted that Xiaojin and Tianji's beast forms drew too much attention and decided it was best not to summon them in crowded areas. Fatty and Su Ting arrived from behind, calling out to him. They reminded him they had agreed long ago to attend the same academy, and Su Ting said she planned to follow him from now on. Lin Han explained he was planning to surprise them after arriving at the academy, and she replied that their meeting here was purely coincidental. They agreed to stick together moving forward. The scene shifted to a hotel. Lin Han struggled to sleep, bothered by Fatty's loud snoring, and worried about needing to pass through the fallen forest in the morning. His beasts reassured him that they had a solution and used their energy to create a sound-isolating space. Lin Han was impressed that beast-taming energy could block noise, calling them thoughtful. Xiaojin immediately tried to hug him, claiming him for herself, while Ai demanded the same, and jealousy flared between them. They argued over who the master belonged to and began fighting like children. Lin Han pulled them in to calm them down, telling them they were all partners and proposing that each would get 3 hours in turns. They agreed, obediently responding. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the military academy, just outside the fallen forest. Fatty noticed Su Ting looked exhausted and asked if she hadn't rested, and she blamed someone snoring for keeping her awake. Fatty reminded everyone they still needed to pass through the fallen forest to report, and they moved on. Meanwhile, someone was hidden nearby, watching and following them. They slipped into the fallen forest while a hidden watcher radioed that 3 freshmen had entered and the Hungdao squad waited nearby. Lin Han's instincts flared, and he sensed a malicious energy wave just as the ambush began. He grabbed Fatty and Su Ting and warned them to be ready. A level 40 Flame Black Panther materialized and struck. Lin Han ordered everyone to prepare. The beast teleported straight for Fatty and Su Ting. He reacted with equal speed, using a position swap to intercept and save Su Ting, then commanded Ai to strike. Ai tore the panther down. Fatty scoffed that this was a pathetic entrance exam, and Su Ting praised Lin Han for making the trial easy. Their relief was cut short by a new alarm. Hostile entities were converging. Spiked projectiles flew toward them. One needle whizzed past, and Lin Han snatched it midair. He told the others something was wrong with the trial, and to stay on guard as more attackers closed in. They froze as Fatty wondered if enemies were nearby. Lin Han sensed the malicious energy again, but couldn't pinpoint a source, realizing the attackers might be concealing their presence. Hidden in the trees, the stalker was stunned that Lin Han caught the needle barehanded. Assuming it had to be luck, though still confident his own skills were superior. More needles flew through the air, and Lin Han warned the others before blocking the barrage with his shield. The attacks were difficult to defend against since they were hidden rather than direct, leaving him unsatisfied with just defending. Fatty questioned whether this trial was really just an exam, while the stalker watched them like moving targets, growing more interested. With the shield protecting them, Lin Han assured Fatty and Su Ting they could hold their ground for the moment. He instructed them to draw the enemy's attention while he circled around. They agreed, calling out to him to stay safe. The stalker grew irritated that even his hidden weapons couldn't pierce their defense, and someone in his earpiece suggested using heavy firepower. He refused, worried it would cause fatalities. Just then, Lin Han appeared behind him, mocking his sudden morality. The stalker was caught completely off guard. That's it for today's video. I hope you enjoyed this manhwa. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you either in a new manhwa recap or in the next episode of this one. Until then, take care and bye-bye. The stalker launched a sudden attack, but Lin Han blocked it directly. He seized the opportunity, pulled the attacker in close, and dragged him down before forcing him to the ground. With full control of the situation, Lin Han demanded a clear explanation of the attacker's intentions, making it clear that refusal would end the matter immediately. Panicking, the stalker hastily claimed familiarity, insisting they were from the same side. Lin Han pressed him to explain properly. The man revealed that he was also from the military academy, a senior student named Li Yintong, and attempted to calm the situation by suggesting a more reasonable discussion. Lin Han did not relax. He questioned why a senior from the academy would attack them in the first place. Li Yintong quickly clarified that the needle he used was only meant to paralyze, not kill. He explained that this was part of a long-standing academy tradition where senior students assessed freshmen. New students entered with an initial point balance, which seniors could seize if they successfully captured them. As Lin Han listened, he realized the importance of these points. Li Yintong explained that points functioned as the academy's internal currency and could be exchanged at a fixed rate. Freshmen who avoided being caught during registration were rewarded, while those captured too close to the forest entrance faced expulsion. When Fatty questioned whether only seniors could benefit from this system, Li Yintong admitted that capable freshmen could also hunt seniors and gain an even larger reward by taking their identity cards. This explanation clarified the source of the earlier malicious fluctuations Lin Han had sensed. Seeing an opportunity, Lin Han decided to turn the situation around. Instead of being prey, he chose to hunt seniors instead and demanded Li Yintong's cooperation. Since Li Yintong had already been captured, Lin Han reminded him that academy rules meant a heavy point deduction. Li Yintong hesitated, calculating the loss and worrying about his future standing in the academy. Lin Han offered a compromise, proposing a partial rebate for each senior defeated if Li Yintong assisted by luring others in. After brief consideration, Li Yintong agreed, though he made it clear he would not fight personally. When Su Ting questioned how they would prove their victories, Li Yintong explained that every senior carried an identity card used for point redemption. With that settled, Lin Han instructed him to begin. Li Yintong contacted another senior, inwardly apologizing as he did so. Elsewhere, a man followed the coordinates Li Yintong had provided, believing he had located unsuspecting freshmen resting without defenses. Confident of an easy gain, he rushed forward to strike. Before he could act, the situation reversed instantly. Lin Han appeared, having already subdued the threat in a single move. Li Yintong watched in disbelief, openly acknowledging Lin Han's efficiency. The defeated senior, Wang Lichong, erupted in fury. Recognizing Li Yintong's involvement, he accused him of betrayal and vented his long-standing resentment, blaming him for repeated losses and personal grievances tied to scholarship benefits. The conflict continued without pause. Lin Han noticed that the anesthetic had not taken effect immediately. Li Yintong explained that the opponent possessed body-strengthening abilities, causing the anesthetic to act slowly. He decided to increase the dosage for the next targets. With no delay, they moved on. Li Yintong continued luring senior students under the pretense of sharing easy targets. One by one, seniors were drawn deeper into the jungle and subdued. Each success reinforced the efficiency of their cooperation, and Li Yintong even contacted more people, expanding the scope of the trap. As this continued, reports began reaching the senior command. Several teams had lost contact with their members, and in some cases, entire squads had disappeared without explanation. The abnormal situation raised alarm, leading to the conclusion that an unusually dangerous freshman was operating in the area. Unaware of the full picture, Li Yintong contacted another senior, promising information in exchange for future benefits. After identifying Lin Han's group as the target, the senior confidently approached, believing he could resolve the situation with ease. However, the Academy Command soon issued a special alert. A red target protocol was activated in the southeast, signaling that multiple senior teams had failed in the same area. This meant coordinated interception was now permitted. Hearing this, the approaching senior hesitated, realizing the situation was no longer simple. Li Yintong panicked, unable to believe that a freshman could force such a response. Before the senior could withdraw, Lin Han appeared and stopped him decisively. Sensing the shift in circumstances, Lin Han confirmed that they had not yet been fully exposed. He instructed Li Yintong and the others to hide while he scouted the surrounding area, leaving Li Yintong responsible for disabling the restrained senior if necessary. Lin Han moved out alone. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl questioned why what was supposed to be a symbolic interception had escalated into a large-scale operation. Before she could disengage, multiple people attempted to surround her, intending to capture her before she could report in. She attempted to resist, but a senior used specialized ammunition to blind and incapacitate her. Despite her struggle, another attack restrained her further, activating body-hardening techniques to force her into submission. At that moment, an explosion disrupted the ambush. Lin Han arrived and eliminated the immediate threat, pulling her out of danger. The girl suffered only minor injuries, though she soon lost consciousness due to lingering anesthetic effects. The surrounding seniors were shocked that a freshman could withstand their coordinated attack. Recognizing that concealment was no longer possible, Lin Han released his full presence and chose to act decisively, taking the initiative before the situation could escalate further. Lin Han clarified that the girl he had just rescued was someone he knew from before and that she was also a freshman reporting to the military academy. Fatty reacted casually, while the girl confirmed Lin Han's identity and realized he was the one who had saved her. She recalled their last meeting, remembering that Lin Han had been far weaker at the time, and questioned how he could have handled multiple senior students so easily. Lin Han explained that his strength had already reached a new stage. The realization left her stunned, while Fatty openly approved and Li Yintong silently acknowledged the gap between ordinary talent and true genius. Lin Han then proposed a change in approach. Instead of hiding, they would actively hunt senior students, seize their identity cards, and exchange them for points. He asked if she was willing to join. After briefly reflecting on how she had survived so far by avoiding direct confrontation, she decided to take part without hesitation, openly expressing her eagerness. Lin Han introduced his teammates and quickly outlined their coordination. With her abilities, senior positions could be locked down directly, allowing her to act as bait while Lin Han handled the decisive strikes from behind. She would also assist by gathering intelligence, with profits shared under the same arrangement as before. Li Yintong agreed without objection. Elsewhere, Senior Command detected signals from missing team members. Scouts were dispatched, and one senior was recovered unharmed but missing his identity token. After regaining consciousness, he reported that seniors and freshmen had cooperated in ambushes and identified Li Yintong as the betrayer. The captain ordered him to withdraw and rest, choosing to personally handle the situation. Rather than broadcasting the betrayal, the captain decided to use it as leverage. He ordered all nearby senior teams to converge, intending to turn the situation around and deal with the freshmen directly. At the academy, the abnormal situation was reported to Yi Taiqing. Initially calm, he learned that the seniors were no longer hunting freshmen, but were instead being hunted themselves. As reports escalated, it became clear that dozens of seniors had already been taken down, with entire teams wiped out. The culprit was identified as Lin Han, the beast tamer personally recruited from Wuzhou City. Based on current estimates, the value of the points he had accumulated already reached an astonishing level. Though surprised by Lin Han's growth, Yi Taiqing showed no intention of intervening. To him, this was precisely the purpose of the Academy's system, to provide a stage and let true talents rise naturally. Back in the forest, Lin Han's group continued operating smoothly. Their coordination grew more refined with each encounter, and the points they accumulated rapidly increased. Li Yintong watched the numbers climb, silently convinced that siding with Lin Han had been the correct decision. The hunt continued without slowing. Li Yintong realized that their activities had drawn attention and warned that Lin Han's information was no longer fully concealed. Lin Han remained calm, judging that although suspicion had spread, their precise location was still unknown. He concluded that senior students were likely setting ambushes ahead and decided to shift their approach to mobile, guerrilla-style movement. The group agreed and regrouped deeper within the jungle. Using her abilities, Sun Yinwei began scouting the area. She quickly detected a large concentration of hostile presences ahead and reported that nearly 50 people were lying in ambush. Lin Han confirmed that these were not the same seniors they had dealt with earlier. From this, he inferred that seniors who lost their identity cards were no longer qualified to participate in the hunt. He questioned whether the operation could continue if its commander lost eligibility. Li Yintong explained that, according to the rules, it should have ended already, though such a situation had never occurred before. Lin Han decided to escalate matters further. Elsewhere, a senior patrol encountered an ordinary freshman and moved to subdue him after confirming he was not a primary target. Before the attack could be completed, Lin Han intervened, incapacitated the senior, and rescued the freshman. After briefly explaining the situation, Lin Han invited him to assist in their operation. Grateful for being saved, the freshman agreed without hesitation. As time passed with no response from the downed senior, the captain attempted to make contact. Lin Han intercepted the communication, calmly informing him that the senior would not be waking up anytime soon. The captain attempted to pressure Lin Han into surrendering by claiming the area was surrounded. Lin Han dismissed the threat, refusing to believe empty promises, and ended the call after making it clear they would meet again. Furious, the senior command worked to pinpoint Lin Han's position through signal tracking. Though aware that Lin Han had deliberately exposed himself, they chose to publicize his location, confident that overwhelming force would be enough to crush any resistance. Soon after, Lin Han's group noticed the rapid spread of information. His name had become the center of attention, drawing hostility and interest alike from across the academy. Even Li Yintong was stunned by how quickly Lin Han had become widely known. Rather than retreat, Lin Han welcomed the attention. With the situation fully exposed, he resolved to confront the seniors directly and seize every remaining identity card. The scene shifted to the academy director's office. The director sat calmly in his chair, scrolling through his phone as he reviewed the situation. Lin Han had chosen to act first despite being outnumbered by more than 10 opponents, and the director noted the boldness of the younger generation. Beside him, the large display showed the battlefield layout. The green indicators representing new students were completely surrounded by red markers belonging to old students. An additional orange signal had appeared nearby, indicating that the old student captain, Chi Tian, was now close to Lin Han. The director observed this development with interest, curious to see how much strength Lin Han truly possessed. The scene then shifted into the forest. Xiaojin sensed a large number of old students moving toward their location, the pressure in the area steadily increasing. At the same time, intense hostile fluctuations spread across the surroundings, confirming that strong malicious intent was converging on the protagonist's position. The protagonist quietly observed the situation through the display, understanding that the enemy had taken the bait. The success of the plan now depended on Su Ting and the others holding their positions long enough. Xiaojin expressed concern about whether the trap would succeed if the senior student managed to escape, but the protagonist remained confident. As long as the enemy was delayed, he would be able to confront the third-year commander and bring the pursuit to an end. The protagonist activated stealth and carefully watched from the tree branch as movement appeared below. Someone was approaching. The group of seniors advanced toward Fatty, clearly confident in their numbers. As they drew closer, the protagonist observed them carefully and reflected on the disguise. Senior Li's tool for altering appearances had worked well, and the responsibility of impersonating Lin Han weighed heavily on him. With everyone depending on his performance, failure was not an option. Among the approaching seniors, one identified the disguised figure based on Wang Lichang's description, while another prepared to discipline him for his attitude. From a distance, Stalker quietly pointed out that the two leading figures were the commander and the communications officer of the operation. The protagonist acknowledged this information and decided to wait a little longer. At that moment, the protagonist leapt down from the tree and slammed into the ground with immense force, unleashing his giant force skill. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, violently knocking down the seniors who were charging toward his companions and shattering their formation. Ahai appeared beside Tinga, calmly entrusting the remainder of the plan to her and reminding her of their master's instructions. Tinga acknowledged this without hesitation. She then activated her power, calling forth a thunderstorm. Shortly after, the sister joined in, releasing a weakened version of the same ability to support the attack. Tinga launched her attack, releasing the thunderstorm power toward the seniors. Lightning crashed down across the area, striking the group directly and leaving them collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed by the impact. Tinga observed the fallen opponents in silence. Ahai calmly collected the seniors' ID cards, clearly satisfied with the outcome. From above, the protagonist watched the entire scene unfold. At the same time, the captain and his companion, who had been observing from a distance, realized that the situation had turned against them. The trap had already been sprung. Seeing the opening, the protagonist moved immediately. He leapt down from above, aiming to finish the confrontation in a single decisive strike before the two could respond. At the last moment, the captain detected the incoming attack. Reacting instantly, he activated his diamond ice fist and countered with a powerful punch. The protagonist managed to block the strike, but the force behind it was overwhelming, sending him sliding backward across the ground. As he regained his footing, the protagonist realized that his approach had been detected through movement rather than presence. Even without sensing his breath, the captain's companion had tracked the disturbance in the air itself, making stealth ineffective at close range. The captain assessed the situation calmly. Despite acknowledging the protagonist's strength and courage, he made it clear that the difference in cultivation level remained decisive. The protagonist responded without backing down, maintaining his resolve. The captain then directed his attention elsewhere. The protagonist followed his gaze and saw his teammates immobilized, encased in ice. Fatty, Su Ting, Lu Si in Lin Han's disguise, MANHWA, and the others had all been caught, their earlier success completely overturned. Now alone, the protagonist stood facing the captain. The situation left no room for retreat without sacrifice. The choice was clear. With the battlefield silent and all attention focused on him, the protagonist stepped forward, accepting the challenge directly. The captain released his full pressure, intrigued by the decision to stand and fight rather than flee. The captain's companion received a notification through the earphone, confirming that the live forum broadcast had begun. Facing each other on the battlefield, the captain prepared to engage seriously. He activated his ability and moved forward without hesitation, initiating the attack. The speed of his advance was far beyond ordinary levels, clearly demonstrating the strength of a fifth-level cultivator. As he closed the distance, he delivered a powerful punch. The protagonist responded immediately, countering the strike head-on. Upon impact, ice crystals rapidly formed and latched onto the protagonist's body, especially around his head. His movements slowed noticeably as the freezing effect took hold. He quickly realized that the reduction in speed was caused by the ice crystals themselves rather than exhaustion or injury. The captain continued pressing the advantage. The freezing effect intensified as another ability took effect, directly suppressing the protagonist's combat capabilities. One of his core skills became unusable, and frost spread further across his body, partially immobilizing him. His contracted beast was affected as well, showing signs of freezing. The captain's companion expressed concern about the severity of the technique being used on a freshman, noting the risk of long-term injury. However, the captain remained firm. He believed that allowing a new student to openly challenge third-year authority without consequences would set a dangerous precedent. To prevent further defiance, he chose to make an example of him. With the protagonist nearly frozen in place, the captain approached and offered a conditional resolution. If the protagonist publicly admitted fault and accepted punishment, the skill would be withdrawn and the situation would end there. Another senior stepped forward and placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, emphasizing the pressure of the situation. With a live broadcast ongoing, the humiliation would be public, and refusal would leave the protagonist powerless without his abilities. The scene then shifted back to the academy director's office. The secretary reported that the situation appeared to be reaching its conclusion, noting that Chi Tian had already revealed his strongest hand. From her perspective, the outcome seemed inevitable. The director, however, was not fully convinced. The secretary explained her reasoning, pointing out the clear gap in cultivation levels. With Chi Tian already at the 5th level and Lin Han only around the 3rd at best, she believed that the battle could end at any moment if Chi Tian chose to do so. In the academy director's office, the director reviewed several documents before responding. According to the admission records, Lin Han had recently broken through to the 4th level. In addition, his 3rd beast possessed a fire attribute, which directly countered Chi Tian's abilities. This revelation caught the secretary off guard, as reaching the 4th level at such a young age was highly unusual. The director remained composed, noting that the situation was only just beginning to unfold. The scene shifted back to the forest. Suddenly, flames surged around the protagonist as he released his fire ability, breaking free from the ice that had restrained him. The sudden reversal left the captain momentarily stunned. The protagonist immediately advanced and launched a powerful punch. The captain narrowly avoided it by leaping into the air, still struggling to comprehend how his suppressive technique had been overcome. After landing, he attempted to reassess the situation, unable to understand how his ability had failed. At that moment, the protagonist activated another technique. Fire gathered rapidly in his hand, condensing into a blazing sphere. Without hesitation, he launched multiple flaming attacks toward the captain. In response, the captain formed an ice wall to block the incoming assault. However, the flames struck with overwhelming force, shattering the barrier on impact. The broken ice scattered across the ground as the attack continued through it. Despite being hit, the captain forced himself upright and pressed forward once more, refusing to retreat. He charged in and unleashed his diamond ice fist, but the protagonist evaded the strike with ease. The captain continued attacking, yet every blow was avoided cleanly, his frustration growing with each failed attempt. Seizing the opening, the protagonist counterattacked. He gathered flames into his fist and delivered a decisive strike infused with fire. The punch landed directly, sending the captain flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. The protagonist stepped forward and placed his foot against the captain's chest, flames still radiating from his body. With the outcome decided, the battlefield fell silent, the result unmistakable. The companions of the captain stood frozen in shock as they took in the scene before them. The result of the confrontation was clear, leaving no room for further resistance. After a brief exchange, the seniors acknowledged the outcome of the hunting competition. They handed over their ID cards and requested that their captain be released. The protagonist accepted the cards, lifted the captain, and tossed him back toward his companions. Without lingering, the group gathered their fallen leader and withdrew from the area. With the battlefield finally quiet, the protagonist exhaled lightly, a sense of completion settling in as the conflict came to an end. The scene shifted back to the academy director's office. The secretary expressed amazement at Lin Han's personal combat strength. She noted that a beast tamer's true power depended heavily on the beast they commanded, and that Lin Han's beast possessed an extraordinary bloodline. Its form strongly resembled the legendary phoenix, making it far from ordinary. The director acknowledged Lin Han's strength without hesitation. Even among the academy's top students, few could rival him. The secretary added that recruiting such a talent early might prove invaluable, suggesting that Lin Han could one day become the academy's ace. The director reflected on how long it had been since such a powerful beast tamer had appeared within the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He quietly considered whether Lin Han might be the next figure to stand at that level. After a moment, he instructed the secretary to begin observing him alongside the other candidates. The scene shifted once more. At the military academy's main gate, inside the new student registration area, the protagonist moved forward with his companions. As they proceeded, a concealment effect remained active, preventing outsiders from perceiving the true forms or voices of the beings accompanying him. From the outside, everything appeared ordinary. Only the protagonist was aware of the full extent of the concealment. The scene then transitioned briefly into the past. After defeating the captain and his companions, the protagonist reviewed the gains from the encounter. The newly acquired ability allowed a cognitive interference aura to be generated, altering how beasts appeared to unbound observers while blocking the transmission of conversations. In addition, a steady form of experience growth had been obtained, granting gradual progress over time. Satisfied with the results, the protagonist accepted the outcome. The rewards were subtle but meaningful, and with consistent accumulation, even small gains would steadily strengthen him moving forward. As the protagonist observed his beasts, he became aware that the cognitive interference effect meant they no longer needed to conceal themselves as carefully as before. He then reviewed the details of the ability and finalized his choice, confirming the selection without hesitation. Back in the present, the report process was completed smoothly. With everything settled, the protagonist prepared to move on. As he walked through the academy grounds, his presence began drawing attention from nearby students. Quiet discussions spread among them, focusing on his identity and the recent events surrounding the hunting competition. Curiosity and competitive intent gradually surfaced, especially among senior students who seemed eager to test him. Sensing the situation becoming increasingly troublesome, the protagonist was advised to head directly to the dormitory before too many people gathered. Agreeing with the suggestion, he left the area alongside Fatty, choosing to avoid unnecessary complications. The scene shifted to the dormitory. Inside, the group moved through the hallway and entered their assigned room. With the earlier chaos outside drawing attention elsewhere, their entry was smooth and uninterrupted. Once inside, they introduced themselves to their new roommate. The protagonist identified himself as Lin Han, a beast tamer. Lu Suyi followed, introducing herself as a therapist, while Fatty, whose real name was Long Tianjiao, introduced himself as a berserker. Their roommate then introduced himself as Sun Tianqi, a gunner. Upon realizing who Lin Han was, Sun Tianqi reacted with visible surprise. He revealed that Lin Han had already become widely known across the academy forums, where news of the hunting competition had spread rapidly. The reports described him as the top freshman and emphasized his overwhelming performance, including the defeat of third-year students. After seeing the information firsthand, the protagonist understood the scale of the attention he had drawn. Fatty reacted with amusement, clearly enjoying the sudden fame. The protagonist, however, recognized the downside. With recognition came scrutiny, and being so well known would likely make future activities within the academy far more challenging. The scene shifted to nighttime. As the protagonist rested, the steady snoring from Fatty gradually became irritating, disrupting the quiet of the dormitory. Not long after, the three-tree beast companions quietly appeared beside the protagonist's bed. Having been confined for an extended period, they gathered close to him. Xiaojin clung to him tightly, clearly relieved to finally be by his side again. Ahai, standing nearby, showed visible dissatisfaction at the length of their separation, while Tiange embraced him from behind, her unstable core energy evident after being apart for too long. The three quickly began reacting to one another, each displaying their own temperament. The protagonist gently calmed them, reassuring them all equally and restoring a sense of balance among the group. Glancing toward Fatty, who continued sleeping soundly, the protagonist showed clear relief at the presence of his companions. Soon after, Xiaojin and Tiange worked together, combining their abilities to form a closed barrier around the bed. The space became isolated from outside disturbances, finally cutting off the noise from the dormitory. With the interference effect active, the room returned to quiet, allowing the night to pass peacefully. The scene then shifted. At the Military Academy Freshman Square, the protagonist walked alongside Stalker. As they moved through the open area, Stalker checked on how well the protagonist was adapting to life at the academy. The protagonist showed no major difficulties, aside from adjusting to the warmer climate compared to Wuzhou City. Stalker then explained the academy's structure in detail. Unlike civilian institutions, the military academy was governed directly by the armed forces rather than the Ministry of Education. Its teaching system revolved around four-person teams. Competitions, activities, classes, final exams, and even combat assessments were all conducted in team-based formats. Because of this, choosing reliable teammates was crucial. Once a team was formed, members were typically assigned to the same class, and rewards were usually distributed through the team leader. Stalker noted that the protagonist group already consisted of 4 members, making additional selection unnecessary. Nearby, Nien appeared visibly uneasy. A sense of worry lingered as she considered her own combatability, concerned that she might become a burden to the team rather than a contributor. The protagonist reassured Nien, emphasizing the importance of her abilities and making it clear that the team would not be complete without her. Encouraged by the group's support, Nien stepped forward and accepted the invitation, her confidence visibly restored. Watching from a distance, Stalker explained the next steps. After forming the team, they would need to complete registration and decide on a team name. Once classes were assigned, a freshman meeting would be held. Only first-year students would participate, with each of the 4 classes sending one team to compete. 2 teams would be eliminated in the first round, and the final winning team would receive rewards. After hearing this, the protagonist turned to his companions and proposed aiming for the championship. He suggested a team name, expressing the idea of standing watch and protecting others. The group reached a unanimous agreement. With roles naturally falling into place, the team prepared to proceed with registration. The scene shifted. At the military academy, the protagonist stood in line with his companions and friends, waiting their turn. The line was long, prompting brief concern about whether another group might have chosen the same team name. The protagonist considered preparing alternative options, just in case. At that moment, a mentor approached and greeted the protagonist. After a brief exchange, the mentor explained that manager Yi Taiching wished to speak with him and asked whether it would be convenient to come along. The protagonist agreed and followed. As they walked, the mentor confirmed the protagonist's current cultivation level and remarked on the rarity of reaching the 4th level so soon after awakening. Such progress was uncommon even among elite aristocratic families. The mentor acknowledged the protagonist's achievements and praised his potential. The mentor then brought up the battle with Chi Tian, noting that defeating a top 3rd-year student despite a level difference was no small feat. Curious about the protagonist's beast-taming methods, he attempted to examine them more closely. However, the reconnaissance attempt yielded no results. The scan failed entirely, unable to assess any usable information. This unexpected outcome left the mentor quietly unsettled. It was the first time such a failure had occurred for him, reinforcing the sense that the protagonist was concealing something beyond ordinary understanding. The mentor chose not to press further, but the curiosity lingered as they continued forward. After reaching the office area, the mentor attempted to further examine the protagonist, suspecting that his beast-taming abilities might have undergone an unusual mutation. The continued attention made the situation increasingly inconvenient, despite the concealment measures already in place. At that moment, the academy director opened the office door and called the protagonist inside, interrupting the exchange. The mentor followed as they entered. Inside the office, the director addressed the matter directly. He acknowledged the exceptional strength of the protagonist's beasts and made it clear that as long as their power did not threaten the interests of the Empire, the Academy would not interfere excessively. The conversation then shifted to the hunting competition. The director confirmed the number of senior students defeated and brought up the matter of point exchanges tied to the ID cards collected. It became clear that the discussion was focused on compensation. The director explained that distributing such a large number of points at once posed practical limitations for the Academy. Although points served as the Academy's internal currency, large-scale disbursements required careful handling. To address this, the director offered an apology on behalf of the Academy and proposed an alternative form of compensation. Instead of issuing all points immediately, the Academy would attempt to meet the protagonist's needs directly by providing items or resources, deducting their value from the owed points. The protagonist accepted the Academy's arrangement without objection. Considering the protagonist's current level, the director noted that he was likely still missing a contracted beast. He offered access to a ferocious beast of an appropriate level within the Academy's means. In addition, the director announced that all expenses during the protagonist's time at the Academy would be waived, including the cost of feeding his beasts. Further reassurance followed. The director stated that the Academy would continue seeking ways to compensate for the remaining points and suggested that additional training materials could be obtained through the mentor to prepare for upcoming examinations. With the discussion concluded, the director urged the protagonist to return and complete his team registration without delay. The protagonist departed shortly after. Once alone, the director reflected on the situation. The academy bore responsibility for the imbalance caused by the competition, and further compensation would be necessary. Allowing rival academies to use this incident as a point of ridicule was not an option. Soon after, someone arrived outside the office, requesting a discussion with the director. He acknowledged the request and invited them inside, preparing to address the next matter at hand. After entering the office, the mentor formally submitted a request to take on the role of Lin Han's homeroom teacher. The director found the request unexpected, noting that the mentor had not taught new students in several years. The mentor explained his reasoning clearly, emphasizing Lin Han's exceptional talent and expressing confidence that proper guidance could further refine his potential. After a brief consideration, the director agreed and assigned the mentor as the homeroom teacher for Lin Han's class. The mentor expressed his appreciation and then left the office. Once outside, the mentor's attention remained firmly fixed on Lin Han, his interest deepening rather than fading. The scene shifted. Fatty hurried over to the protagonist, proudly holding the newly issued squad badge. The Night Watch team had officially been registered under Class 4. Shortly after, Fatty showed that he had already joined the class communication group, where activity was rapidly increasing. Nian reminded the protagonist that all students were required to introduce themselves in the group channel. The protagonist completed the introduction without delay. Almost immediately, the class group became active. Discussions spread quickly as students realized they were in the same class as Lin Han. Attention gathered around his name, and friend requests began to pour in. Fatty reacted with visible frustration as he noticed the imbalance in attention. Amid the growing noise, Ahai displayed clear irritation at the sudden attention directed toward the protagonist, while Tienga intervened to keep the situation under control, reminding her of the setting. Soon after, an official message appeared in the group. The newly assigned homeroom teacher introduced himself and instructed all students to gather at Merit Square within a short time frame to begin the class monitor competition, emphasizing strict discipline and punctuality. The revelation of the homeroom teacher's identity caught the protagonist off guard. The scene shifted again. At the military academy's Merit Square, the students assembled in formation alongside their teammates. Standing before them, the mentor took command of the situation with efficiency and authority. The protagonist, now fully aware that this mentor was also his homeroom teacher, understood that future actions would require greater caution. The mentor immediately issued formation instructions, leaving no time for hesitation. Once order was established, the mentor explained the purpose of the gathering. The position of class monitor was to be decided through direct competition. The role carried responsibility for managing class affairs and reporting directly to the mentor. Strength and capability would determine the outcome, with the top performer earning the position for Class 4. The stakes were raised further with the announcement of monthly rewards tied to the position. The promise of consistent benefits instantly heightened the competitive atmosphere among the students. Excitement spread quickly, while others grew hesitant, already aware of the gap between themselves and Lin Han's demonstrated strength. Lin Han silently regretted the attention his fame had brought. As the formation was set, surrounding students advanced almost instinctively toward him, clearly deciding to remove the biggest obstacle first. Multiple attacks converged at once, but Lin Han reflected the force head-on, the collision sending shockwaves across the ground. Recognizing the situation, Lin Han instructed his teammates to pull back while he dealt with the rest alone. Fatty complied without hesitation. More students rushed forward, convinced that sheer numbers would eventually wear Lin Han down. Elemental attacks followed in quick succession, yet Lin Han blocked them effortlessly, forcing the attackers to crash backward. The onlookers were visibly shaken. Lin Han then shifted from defense to offense, releasing a single overwhelming strike that lifted the remaining challengers off the ground at once. Panic spread immediately. Some students surrendered on the spot, realizing the gap between them was insurmountable. From a distance, Qinghai observed in silence. Lin Han had subdued the entire group without relying on his beasts, a result that exceeded even his expectations. Once the dust settled, the outcome was clear. Lin Han's team was declared the winner. Fatty openly expressed his support for Lin Han to take the role of class monitor, and Lin Han accepted without hesitation. Qinghai warned that holding such a position would not be easy, especially with the upcoming freshman convention. Lin Han calmly accepted the responsibility and assured that the task would be handled. Qinghai also reminded them of the damage caused during the match, noting that repairs would still need to be paid for. Lin Han showed no concern, prepared to settle it through his accumulated resources. As they left, Qinghai reflected that true battles were never won alone and looked forward to seeing whether Lin Han could lead an entire class effectively. The scene shifted to the academy playground. Lin Han walked alongside his companions as the crowd thickened. Fatty joked about the number of people present, while Su Ting teased Lin Han about attending the freshman convention alone. Lin Han allowed his companions to appear openly, relying on concealment to avoid drawing attention. Xiaojin eagerly expressed her desire to fight as well, and Lin Han reassured her that her turn would come later. Soon, a strong sense of hostility approached from ahead. Lin Han quickly realized it was coming from another freshman group. Fatty commented on their presence, while Lin Han questioned how someone of the same year could harbor such hostility toward him. One of the approaching students stepped forward, openly provoking Lin Han and boasting of his background. Lin Han responded calmly, dismissing the arrogance without giving ground. Internally, he had no intention of tolerating pointless provocation. The student declared that his class would take first place in the upcoming competition and openly challenged Lin Han, revealing himself as a tamer. Lin Han recognized the profession and briefly assessed the situation, concluding that the confidence was misplaced. The provocation escalated into open taunts. Lin Han remained unmoved. Fatty and the others stepped forward in support, defending Lin Han's reputation and class record. Xiaojin nearly lost control, restrained only by Tiange's reminder of the consequences. Lin Han stopped them himself, making it clear he would handle the matter personally. He accepted the challenge directly and asked for the terms. The opponent proposed a wager tied to the outcome of the freshman competition, with humiliating consequences for the loser. The confrontation was set, marking the beginning of a new rivalry that would soon play out on a much larger stage. As they were leaving, Lin Han casually accepted the wager, turning the provocation back on his opponent. Privately, he planned to draw the other side into acting first in order to gauge his strength. The boy reacted exactly as expected, losing his composure and charging forward in anger. Before the clash could escalate, Yi Taiqing arrived and intervened instantly, stopping the attack with a single motion. He reprimanded both sides, ordering Lin Han to withdraw his power. Lin Han complied immediately, though inwardly he regretted losing the chance to test his opponent further. Yi Taiqing then instructed the teachers to maintain order and prevent further disturbances, while Qinghai sent the students of Class 4 back into formation. As they dispersed, Zhao Feng silently resolved to settle the matter during the upcoming competition, convinced that Lin Han would eventually be crushed. Lin Han, meanwhile, sensed the lingering hostility and recognized that Zhao Feng's resentment would not fade easily. Qinghai observed the scene with lingering caution, aware that if the intervention had come even a moment later, the outcome might have been far more severe. Lin Han's restraint only reinforced the impression that his strength was being deliberately concealed. Not long after, preparations for the freshman meeting were announced. Qinghai gathered the students and explained that this year's event would differ from previous ones. Instead of fixed teams, participants would be reorganized for a practical simulation designed to test adaptability, trust building, communication, and coordination under unfamiliar conditions. Lin Han found the approach fitting for a military academy. Soon after, the detailed rules were laid out. Each class would field multiple randomly formed teams, with opponents determined by lot. Matches would follow a rotating ring format, limiting how long any one person could continue fighting. Victory would depend on coordination, deployment order, and overall strategy rather than individual strength alone. An overall standout participant would later be selected based on performance and granted a special reward. Qinghai pointed out that the primary threat came from Class 3, led by Zhao Feng, and urged everyone to prepare seriously before dismissing them to form groups. Group assignments were released shortly after. Lin Han reviewed his team and found the composition acceptable. 2 classmates approached to greet him, revealing their respective roles as a defensive knight and a healer. When the freshman meeting officially began, the class matchups were announced. Class 4 was paired against Class 1, while Class 2 faced Class 3. Reactions rippled through the students, with surprise and anticipation spreading quickly. Zhao Feng, though unable to confront Lin Han immediately, remained confident that their paths would cross before the event concluded. With the opening declaration made, the scene shifted to the indoor arena. The first match was announced, calling representatives from Class 1 and Class 4 to the ring. A seasoned opponent stepped forward confidently, introducing himself as an elite warrior. Lin Han prepared to step in first, intent on securing an early advantage, but Fatty stopped him and volunteered to test the opponent instead. Trusting his teammate, Lin Han stepped back and allowed Fatty to take the opening match. Inside the ring, Fatty stood facing his opponent with confidence, sword in hand. The opposing warrior showed no urgency, reacting with little more than amusement as the match began. The warrior launched the first heavy strike, but Fatty avoided it cleanly, choosing mobility over force. Lin Han observed closely, noting that while both were warriors, the opponent clearly held the advantage in raw strength. Fatty needed to avoid a direct clash. Fatty pressed forward and attempted a direct exchange, only for his blade to be blocked effortlessly by the opponent's hammer. The strength gap became obvious. Realizing brute force would not work, Fatty immediately changed tactics, switching to range pressure by throwing his blades. The warrior evaded with ease, remaining composed. Lin Han sensed the danger. Fatty could win by dragging the fight out, but the opponent clearly had not revealed his full hand yet. That moment came quickly. Chain shot out and wrapped around Fatty, yanking him off balance and slamming him into the ground. The sudden reversal shocked the onlookers. In close combat, the elite savage warrior held a clear advantage. Before Fatty could recover, another heavy blow struck his chest, sending him flying. The impact left him struggling to stand, blood spilling as he forced himself upright. Concern spread among his teammates, and the situation grew tense. Despite the damage, Fatty refused to yield. Lin Han recognized something different in his eyes. This was not recklessness, it was intention. Fatty had endured the beating on purpose. As the opponent closed in again, confident the fight was already decided, Fatty finally moved. His posture shifted, his presence changing completely. He surged forward with explosive speed and power, landing a devastating punch that sent the warrior crashing across the ring. Shock spread instantly. The warriors struggled to rise, unable to understand the sudden reversal. Fatty pressed the advantage, each strike heavier than the last, overwhelming his opponent completely. Sword in hand, once more, Fatty advanced, now fully in control. The warrior panicked, realizing too late that the situation had turned against him. One final charge ended the fight decisively. At the last moment, Fatty stopped short. He lowered his weapon, standing over his fallen opponent. The outcome was already clear. The match was over. The defeated warrior acknowledged the outcome, and Fatty accepted it without ceremony. The referee confirmed the result, marking the first victory for Class 4. From the sidelines, Zhao Feng's group reacted with visible surprise, though Zhao Feng himself dismissed it as chance. Lin Han calmly evaluated the fight, noting that while Fatty's approach had been risky, the execution had been effective. Lu and Zhun expressed their excitement openly, while Fatty, visibly drained, struggled to steady himself after the intense exchange. The fallen warrior withdrew, clearly determined not to repeat the same mistake again. Soon after, another student stepped into the ring to take his place. This new opponent was Class 1's monitor, a fire mage. Fatty accepted the challenge and prepared for the second match despite his fatigue. Lin Han immediately recognized the disadvantage. Fire mages possess techniques that strongly restricted close-range fighters, making this a difficult matchup for Fatty. As the match began, Fatty pushed forward aggressively, aware that his remaining strength would not allow for a prolonged battle. The fire mage responded calmly, using a defensive technique that neutralized Fatty's charge and reflected the force back at him. The collision sent Fatty flying, crashing hard onto the arena floor. Lin Han's concern deepened. With limited stamina and most of his throwing weapons already spent, Fatty was now struggling to close the distance. Though he managed to stand again, the gap between them had widened significantly. The fire mage pressed the advantage, confident in his control of the fight. Fatty wiped the blood from his face and forced himself upright, refusing to concede despite the clear disadvantage. The tension in the arena rose as the second round continued, with the balance now firmly shifting against him. Fatty barely managed to counter the incoming attack with his sword, but the strain was obvious. Lin Han could tell that Fatty was nearing his limit. Without sustaining his burst state, Dodging the next attack would be impossible, yet continuing would only accelerate his exhaustion. Even so, Fatty held on, determined to at least drain his opponent's strength for the team. The Fire Mage gathered heat above him, condensing it into a massive fireball before hurling it forward. The pressure alone made it clear this attack was far more dangerous than the previous ones. Fatty braced himself, realizing too late how severe the situation had become. Spectators from Class 1 spoke coldly, already predicting that Fatty would be hospitalized for weeks. From Lin Han's side, concern broke through the tension as Fatty was urged to stop. At the critical moment, Lin Han stepped in. He intercepted the attack head-on, dispersing the fire before it could reach Fatty. Completely spent, Fatty looked at Lin Han with frustration, but Lin Han reassured him calmly and took over without hesitation. Liu quickly pulled Fatty out of the ring to prevent further injury. Lin Han then faced the Fire Mage directly. The opponent, already familiar with Lin Han's previous battles, showed no hesitation. Lin Han urged him to move quickly, uninterested in drawn-out exchanges. The Fire Mage prepared for combat in earnest, confident that Lin Han's choice to fight without defensive support would prove costly. Flames surged forward in another direct attack. From the sidelines, Zhao Feng's group evaluated the situation closely. The Fire Mage's balance of offense and defense made him a dangerous opponent, especially against someone without obvious elemental restraint. Zhao Feng himself watched with anticipation, convinced the matchup favored his side. Lin Han met the incoming flames with his bare strength, stopping the attack outright. The impact rippled through the arena, but he remained unmoved. Shock spread instantly among the spectators. Blocking a Fire Mage's attack head-on was something few warriors could manage, let alone a beast tamer. Whispers spread rapidly through the stands as disbelief turned into awe. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. To him, Lin Han's confidence was nothing more than arrogance waiting to be punished. He was already certain that once Lin Han lost his beasts, everything would change. The battle had only just begun, but the balance of expectations was already shifting. The Fire Mage launched a barrage of fireballs in rapid succession, clearly determined to overwhelm Lin Han through sheer volume. From the sidelines, concern rose briefly, but Fatty remained confident, trusting Lin Han without hesitation. Lin Han calmly adjusted his focus and slipped through the incoming attacks with precise movement, avoiding every strike effortlessly. Without slowing, he planted his feet and surged forward in a straight line, closing the distance in an instant. The Fire Mage immediately reinforced his defenses, surrounding himself with a protective barrier, convinced that no matter how fast Lin Han moved, he would still be repelled. Observers from Class 3 watched closely, recognizing that a victory here would complicate their own situation, especially given their reliance on close-range combat. Lin Han did not slow. His body hardened as he drove forward, and his strike shattered the defensive barrier outright. The Fire Mage was visibly shaken, unable to accept that the shockwave had been nullified so easily. Without giving him time to recover, Lin Han followed up with a heavy blow, pressing the attack relentlessly. The Fire Mage responded with another desperate counterattack, and the collision erupted into a violent explosion that filled the arena with smoke. For a brief moment, Lin Han could not be seen. The Fire Mage searched frantically, unsure whether Lin Han had been thrown out of the ring. The answer came instantly from behind. Lin Han reappeared at close range, his momentum amplified as he struck again. The final blow stopped just short, its redirected force tearing through the arena wall behind the Fire Mage instead. The sheer impact stunned everyone present. The Fire Mage finally understood the gap between them. Seeing the destruction left behind, his resolve collapsed. He conceded on the spot. The referee confirmed Lin Han's victory and called for the next contestant. Shock spread through Class 1's ranks as fear replaced confidence. Zhao Feng watched in silence, his expression darkening as he became convinced that Lin Han's strength must originate from his beasts, strengthening his resolve to seize them at any cost. Lin Han turned toward the crowd, openly challenging anyone else to step forward. At the same time, he remained wary, sensing that Zhao Feng was already plotting something dangerous. Another challenger entered the ring, attempting to salvage Class 1's standing. Lin Han cut off the attempt immediately, releasing his pressure without restraint. Lightning spread outward, forcing panic through the arena. Before the challenger could even reach him, his courage broke. He dropped his weapon and surrendered outright. The sudden surge of power sent shockwaves through the surrounding crowd, scattering students in all directions. Even Zhao Feng and those beside him were caught off guard, struck by the residual force as the match ended in overwhelming fashion. Zhao Feng immediately objected to the outcome, accusing Lin Han of deliberately causing harm and demanding disqualification. Lin Han responded calmly, showing no concern. The referee instead acknowledged the academy's oversight, admitting that the arena's defenses had failed to withstand a freshman's strength. Lin Han's victory stood, though the match was temporarily halted to repair the field. Zhao Feng continued protesting, insisting that something was wrong with the competition. The referee warned him to stop interfering and made it clear that further disruption would lead to his own disqualification. With no choice, Zhao Feng withdrew, though his resentment only deepened. When the competition resumed, Lin Han noted the limitation that prevented any one person from fighting more than twice. Lu volunteered to step in next, recognizing that the final remaining opponent from Class 1 was also a support-type fighter. Fatty commented that such a matchup might drag on, but Lin Han remained unconvinced. As expected, the duel unfolded in an unorthodox and brutal manner. The two support fighters clashed directly, abandoning restraint. Lu's opponent relied on mobility and raw force, breaking through Lu's defenses and sending her flying with visible injuries. The situation looked grim, but Lin Han recognized that Lu still had a plan. As the opponent's strength dwindled, Lu recovered, healed her injuries, and reversed the momentum. Exploiting her opponent's exhaustion, she countered decisively, ending the match in a single strike. The referee declared Lu the winner, securing Class 4's advance. Soon after, Sun Yinwei returned with news that the remaining matches had gone smoothly. With Class 4's strongest fighters concentrated in Lin Han's match earlier, the rest of the opposition had fallen quickly. The referee announced the results. Class 4 had defeated Class 1, Class 2 had withdrawn, and Class 3 would face Class 4 in the finals the following day. While Lin Han's team celebrated, Zhao Feng watched silently from a distance, seething. His companions questioned whether to withdraw, but Zhao Feng refused. He stepped forward instead, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. Lin Han remained unmoved as Zhao Feng confronted him again, blaming him for public humiliation. Lin Han dismissed the accusation, pointing out that the referee had already ruled on the incident. Zhao Feng ignored this and revealed his true leverage by summoning a powerful frost-aligned beast, drawing immediate attention. Li Yintong quietly warned Lin Han of the creature's strength. Lin Han assessed the situation, recognizing this as Zhao Feng's hidden card. Zhao Feng then issued further demands, backed by his family's influence, making it clear that he feared neither rules nor punishment. Fatty stepped forward without hesitation, drawing his weapon and positioning himself between Zhao Feng and Lin Han. To him, family backing meant nothing. If Zhao Feng intended to make a move, he would have to go through them first. Lin Han stopped Fatty before the situation escalated further and took responsibility himself. Zhao Feng mocked them openly, completely confident in his own strength and his high-level beast. Lin Han dismissed the provocation and instructed Fatty to stand aside, judging that Zhao Feng posed no real threat to him. Fatty hesitated but obeyed, remaining alert to Zhao Feng's hostile intent. Zhao Feng ordered his beast to attack, determined to establish dominance. At the same time, Lin Han sensed approaching footsteps and realized teachers were arriving. Qinghai appeared alongside Wei Jinbo, immediately halting the confrontation and reminding everyone that private fighting was strictly forbidden. Zhao Feng was forced to withdraw his beast. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Feng twisted the situation, accusing Lin Han of deliberate harm during the competition and claiming he had been surrounded afterward. Lin Han was left momentarily speechless by the shamelessness of the accusation, especially knowing that surveillance damage had not yet been addressed. Zhao Feng continued pressing his claims, invoking family influence and external pressure. Wei Jinbo sided openly with Zhao Feng, praising his background and character while demanding punishment for Lin Han. Qinghai firmly opposed this, pointing out Lin Han's achievements and rejecting any attempt to expel him based on one-sided accusations. The dispute escalated as Zhao Feng demanded a so-called fair fight, insisting that the finals be moved to Grey Wind Plateau. Lin Han immediately sensed something off. Grey Wind Plateau was home to dangerous beasts, and Zhao Feng's insistence on changing the venue was clearly calculated. Zhao Feng, confident in his familiarity with wolf-type beasts, quietly planned to exploit the terrain and chaos to seize Lin Han's beast. Before the argument could spiral further, Yi Taiqing arrived. Wei Jinbo once again accused Lin Han of attempted murder, with Zhao Feng echoing the claim. Fatty spoke up in Lin Han's defense, insisting that Zhao Feng had initiated the conflict and that the entire class could testify. After hearing Qinghai's explanation, Yi Taiqing concluded that the conflict stemmed from youthful impulsiveness. He approved moving the finals to Grey Wind Plateau and announced changes to the rules. The finals would now consist of 2 rounds. In the first, each class monitor would lead their team to the venue independently, with any team failing to arrive within half a day being eliminated. The second round would follow standard competitive rules to determine the winner. Zhao Feng immediately saw this as an opportunity to ambush Lin Han during the first round. Lin Han, observing Zhao Feng's reaction, became even more cautious, certain that another scheme was already in motion. Yi Taiqing declared that the competition would resume the following day. The scene shifted to the Class 4 training ground. Lin Han gathered his teammates and made his intentions clear. Losing to Class 3 was unacceptable. Everyone agreed. Lin Han decided that training was the only option. He pointed out the team's biggest weakness: poor coordination under pressure, especially when facing high-level beasts. To address this, he proposed stress resistance training. Lin Han released his ant beast, which rapidly expanded into a massive form, and made it clear that the goal was to endure sustained pressure. Despite their doubts, Lin Han insisted that facing this challenge together would force them to improve. Encouraged by his confidence, the team equipped themselves and prepared to cooperate seriously for the first time, ready to face the trial head-on. Lin Han took his position and began the training without hesitation. Activating his strength and defense, he launched a direct punch. The impact smashed into Li Yintong's shield with overwhelming force, sending him flying backward. The others immediately advanced together, attempting to pressure Lin Han at once. Lin Han leapt into the air to evade their combined assault, calmly noting that while the timing was decent, their coordination still lacked precision. Before they could recover, he counterattacked, the shockwave tossing everyone away at once. Only then did Fatty truly understand what Lin Han's opponents had been facing all along. Lu quickly stabilized Li Yintong, restoring him enough to rejoin the fight. Sun Tianqi moved into position with heavy firepower, requesting cover. Li Yintong responded instantly, forming a protective barrier and holding the line. Even so, the ant beast's restrained counter still sent him flying, far beyond what he had expected. Sun Tianqi struggled to maintain range as the ant beast closed in. At a critical moment, Lu used spatial displacement to reposition him directly into firing range. The sudden coordination allowed Sun Tianqi to unleash a concentrated strike that detonated at close distance. The explosion shook the area. For a moment, it seemed as though Lin Han had taken the hit directly. When the smoke cleared, he stood unharmed behind his shield, genuinely surprised. He quickly realized that Lu, despite being a healer, had used a spatial tool to synchronize perfectly with Sun Tianqi, turning him into a mobile artillery unit. The team stared in disbelief. The ant beast immediately attempted to retaliate, furious at the attack on Lin Han, but Lin Han recalled her at once. He then ended the session, acknowledging that their cooperation had improved enough to pressure him seriously. Lin Han singled out Lu as the standout performer, questioning how he had managed spatial displacement. It was revealed that Lu had used a rare teleportation tool, expensive but extremely effective in critical moments. Lin Han acknowledged its value, understanding how it had enabled the successful coordination. With the training concluded, Fatty and Sun Yinwei both felt clear improvement in their control and strength. Observers nearby quietly noted that, even restrained, Lin Han's ant beast possessed terrifying power. The scene shifted to the following day. As the finalists gathered, whispers spread through the crowd about the unprecedented freshman competition, the feud between Lin Han and Zhao Feng, and the danger of the Grey Wind Plateau, home to savage beasts and hostile terrain. Zhao Feng approached Lin Han once more, attempting to provoke him before departure. Lin Han dismissed the threat without concern. Tension rose briefly before the director stepped in and formally announced the start of the finals. The rules were restated clearly. Each class monitor would independently lead their teams to the competition site. Any team that failed to arrive within half a day would be eliminated and barred from the second round. With the signal given, excitement surged. Lin Han led his team forward without hesitation. Their destination was set: the Grey Wind Plateau. The scene shifted to the Grey Wind Plateau as both teams entered the valley through separate routes. The surroundings appeared calm, with no immediate signs of danger, which gave the illusion of safety. Lin Han quickly halted the team's advance, reminding them that the academy would not choose this location without reason. The group adjusted their pace and moved forward cautiously. Before long, a pack of plateau wolves emerged. Observing from afar, the instructors chose not to intervene, deciding this was an appropriate trial for the freshmen. Lin Han's team reacted immediately, equipping themselves and engaging the wolves in coordinated formation. Their movements were steady and controlled, a clear result of the earlier special training. At the same time, Class 3 fell into disarray as the wolves advanced toward them. Zhao Feng revealed prepared tools, using a lure item to temporarily confuse the wolves and suppress their hostility. Confident in his preparations, he withdrew, intending to wait for Lin Han to be overwhelmed so he could act afterward. Lin Han's team steadily pushed back the wolves, maintaining formation and composure. The fight ended quickly and cleanly, reinforcing the effectiveness of their coordination. In contrast, Class 3 struggled to stabilize, with several members scattered and panicking. At that moment, a Class 3 archer stepped in, suppressing the wolves with precise long-range attacks and helping her teammates recover. Her strength stood out clearly, drawing Lin Han's attention. As the skirmish continued, the wolves Zhao Feng had pacified suddenly grew agitated. The atmosphere shifted when the Plateau Wolf King appeared. Lin Han immediately ordered his team to withdraw. Zhao Feng's control items failed under the Wolf King's pressure, forcing him into retreat as the beast rampaged forward. The archer attempted to hold her ground, but was quickly overwhelmed. Seeing the danger, Lin Han stepped in without hesitation. He intercepted the Wolf King's charge and ended it in a single decisive strike. With the leader fallen, the remaining wolves scattered, the pack collapsing instantly. The archer, shaken but unharmed, was left stunned by Lin Han's intervention. Lin Han treated the situation calmly, making it clear that personal rivalries had no place in life-and-death situations. With the threat gone, the battlefield settled. From a distance, Zhao Feng watched in silence, his resentment deepening as his plan unraveled. One of the observing instructors noted Lin Han's actions coldly, choosing to interpret the rescue with suspicion rather than gratitude. The Grey Wind Plateau fell quiet once more as the teams regrouped and continued forward. As Lin Han walked back toward his team, he noticed a strange object on the ground. From its condition and location, he quickly realized it was the same item Zhao Feng had relied on earlier. The purpose of Zhao Feng's insistence on choosing Grey Wind Plateau became clear. Lin Han picked it up calmly, his expression darkening as he connected the dots. Rejoining his teammates, Lin Han confirmed that the danger zone had been cleared and urged everyone to continue moving forward. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly angered by Zhao Feng's willingness to endanger others for personal gain. At that moment, Lin Han resolved to stop holding back. Deeper within Grey Wind Plateau, both Class 3 and Class 4 successfully reached the next checkpoint. Lin Han's team was visibly relieved, while Zhao Feng struggled to contain his frustration. The director then announced the rules for the second round. The format remained unchanged. 4-person teams, individual ring battles, each participant allowed to defend twice at most. Each class would send 3 teams, and the class that secured 2 overall victories would win. Excitement surged through Lin Han's team. Fatty volunteered to go first, confident and eager. Lin Han agreed, reminding him to fight steadily and without forcing the outcome. Fatty stepped into the arena with high spirits, determined to secure the opening win. Across the field, Class 3 argued internally over their opening fighter. The archer, Tame, insisted on taking the first match, confident in her strength and aware of the strategic importance of the opening round. Zhao Feng overruled her decision, accusing her of ulterior motives and forcing Tame to step forward instead. The dispute left visible tension within Class 3 before the match even began. Tame entered the arena and immediately engaged Fatty. The opening exchange was fast and forceful, with Fatty pressing aggressively. Tame countered with overwhelming power, activating a large-scale sword technique that sent Fatty crashing across the arena. The impact left Fatty badly shaken and struggling to rise. Zhao Feng mocked from the sidelines, while Lin Han remained composed, trusting Fatty's experience. As Tang Ming advanced confidently, believing the match was decided, Fatty steadied himself. Drawing on timing rather than brute force, he suddenly launched a concealed counterattack, releasing multiple throwing blades at once. The unexpected strike broke through Tang Ming's defense. Several blades landed cleanly, knocking him down and ending the fight. The result was declared immediately, confirming Fatty's victory. Fatty celebrated loudly, exhausted but triumphant. Lin Han acknowledged his performance with quiet approval. Zhao Feng, however, grew increasingly agitated. He knew that to secure victory, Tame would have to fight. Yet he also feared she would not go all out against Lin Han. Attempting to reassert control, Zhao Feng ordered Tame to take the next match. She refused, openly condemning his earlier accusations and manipulation. When persuasion failed, Zhao Feng resorted to threats, leveraging his family's influence and dragging her younger brother into the situation. Forced into a corner, Taime's anger flared, but she ultimately agreed to fight, not out of loyalty to Zhao Feng, but to protect her family. The tension between the two classes deepened as the next match approached. Tame stepped into the arena opposite Fatty and identified herself calmly. Fatty tried to lighten the mood, but Tame did not respond and maintained a steady, focused posture. From the side, Lin Han observed carefully and concluded that Tame's overall strength was higher than Fatty's. The outcome depended on whether Fatty could successfully close the distance and disrupt a rhythm. The match began with Tame taking the initiative. She released a tracking arrow that forced Fatty into an evasive move. Although he avoided a direct hit, the attack immediately put him under pressure. Fatty attempted to regain momentum through movement and positioning, but his concentration wavered as he tried to provoke a reaction. A warning came too late. Another arrow curved mid-flight, forcing Fatty to block at the last moment. The impact was heavy, sending vibrations through his arms and knocking his sword out of his grip. His hands shook from the force, and his reaction speed dropped noticeably. Before Fatty could recover his balance, Tame fired again. The arrow struck him cleanly, causing visible damage and further restricting his movement. From the sidelines, Zhao Feng intervened verbally, expressing dissatisfaction with how quickly the fight was progressing and demanding that it be prolonged. Fatty struggled to stand, clearly injured and having difficulty maintaining control of his body. At this point, Tame hesitated, recognizing that Fatty no longer had the ability to respond effectively. However, under Zhao Feng's continued pressure, she prepared another shot, her actions now driven more by coercion than by combat necessity. Fatty suddenly forced himself upright and retrieved his sword, activating his berserker skill despite his injuries. His body surged with strength as he pushed forward, abandoning any thought of restraint. He closed the distance in a burst of speed and launched a direct attack toward Tame. From the sidelines, Liu reacted with brief optimism, but Lin Han immediately judged the situation more clearly. Although Fatty's skill significantly boosted his attributes and allowed him to reach close range, the situation had actually worsened. Tame remained calm and unhurried, showing no signs of panic even when pressured. To Lin Han, this composure alone confirmed that her true strength was still far from fully revealed. Fatty continued his assault, but Tame avoided his strikes with precise movement. As soon as space opened again, she countered by releasing multiple arrows in quick succession. Fatty tried to evade, but several shots still landed. The accumulated damage disrupted his balance once more, and his sword slipped from his grasp again as pain spread through his body. Fatty collapsed to the ground, his condition visibly deteriorating. Zhao Feng, watching closely, pushed for the attack to continue. Under that pressure, Tame raised her bow once more and released another arrow, which struck Fatty directly. Liu called out urgently as the venom took effect and Fatty lost the ability to respond. Lin Han immediately recognized that Fatty could no longer continue safely. Before the situation worsened further, the director intervened, stepped between the combatants, and declared the match over. Fatty was ruled unable to continue, and the round was awarded to Class 3. Su Ting stepped forward immediately, clearly intent on taking the next round. Liu moved in to treat Fatty's injuries, stabilizing him. Lin Han stopped Su Ting, judging that she was not suited for this opponent, and chose to take responsibility himself. With Fatty withdrawn and treated, Lin Han entered the arena, formally taking the position as the next contestant for Class 4. The archer reported her identity as Tame of Class 3 and immediately fired an arrow toward Lin Han, intending to end the match quickly. Lin Han released his beast, Ai. Without effort, Ai intercepted the arrow and faced Tame, letting out a low hiss. Seeing the beast, Tame acknowledged its strength and questioned whether it was Lin Han's trump card. Lu shouted angrily from the sidelines, while Su Ting echoed her dissatisfaction. Lin Han responded calmly, saying she would find out if she tested it herself. Tame fired another arrow using her tracking skill. Ai blocked it again, clearly intent on protecting its master. Lin Han stopped Ai, judging that she would not withstand a direct hit, and moved forward himself. Activating his skills, he closed the distance instantly. As his punch was about to land, Tame realized how fast he was and believed the match was already decided. Lin Han halted his strike at the last moment. When Tame opened her eyes, she saw his fist stopped inches from her face. Lin Han then addressed the director, stating that such a blow would cause fatal or severe injury, and suggesting that the academy would not want that outcome. The director agreed and awarded Lin Han the victory. Tame questioned why Lin Han had held back despite Fatty being injured earlier. Lin Han recalled Fatty's words from before, explaining that the arrows had only caused paralysis and superficial wounds. He concluded that she had restrained herself. Back in the present, Lin Han smiled and stated that Fatty had not truly been harmed. Tame admitted her reluctance to fight seriously. Lin Han acknowledged her situation and pointed out that the real problem was someone who used companions as tools and threats. He then turned his attention to the opposing team, openly calling out the Class 3 monitor for coercing his classmates. The crowd reacted as students began to realize the situation. Zhao Feng stepped into the arena and declared he would fight Lin Han himself. He requested permission to fight together with Li Wei, citing their twin Frost Wolves and their symbiotic contract. The audience reacted in disbelief, and objections followed. The Class 3 teacher supported Zhao Feng's request, explaining the contract and its effects. The director consulted Qinghai, who stated the request was unreasonable but wanted to hear Lin Han's stance. The director clarified that the request violated the rules and that Lin Han had the right to refuse. Lin Han calmly accepted the challenge, stating he saw no reason to refuse fighting two opponents at once. He released his beast fully and invited them to attack together. Ai roared in response. Zhao Feng released his Frost Wolf and boasted about their level advantage. His companion followed suit, threatening Lin Han. The Class 3 teacher advised Qinghai to persuade Lin Han to apologize, warning of the consequences. Qinghai refused, stating that Lin Han had done nothing wrong. The Class 3 teacher argued further, referencing Zhao Feng's background, but Qinghai rejected the idea of bowing to power. Zhao Feng then directly demanded that Lin Han kneel, apologize, and hand over his beast. Our protagonist released all three of his beasts, realizing Zhao Feng's real target was his contract. Without the system's protection, even possessing a beast would be meaningless to him. Ai reacted with anger, while Tianji and Xiao Zhan volunteered to attack, each confident in their strength. Our protagonist calmed them down, stopping their agitation before turning his attention back to Zhao Feng, pointing out his arrogance despite needing a 2-on-1 fight. Zhao Feng ordered Li Wei to attack together. Both Frost Wolves rushed forward, and Zhao Feng assumed their pressure alone would force hesitation. Instead, the Beast Girls revealed their true forms. The Frost Wolves were immediately suppressed, panic setting in as they instinctively retreated. Li Wei urged Zhao Feng to recall them, warning that losing their beasts would be irreversible, but Zhao Feng refused to back down. Ai advanced first, striking decisively and launching the wolves into the air. Xiao Zhan and Tianji followed in perfect coordination, finishing the attack in an instant. The Frost Wolves were eliminated before anyone could intervene. The crowd reacted sharply. Some were stunned by the scale of the power, others exhilarated. The Class 3 teacher accused Lin Han of going too far, but Qinghai dismissed it as a result of Zhao Feng's own choices in a formal military competition, noting that defeat came from lack of ability, not injustice. Zhao Feng, shaken and furious, could only shout in disbelief. His companion collapsed in despair. Lin Han mocked Zhao Feng's weakness questioning the source of his arrogance. Driven into desperation, Zhao Feng tried to rally his classmates to attack together. One by one, they refused, unwilling to disgrace themselves further after an unfair 2-on-1 loss. Zhao Feng was left isolated, ignored by his own class. In rage, he produced a magical scroll, declaring it his final trump card. Lin Han immediately recognized it as Zhao Feng's last attempt to seize his beast. Qinghai realized it was a binding scroll from the Magic Association and understood Zhao Feng's earlier intentions. Before the scroll could be used, Lin Han activated Giant Force and struck Zhao Feng directly, sending him flying. He picked up the dropped scroll, briefly examining it before storing it away for later study. Zhao Feng screamed threats from the ground, completely unrestrained. At that moment, the director stepped in, cutting him off and declaring that Zhao Feng had gone too far after instigating the conflict himself. Lin Han watched calmly as the situation was finally brought under control. Dark shapes suddenly filled the sky as large numbers of demonic bats surged forward. The danger was immediately recognized, and everyone became alert. The director quickly identified the situation as a migration of wind blade bats and ordered all students to prepare for battle. Class 3 was instructed to pull Zhao Feng aside first, ensuring he was removed from immediate danger. At the same time, the mentor noticed an abnormal presence among the swarm and drew the director's attention toward the sky. Amid the bats, a powerful, demonic beast figure appeared. The director realized the possibility of the Queen of the Night, a rare, king-level existence born from countless wind blade bats. Even he acknowledged that facing such a being directly would be dangerous. Still, abandoning the students was not an option. A rescue signal was sent immediately, and the decision was made to rely on the Academy's 3 elements defense formation to hold the line. As the formation was activated, a large defensive barrier enveloped the students. Lin Han was instructed to guard against any bats that slipped through while the teachers maintained the formation itself. He acknowledged the order and released his beasts. Fatty took the black tortoise shield and positioned himself to protect the others. Lin Han moved to the front and organized the group, keeping everyone close. Despite some frustration over how the situation had escalated, the team quickly entered a coordinated defensive stance. Su Ting, Fatty, Stalker, and Tianchi moved seamlessly into position. Attacks and cover were executed in rhythm, with each person holding their assigned role. The group's coordination was noticeably improved, a clear result of their earlier training. Lin Han observed calmly, realizing they could handle the ordinary bats without his direct intervention. That changed when an elite wind blade bat appeared. A powerful burst of wind disrupted the formation, forcing everyone to brace themselves. Lin Han immediately recognized the increased threat level. He directed Xiao Zhen and Tinga to act. The two responded instantly, unleashing their respective powers. Phoenix Flame and Thunderstorm tore through the air, erasing multiple elite bats almost instantly. Their attacks were precise and overwhelming, leaving no room for resistance. As the bodies of the defeated bats fell to the ground, the battlefield briefly stabilized. Tame stared in disbelief at the aftermath, while Lu openly admired Lin Han's strength. From behind the formation, the mentor observed silently. The abilities displayed were unmistakable, powers associated only with true ancient beings. A troubling thought crossed his mind as he watched Lin Han standing calmly amid the chaos. As the battle settled, the Queen of the Night vanished from the sky. The mentor noticed it first and voiced his surprise, while the director concluded that the Queen likely never paid attention to them at all. As long as the students were safe, that was enough. Lin Han pointed out that the situation outside was still unclear and suggested leaving as soon as the Academy's rescue arrived. While approaching the director, the mentor quietly mentioned the beast control skills Lin Han had displayed, hinting that something about them felt familiar. The director reacted sharply and immediately called Lin Han over, ordering the others to stay where they were. When Lin Han arrived, the director questioned the origin of his beasts. Lin Han hesitated internally, knowing the truth about the 10 ancient evils could not be revealed yet. He chose to answer vaguely, claiming they were obtained in the wild. The director did not accept this explanation. Having seen countless ferocious beasts, he stated plainly that Lin Han's beasts carried ancient bloodlines, directly naming the 10 ancient evils. Lin Han was shaken, realizing the director had seen through him. Before he could decide how to respond, strange smoke began spreading through the area. The director immediately sensed something was wrong and warned everyone to gather together. Confusion spread among the students as the atmosphere thickened and panic began to surface. Zhao Feng, already exhausted, complained of having no strength left, while others cried out in fear. Lin Han's beast girls appeared beside him, warning him to be careful. Moments later, Lin Han felt his consciousness fading and collapsed. His beasts called out urgently as darkness overtook him. When he regained consciousness, Lin Han found himself in an unfamiliar place. His beast girls quickly checked on him, relieved that he was unharmed. Around them, complaints erupted among Class 3 students, blaming Zhao Feng for dragging everyone into danger. Zhao Feng lay silently, exhausted and bitter, realizing he had lost his frost wolf and now found himself trapped in an unknown location. Fatty asked the director where they were and whether they could still return. The director ordered everyone to remain calm and suggested they might have entered an ancient ruin. Some students questioned whether such a place truly existed, as it was only mentioned in textbooks. Lin Han recalled the legends of ancient times, when humans were weak and relied on relics that appeared between spatial rifts. Those who passed the relic trials gained power and resources, allowing humanity to survive against ferocious beasts. The director confirmed their situation, stating that they had indeed entered a ruin. Even the mentors admitted they had only ever heard rumors of such places. A bat-like creature then appeared and announced the rules of the ruins. The challenge was limited by age, allowed only one participant, and carried absolute consequences. Failure would trap everyone inside forever. The director immediately realized this was the rule spirit of the ruins. Though he was disqualified by age, he hoped one of the students could rise to the challenge. He explained the stakes clearly and urged the strongest among them to step forward. Turning to Lin Han, the director asked whether he was willing to participate. At that moment, Lin Han received confirmation of an epic mission. With the situation clear, he reassured everyone that he would do his best, both for them and for himself. With calm resolve, Lin Han stepped forward and declared his intention to challenge the ancient ruins. As he did, a voice echoed from above, welcoming them to the bloody Shura field, the Hall of Death. A sudden force dragged Lin Han backward, pulling him into the center of the ring before he could react. He immediately realized the transfer had happened in an instant, far faster than expected. This ancient ruin clearly operated under its own rules. As he scanned the surroundings, he noticed Fatty and the others seated in the arena gallery, cheering him on. The bat-like creature addressed him calmly, reminding him that this battlefield was filled with opportunities and treasures, but only for those who survived. The challenge began as a massive cyclops of the diamond race appeared on the battlefield, its presence alone radiating pressure. Watching from outside, the director recognized the cyclops as the first trial and acknowledged the seriousness of the ruin's difficulty. The mentor added that beasts closer to human form possessed greater intelligence and strength, making the cyclops an elite among monsters. Zhao Feng, observing silently, hoped the cyclops would end the battle quickly. As the challenge officially started, Lin Han called Ai forward. She responded immediately, noting that she had recently grown stronger and was eager to test herself. Her power surged as she moved, her presence partially concealed by cognitive interference. Ai charged first, clashing head-on with the Cyclops. The collision sent shockwaves across the arena. Even so, she pressed forward without hesitation, trading blows directly. With another decisive punch, the Cyclops was knocked to the ground and eliminated on the spot. The first level was cleared almost instantly. Lin Han noted the reward gained from clearing the stage and realized that each level offered its own compensation. Fatty's excitement echoed through the stands, while the director acknowledged that clearing the first trial so easily was no small feat. Zhao Feng, watching closely, grew increasingly unsettled. Without pause, the bat-like creature announced the continuation of the challenge. A gate opened, and a new figure burst onto the field with startling speed. Lin Han narrowly avoided the attack and immediately assessed the opponent as fast and aggressive. The creature revealed itself as a blood zombie of the diamond race. The mentor remarked that it relied heavily on surprise attacks, while the director pointed out that blood zombies, though weaker than Cyclopes, were dangerous due to their ability to evolve under pressure. Lin Han ordered Ai to finish it quickly. She attacked at once, but the blood zombie evaded with unexpected agility and countered from behind. landing lightly. Ai acknowledged its speed and adjusted her approach. Her next strike landed cleanly, smashing through the zombie's chest and shattering its body completely. With the enemy eliminated, Ai reported back, clearly satisfied. Lin Han praised her calmly, earning a pleased response. Nearby, the other two Beast girls expressed their desire to join the battle as well. At that moment, the director sensed a sudden change and warned Lin Han that something was wrong. The blood zombie had begun to evolve even after being defeated. Lin Han immediately sharpened his focus, aware that the next phase would not be as simple. The shattered blood zombie reassembled itself, black armor forming over its body as it rose again, revealing its new state as an undead armor blood zombie. The director immediately recognized the danger, noting that the creature had merged with undead armor. The mentor followed, surprised by such a rare fusion between ferocious beasts and armor, understanding that the difficulty of the battle had escalated. Lin Han observed the revived enemy carefully, recalling a similar fusion he had once seen in the Bitter Water Swamp. He made a mental note to investigate the principle behind such transformations later. For now, he ordered Ai to finish it. Ai charged forward and landed a direct hit on the zombie's chest, the impact exploding outward and shattering its head. Confident in the result, she relaxed briefly. However, the creature suddenly counterattacked, forcing Lin Han to warn her. Ai narrowly avoided the strike and realized the enemy had not been defeated. She struck again, only to watch the zombie restore itself once more. Frustration grew as repeated physical blows failed to end the fight. Seeing that brute force alone was ineffective, Lin Han called Xiao Zhan to assist. She responded eagerly and unleashed a powerful phoenix flame, engulfing the zombie in fire. The flames burned fiercely, and for a moment, the battlefield fell quiet. Lin Han believed the threat had finally been eliminated. Ai reported their victory, and Xiao Zhan confidently claimed credit, prompting Lin Han to calm both of them and acknowledge their efforts together. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed through the arena. Lin Han and the Beast girls instinctively covered their ears as the noise intensified. Confusion spread among the onlookers. From within the flames, the enemy stirred again. The creature fully regenerated, its form shifting into something entirely different. The director immediately recognized it as a Willow. Wisp King, a ghost-type ferocious beast thought to have vanished long ago. The mentor confirmed its rarity, astonished that such a being existed within the ruins. The director warned Lin Han that the Willow, Wisp King, was immune to physical attacks and specialized in spiritual interference, advising him to reinforce his spiritual defenses. Lin Han ordered Ai and Xiao Zhan to test its limits first. They attacked together, but the creature dispersed into a gaseous form, effortlessly evading their combined assault. Unable to land a hit, Ai grew visibly irritated. Lin Han quickly realized that conventional attacks were ineffective. The Willow, Wisp King then released its power, activating spiritual disturbance. Sensing the danger, the director reacted instantly, realizing that Lin Han lacked a dedicated spiritual barrier and would be directly exposed to the attack. The incoming attack strikes the protagonist directly. In an instant, the space around him fractures, and his consciousness is pulled into a void-like realm. Inside this empty space, he realizes he has lost control over his body, trapped by a powerful spiritual force. As he drifts in the darkness, memories of his companions surface in his mind. He senses that they are struggling to endure the same mental suppression and understands that they cannot hold on much longer. If nothing changes, they will eventually collapse under the pressure. Seeking a solution, he turns inward and makes a decisive choice, pouring all of his remaining strength into Tienga in a final attempt to break through the restraint. The surge of energy triggers a breakthrough, strengthening her enough to challenge the mental domination that binds them. Outside, his mentor anxiously urges the director to intervene, fearing for his safety. However, the director explains that the laws governing the ruins prevent external interference. At this point, only the protagonist himself can overcome the trial. Watching from a distance, Zhao Feng observes the fallen figure with dark anticipation, already calculating the benefits he might gain if the situation ends in tragedy. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhan and Ai continue resisting the surrounding enemies, but their attacks fail to produce meaningful results. Exhaustion sets in as they struggle to hold their ground. At that critical moment, Tinga breaks free from the mental suppression and appears, lifting the protagonist and shielding him from further harm. Her breakthrough allows her to sever the lingering spiritual interference affecting him. As his consciousness gradually returns, the tide begins to shift. Regaining clarity, he immediately reorganizes their strategy, placing Tinga at the forefront while Xiao Zhan and Ai provide full support. Empowered by her newly awakened strength, Tinga unleashes a decisive, thunderous assault toward the source of the mental control, striking directly at its core and disrupting its dominance. As the battle continues, Tinga's newly awakened power fully manifests. A surge of thunder-based mental force spreads outward, dispersing the lingering darkness and suppressing the hostile presence that had dominated the battlefield. Clouds of condensed energy gather above the target, releasing waves of paralysis that restrain everything within their range. Ai pauses in surprise at the display of power, clearly impressed by Tinga's sudden growth. Tinga calmly acknowledges that her breakthrough was made possible through her master's support. With the void's influence gone, the protagonist immediately reorganizes the attack. He signals for Xiao Zhan to take over the offensive. Xiao Zhan responds with a concentrated burst of flame, striking the weakened enemy head-on. At the same time, Ai advances and delivers a direct punch to the zombie's chest. The combined assault proves decisive, and the enemy collapses completely. Shortly after, a bat-like creature appears and announces that the second level of the ruins battlefield has been cleared and that the challenge will continue. Relief spreads among the group as the pets gather around their master. Ai expresses satisfaction at the enemy's defeat, while Xiao Zhan stays close, reassured that he has recovered safely. The protagonist acknowledges their efforts, crediting them for turning the situation around. From outside the battlefield, the mentor notes that the victory was achieved through careful coordination and control, allowing what seemed like certain defeat to become success. However, the atmosphere shifts when a new voice echoes through the ruins. It remarks that among all ruins, the ancient ruins are the most advanced, and expresses surprise that someone of his current level has reached the final stage. The group immediately becomes alert. A powerful presence begins to materialize, and soon the guardian of the ruin reveals herself as the Queen of the Night. She makes it clear that defeating earlier enemies does not make the rewards easy to obtain. The director reacts with alarm, recognizing her identity and attempting to intervene, but the rules governing the ruins prevent any outsider from entering the arena. The Queen calmly reminds him that only challengers are permitted to fight and that no one has ever passed this level since ancient times. She declares that the treasure of the relic belongs to her alone. The protagonist steps forward with his companions at his side and calmly confirms that defeating her would grant the reward. The Queen responds that even as a mere clone, she cannot be defeated by him alone. Without further delay, she advances to attack, bringing the final confrontation to begin. Ai moves forward first, volunteering to confront the Night Queen directly. The protagonist immediately warns her to stay cautious. Ai throws a punch, but the Night Queen evades with effortless precision. The misstrike catches Ai off guard. Observing the exchange, the protagonist realizes that her movement resembles the hollow-like transformation used by the Willow, the Wisp King, making her attacks difficult to land. A sudden malicious fluctuation spreads through the battlefield. Before he can fully react, the Night Queen appears near him, closing the distance without exposing any killing intent. Her control over her presence reveals the level of a true king-class beast. The mentor urgently warns him that a skill swap has been triggered. Understanding the timing, the protagonist immediately commands Xiao Zhan and Tinga to act. Both launch their strongest abilities in coordination, thunder and flame merging as they strike the Night Queen simultaneously. The collision produces a violent explosion that shakes the arena. When the smoke clears, the Night Queen acknowledges that she had underestimated him, but remains unshaken. With a calm gesture, she summons dark chains that surge outward and bind both pets before they can retreat. Restrained by the chains, they are dragged toward her. The protagonist quickly realizes that the binding ability prevents him from recalling them into the beast-taming space. Before he can fully analyze the technique, the Night Queen advances again, using shadow-based force while pulling the chained pets along. He responds by equipping his defensive shield and intercepting her strike head-on. The clash produces another powerful shockwave. Using the opening created by the impact, he manages to break the restraints and free his companions. Facing the Night Queen once more, he recognizes that she is far more formidable than any opponent they have encountered so far. The Night Queen remarks that although he managed to resist her attack, the weapon in his hand is not a true divine artifact and cannot withstand repeated use. Observing her calmly, the protagonist understands that even a single clone of a king-level beast possesses overwhelming strength. Realizing there is no reason to hold back any longer, he decides to reveal his full power. He raises his hand and activates skill fusion. In response, his pets immediately merge with him, their bodies combining into a single entity. When the transformation completes, he reappears in a supreme, fused form, his presence vastly elevated. Fatty watches in shock, recognizing that he is finally fighting without restraint. The mentor senses the surge of power and admits that he can no longer accurately measure Lin Han's strength. Even so, the director remains cautious, noting that despite being only a level 6 clone, the Night Queen is still a king-level existence. Facing the transformed opponent, the Night Queen acknowledges his strength, but remains confident that a human cannot ultimately prevail. She releases a swarm of monstrous bats that surge forward in waves, attempting to overwhelm him. The protagonist cuts through the incoming creatures with efficient strikes, dispersing them while advancing steadily. Gathering fire and thunder into a concentrated spear-like sphere, he launches the attack directly at the Night Queen. The strike lands solidly, erupting into a massive explosion that drives her into the ground. After a moment, she rises again, visibly affected but not defeated, surprised by the scale of his power. Seeing that she still stands, he prepares to press the attack without hesitation. Angered by being pushed this far, the Night Queen gathers her energy once more and charges forward, intent on ending the battle decisively. The protagonist gathers Thunderstorm and Phoenix Flame together once more, compressing the two forces into several condensed spear-like projectiles. He states that he will use the Night Queen to test the limits of his combined abilities, then releases the fused attacks forward. The fire and thunder spheres strike the Night Queen directly. The impact triggers a violent explosion that engulfs the battlefield. Shockwaves spread outward, sending wind and dust across the arena, and forcing the spectators to shield themselves in surprise at the scale of the blast. When the aftermath settles, the clone of the Night Queen has been completely destroyed. Soon after, the true Night Queen briefly manifests, acknowledging that he managed to defeat her clone. She makes it clear that she will remember him before disappearing, leaving the implication that they will meet again. He responds calmly that he will remember her as well. With the battle over, the fusion state dissolves and his pets separate from him. Ai expresses relief that the enemy has finally been defeated, while Xiaojin comments on the unique sensation of fighting as one with their master. Ai moves closer, concerned about the strain he endured. He reassures them and tells them to rest. Confirmation soon follows that the Dark Night Queen's clone has been eliminated and that the third level of the Ruins battlefield has been cleared, officially ending the challenge. The crowd erupts in excitement. Fatty openly expresses his admiration, while the mentor credits Lin Han for leading them through the ruins. The director agrees and states that the Academy will formally apply a reward for him upon their return. Additional confirmation follows. The final level has been cleared, large amounts of beast taming and beast control points have been obtained, and the ruins treasure has been granted. A single card materializes in midair as the reward. Examining it, the protagonist notes that it appears ordinary at first glance. Shortly after, a portal opens and transports everyone back to the Grey Wind Plateau. Relieved students react emotionally, some admitting they fear they would not survive the ruins and blaming earlier decisions for putting them in danger. The director asks Lin Han whether he obtained the treasure. Lin Han confirms that he did, though he remarks that it looks like nothing more than a simple old card. The director immediately corrects him, explaining that the item is a legendary top-grade breakthrough card. It has no usage restrictions and can be applied to any class or even to ferocious beasts. If used on a beast, it directly increases the creature's racial level by 1. If used by a human, it doubles the user's overall attribute growth value. In practical terms, every future level up would grant doubled attribute bonuses, allowing the user's strength to far surpass others of the same level. Lin Han acknowledges the explanation about the breakthrough card with a calm smile. However, inwardly he decides that a treasure capable of doubling attribute growth is far too valuable to reveal openly. For now, it is safer to keep its true worth hidden. Nearby, Zhao Feng watches with undisguised jealousy, unable to accept that such a rare item ended up in Lin Han's hands. Fatty soon reminds Zhao Feng about the wager they had made earlier. Zhao Feng attempts to deny it, pretending not to remember, Lin Han calmly repeats the original agreement. Whoever lost would kneel and address the other as grandfather. Privately, Lin Han reflects that if not for Zhao Feng's reckless actions, they would never have gone to the Grey Wind Plateau or nearly lost their lives in the ruins. Allowing such behavior to continue unchecked would only invite more trouble in the future. Zhao Feng looks toward the teachers for support, but the director makes it clear that private agreements between students will not be interfered with. Lin Han's mentor reinforces the point, stating that since Zhao Feng proposed a bet, he must honor it. Even the teacher from Class 3 chooses to remain neutral, unwilling to oppose Lin Han after witnessing his recent performance. Several classmates openly blame Zhao Feng for the danger they faced, admitting they had long been dissatisfied with his attitude. Isolated and pressured from all sides, he finally realizes there is no way out. Reluctantly, he kneels and fulfills the bet, addressing Lin Han as required. Lin Han accepts it without prolonging the humiliation and reminds him to measure his abilities carefully before provoking others in the future. Fatty adds a final teasing remark before leaving with the group, while Zhao Feng remains kneeling, resentment building silently in his heart. With the matter settled, the director announces that the competition will resume. Su Ting from Class 4 and a student from Class 3 step into the arena, introducing themselves before beginning their match. Su Ting advances decisively and strikes with force. Her opponent attempts to block, but the impact sends him airborne, unable to recover in time. The director declares that all contestants from Class 3 have been eliminated and that Class 4 is the overall winner. Lin Han's companions celebrate the victory enthusiastically. Fatty cheers openly, while Lin Han reminds everyone to stay composed and offers calm praise to Su Ting for her performance. The scene shifts to the entrance of the military academy. Standing before the gathered students, the director announces that Class 4 is the final winner of the trial. Each member of the class will receive 500 points, while Lin Han, due to his outstanding performance in the ruins battlefield, will receive an additional 1,000 points. The rewards will be distributed the following day, and everyone is instructed to return and rest. As his companions begin celebrating, the director calls Lin Han's name. Noticing the director's serious expression, Lin Han wonders whether his actions during the ruins battle, especially the parts he did not conceal, have drawn attention, and whether questions about his ferocious beast will follow. Before the director can continue, a familiar voice calls out to him. Lin Han turns and immediately recognizes it. Sister Bing approaches and grabs his ear, clearly displeased. She reprimands him for going to the dangerous Grey Wind Plateau and explains that she only learned about his rapid progress and recent actions through Dean Sikong-chun. Lin Han winces in pain and tries to explain himself. Su Ting and Su Nianwei watch in surprise, confused by how someone can treat him so familiarly. Fatty, amused, remarks that this is the only person who can truly keep Lin Han in check. Sister Bing silences Fatty before continuing to scold Lin Han, dragging him away by the ear despite his attempts to save face. The director watches them leave and reflects that there is always someone stronger. Deciding not to interrupt, he postpones his private conversation with Lin Han until the next day when the rewards are distributed. Inside the academy, Sister Bing finally loosens her grip but continues questioning him about the bet and the risks he took at the Grey Wind Plateau. Lin Han admits that he did not anticipate so many complications but reassures her that he is unharmed. He also shows her the breakthrough card he obtained from the ruins. Recognizing the item, Sister Bing immediately warns him not to display such a treasure carelessly. The temptation of a breakthrough card is immense, and it would inevitably attract unwanted attention from those with ill intentions. Lin Han agrees and assures her that he understands the risks. Then, shifting the topic, he gently holds her hands and asks how she has been, admitting that he missed her. Caught off guard, Sister Bing blushes and admits that she missed him as well. Lin Han notices the unusual softness in her response, surprised by the rare moment of tenderness. She steps closer and briefly hugs him, calling him an idiot just like before. After letting go, she explains that she only came to check on him and hopes that he stays safe. As she prepares to leave, Sister Bing reminds him once more of the principle that possessing a great treasure can invite danger. She tells him to keep the breakthrough card a secret, then adds playfully that he should remember her as well before walking away. The scene shifts to the director's office. The director asks Lin Han whether he has received the bonus points from winning the freshman competition. Lin Han confirms that the points arrived that morning. The director then explains that, in recognition of Lin Han's outstanding performance in clearing the ruins, the Academy's top management has decided to reward him with a level 40 ferocious beast. Linhan is visibly surprised by the announcement and expresses his gratitude for the Academy's training and support. His mentor is equally pleased, commenting that such generosity is long overdue. When the gift box is opened, however, both Linhan and his mentor are startled to find what appears to be nothing more than a piece of grass inside. Linhan immediately senses that the director would not give something ordinary without reason. As they watch more closely, the plant begins to twist and move, radiating the aura of a ferocious beast. The mentor recognizes it as double-leaf cordyceps, a rare being with an extinct ancient bloodline. The director confirms that although it appears weak, it is extremely rare and possesses extraordinary potential. The mentor questions whether such a beast, with seemingly low offensive power, is truly suitable for strengthening Linhan. The director calmly replies that, in his view, this is the most appropriate reward for him. Privately, the director reflects that since Linhan already controls ancient ferocious beasts, this particular bloodline suits him perfectly. Linhan then cautiously brings up the matter of his beast tamer abilities. The director reminds him of his earlier stance. As long as Linhan does not harm the interests of the Empire, the Academy will not interfere with the type of beast he controls. Linhan thanks him sincerely, though inwardly he wonders how much the director already knows. The scene shifts to the Academy's back mountain. Standing alone, Linhan looks at the gift box and reflects that the director's choice was far from simple. Using his ancestral bloodline ability, he directly binds the fourth beast. Information about the creature surfaces. It belongs to an ancient giant tree lineage, nearing level 40, with balanced attributes but extraordinary constitution. The system prompts him to confirm the use of bloodline atavism. He accepts. Almost immediately, the box in his hands begins to shake violently. A surge of green energy bursts upward into the sky, forcing him backward from the impact. As the energy settles, the original form transforms. Before him appears a white-haired, humanoid beast radiating a powerful green aura. New information emerges. The being has evolved into 9-leaf swordgrass, classified among the ancient 10 evils. Still at level 39, its attributes have increased explosively to overwhelming levels. It possesses high mastery in the ancient grass sword technique, capable at full power of releasing sword energy, said to cut through space itself. It can generate a powerful defensive sword aura to protect its master, and it can transform into a 9-leaf sword form, becoming a weapon capable of devastating force. Standing before this transformed existence, Linhan realizes that the seemingly ordinary piece of grass has awakened into something far beyond expectations. Linhan stares at the newly awakened beast in disbelief. At level 39, its strength far exceeds what he expected from what once looked like an ordinary plant. The white-haired beast looks at him calmly and asks if he is her master. Observing her composed and cool demeanor, Linhan notes how different her temperament is compared to his other companions. He acknowledges her and welcomes her partnership. She introduces herself as Jui and states that she will protect him to the best of her ability. Without warning, she transforms into a sword. Linhan pauses in surprise, but quickly grips the weapon, examining its refined shape and balanced weight. Intrigued, he steps forward to test it. With a single casual swing, several trees ahead are cleanly cut down. Even a simple flash of sword light carries overwhelming sharpness. Realizing the practical implications, he reflects that beast taming offers him yet another combat method. If the others could reach Jui's level of strength, their overall power would rise dramatically. At that moment, he remembers that he has not yet used the form evolution reward obtained from clearing the ruins. He activates it. The ability passively triggers evolution based on the beast level, carrying a chance of success and granting a substantial increase in overall attributes upon completion. Soon after activation, confirmation arrives that the evolution has succeeded. Jui reappears, stating that her strength has increased further. Her attributes rise significantly across all categories. The surge of power resonates with the others as well. Tiange emerges, commenting that she feels more energized than ever. Her status reflects her identity as the Thunder Emperor, one of the ancient 10 evils, with greatly enhanced attributes. Xiaojin follows, sensing the true fire within her burning even more intensely. As a true phoenix of the ancient 10 evils, her overall strength, agility, spirit, and constitution all show dramatic growth. Ai also steps forward excitedly, announcing her own evolution. As the sky-horned aunt of the ancient 10 evils, her attributes likewise increase substantially. Seeing all 4 of them strengthened at once, Lin Han embraces them with clear satisfaction. Their collective growth marks a decisive leap forward, solidifying his foundation for the challenges that lie ahead. While looking at his 4 companions, Lin Han calmly evaluates their growth. The ancient 10 evils already possessed extraordinary base attributes, and with an additional 30% increase, their overall combat strength has risen to another level. The improvement is not just numerical, it is a qualitative leap. His thoughts are interrupted by a call. After answering, he learns that Zhao Feng has brought in a 5th-rank magician and is searching the academy for him. Ai reacts first, anger rising at the idea of someone targeting her master. Kinga's expression also turns cold. Lin Han remains composed, telling them there is no need to be agitated. Inwardly, he sees this as a suitable opportunity to test their newly enhanced strength in real combat. At the Class 4 training ground, students are practicing as usual when Zhao Feng arrives with his older sister, Zhao Yuan. They openly call for Lin Han to show himself. Fatty steps forward with open disdain, mocking Zhao Feng for returning after his previous defeat. The atmosphere tightens immediately. Without further warning, Zhao Yuan makes a move. A surge of ice element energy spreads across the ground, instantly freezing Fatty's legs in thick crystal. Confusion flashes across his face as the cold climbs upward. Sun Yunwei steps in, warning Zhao Yuan about attacking someone inside the military academy. Zhao Yuan dismisses her and sends another strike forward. Before the attack can land, a counterforce collides with it midair. The impact disperses the ice energy in a burst of wind and frost. Lin Han has arrived. He states plainly that using superior strength to oppress others is excessive. Sun Yunwei relaxes at his appearance. Lin Han releases the ice binding Fatty, assuring him that the situation is under control. Facing the siblings, Lin Han questions whether the younger one's failure has forced the elder to intervene. He makes it clear that provoking him will not end well. Ai manifests beside him, ready to engage. Zhao Yuan finally states her true purpose. Beyond her brother's humiliation, she is interested in the breakthrough card Lin Han obtained at the Grey Wind Plateau. She demands that he hand it over in exchange for being spared further trouble. Lin Han immediately sees through her intention. He remarks that if she came only for the treasure, there is nothing to discuss. Even if the head of the Zhao family appeared personally, his answer would remain the same. Angered, Zhao Yuan releases her power. Ice element energy gathers densely around her as she launches multiple sharp ice arrows toward Lin Han. Ai steps forward and intercepts them with ease, shattering the projectiles before they reach their target. Zhao Yuan is visibly surprised and questions the strength of Lin Han's beast, glancing at her brother for confirmation. Zhao Feng insists that Lin Han's level is not high and urges her to act decisively. Realizing the fight may not be as simple as expected, Zhao Yuan prepares to end it quickly. She equips her staff and channels a more advanced spell. Waves of freezing energy surge outward, forming a sweeping field of crystallized frost. Ai attempts to resist, but the dense ice power binds around her body, immobilizing her in place. The freezing force locks her movements completely. Zhao Yuan observes the result with confidence. Without a free spirit beast to assist him, she believes a beast tamer alone holds little direct combat power. Lin Han draws the beast sword into his hand and faces Zhao Yuan calmly. He states that a beast tamer is not limited to relying solely on spirit beasts. Without hesitation, he steps forward and closes the distance. Zhao Yuan is caught off guard by the sudden advance. She raises her magical staff to block. The sword and staff collide, releasing a sharp shockwave. The force of the impact travels straight through the staff, cracking it apart. Unable to withstand the pressure, she is thrown backward and falls heavily to the ground. Seeing his sister at a disadvantage, Zhao Feng rushes forward in panic, intending to intervene. Before he can reach them, Ai intercepts him and knocks him back with a direct strike, stopping him in place. Lin Han steadies his blade and points it toward Zhao Yuan. Lying on the ground, she warns him that harming her would mean facing the retaliation of both the Zhao family and the Magic Association. She reminds him that as a student, he would not be able to withstand the consequences of opposing such forces. Lin Han remains composed. He questions whether those forces would truly choose to make an enemy of a rising beast tamer over a personal dispute. His tone is measured, but the pressure from the sword in his hand does not lessen. He lifts the blade and swings downward to conclude the confrontation. At that moment, a commanding voice stops the strike. The director and Lin Han's mentor arrive at the training ground. Lin Han withdraws his sword. Inwardly, he notes that their arrival prevents the situation from escalating beyond control. The director surveys the scene and demands an explanation. Zhao Feng immediately claims that Lin Han attempted to kill them. Fatty steps forward and states that Zhao Feng brought outsiders into the academy to provoke trouble first. He points out that many students witnessed the incident and can confirm what happened. Sun Yinwei supports the statement. Su Ting adds that Lin Han acted only in response to being attacked. The training ground falls into tense silence as all eyes turn toward the director for judgment. Zhao Yuan steadies herself and insists that she only came to question Lin Han after hearing her brother had been bullied. She claims that Lin Han attacked first, broke her weapon, and forced her into a position where she could not defend herself. She portrays herself as powerless and argues that if the teachers had not arrived, the consequences would have been severe. Fatty immediately refutes her claim, pointing out that he was nearly frozen solid before Lin Han intervened. Lin Han remarks that the Zhao siblings are consistent in their ability to distort facts. The director turns to Lin Han and asks for a clear explanation of what happened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan calculates her position. She recalls that there is no surveillance in the training ground. If she maintains that Lin Han initiated the attack, the influence of the Zhao family and the Magic Association might pressure the academy into siding with her. Instead of continuing the argument verbally, Lin Han produces a small spherical device. He explains that words alone are insufficient and suggests reviewing the recorded footage stored inside his camera ball. He reflects that although the training ground lacks surveillance, he had prepared this portable recording tool in advance. The device can capture everything within a 10-meter radius and is easy to carry, though fragile. Realizing the risk, Zhao Yuan immediately launches an ice arrow and destroys the ball midair. The director reacts sharply, questioning her attempt to destroy potential evidence in front of him. She quickly claims that she acted out of suspicion, implying that the recording might have been altered. Without changing expression, Lin Han produces a second identical device, stating that he prepared more than one. The director silently approves of the foresight. Angered, but unable to stop him in time, Zhao Yuan watches as Lin Han activates the second camera ball. The recorded events replay clearly in the air, showing the sequence from her arrival to the initiation of the attack. As the footage concludes, the mentor states that the situation is obvious. Zhao Yuan and her brother came to cause trouble and then attempted to reverse the narrative. Zhao Yuan refuses to concede. She argues that regardless of the details, Lin Han's attitude provoked the conflict. She shifts the focus to her broken diamond-grade weapon and demands compensation. Escalating further, she urges the director to expel Lin Han, threatening that the Zhao family and the Magic Association will not overlook the matter otherwise. The director's expression hardens. He states firmly that the military academy does not answer to the Zhao family. Even the head of their household would not presume to dictate decisions within academy grounds. The director states firmly that Lin Han did nothing wrong. He adds that if a student does not know how to resist when being bullied, then they're not fit to remain at the military academy. Lin Han notes inwardly that Manager Yi is far more protective of his students than he expected. Zhao Yuan tries once more, reminding the director that she is a member of the Magic Association and questioning whether he intends to disregard its standing as well. The director smiles faintly and replies that the president of the Magic Association is an old acquaintance of his. His tone then turns serious. He points out that she is misusing the association's name to intimidate others and tarnish its reputation. He states clearly that he will contact the association's president to report her conduct. Zhao Yuan is visibly shaken. She realizes that the association strictly forbids causing trouble outside its jurisdiction, and such behavior could lead to expulsion. The director then turns to Zhao Feng, reprimanding him for bringing outsiders onto academy grounds to create conflict. He announces that Zhao Feng's position as class monitor is revoked immediately and that he will be placed on probation. Zhao Feng protests, but the decision stands. Both siblings slump to the ground, their confidence gone. The director makes it clear that anyone who causes trouble at the military academy will face consequences, regardless of background. He orders them to leave. The mentor disperses the gathered students, restoring order to the training ground. As the crowd thins, Fatty comments that Manager Yi handled the situation decisively. Lin Han agrees that such an elder is rare. Later, at the school cafeteria, Fatty hurries forward, focused on the day's main dish. Lin Han follows at a relaxed pace. Inside, however, a commotion has drawn attention. Some students seem to expect a confrontation. Linhan and Fatty look toward the source of the noise. Su Ting and Sun Yinwei are standing with Heimei from Class 3, facing a group of boys. Heimei questions why the boys are forcibly occupying a recruitment spot that was officially assigned to the Heroines Club by the Academy. A green-haired boy argues that their hero club has hundreds of members and therefore deserves the most favorable recruitment location. Heimei counters that the Academy values strength, not numbers, and criticizes the hero club standards. The green-haired boy reacts angrily to her words. Heimei challenges him directly, showing no intention of backing down. Fatty instinctively moves forward, irritated by the situation, but Linhan stops him. He observes that Heimei appears to be deliberately provoking the other side into striking first, which would shift responsibility if a fight breaks out. He also quietly wonders when Sun Yinwei and Su Ting became so closely associated with Heimei. The green-haired boy, losing patience, prepares to make a move. His bald companion quickly attempts to restrain him, warning him not to act impulsively. The bald boy proposes a team battle. The losing club will surrender half of the points allocated by the college, and if the Heroines Club loses, they must also give up their recruitment location. Linhan observes quietly. The proposal is calculated rather than impulsive. The Hero Club is clearly trying to use pressure to secure resources. He assumes Heimei would avoid such a risky wager. Instead, she accepts without hesitation. Linhan is momentarily surprised. The Hero Club sets the time for 6 in the evening at the arena before leaving with confidence. Su Ting immediately questions the decision, pointing out the disparity in numbers. Sun Yinwei adds that losing half their points would cripple the club's development. Heimei thanks them for supporting her in establishing the Heroines Club after the freshman competition. She remains composed, asking how they can assume defeat before the battle even begins. She admits that their current strength is limited and that they need powerful support. Then she calls out to Linhan. He senses the direction of the situation immediately. Stepping away seems tempting, but Fatty notices and calls him out. Soon, Su Ting and Sun Yinwei approach him directly, explaining the situation and expressing their frustration with the Hero Club. Linhan points out that this is internal club business and that he is technically an outsider. He also mentions that they never informed him about joining. Sun Yinwei explains that Heimei had once been associated with Zhao Feng's team, but left after the competition and apologized sincerely. Su Ting adds that the Heroines Club was founded to create a supportive environment for female students, which is why they joined. They ask for his help. Linhan hesitates, concerned about academy rules and formalities. Heimei steps forward and admits that she acted impulsively earlier. She explains that the Heroines Club has only just begun. If they retreat now, the Hero Club will continue to suppress them and seize resources. She asks for his assistance directly, stating that if he helps them secure victory, she will owe him a personal favor. Fatty supports the idea, arguing that they should not stand by while others attempt to intimidate them. Linhan responds lightly to Fatty's sudden enthusiasm, then turns serious. Since Sun Yinwei and Su Ting are members, he cannot ignore the situation. If he does nothing, they will bear the pressure alone. He agrees to participate in the team battle. Sun Yinwei reacts with visible excitement. Heimei acknowledges his decision with relief. The arrangement is settled, and attention shifts toward the upcoming match in the arena. At 6 in the evening, the arena lights up as both clubs gather on the training ground. Linhan arrives with Heimei, Su Ting, Sun Yinwei, Fatty, and the others. The Hero Club members are already waiting, standing in formation with clear confidence. The director also appears at the scene. He remarks that competition seem to follow Linhan wherever he goes, noting that things have been unusually lively lately. Linhan thanks him briefly for maintaining order earlier. Soon after, 3 senior students approach. Their leader questions Linhan's attitude since enrolling, implying that a freshman should not attract so much attention. He also criticizes the Heroines Club for daring to challenge the Hero Club with such limited numbers. Linhan keeps his response simple. The outcome will be decided in the ring, not through words. Turning to Heimei, he asks about the final team member. She explains that the last participant is Kai Yin, a sophomore fire magician. Although strong, Kai Yin tends to be timid, and her performance can fluctuate under pressure. Moments later, Kai Yin arrives, slightly out of breath from rushing. Heimei introduces her formally as the 5th member of their team. Kai Yin confirms that she will participate in the battle. Linhan assesses her quietly. Fire magic offers strong offensive potential if used steadily and without hesitation. Stability will be the key factor. Once both teams are assembled, the director steps forward to announce the rules. The match will be a single-round team battle. If all 5 members of one side fall off the stage or lose their fighting ability, that side loses. The remaining team wins. He asks if there are any objections. The Hero Club leader expresses confidence, stating that the result will demonstrate their strength. Lin Han responds evenly, reminding them that victory and defeat are not decided in advance. Excessive confidence can easily backfire. Beside him, Cayenne grows visibly tense as the atmosphere tightens. The stage is set, and the team battle is about to begin. Lin Han notices Cayenne's tension and asks what is troubling her. She admits that her strength is only average compared to the others and worries that she might become the weak link in the team. Lin Han responds calmly. He asks whether she believes Tame is weak. Cayenne immediately denies it, saying Tame is one of the most capable people she knows. Lin Han smiles slightly and tells her that if Tame believes in her strength, then so does he. There is no need to doubt herself. She only needs to perform to her normal standard. Encouraged, Cayenne steadies her breathing and confirms that she will do her best. The director signals the start of the match. Lin Han quickly assigns roles. Su Ting will engage in close combat to restrain the enemy's offensive pressure. Sun Yinwei will move along the flank to support and harass. Tame and Cayenne will focus on ranged attacks. He will handle the remaining threats directly. Everyone acknowledges the plan. On the opposite side, the Hero Club leader gives his own orders. His teammates are to suppress the Heroines Club members while he personally deals with Lin Han. The battle begins immediately. One of the Hero Club members charges toward Tame, attempting to prevent her from gaining distance for archery. She remains composed and prepares to counter at close range. Another opponent confronts Su Ting. Elemental energy erupts as fire and ice techniques collide midfield, producing a shockwave that spreads across the arena. Near the flank, a green-haired member advances aggressively, only to be intercepted and stalled by defensive positioning and coordinated support. Lin Han observes briefly that, despite this being their first coordinated effort as a team, the Heroines Club members are performing steadily. At that moment, the Hero Club leader closes in on him and declares that Lin Han is his opponent. Lin Han summons the 9-leaf sword into his grasp and strikes decisively. The hero leader blocks with his own weapon, surprised that Lin Han has not summoned a separate beast. He questions whether Lin Han is underestimating him. Lin Han replies evenly, implying that the match has only just begun. Their blades clash again, the force lifting both of them slightly off the ground as energy disperses outward. Midair, the hero leader states that refusing to summon his strongest beast will be a mistake. Lin Han answers that provoking him may prove to be the greater mistake. Both land almost simultaneously, tension rising as their duel intensifies at the center of the arena. The Hero Club leader charges again, launching a direct and forceful strike. Lin Han meets the attack head-on, their blades colliding with a sharp metallic shock. Within the resonance of the 9-leaf sword, Jui's presence guides him. She analyzes the opponent's technique calmly, pointing out that his sword control lacks precision and that several openings appear during his transitions. Lin Han adjusts his rhythm accordingly. At the right moment, he shifts his stance and drives his blade forward with a clean counter. The impact forces the hero leader several steps back, his grip tightening to stabilize his diamond-grade steel sword. A flicker of doubt crosses the leader's mind. His weapon is considered top-tier within the academy, yet he was nearly disarmed by a freshman. Unwilling to accept that outcome, he attacks again with increased force, attempting to overwhelm Lin Han through raw pressure. Lin Han remains composed, using the exchange to refine his control and timing. Each clash becomes more measured, his movements growing sharper with every contact. Not far away, Tame notices that Lin Han has not summoned any additional beasts. She remarks that his full strength would likely end the duel quickly. Sun Yinwei suggests that he is deliberately using this opportunity to practice. Su Ting agrees, reminding them to focus on their own opponents rather than relying entirely on him. They redouble their efforts. On another side of the arena, a Hero Club magician gathers wind element energy and releases a powerful tornado. The spiraling current traps Tame, Su Ting, and Cayenne within its rotating force. The wind pressure disrupts their footing and makes ranged attacks difficult. Su Ting struggles to maintain balance. Tame finds it impossible to aim properly under the shifting airflow. At that critical moment, Cayenne steadies herself. Gripping her staff, she channels concentrated fire energy into the center of the vortex. Controlled flames spiral upward, colliding with the wind current. The opposing elements destabilize each other until the tornado disperses in scattered gusts. As the air clears, relief spreads across their formation. Tame acknowledges Kai Yan's timely response. However, before they can reposition fully, another Hero Club member appears from behind, having waited for an opening during the chaos. He moves toward Kai Yan with clear intent to strike, catching her off guard as she turns too late to defend. The Hero Club member closes in on Kai Yan and launches a direct strike before she can fully recover from dispersing the tornado. The blow lands, knocking her backward. Tame immediately calls out to her, concern evident. At the same time, the blue-haired opponent advances toward Tame with a heavy shield, attempting to overwhelm her while her attention is divided. Before he can break through, Su Ting steps in and raises a reinforced barrier. The impact between shield and defense releases a surge of air that ripples across the arena floor. 3 additional Hero Club members move in to press the advantage, coordinating their assault to exhaust the Heroines Club through numbers. The pressure on the girls increases rapidly. At the center of the arena, the Hero Club leader notices the shift and remarks that Lin Han's teammates are nearing their limits. Lin Han forces him back with a measured strike and glances briefly at the wider battlefield. The formation of the Heroines Club is beginning to strain under sustained attacks. He concludes that it is time to end the duel decisively. The hero leader senses the change in atmosphere and realizes that Lin Han may not have been fighting at full strength. Within the blade, Jui's power responds. Lin Han activates the grass sword technique. A vast surge of sword energy gathers above him, condensing into an enormous spectral blade formed from concentrated green light. The pressure radiating from it silences the immediate area. The hero leader's composure falters as he recognizes the scale of the technique. Before he can reposition, Lin Han brings the massive blade down in a single, controlled arc. The strike lands. The ground fractures outward from the point of impact, forming a deep crater across the arena floor. Dust and debris rise before slowly settling. On the sidelines, even the director and mentor register the magnitude of the force. When visibility clears, the Hero Club leader is on one knee at the center of shattered ground, his weapon broken and his stance unstable. The outcome is no longer in doubt. Lin Han keeps his sword lowered, ensuring the strike stops short of causing lasting harm. He has no intention of crossing disciplinary boundaries. Around the arena, the Hero Club members hesitate, their momentum gone. The Heroines Club regains balance. Sun Yinwei expresses open admiration. Su Ting nods, unsurprised by the result. Kai Yan looks at the crater in disbelief, fully aware of the gap in strength she just witnessed. Tame acknowledges quietly that without Lin Han's intervention, the battle could have turned against them. The arena falls into a brief silence as the decisive victory becomes clear. Realizing he is about to lose, the leader of the Hero Club struggles to accept the outcome. Frustration builds as he signals to his teammates. He then produces a prohibited body limit enhancement drug and consumes it without hesitation. Lin Han immediately senses the abnormal surge of energy. A violent red aura begins to radiate from the hero leader's body as his strength spikes unnaturally. The shift is sudden and unstable, clearly beyond normal limits. Lin Han quickly moves back toward his teammates, warning them that the opposing side has likely resorted to illegal enhancement methods and instructing everyone to remain cautious. From the sidelines, the director recognizes the signs of a berserker-type stimulant. Realizing the situation has escalated beyond a regulated duel, he steps forward and declares the match over, ordering both sides to stop immediately. However, the drug has already taken effect. The Hero Club leader refuses to withdraw. His judgment dulled by the stimulant, he rallies his team and redirects their focus toward what he perceives as the weakest link, Kai Yan. The remaining Hero Club members regroup and advance together. Kai Yan steadies herself and releases a ring of fire to create distance, attempting to hold them back. Flames spiral outward in a defensive perimeter. An opposing magician counters with rapid ice-based attacks. She blocks the first strike, but the follow-up assault presses harder, threatening to overwhelm her defenses. Seeing the danger, Lin Han acts instantly and calls for assistance. Ai responds at once. She appears between Kai Yan and the incoming attack just before impact. With precise timing, she intercepts the strike and disperses it with a single decisive blow, neutralizing the threat before it can land. The immediate danger is resolved, though the instability caused by the illegal enhancement still lingers across the battlefield. Ai moves again before the remaining opponents can reorganize. She closes the distance to one of them and ends the exchange with a single clean strike, sending him out of the fight. Kai steadies her breathing. The earlier attack had nearly broken through her defense, but the immediate threat has passed. She acknowledges Lin Han's timely support. He treats it as routine and shifts his attention back to the field. Recognizing that the opposing side has already violated the rules, Lin Han instructs his team to stop holding back and resolve the situation quickly. Tame adjusts her aim and releases a reinforced arrow. The projectile tears through the shield raised in defense and sends 3 opponents off balance, disrupting their formation entirely. Su Ting and Sun Yinwei seize the opening without hesitation. They move in from different angles, cutting off any escape route. The remaining Hero Club members attempt to retreat, but the coordination is precise. Each is struck once and rendered unable to continue. Within moments, the battlefield quiets. Only the enhanced leader remains standing. Seeing his teammates defeated, he becomes increasingly unstable. Frustration overrides restraint, and he directs all of his aggression toward Lin Han, blaming him for the collapse of the Hero Club's position. Lin Han does not respond emotionally. He steps forward and closes the gap. The exchange is brief. With a single controlled strike, he sends a Hero Club leader into the air. The impact forces him down hard onto the training ground. The residual force travels outward, cracking part of the arena wall and leaving visible damage in its wake. The surrounding students react to the scale of the power displayed. Murmurs quickly rise into open astonishment. As the dust settles, the outcome is undeniable. The director steps forward and formally announces the result. The Heroines Club wins the duel. In accordance with the prior agreement, half of the Hero Club's points and designated training venues for the year will transfer to the Heroines Club. The spectators respond with renewed energy, acknowledging the strength demonstrated by the winning team. On the field, Kai Yin and Sun Yinwei share a relieved embrace. The tension that had built throughout the battle finally releases. Kai Yin reflects on the decisive moments of the fight, aware that Lin Han's intervention secured their victory. The Hero Club leader struggles to rise from the shattered ground. Humiliation and resentment cloud his thoughts as he looks toward Lin Han, briefly considering a reckless move while the situation is unsettled. Before he can act, Lin Han allows a faint glimpse of his true strength to surface. For an instant, the presence of his 3 contracted beasts manifests behind him, vast, silent, and overwhelming. The air grows heavy with pressure. The Hero Club leader freezes. The earlier surge from the illegal stimulant is nothing compared to what he senses now. Fear replaces anger. Without another word, he turns and runs. His remaining teammates, still injured, call out weakly as he retreats. Before he can reach the edge of the training ground, the director steps directly into his path. The director formally announces the violations committed during the duel. The use of Berserker-type enhancement drugs, the refusal to obey a stop order, and the attempt to escalate the conflict are all cited as serious breaches of Academy regulations. The judgment is immediate. The Hero Club is disbanded on the spot. Its members are barred from joining any other club for 1 year. As for the leader, his deliberate misconduct and reckless endangerment result in expulsion from the Academy. Shock spreads across the defeated group. The leader stands motionless, fully aware that his ambitions within the Academy have ended. Lin Han watches the scene quietly. The outcome is decisive, but to him it represents only a single step forward. With this victory, the Heroines Club gains recognition and standing within the Academy. However, he understands that greater trials will follow as their reputation grows. Tame approaches and expresses her gratitude for his role in securing the win. She suggests celebrating the achievement properly. Sun Yinwei immediately agrees, enthusiastic at the idea. Kai Yin lightly teases Heime's enthusiasm. Lin Han does not object. With morale high, the team leaves the training ground together. 2 hours later, outside a restaurant, the atmosphere is relaxed. Tame, slightly unsteady after drinking, reflects on the satisfaction of the victory and the new respect the Heroines Club has earned. As the group prepares to leave, Lin Han senses something unusual behind them. He turns, his expression shifting from relaxed to alert. Lin Han tells the girls to take Tame back and says he will walk around alone for a while. Sun Yinwei agrees without suspicion. Instead of heading toward the busier streets, Lin Han turns into a quieter area lined with trees. The surroundings grow still as he walks deeper in. Without slowing down, he speaks calmly, stating that whoever has been following him should step out. He makes it clear that once he returns to the academy, there will be no opportunity left. A brown-haired young man emerges from the shadows behind him. His presence is controlled, his breathing steady. He admits he intended to wait until Lin Han lowered his guard completely before acting. Lin Han asks whether this is a personal grudge or an assignment taken for someone else. The man does not answer. He closes the distance abruptly and attacks with lethal intent. Ai manifests instantly to intercept. She throws a direct punch, but the attacker evades with surprising agility. Even so, her appearance forces him to adjust his approach. The assassin states that a contracted beast alone will not stop him. He moves again, aiming straight for Lin Han. Lin Han unfolds a pair of manifested wings and lifts off the ground, narrowly avoiding the strike. The sudden ability to fly visibly surprises the attacker, who had assumed Lin Han's skill set was limited to beast taming. Lin Han responds that versatility is not restricted by profession and orders Ai to restrain the target. Ai lunges again, but the assassin avoids her second strike as well. Realizing brute force will prolong the encounter, he retrieves a specialized tool, a dragon binding rope designed to track and suppress its target. He casts it toward Lin Han midair. Lin Han attempts to gain altitude, but the rope coils around his leg before he can escape. The moment it tightens, an oppressive force spreads through his body, restricting movement and suppressing energy output. The assassin pulls sharply, dragging Lin Han down with full force. He hits the ground hard, dust rising around him. Ai moves to intervene, but a surge of blue energy repels her, preventing immediate interference. The rope constricts further, its suppressive effect intensifying. The assassin explains that once bound, even a powerful opponent cannot fully access their strength. As the dust clears, he approaches with a blade in hand. Pinned and restrained, Lin Han demands to know the reason behind the assassination attempt, stating that if he is to die, he at least deserves to understand why. As the assassin closes in to deliver the final strike, he states that revealing client information violates his professional code. He adds only that Lin Han should be more careful about offending certain people in the future. Bound to the ground, Lin Han quickly narrows down the implication. The only recent conflict that fits is with the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Yuan. Without hesitation, he calls out to another contracted beast. Tianji manifests in a flash of lightning. The moment she appears, a surge of thunder energy cuts through the dragon binding rope. The suppressive force collapses instantly, the restraints snapping apart under the impact. The assassin freezes in shock. Tianji steps forward, lightning crackling along her form, placing herself between Lin Han and the attacker. Ai reappears at his side, ready to strike again. Lin Han states calmly that his contracted beasts are far beyond the limitations of ordinary tools. Items designed to restrain conventional opponents are ineffective against them. The assassin reassesses the situation. He realizes that Lin Han may have deliberately allowed the earlier suppression to gather information about his methods. Tianji advances first, lightning surging outward in controlled arcs. Ai follows from another angle, forcing the assassin into a defensive retreat. Under the combined pressure, his composure begins to crack. Recognizing that prolonged engagement means certain defeat, he abruptly gathers energy into his palm and releases a condensed sphere of lightning toward Lin Han as a diversion. Before Lin Han can react, another figure rushes into the path of the attack. Kaiyan intercepts the strike. The lightning sphere hits her directly, discharging across her body before dissipating. Lin Han's expression shifts sharply as he calls out her name. Using the distraction, the assassin attempts to escape. However, Ai intercepts him mid-withdrawal, landing a heavy blow that stops his momentum. Tianji follows with a decisive strike. Under the combined assault, the assassin collapses, fully subdued. Moments later, Tame arrives with the others. They had grown uneasy when Kaiyan separated from them earlier and followed her trail, only to encounter the aftermath of the ambush. Tame kneels beside Kaiyan, shaken but relieved to see her conscious. Lin Han confirms that he is unharmed, though Kaiyan absorbed the attack meant for him. Kaiyan insists that she is fine, attempting to downplay the injury. Lin Han does not accept that at face value. He moves to support her, stating firmly that she will receive proper medical evaluation immediately. Even as she tries to reassure them, the faint residual sparks along her clothing reveal that the impact was real, and the situation is far from something to ignore. Lin Han looks at the crystal in Kaiyan's hand. She explains that it is her family's heirloom, the 10,000-year stone. It can block a fatal elemental attack once, but after activation it loses its power permanently. Lin Han understands immediately what that means. If she had not stepped in front of him, the lightning strike would have landed directly. He tells her that she should not have had to sacrifice something so valuable for his sake and assures her that the matter will not end there. The scene shifts to the Zhao family residence. News arrives abruptly. Military personnel have come with orders concerning the young lady of the house. Zhao En, head of the Zhao family, meets Director Yi in the main hall. He questions the reason for such direct action against his household. Director Yi states plainly that Zhao Yuan is suspected of hiring an assassin to murder Academy student Lin Han, and that she will be transferred to military court for investigation. Zhao Yuan immediately denies the accusation. Zhao En supports her, arguing that the Zhao family would not resort to such methods, and that there is no substantial proof. Lin Han steps forward, no longer willing to remain silent. He states that influence and reputation do not place anyone above accountability. Zhao En dismisses him and orders the guards to remove him from the hall. Before they can act, Director Yi intervenes, reminding Zhao En that obstructing military enforcement carries serious consequences. Zhao En replies that the Zhao family will not accept an arrest without clear evidence and is prepared to defend its position legally if necessary. Lin Han raises his hand and opens a spatial portal. A figure drops out onto the floor of the hall, the captured brown-haired assassin. Panic spreads across his face as he finds himself surrounded. Lin Han offers him a choice: tell the truth and retain a chance at survival, or face indefinite consequences under the supervision of his contracted beasts. Under pressure, the assassin breaks. He points directly at Zhao Yuan and states that she was the one who contacted his organization and paid for the assassination. Silence falls over the hall. Director Yi declares that the testimony, combined with the apprehension of the hired killer, is sufficient to proceed. Zhao Yuan will receive formal summons from the military court. Zhao En raises his voice to halt the escalation. Zhao Yuan retreats behind him, frightened, pleading for protection. Lin Han watches carefully, expecting Zhao En to shield her despite the evidence. Instead, after a long pause, Zhao En turns sharply toward his granddaughter. Anger replaces composure. He condemns her reckless behavior and orders her kneel. Zhao Yuan tries to speak, but he cuts her off and demands that she apologize directly to Lin Han. Zhao Yuan kneels and admits her mistake, asking for leniency. Zhao En steps in smoothly, shifting the tone. He tells Director Yi that since Zhao Yuan has acknowledged her wrongdoing, it would be better to settle the matter privately. He implies that sending her to a military court would damage the Zhao family's reputation and create unnecessary hostility. His words are polite, but the pressure behind them is clear. Lin Han understands the calculation immediately. Forcing the case in a military court would create a powerful enemy and drag the matter through a long legal struggle. Resolving it here would be faster and more advantageous. He states calmly that the issue is not about pride, but compensation. Kai Yin lost a priceless family heirloom protecting him. That loss must be repaid. Zhao En agrees without hesitation, declaring that the Zhao family will bear all costs if the matter ends here. Lin Han points out that the heirloom was not an ordinary treasure. It was irreplaceable. Whether the Zhao family can truly compensate for such a loss is another matter. Zhao Yuan, unable to stay silent, boasts that the Zhao family vault is overflowing with treasures. Zhao En immediately rebukes her, realizing she has just expanded the scope of negotiation. Lin Han suggests inspecting the Zhao family's hidden treasury to determine suitable compensation. Director Yi agrees to accompany him, ensuring transparency. Zhao En has little choice but to comply. Sometime later, Lin Han and Director Yi leave the Zhao residence. The matter is considered settled. The compensation has been transferred in the form of rare materials, coins, and valuable artifacts. As they walk away, Lin Han reflects that the outcome exceeded expectations. Director Yi asks why he requires so many resources. Lin Han answers simply that cultivation, daily living, and advancement all require funding. Privately, he knows the greater expense lies with his contracted beasts. Their growth demands enormous quantities of rare materials and heavenly dragon coins. Director Yi then suggests another path. If Lin Han truly needs steady income, he should consider registering with a mercenary guild and completing bounty missions. Lin Han pauses at the unfamiliar term. The scene shifts to Mercenary Plaza. The area is crowded and energetic. Adventurers, mercenaries, and cultivators move between counters and mission boards. Voices overlap as assignments are accepted and rewards negotiated. Lin Han surveys the environment, recognizing immediately that this is a hub of opportunity. He recalls Director Ye's explanation. The Mercenary Guild posts bounty missions of varying difficulty. Once registered, a mercenary can complete tasks and exchange results for corresponding rewards. Standing in the center of the bustling plaza, Lin Han begins considering his next move. Lin Han studies the introduction letter in his hand. Director Yi had mentioned that the Mercenary Guild was one of the fastest ways to accumulate resources through bounty missions. Nearby, a freshman argues with the receptionist about the guild's restriction policy. She explains that first-year students are not permitted to register, citing safety concerns and past incidents involving inexperienced recruits. Dissatisfied, the boy leaves in frustration. Lin Han approaches the counter and introduces himself, presenting the letter. The receptionist initially repeats the rule, but when she reads the signature, Yi Taiqing, director of the military academy, her attitude shifts. She immediately begins processing his registration. Lin Han notes privately that without the recommendation, the trip would likely have ended the same way as the other freshmen's. Before the paperwork is completed, Fatty and the others arrive. They explain that they intend to register as well. Working as a team would allow them to gain combat experience while sharing risks and rewards. Sun Yinwei emphasizes cooperation, and Su Ting reinforces the idea that they should move forward together rather than separately. The group reaffirms their team identity as the Night Watch Squad. The receptionist observes their enthusiasm with visible skepticism. She questions whether inexperienced students truly understand the danger involved in mercenary work. Fatty responds confidently that strength is not determined by seniority alone. The exchange becomes heated when he addresses her too casually. She reacts sharply and moves to discipline him, but Lin Han intercepts her hand before it lands. She pauses, surprised by his reflexes and control. Reassessing the group, she proposes a condition. If they can prove their strength in a match, she will personally approve the registration of the entire team. If they fail, they must leave without further argument, including Lin Han despite his letter of introduction. Fatty asks for clarification on the consequences. She repeats the terms firmly. Lin Han considers the situation. A formal registration backed by demonstrated ability would prevent future complications and silence doubts. He accepts the challenge on behalf of the Night Watch Squad. The group moves to the mercenary arena. A crowd quickly gathers. Word spreads that several freshmen are challenging Lina, the guild's registrar, who is known for her strength and strict standards. Lina steps into the arena and tells them that since they are all first years, they may attack together. That way, no one can accuse her of overpowering them unfairly. Fatty reacts immediately, but Lin Han stops him. Even if they win 4 against 1, it would not establish the reputation they want. After a brief pause, he walks forward alone and states that he will handle the match himself. Lina studies him, then releases her aura. Energy gathers around her as she reveals her profession, a summoner. A summoning portal opens behind her. 3 heavily built orcs emerge, weapons in hand. They lock onto Lin Han and let out low, threatening growls. Lin Han observes calmly. He notes that summoners and beast tamers share similarities, though their methods differ. While summoners contract external entities through ritual and energy expenditure, beast tamers cultivate deeper bonds with specific creatures. Lina states confidently that summoners command armies, not just individual beasts. For this match, however, 3 orcs are sufficient. She orders them forward. The orcs charge simultaneously, coordinating their approach to box Lin Han in. Lin Han responds by summoning Ai. Ai materializes in front of him and moves without hesitation. She closes the distance in a blink, striking the first orc squarely and knocking it out of the arena boundary. Before the second can adjust, she pivots and disables it with a precise blow to the torso. The third attempts a heavy overhead attack, but she intercepts it and ends the exchange with a single decisive strike. Within moments, all 3 orcs lie defeated. The arena falls briefly silent as the crowd reassesses the situation. After the final strike, Ai relaxes her stance, clearly unimpressed. The defeated orcs dissolve into light and return to the summoning space. Lina stares at the empty arena floor. Her half-orc summons were not weak by guild standards, yet they were eliminated almost instantly. She questions the origin and level of Lin Han's contracted beast. Fatty cheers loudly from the sidelines, unable to hide his satisfaction. Irritated and unwilling to concede so easily, Lina opens a larger portal. This time, a wave of orcs marches out in formation, far more than before. The atmosphere in the arena shifts as the crowd senses that she is no longer testing, but escalating. She orders the summoned creatures to overwhelm the opponent through numbers. The orcs charge. Lin Han no longer limits himself to a single summon. Ai is joined by Tianji and Xiaozhan. The three Beast girls step forward in coordination. Ai breaks the front line with raw force, scattering the first wave. Tianji releases controlled arcs of lightning that chain through multiple targets at once, disrupting their formation and dropping several instantly. Xiaozhan follows with sweeping bursts of flame, clearing the remaining cluster and forcing the rest into retreat before they can reorganize. Within moments, the arena floor is cleared again. The summoned army collapses and vanishes, unable to sustain itself under that level of suppression. Lina's expression tightens. The difference in strength is undeniable. Lin Han steps forward and manifests his beast sword, stopping just short of her throat. The gesture is controlled, not reckless, enough to demonstrate superiority without crossing a line. Faced with the outcome, Lina lowers her head and acknowledges defeat. The Night Watch squad gathers around Lin Han, visibly energized by the decisive victory. Lin Han withdraws his weapon and calmly asks whether the registration can now proceed. Lina regains her composure and agrees. However, she adds that standard mercenary guild missions are relatively low-level and offer modest rewards. With their demonstrated strength, she suggests that a different branch, one handling higher-tier commissions, would be more appropriate for them. The scene shifts to the interior of the mercenary tavern. The atmosphere is loud and unsettled. Drinks are being served across crowded tables. One mercenary complains impatiently about his order, threatening to overturn the table if it does not arrive soon. At another table, a man recounts a recent mission to the Death Swamp. His entire team was wiped out, and he survived alone. His companion questions why he accepted such a dangerous commission in the first place. Another mercenary remarks that high risk is simply part of their profession. Lin Han enters the tavern with the Night Watch squad and asks whether high-level mercenary missions can be accepted there. The noise softens slightly as the surrounding mercenaries turn to look at them. Their youth stands out in the rough environment. Fatty quietly questions whether this is truly the place Lina mentioned, noting the chaotic atmosphere and wondering if they were misled. A red-haired woman approaches them. She introduces herself as Mary, the owner of the mercenary tavern. Observing that they are still students, she questions their purpose in such a place. Lin Han explains that they have officially registered with the guild and came seeking higher-tier bounty missions. Mary acknowledges their initiative, but cautions them. The missions handled here are complex and dangerous. Newcomers are usually advised to build experience through simpler assignments first. Before the conversation can continue, a man named Li Ti intervenes. He is an armed mercenary affiliated with the guild, carrying a pistol at his side. He dismisses the students as inexperienced and warns that any mission posted here could cost them their lives. Li Ti then shifts his attention to Mary, placing an arm around her shoulder in a familiar manner and suggesting she spend time drinking with him instead. Mary immediately rebukes him and tells him to leave if he cannot behave appropriately. Li Ti persists, leaning closer and speaking in a way that makes his intentions clear. Mary's patience runs out, and she orders him to leave the tavern. Seeing the situation escalate, Lin Han steps forward. He intercepts Li Ti's movement and forces him back with a controlled twist of the arm, creating distance between him and Mary. Li Ti pulls free, angered at the interference, and calls on his companions to back him up. Before violence breaks out, Mary raises her voice and stops everyone. She reminds Li Ti that all missions distributed in the tavern are under her authority. If he continues causing trouble, he will no longer be allowed to accept assignments there. The tension in the tavern hangs in the air as everyone waits to see whether he will comply. Li Ti clicks his tongue in frustration and leaves the tavern with his companions. Before stepping out, he throws a cold glance at Lin Han and issues a quiet warning to be careful in the future. Mary apologizes for dragging them into unnecessary trouble. Lin Han brushes it off and asks her to explain the available assignments. Mary regains her professional composure and begins outlining the details of a high-risk mission located in the Death Swamp. As Li Ti exits, he continues staring back at Lin Han with clear hostility. Fatty notices the look and grows wary. He suspects Li Ti may not let the matter go so easily and makes a mental note to stay alert. The scene shifts to the Death Swamp. The environment is damp and heavy, with mist hanging low over stagnant water. The ground is unstable, and visibility is limited. Sun Yinwei remarks that the place feels unsettling. Fatty mentions that when they accepted the mission, Li Te appeared to overhear the details. He wonders whether Li Te might attempt interference. Lin Han remains calm. He considers Li Te a minor concern compared to the dangers native to the swamp. According to the mission briefing, the true threat lies in the creatures that inhabit the area. Suddenly, the swamp water ahead begins to bubble. A large humanoid monster emerges, gripping a heavy hammer. Several similar creatures rise behind it. The leading one is identified as a level 39 entity known as Hatred. The creatures mutter in distorted voices, driven by instinct rather than reason. Lin Han signals for caution. Fatty draws his sword and moves forward, commenting on the grotesque appearance of the creatures. Lin Han recalls the mission notes. The poison sacs carried by these abominations are highly contagious. Prolonged combat increases risk of exposure. They must be eliminated quickly. Fatty clashes with one of the monsters and notes their durability. Their hide resists ordinary strikes. Su Ting advances with her spear, targeting joints and weaker structural points to pierce through their defenses. Sun Yinwei casts a support spell that enhances the team's movement and attack speed. Lin Han summons Ai. She appears immediately and charges into the center of the formation. With overwhelming physical force, she breaks through their defenses and tears apart the remaining monsters before they can regroup. The creatures collapse into the swamp, their bodies dissolving into dark residue. Fatty exhales heavily, observing that the monster's thick hide dulled his blade. Lin Han reassures him and mentions upgrading his weapon after collecting the mission reward. However, a question lingers in his mind. Li Te's group has not appeared. Given the earlier hostility, the absence feels deliberate. At a distance, partially concealed by mist and dead trees, Li Te and his companions observe the aftermath. Li Te steadies his pistol, aiming toward Lin Han from afar. Resentment hardens his expression as he prepares to act. Before Li Te can pull the trigger, the ground trembles. A massive tree-like creature rises from the swamp behind him. Thick vines lash outward, seizing two of his companions before they can react. The men struggle and shout for help as they are lifted into the air. Li Te freezes in shock, unable to understand where the creature came from. With a violent motion, the tree monster hurls the captured mercenaries away. They slam into distant trunks and collapse onto the muddy ground, unconscious. The creature then turns its focus to Li Te. Panic overrides his anger. He retreats quickly through the swamp, trying to put distance between himself and the monster. As he runs, a desperate thought forms. If he can redirect the creature toward Lin Han's group, he might survive. Moments later, faint cries for help echo through the mist. Lin Han and his team pause. Fatty scans the surroundings, unsure of the source. Suddenly, the massive tree monster bursts into view, pursuing Li Te directly toward them. Its presence is overwhelming, radiating hostility. Its voice is deep and distorted, filled with hatred toward humans. Lin Han immediately senses the intensity of its resentment. The creature leaps forward and slams both fists into the ground. The impact sends a shockwave through the swamp, throwing Lin Han and his companions backward. They regain their footing at a distance. Sun Yinwei studies the creature carefully and recognizes it. She identifies it as the Golden Tree God, an ancient and intelligent forest spirit rarely seen in the outside world. Such beings once dwelled deep within untouched forests, but as human expansion destroyed their habitats, they gradually disappeared. Lin Han listens, surprised by the revelation. The Golden Tree God roars, accusing humans of invading its domain and vowing to turn them into nourishment for the earth. It attacks again, crashing down with immense force. Lin Han orders everyone to evade rather than meet the strike directly. Fatty stumbles during the aftershock but quickly regains balance. Sun Yinwei reflects on the historical records. Golden Tree gods were once described as gentle guardians of nature. This one, however, radiates pure hostility. Lin Han observes the creature more closely. Its bark is decayed and blackened, visibly corroded. He concludes that it has likely been contaminated by the toxic swamp environment, similar to the earlier abominations. The corruption appears to have twisted both its body and temperament. Realizing they are not facing a naturally malevolent being, but a corrupted ancient spirit, the team braces themselves for a far more dangerous battle. A translucent interface suddenly appears before Lin Han. An epic mission is triggered. Defeat the demonized Golden Tree God. Reward: 5,000 beast taming points. Lin Han immediately understands the value of the reward. Such a large amount of points would significantly enhance IE and the others. The opportunity is too important to ignore. He orders Fatty and the rest of the team to withdraw to a safer distance. He intends to handle the Golden Tree God directly. Fatty hesitates, but ultimately agrees, preparing to retreat while staying ready to assist if necessary. Linhan summons IE again. She steps forward confidently and engages the tree monster head-on. Thick vines lash toward her from multiple directions. IE moves quickly, avoiding the initial entanglement attempts. However, the density of the vines makes it difficult to close the distance. Every time she tries to advance, new tendrils block her path. Linhan observes carefully. IE specializes in direct combat, but this opponent controls the battlefield with range and area denial. Continuing like this will only stall the fight. In the distance, Sun Yinwei grows concerned about the prolonged clash. Fatty prepares himself mentally, determined to intervene if Linhan falters. Su Ting signals her readiness as well. Without warning, additional vines erupt from beneath the swamp floor. They coil around Fatty, Su Ting, and Sun Yinwei before they can react. The constricting force drains their strength and pins their weapons in place. Linhan turns immediately at the sound of their struggle. The Golden Tree God's voice echoes with hostility as it tightens its grip, intending to crush them and absorb their life force. Linhan draws his beast sword. With a concentrated slash, a sharp arc of energy cuts through the vines binding his teammates. The restraints split apart instantly, and the severed tendrils recoil. The tree monster emits a pained roar as several of its branches are cleaved. Freed from the entanglement, the team quickly retreats to create distance. Linhan steps forward, placing himself between the Golden Tree God and his companions. His tone shifts from measured to resolute. The attack on his team has removed any hesitation. The corrupted tree spirit's anger intensifies. It declares its hatred for humanity and unleashes a powerful roar. The sound wave carries unnatural force, vibrating through the swamp and piercing the ears of everyone present. The team instinctively covers their ears as the oppressive resonance spreads through the area. The battle has entered a far more dangerous phase. Linhan steadies himself after the roar fades. The sound carried a heavy mental pressure. If the fight drags on, the team's focus and stamina will continue to decline. The battle needs to end quickly. He tightens his grip on the beast sword and moves straight toward the Golden Tree God. Channeling his energy into the blade, he merges his combat skill with the sword's power and unleashes a concentrated series of strikes. Arcs of light cut through the air, severing layers of vines and forcing the massive tree spirit backward. The team watches closely, ready to intervene if necessary. Fatty warns him not to take a direct hit. The creature's raw strength is still overwhelming. Linhan continues advancing, cutting through the remaining entangling branches. As more corrupted bark splits apart, the dark energy surrounding the Golden Tree God begins to weaken. With a final decisive slash, the last cluster of demonic vines is severed. The Golden Tree God lets out a heavy roar and collapses to one knee. The violent aura dissipates, replaced by a calmer presence. After a long pause, the tree spirit speaks in a lower, clearer tone. Its mind feels as though it has just awakened from a centuries-long nightmare. Linhan realizes the corruption has been broken. He explains that the poisonous gas of the death swamp had eroded both its body and consciousness, driving it into madness. The Golden Tree God slowly recalls its past. Centuries ago, it retreated into the swamp to avoid human encroachment. Instead, prolonged exposure to the toxic environment corrupted it, trapping it in a distorted state. Now that the demonic influence has been cut away, its awareness has returned, but so has the damage. Its life force is nearly exhausted. The massive figure places a heavy wooden hand on Linhan's shoulder. It expresses no regret, only acceptance. As gratitude for being freed from corruption, it offers the heartwood it will leave behind. Golden light begins to radiate from its body. The enormous trunk gradually disintegrates into particles of warm energy that scatter into the swamp. When the light fades, a single sword remains embedded in the ground. The system interface appears, identifying it as the Goldenwood Sword, a star-level weapon with what attributes and growth potential. Linhan retrieves the sword and examines it briefly. Fatty immediately recognizes it as a rare reward. After a short consideration, Linhan decides to give the weapon to Fatty. His own primary sword already suits his path, while Fatty's blade was damaged earlier in the fight. The Golden Wood Sword's growth attribute makes it especially suitable for long-term development. Fatty initially hesitates, but ultimately accepts it. As the team regroups, Lin Han scans the swamp. Li Te and his companions are nowhere to be seen. Given the earlier chaos, they likely retreated when the situation escalated beyond their control. With daylight fading, Lin Han suggests returning to the mercenary tavern to report completion of the mission. The team prepares to leave the death swamp. Far away, hidden behind dense foliage, Li Te watches them depart. His expression darkens. The outcome is not what he anticipated. Not only did they survive, they gained a valuable weapon. A new thought forms in his mind. If news of that sword spreads, it may attract attention far more dangerous than he originally intended. The scene shifts to the mercenary tavern. After entering the tavern, our protagonist approaches Mary and says, "Mary, we're back. We've also completed the mission to hunt down 20 abominations in the death swamp. I took the unique hooks and locks from their bodies and stored them in the space as proof." She smiles and replies, "You guys actually completed this incredibly difficult mission. That's unbelievable." Fatty proudly steps forward and says that's nothing. "We even defeated the Golden Wood Tree God, which was contaminated by poison gas, and obtained this divine weapon, the Golden Wood Sword. Boy Lin is amazing. He led us to dominate the battlefield." Our protagonist immediately signals Fatty to lower his voice and says it's better to keep a low profile. There are too many people and too much gossip in this kind of place. Be careful not to attract unwanted attention. Suddenly, a voice interrupts from nearby and says you only managed to complete 1 or 2 missions by sheer luck, and that's something to brag about? You're such an ignorant bumpkin. Our protagonist and Fatty turn toward the voice and react with surprise, huh? A mercenary squad walks into the tavern. Someone inside whispers that they are the armored demon hunter squad. Their leader, Wang Kai, walks toward the group and says a fledgling team, having managed to complete a minor gold-level mission by sheer luck, lost all sense of direction. Mary steps closer to our protagonist and quietly says ignore them. They are the armored demon hunter team, one of the top mercenary squads here, and they are used to being arrogant and domineering. Our protagonist observes Wang Kai and thinks that the man began provoking them immediately, as if he had deliberately targeted them. Wang Kai recalls a previous conversation with Li Te, who told him that Lin Han did not have the ability to complete a gold-level mission. Li Te claimed that he witnessed a tree monster appear and eliminate the abominations, and that the tree monster, nearing the end of its life, left behind a star-level Golden Wood Sword. Returning to the present, Wang Kai evaluates the group and concludes that, based on Li Te's description, they are not very capable, making the situation easier for him. Wang Kai then speaks loudly and says, "How can such a treasure as the Golden Wooden Sword be left to languish in your hands? My armored demon hunter corps issues a gladiator challenge to your duels. Do you dare to accept?" Our protagonist looks confused and says, "Gladiator challenge?" Mary explains the rules and says gladiator challenges are an unwritten rule among mercenaries. If a dispute arises between the two sides, a gladiator challenge can be initiated. The initiating party must pay an entry fee of 100,000 heavenly dragon coins, while the losing party must pay 5 times that amount in compensation and unconditionally fulfill one of the other party's requests. Our protagonist looks toward Wang Kai and says a 100,000 heavenly dragon coin entry fee? This guy didn't even blink. Looks like you're really rich. Wang Kai replies confidently, of course. But even if your amateur team never earns that much money in their entire lives, you probably won't. Wang Kai places a pouch filled with coins onto the table and says if you're afraid of losing, then obediently hand over the Golden Wooden Sword. Mary quickly turns toward our protagonist and says, "Lin Han, don't be impulsive." Although Wang Kai is arrogant, he does have some ability. Not to mention the 4 female guards around him. His impenetrable armor has never been breached. Our protagonist nods and says, "Thank you for reminding me. Mary, I understand now." Mary relaxes slightly and says it's good that you're willing to listen to my advice. Our protagonist then looks back at Wang Kai and says, "I accept your gladiator challenge." The scene shifts to the arena. It has been a long time since a gladiator challenge was issued, and the gathering draws considerable attention. Many spectators recognize Wang Kai of the armored demon hunter squad. His armor has a strong reputation, and few have ever managed to break through it. In contrast, Lin Han's team appears unfamiliar to most of the crowd. Both teams enter the arena and take their positions opposite one another. Without delay, Wang Kai orders his 4 subordinates to handle the opposing team while he remains at the rear. The 4 members advance in coordination. Fatty steps forward and draws the goldenwood sword, choosing to engage first. He intends to test the weapon's capabilities in actual combat. Lin Han allows him to take the lead while observing calmly. Su Ting and Sun Yinwei also move to intercept their respective opponents. 2 of Wang Kai's members target Fatty together, attempting to overwhelm him with combined force. Fatty meets their assault head-on. When their weapons collide, the goldenwood sword withstands the impact without damage, while cracks spread across the opponent's blades. Before they can regain their footing, Fatty presses forward. He disrupts their formation with another strike and follows with a forceful kick that sends both of them to the ground. On the other side of the arena, Su Ting closes distance with precise footwork and lands a clean strike that forces her opponent backward. Sun Yinwei times her counterattack carefully, exploiting a lapse in focus and delivering a decisive blow that incapacitates her target. Within a short span of time, all 4 members of the armored Demon Hunter squad are down. Wang Kai watches the outcome with visible dissatisfaction. He orders his team to stand, but they are unable to continue due to their injuries. Fatty then turns his attention toward Wang Kai and advances steadily. The initial exchange has already shifted the atmosphere in the arena. What began as a display of dominance by a top mercenary squad now places their leader directly in confrontation with Lin Han's team. Wang Kai remains composed even after his subordinates fall. Fatty steps forward and delivers a direct strike to Wang Kai's armor with a goldenwood sword. The blade connects solidly, yet the armor shows no visible damage. The rebound force surprises Fatty. Wang Kai explains that his armor is a family heirloom, far from ordinary equipment. Taking advantage of Fatty's brief hesitation, he counters with a heavy kick that sends Fatty crashing to the ground. Su Ting and Sun Yinwei grow concerned. It becomes clear that the goldenwood sword, though powerful, cannot easily penetrate Wang Kai's defensive gear. Wang Kai approaches Fatty and prepares to finish the exchange. Before he can act, Lin Han intervenes. Drawing his own sword, he steps between them and launches a precise strike toward Wang Kai. Confident in his armor's durability, Wang Kai does not attempt to evade. However, the moment Lin Han's blade makes contact, cracks spread across the surface of the heirloom armor. The force of a strike lifts Wang Kai off his feet and throws him backward. When he regains awareness, he realizes the armor has fractured. The confidence he relied on begins to falter. Anger replaces his composure, and he charges forward in frustration. Without the protection of his armor or the support of his team, his movements lack coordination. Lin Han avoids the reckless assault with minimal effort. Observing the disorder in Wang Kai's technique, he concludes that much of his reputation relied on external advantages rather than personal skill. Lin Han prepares a finishing strike. The power gathered in his blade is substantial, but just before the attack connects, he redirects the trajectory. The sword energy slams into the arena wall instead, carving a deep opening through solid stone. The display of controlled strength silences the arena. Wang Kai, shaken by the near impact, fully understands the gap between them. Mary watches from the sidelines, realizing that Lin Han's true ability far exceeds initial impressions. Fatty and Sun Yinwei also acknowledge that his strength continues to surpass their expectations. With no remaining advantage, Wang Kai retreats behind his fallen teammates and attempts to negotiate, abandoning his earlier arrogance. Lin Han offers no further attack. The outcome is already decided. Fatty approaches with visible relief and lightly mocks Wang Kai's earlier bravado. Around them, the crowd reacts with approval, recognizing the clear shift in standing. As the arena settles, Mary reflects that the mercenary guild's perception of newcomers may soon change. Lin Han's performance has made a strong impression, not through noise, but through decisive action. The scene shifts to the military academy campus. While walking alongside Lin Han, Xiao Zhan holds his arm and stays close to him. He responds with a brief acknowledgement, his attention elsewhere. Recently, he has been leading the team on continuous missions. Mary has cleared the backlog of mercenary assignments, but the pace has left everyone fatigued. IE and the others have been resting more frequently to recover their strength. Lin Han realizes that relying solely on missions is no longer an efficient way to improve the Night Watch squad. They need a more structured method to advance. Fatty runs toward them in a hurry, visibly out of breath. He informs Lin Han that Tame has important news. Shortly afterward, Tame arrives and explains that the military is preparing to reopen the intermediate illusionary realm. Participation will primarily target universities and colleges. Lin Han understands the significance immediately. The Illusionary Realm is a military-developed virtual combat program designed to enhance practical combat experience within a controlled and safe environment. He previously participated in the beginner-level trial. Fatty adds that the intermediate level is significantly more difficult and has not been activated for nearly a decade. If their team can secure entry for training, their overall strength would increase substantially. Tame states that he also intends to compete for a qualification spot. Recognizing the opportunity, Lin Han decides to seek more information about the selection process and heads to the director's office. The scene shifts to the director's office. After entering, Lin Han looks around but does not immediately see Manager Yi. At that moment, he senses a sudden shift in the atmosphere. A sharp presence enters his perception, carrying clear hostile intent. His guard rises instantly. From the shadows, a masked girl emerges and launches a swift attack. Lin Han reacts in time, stepping aside to avoid the initial strike. He counters by attempting to restrain her arm and questions her presence within the military academy. However, she responds with precise and disciplined movements. Her counterattack forces him to retreat slightly, his boots scraping across the floor as he regains balance. Lin Han studies her footwork carefully. Her technique is refined and efficient, suggesting formal training rather than random aggression. The encounter shifts from surprise to calculated confrontation as both sides reassess the other's capability. The masked girl advances again without hesitation. Lin Han draws his B-sword and meets her attack directly. Steel clashes against steel as he blocks her strike with precise timing. He quickly realizes that her movements are efficient and deceptive, characteristic of a trained assassin. Every step is calculated, leaving little room for counterattack. At the same time, Chun Fenghua notes that Lin Han's defense is disciplined and stable, with no obvious openings. The force of their collision pushes both of them backward, creating distance. Without pause, they prepare their respective techniques and move in again, each intending to gain the advantage through skill rather than brute force. Before their attacks can connect, a firm voice interrupts. The director steps into the room and orders them to stop. Both immediately withdraw their weapons. The director addresses the masked girl by name, Chun Fenghua, and tells her to stand down. Lin Han asks for clarification. The director explains that Chun Fenghua is a senior student at the military academy and specializes as an assassin. Chun Fenghua studies Lin Han with interest and states that his performance is satisfactory. She considers him qualified to become the 5th member of her team for the intermediate Illusionary Realm trial. Lin Han looks to the director for an explanation. The director explains that the military has allocated 5 participation slots to each major university for the reopened intermediate Illusionary Realm. He has already selected Chun Fenghua to lead a 4-person team. The final position was reserved for Lin Han. Chun Fenghua admits that she came to test him personally before confirming his inclusion. However, Lin Han calmly states that he has not agreed to join her team. Both Chun Fenghua and the director are surprised. The director reminds him that the intermediate Illusionary Realm is not easily accessible and that the opportunity is rare. Chun Fenghua questions whether he intends to forfeit such a valuable chance. Lin Han explains his reasoning. If he is to enter the Illusionary Realm, he intends to do so with his own teammates. He does not wish to leave them behind while accepting individual advancement. Chun Fenghua responds firmly. She also refuses to abandon her team for the sake of convenience. For her, growth must be shared. Understanding that their goals conflict, she proposes resolving the matter through direct competition. Lin Han accepts the proposal without hesitation. Both draw their weapons once more. Chun Fenghua moves first, determined to secure the opportunity for her team through her own strength. Lin Han glances around the office and realizes the space is too confined for a full exchange. He leaps onto the window ledge and suggests continuing outside where movement will not be restricted. Without hesitation, he jumps down to the open ground below. Chun Fenghua follows immediately, landing lightly. The director also steps outside to observe. Standing at a distance, Lin Han reminds her that he will not hold back. He activates the Phoenix Flame ability. Waves of fire surge forward in rapid succession, spreading across the open space in controlled arcs. Chun Fenghua moves with exceptional agility, evading each strike with precise footwork. Her positioning avoids direct confrontation, minimizing unnecessary energy loss. The director watches closely, noting that Lin Han shows no hesitation in using high-output techniques. Realizing that straightforward attacks will not corner her, Lin Han shifts tactics. Lightning gathers along his blade, and a thunder-based strike cuts through the air, expanding his attack range. Chun Fenghua is momentarily surprised. Although Lin Han is known primarily as a beast tamer, his command of elemental techniques is refined. She responds by forming multiple afterimages that solidify into indistinguishable clones. The duplicates spread outward, surrounding Lin Han from different angles. Each clone advances simultaneously, compressing his maneuvering space. Lin Han steadies himself. He acknowledges her skill and adjusts his approach. He releases a thunderstorm-like surge, eliminating several clones at once, but many remain intact. Immediately after, he overlays the field with phoenix flames, triggering bursts of controlled explosions that further reduce their numbers. Even so, distinguishing the original body remains difficult. As the remaining figures converge, Lin Han switches to a grass character sword technique. The strike expands outward in a sweeping counterattack, dispersing the final wave of clones in a concentrated blast. For a brief moment, the field appears clear. As the smoke thins, Chun Fenghua emerges from within it, advancing with precise timing. She had concealed her true position during the exchange. Lin Han meets her blade with his own, steel locking at close range. Through sustained pressure, he has finally forced her to engage directly rather than relying on evasion and misdirection. Chun Fenghua acknowledges his reaction speed and immediately follows with another technique. The dagger concealed within her tied hair whips forward in a sudden, unconventional angle, aimed to catch him off guard. Just as the blade closes in, Lin Han vanishes from her line of sight. For a brief instant, only a fading afterimage remains. Chun Fenghua is momentarily startled, realizing it is not a clone, but a displacement technique. Lin Han reappears at a different angle and explains that he used shift, leaving behind a residual image rather than creating a duplicate. She regains composure and prepares to continue. Before she can re-establish momentum, Lin Han steps in decisively. His blade strikes the dagger in her hand with precise timing, knocking it upward and out of control. In the same motion, he closes distance and brings the tip of his sword to rest lightly at her neck. The exchange ends. Chun Fenghua concedes without hesitation. Lin Han withdraws his weapon and explains that their speed was nearly equal. The longer reach of his sword simply gave him a structural advantage over her dagger in the final exchange. She acknowledges the outcome directly. From her perspective, he had not even relied on his beast-taming abilities, meaning he still held back additional strength. Lin Han reflects silently that some of his contracted beasts, such as 9 leaves, are not easily identifiable at a glance. The director observes the situation and considers the allocation of trial spots. With Chun Fenghua's 4-person team and Lin Han's Night Watch squad, the arrangement becomes complicated. He suggests that Chun Fenghua could take the remaining open slot, but she declines. She chooses to stand with her original teammates. The director then notes that even if the entire Night Watch squad enters the intermediate illusionary realm, one additional place still remains unassigned. Lin Han responds that he has someone in mind for the final position. The scene shifts to the intermediate illusionary realm base. After a long drive, the group arrives at a desert training facility where the realm entrance is established. The environment is harsh and open, designed to simulate extreme combat conditions. Students from various institutions gather under military supervision. Soldiers organize them into orderly lines before entry. While waiting, Fatty asks will occupy the 5th slot allocated to Lin Han's team. At that moment, Tame approaches quickly and calls out to Lin Han. Lin Han turns toward him and confirms that the final participant has arrived. Sun Yinwei stepped forward and hugged Tame, clearly happy to see her. Tame thanked Lin Han for giving her such a valuable spot in the illusionary realm trial. Su Ting mentioned that he had already guessed the 5th member would be her, and Fatty nodded in approval. Lin Han explained that the information about the illusionary realm had originally come from Tame, and that her combat strength was more than enough to justify the recommendation. Before they could continue chatting, a commander from a military unit nearby called out and instructed the students to stop talking and enter the base in an orderly manner. They followed the flow of students into a laboratory-like facility filled with advanced equipment. Fatty looked around with curiosity, recognizing it as the military technology department where the illusionary realm had been developed. A scientist welcomed the participants and outlined the structure of the intermediate level trial. The first round would be a solo dungeon challenge conducted in a virtual combat space. Those who passed would advance to the second round, where they would be randomly matched for one-on-one duels. Victors would continue competing until only 3 remained. The final round would determine the overall winner among those 3. After the explanation, the students were instructed to select individual rooms, where they would be teleported into separate virtual battle spaces to begin the first round. Lin Han reminded his team to do their best and represent the military academy well. The others expressed their determination in their own ways before heading toward their assigned rooms. Lin Han entered his room and was teleported into a vast virtual arena. A system prompt informed him that he had been matched with a gold-tier dungeon. Unimpressed, he chose to raise the difficulty to the diamond level, aware that the illusionary realm's monsters were significantly stronger than those in ordinary open-world quests. Having secured a rare opportunity, he decided to challenge himself. The system confirmed his selection and opened the diamond-level dungeon. Ice Flame Demon Lion. The environment shifted again. When the teleportation ended, Lin Han found himself standing in a barren, frost-scorched landscape. In front of him, multiple level 51 Ice Flame Demon Lions materialized, their bodies wreathed in alternating currents of frost and fire as they fixed their gaze on him. Lin Han summoned his contracted beasts, calling Ai, Tianji, and Xiaojin into the battlefield. The 3 appeared at once, responding to his command without hesitation. Ai stretched slightly, clearly eager after being idle for a while. The Ice Flame Demon Lions charged forward, their claws tearing across the frozen ground. The 3 beast girls moved to intercept them without waiting for further instruction. Ai struck first, delivering 2 clean punches that sent 2 lions crashing backward before they dissolved into fragments of light. Tianji raised her hand and called down a concentrated burst of lightning, the thunderous strike cutting through another group. At the same time, Xiaojin released a wave of controlled fire that engulfed the remaining beasts. Under their coordinated assault, the lions were quickly eliminated. System notifications began appearing in succession as Lin Han's level increased. Watching the steady rise in experience, he understood why the intermediate illusionary realm was so valuable. The efficiency of gaining experience here far surpassed ordinary hunting grounds, and reaching the 5th advancement no longer seemed distant. Ai seemed pleased with the brief fight, while Tianji calmly noted that the opponents had posed little threat. Xiaojin glanced toward Lin Han, seeking confirmation that her performance had met expectations. He gave a simple nod of approval. As the last traces of the lions' bodies faded, Lin Han observed that even the diamond-level dungeon had not posed much difficulty so far. A warning prompt suddenly echoed through the space, announcing that the final stage of the trial was about to begin and cautioning non-combat classes to proceed carefully. Almost immediately, the atmosphere shifted. The Ice Flame Lion King, level 61, a high-level rare ferocious beast, emerged at the center of the field. Around it, additional demon lions materialized, their presence amplifying the pressure in the area. Lin Han assessed the situation and assigned targets calmly. He would handle the Lion King himself, leaving the remaining beasts to Ai, Tianji, and Xiaojin. The 3 acknowledged and moved to intercept the lesser lions. Lin Han drew his sword and advanced toward the Lion King. The beast reacted instantly, closing the distance in a blur and slashing with its massive forepaw. Lin Han sidestepped the strike, noting the difference in aura between this king and the earlier lions. The Lion King opened its jaws and unleashed a combined stream of fire and ice. The opposing elements twisted together in a violent surge. Lin Han evaded again, recognizing the complexity of the attack pattern. Behind him, the 3 beast girls methodically eliminated the remaining lions. Once the battlefield was cleared, they paused, watching the ongoing duel. None of them appeared overly concerned. Lin Han tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward decisively. Gathering his strength, he launched a direct strike toward the Ice Flame Lion King, aiming to end the fight with a single, concentrated blow. As Lin Han descended with his sword raised, the Ice Flame Lion King reacted instantly. It gathered violent currents of fire and ice within its jaws, compressing them into a dense sphere before launching the attack upward. Midair, Lin Han adjusted his stance and brought down the 9-leaf sword in a direct counter. The blade met the incoming sphere head-on. The clash of opposing forces triggered a powerful explosion that swept across the battlefield. When the flames and frost dispersed, Lin Han remained standing. In the same motion, he completed a clean, precise strike that split the Lion King in 2. The massive body dissolved into fragments of light. A system notification followed, confirming the successful completion of the diamond-level trial. It also recorded a new completion record, 10 minutes and 20 seconds, and awarded spiritual armor as a reward. His consciousness would be withdrawn shortly. In the surveillance room, a red-haired officer reported the results to He-chun, chief of the general staff. 10 participants had cleared the first round. 9 had completed gold-level dungeons. One student, Lin Han, had cleared the diamond-level dungeon and recorded the best combat performance overall. He-chun watched the replay of the duel with the Lion King. A beast tamer clearing a hidden diamond-level dungeon was unusual. He ordered Lin Han's information to be compiled and instructed that all qualified participants be teleported to the illusionary realm arena to prepare for the second round. Back inside the dungeon space, the environment began to shift again. I noticed the change immediately. Lin Han concluded that the first round had ended and instructed his beasts to return to the beast taming space. They withdrew without resistance. Moments later, Lin Han was teleported to the preparation area for the next stage. Around him, other participants reappeared one after another. Some discussed how overwhelming the gold-level dungeons had been, noting that in real conditions they might not have survived. It became clear that the first round had eliminated the vast majority of students. Fatty soon arrived with Tame and Su Ting. They were relieved to see Lin Han standing unharmed. When Lin Han asked about Su Nianwei, Su Ting explained that she had been eliminated. As a support class participant facing a gold-level dungeon alone, her disadvantage had been significant. Lin Han accepted the outcome calmly, believing the experience itself was valuable. Before the conversation continued, a ranking announcement appeared across the arena. First place, Military Academy, Lin Han, Diamond-level dungeon, completion time 10 minutes 20 seconds. Second place, Baitian Academy, Luo Xiong, gold-level dungeon, 10 minutes 25 seconds. Third place, Qingsheng Academy, Baitiani, gold-level dungeon, 10 minutes 30 seconds. The crowd reacted immediately. Many were surprised that the top-ranked participant had challenged a diamond-level dungeon, rumored to be far more difficult than gold-level instances. Su Ting expressed open admiration, while Tame quietly acknowledged the gap between them. Fatty stepped closer, half-jokingly questioning whether Lin Han intended to keep advancing alone. Lin Han replied that those who followed him would continue improving. Ahead of them stood two notable competitors, Baitiani and Luo Xiong. Both had secured top rankings in the first round and were already observing the other qualifiers as they awaited the start of the second trial. Baitiani and Luo Xiong stood together, discussing the situation. Both of their academies had sent 5 participants, yet only the 2 of them had advanced. The fact that Lin Han had cleared a diamond-level dungeon placed unexpected pressure on them. They quickly reached a mutual understanding. If either of them encountered Lin Han in the arena, the goal would be to exhaust him as much as possible. Weakening him would give the next opponent a clear advantage. Afterward, they would settle the matter of first place between themselves. A system announcement echoed across the arena, signaling the start of the second round, the arena battles. The 10 qualifiers would first compete in pairs, producing 5 winners. In the semifinals, 1 contestant would be randomly selected to advance directly, while the remaining 4 would battle again for the final spots. Fatty briefly entertained the idea of drawing the direct advancement slot, but Su Ting reminded him that the preliminary match had to be won first. Tame quietly wondered who her first opponent would be. Lin Han remained calm. The dungeon round had already filtered out weaker participants. From this point forward, every match would demand focus. The system generated the matchups. Lin Han versus Sa Jiaojiao, Long Tianjiad versus Luo Xiong Blackberry versus Wugong, Su Ting versus Wang, Shou Zhongguan versus Baitiani. Participants moved to locate their assigned arenas. Tame noted that their first-round opponents were all from other academies. Fatty encouraged Lin Han to demonstrate the military academy's strength. Lin Han entered the arena soon after. His opponent, Sa Jiaojiao from Yunmei Academy, stepped forward calmly. She spoke politely and admitted that she had only narrowly passed the first round. Her tone was modest, almost gentle. Lin Han responded in kind, but inwardly he remained cautious. Something about her demeanor felt deliberate. The match began. Sa Jiaojiao equipped a whip and launched the first attack. The strike cracked against the stone floor, shattering it on impact. Lin Han immediately recognized the destructive force behind the weapon. A direct hit would cause serious damage. She continued her assault, her whip cutting through the air in wide arcs. Lin Han advanced carefully, slipping past the strikes and closing the distance. In close combat, his sword offered a clear advantage in reach and precision. Sa Jiaojiao reacted quickly, altering her technique. The whip shifted mid-motion, transforming into a serpentine strand of green energy that curved sharply and attempted to coil around him from multiple angles. Lin Han assessed the trajectory instantly. The technique was creative, but its speed was slightly lacking. Before the energy construct could fully tighten around him, his figure blurred and vanished from sight. Sa Jiaojiao froze for a split second, unable to track his movement. As Lin Han vanished from sight, Sa Jiaojiao's redirected momentum caused her whip to snap back toward her. The recoil disrupted her balance, and she stumbled, falling to the ground. Lin Han reappeared a short distance away and calmly advised her to concede. He pointed out that deceptive tactics might create openings against less cautious opponents, but they would not be effective against him. Continuing the match would only risk unnecessary injury. Sa Jiaojiao lowered her head and spoke in a subdued tone, claiming she had known from the beginning that she could not win. Her expression shifted, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Lin Han watched carefully, unsure whether her reaction was genuine. She went on to explain that winning the championship would secure financial support from her academy, which she said was needed for her father's medical treatment. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Han remained observant. The explanation sounded overly rehearsed, and the timing raised suspicion. Even so, he stepped closer, intending to end the match cleanly and encourage her to withdraw. The moment he approached, her whip lashed out again, coiling tightly around his arm. Lin Han paused in surprise. Sa Jiaojiao rose to her feet, her earlier vulnerability replaced with confidence. She explained that her technique carried a suppressive effect. Once entangled, opponents would gradually feel their strength weaken and their movement slow. Lin Han briefly assessed the sensation spreading through his arm. The pressure was real, but the effect was not as overwhelming as she implied. He responded evenly that the technique would not work on him. Sa Jiaojiao stiffened, realizing he had not been incapacitated. Before she could react further, Lin Han shifted his footing and pulled sharply on the whip. The sudden force dragged her forward across the arena floor. She attempted to stabilize herself and insisted that her whip technique was one of the strongest in her academy. Lin Han increased the pull, drawing her directly toward him. Momentum carried her into him, and she instinctively reached out to steady herself. Lin Han immediately stepped back to create distance, causing her to lose balance and fall once more. Sa Jiaojiao looked up at him with frustration, recognizing that her tactics, both emotional and technical, had failed to produce the intended result. Lin Han remained unmoved by Sa Jiaojiao's final attempt to provoke him. He made it clear that her tactics would not influence the outcome of the match. Sensing his intent to finish the fight, Ai and Jui manifested beside him. Ai stepped forward first, clearly displeased by the earlier deception. Jui followed, her expression cold and resolute. Faced with two powerful beast girls at close range, Sa Jiaojiao's composure faltered. The exchange was brief. Overwhelmed by their coordinated pressure, Sa Jiaojiao was quickly subdued. Ai ended it decisively, sending her sliding across the arena floor and out of combat range. Moments later, the announcement confirmed the result. Lin Han of the military academy had won Arena 1. With his match concluded, Lin Han turned his attention to the other battlefields. In another arena, Su Ting executed a precise counterstrike that knocked her opponent's weapon into the air. The duel ended immediately afterward, and her victory was announced. At the same time, Tame maintained steady pressure with a barrage of arrows, forcing her opponent into surrender. Arena 3 was declared in her favor. The three regrouped briefly, acknowledging one another's performances. Both Su Ting and Tame had advanced smoothly. Their attention then shifted to the remaining battlefield. Fatty was still engaged in combat, but the situation did not look favorable. His opponent had him constantly on the defensive. Tame recognized the opponent immediately, Luo Xiong. Luo Xiong moved with sharp, efficient footwork, easily evading Fatty's heavy strikes. Each of Fatty's attacks lacked refinement, leaving openings that Luo Xiong exploited without hesitation. In one swift motion, Luo Xiong repositioned behind Fatty and delivered a clean, concentrated blow to his back. The impact lifted Fatty off his feet and sent him crashing down hard onto the arena floor. His cry of pain echoed across the battleground as the momentum of the fight clearly shifted in Luo Xiong's favor. Luo Xiong did not allow Fatty a moment to recover. He stepped forward again the instant Fatty struggled upright, closing the distance before Fatty could steady his footing. A heavy punch drove into Fatty's abdomen. The impact folded him over, the force clearly overwhelming his defenses. Watching from the sidelines, Lin Han immediately understood the intent. This was no longer just a match. Luo Xiong was deliberately prolonging the fight, using Fatty to provoke him. Su Ting called out for Fatty to surrender before the damage escalated further. Tame noticed that Luo Xiong had intentionally avoided delivering a clean finishing blow earlier, choosing instead to keep Fatty barely standing. Fatty's vision blurred as he tried to regain balance. Luo Xiong observed him with cold satisfaction. Then Luo Xiong gathered energy once more. He made it clear that weak teammates only dragged others down and prepared a final strike. Lin Han instinctively shouted for him to stop. The energy attack was released regardless. It struck Fatty directly, lifting him into the air. Blood spilled from his mouth as he was slammed back into the arena floor with violent force. The system immediately registered the defeat. Su Ting and Tame rushed forward as Fatty's body began to fade, signaling imminent teleportation. Although the illusionary realm prevented permanent physical harm, the pain experienced within it remained real. Gasping, Fatty managed to look toward Lin Han before disappearing from the arena. His request was simple. Lin Han's expression hardened. He gave a quiet assurance that the matter would not end there. The announcement for the preliminary results followed shortly after. The 5 advancing participants were listed: Military Academy, Lin Han, Su Ting, Tame; Baidian Academy, Luo Xiong; Qingsheng Academy, Bai Tianyi. The system then randomly selected one contestant to advance directly to the finals without competing in the semifinals. The result appeared almost immediately. Lin Han had been chosen. For a brief moment, the arena fell quiet. Lin Han had no opportunity to confront Luo Xiong in the semifinals. The next match would instead be Su Ting versus Luo Xiong, while Tame would face Bai Tianyi. Lin Han exhaled slowly. The timing frustrated him, but he understood the structure of the competition. If Luo Xiong advanced, they would meet in the finals. The announcer declared the first semi-final match: Su Ting of the Military Academy versus Luo Xiong of Baitian Academy. The two stepped into the arena and faced each other. Luo Xiong appeared relaxed, almost bored. Su Ting, however, immediately understood the gap and pressure he created. She knew that if she allowed him to control the pace, the fight would slip from her hands. Her only option was to attack aggressively from the start and attempt to disrupt his rhythm. She advanced first, launching a rapid series of precise strikes. Her attacks were sharp and well-structured, but Luo Xiong moved with efficient footwork, evading each one with minimal effort. From the sidelines, Tame grew tense as Su Ting's offense failed to connect. Lin Han observed quietly. Su Ting's technique was refined, but Luo Xiong's reaction speed and combat awareness neutralized her advantage. Luo Xiong gathered energy and countered decisively. A concentrated blast struck Su Ting before she could reposition. The force sent her crashing to the ground, ending the match cleanly. The announcer declared Luo Xiong the winner of the first semifinal. Su Ting's figure dissolved as she was teleported out. Lin Han reassured Tame that the illusionary realm prevented lasting injury. Once returned to reality, Su Ting would recover naturally. The second semifinal match was then announced: Tame of the Military Academy versus Bai Tianyi of Qingsheng Academy. As Tame stepped into the arena, Lin Han reminded her that Bai Tianyi's strength was comparable to Luo Xiong's. She intended to rely on her advantage as a long-range combatant and maintain distance throughout the fight. Once the match began, Tame fired multiple arrows toward Bai Tianyi. He disappeared using magic and evaded the attacks with ease. He reappeared and dismissed the strikes as ineffective. Tame adjusted her pace and continued her ranged assault, attempting to limit his movement. In response, Bai Tianyi constructed magical barriers to neutralize her arrows. He then raised his staff and generated a powerful tornado that swept across the arena. The vortex engulfed Tame and lifted her into the air before throwing her aside. The force of the spell left her unable to continue. As she fell, Lin Han moved quickly and caught her before she hit the ground. She briefly regained consciousness, but was soon transported out of the illusionary realm and returned to reality. With both Su Ting and Tame eliminated, only 3 contestants remained: Lin Han, Luo Xiong, and Bai Tianyi. The two opponents mocked the Military Academy's performance and suggested that Lin Han now faced overwhelming pressure. Lin Han remained composed. He proposed that instead of following the standard structure, the 3 of them engage in a free-for-all, allowing the final winner to be determined directly among the remaining contestants. Luo Xiong questioned whether a student had the authority to alter the illusionary realm's rules. Bai Tianyi dismissed the suggestion as unrealistic. Lin Han explained that the illusionary realm was designed to help participants challenge their limits and refine their combat skills. He referenced the earlier dungeon rounds, noting that although the default difficulty had been set to gold level, he had successfully cleared a diamond-level dungeon, demonstrating that the system did not strictly confine participants to preset boundaries. As long as all three contestants agreed, there would be no reason to reject the proposal. In the surveillance room, the chief army general observed the discussion. He remarked that Lin Han was the only participant who had understood the original intent behind the illusionary realm's design. He instructed that the proposal be approved, provided the other contestants raised no objections. The announcer then stated that the illusionary realm would respect the contestants' opinions. If there were no objections, Lin Han's proposal would take effect immediately. Luo Xiong agreed without hesitation. Bai Tianyi also accepted, eager to proceed. With unanimous consent, the rules were adjusted, and the final stage was set for a three-way battle. The announcer stated that the rules for the final match were simple. The three remaining contestants would engage in a free-for-all without restrictions. The showdown began immediately. Luo Xiong suggested that he and Bai Tianyi follow their earlier understanding and eliminate Lin Han first before competing for first place. Bai Tianyi agreed without hesitation, eager to confront Lin Han. Luo Xiong gathered his energy and advanced toward Lin Han at high speed, preparing a direct assault. Lin Han remained calm and chose not to intervene personally. Instead, he summoned his beast, Ai. Ai appeared instantly between them, blocking Luo Xiong's path. Luo Xiong was visibly surprised by the sudden presence of the ferocious beast. He proceeded with his high water punch, driving forward with concentrated force. Ai met the attack head-on with a powerful counterpunch. The collision produced a strong shockwave that rippled across the arena. Luo Xiong was thrown backward and struck the ground. After regaining his footing, Luo Xiong was unsettled. He had not expected a summoned beast to withstand his Qigong fist so directly. Bai Tianyi attempted to regain control of the situation. He argued that a beast tamer without a powerful beast would pose little threat. Raising his staff, he released multiple wind blades toward Ai. The wind blade struck, but Ai countered with a single decisive blow, dispersing the attack effortlessly. The force of Ai's follow-up punch sent Bai Tianyi crashing to the ground. Observing the exchange, Luo Xiong realized that if Ai's attention was occupied, he might still have an opportunity to target Lin Han directly. Believing Lin Han to be vulnerable without his beast protection, he launched another charge. Lin Han activated his giant force ability and stepped forward to meet him. The two closed the distance rapidly. Lin Han struck with a clean, concentrated blow. The impact lifted Luo Xiong off the ground and sent him airborne. Suspended midair, he was stunned by the overwhelming strength behind the strike, unable to comprehend how the attack had surpassed his expectations so completely. The force of Lin Han's punch drove Luo Xiong backward across the ground before he finally stabilized himself. After regaining his composure, Luo Xiong questioned how a beast tamer could possess such overwhelming physical strength. He could not understand why his own power had failed to move Lin Han even slightly. Meanwhile, Bai Tianyi attempted to reposition, but Ai intercepted him and blocked his path. Realizing the pressure they were under, Bai Tianyi called for Luo Xiong to assist him in restraining the beast so he could prepare a decisive attack against Lin Han. Assessing the situation, Luo Xiong understood that prolonging the fight would only worsen their disadvantage. He activated a transformation technique, enlarging his body and significantly increasing his physical strength. He then charged toward Ai and drove a heavy punch infused with inner energy into her. At the same time, Bai Tianyi gripped his staff tightly and began channeling a large amount of magical power. The technique he was preparing had originally been reserved for a final confrontation, but he chose to use it now. Rising into the air, he condensed the surrounding wind into the shape of a towering wind giant. Seeing the massive construct take form, Lin Han immediately sensed the danger and ordered Ai to retreat. Ai turned, but before she could fully disengage, the wind giant closed in from behind. Its enormous hands clamped around her body, restraining her movements. The construct then lifted her toward its mouth, attempting to crush and consume her within its swirling vortex. Inside the dense currents of compressed wind, visibility dropped to nothing. Ai struggled to defend herself as the pressure tightened around her. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Han activated his lightning wings and summoned the beast sword, preparing to intervene before the Wind Giant could complete its attack. Before the Wind Giant could fully close its mouth, Lin Han accelerated forward and entered through the opening. He landed inside the massive construct, surrounded by violently compressed wind currents. Without hesitation, he activated the grass character sword technique. Channeling his strength into the beast sword, he delivered a decisive strike. The blade's energy tore through the core of the Wind Giant. The entire structure destabilized and collapsed instantly. The tornado dispersed, and the giant form disintegrated into scattered currents of air. Bai Tianyi fell from midair, shocked by the sudden reversal. The surrounding winds gradually faded, and the arena returned to stability. Luo Xiong, witnessing the destruction of such a powerful spell in a single strike, could no longer conceal his fear. In the surveillance room, the chief army general observed that the force of the attack had significantly disturbed the illusionary realm structure. The red-haired officer beside him was equally astonished by the extent of Lin Han's strength. As the last of the wind currents disappeared, Lin Han descended to the ground, holding Ai securely. He checked her condition. Ai confirmed that she was unharmed. Lin Han remained calm, noting that she appeared stable despite the ordeal. Not far away, Bai Tianyi knelt on the ground, unable to recover from the shock of defeat. The announcer officially declared that the winner of the Intermediate Illusionary Realm Trial was Lin Han of the Military Academy. With the match concluded, Lin Han instructed Ai to return to her beast-taming space and rest. She complied, and shortly afterward, he was transported back to reality. Once outside the illusionary realm, he exhaled in relief as the trial finally came to an end. Fatty approached first to congratulate him on winning the championship, followed by Tame, who offered her congratulations as well. Soon after, the scientist responsible for overseeing the trial stepped forward and presented the rewards. The first item was a spatial ring capable of storing an unlimited quantity of objects. The second was a rare skill book containing the art of invisibility. Lin Han examined the spatial ring carefully, recognizing its value. With expanded storage capacity, future hunts and equipment collection would become far more efficient. The scientist then handed him an additional item, an invitation letter from He Chun, the chief of the general staff at the military headquarters and the individual overseeing the illusionary realm. The letter invited Lin Han to participate in a military selection assessment scheduled 6 months later. Lin Han accepted the invitation, considering the implications of this new opportunity. After receiving the invitation letter, Lin Han considered the military selection process. He decided that once he returned, he would ask Supervisor Yi for more detailed information. Fatty congratulated him again on winning the championship. Su Ting pointed out that the most significant gain was the military invitation itself. Tame agreed, noting that opportunities to connect directly with the military were rare. Lin Han then noticed that Nianwei seemed quieter than usual and asked if something was bothering her. She admitted that she felt disappointed with her performance, having been eliminated in the first round. Lin Han reassured her calmly. He reminded her that everyone had done their best and that the most important outcome of the trial was the combat experience they had gained. After a brief pause, he handed her the skill book on invisibility. Nianwei was surprised. She pointed out that it was his reward for winning first place and questioned whether it was appropriate for her to accept it. Lin Han explained that enhancing her stealth abilities would significantly improve her effectiveness in combat, especially in creating opportunities for surprise attacks. He believed the skill suited her role more than anyone else's. Rather than dwelling on the past match, she should focus on strengthening her support capabilities for the team. Encouraged by his words, Nianwei accepted the book and expressed her determination to work harder and keep pace with everyone. The following day, Lin Han went to Director Ye's office. As he entered, he overheard Director Yi speaking firmly over the phone, refusing to let Lin Han transfer to another academy regardless of the resources offered in exchange. Surprised, Lin Han asked what was happening. Director Yi ended the call and explained with a smile that the battle footage of Lin Han and the Night Watch squad during the Illusionary Realm trial had spread widely online. As a result, Lin Han had gained considerable attention. He further revealed that more than a dozen universities had already reached out, hoping to recruit him and offering substantial resources in return. Lin Han responded lightly, asking whether he was about to be traded for a high price. Director Yi observed that Lin Han did not seem particularly pleased about the sudden fame. Lin Han admitted that he preferred to focus on studying and improving his abilities steadily, without drawing excessive public attention. Director Yi smiled and asked whether Lin Han's reluctance toward fame was due to concern that others might target his 10 ancient ferocious beasts. Lin Han acknowledged that Director Yi had already seen through his thoughts. Director Yi advised him that since he was already in the public eye, there was little point in holding back. If his strength could no longer be concealed, then he should display it openly and make it clear that he was not someone to be provoked. Lin Han reflected on those words. Avoiding attention would not solve the problem. Strengthening himself was the only reliable way to ensure that even those who coveted his beasts would hesitate to approach. He expressed that he understood the advice. Director Yi responded with approval. Later that night, in the forest of the military academy, Lin Han walked alone beneath the trees. He considered the path ahead and resolved to adjust his mindset. Rather than worrying about potential threats, he would focus on improving his abilities and preparing for greater challenges. At that moment, he sensed a strong malicious fluctuation in the area. A shadowy presence emerged from the darkness. A man wrapped in bandages stepped forward and addressed him directly, confirming his identity and stating that he had watched the battle footage from the illusionary realm with interest. Lin Han observed the man's unusual appearance and concluded that he had not come for casual reasons. The stranger introduced himself as Gugger, a lone individual with no affiliation to any organization. He declared that his class was Necromancer. With a wave of his staff, Gugger opened a green magical portal. From within it, numerous skeleton soldiers marched out and surrounded the clearing. Gugger ordered them to attack. As the skeletal figures advanced, Lin Han evaded the first strike and immediately assessed the situation. Necromancers, practitioners of dark magic who commanded the dead, had long been feared for their abilities. However, he remained calm and decided to test Gugger's true capabilities. He summoned Ai. Ai appeared and moved forward to intercept the skeleton army. She struck one of the undead soldiers directly, shattering it with ease. Observing their structure and movement, she quickly determined that the skeletons relied more on numbers than individual strength. Without hesitation, she accelerated and eliminated the remaining skeleton soldiers in rapid succession, clearing the area within moments. After Ai eliminated the skeleton soldiers, Lin Han remarked calmly that if this was the extent of a necromancer's ability, it was underwhelming. Gugger's expression darkened. Enraged, he raised his staff and released another surge of dark energy. The scattered bones on the ground trembled, reassembled, and stood up once more. Lin Han observed the resurrected skeletons with mild surprise. The undead army had been restored completely. Ai watched as the skeletons reformed and realized that they would not fall through ordinary physical destruction alone. Gugger laughed and declared that this was the true strength of a necromancer. As long as the source of dark power remained, the dead could rise again. Lin Han studied the aura surrounding both Gugger and the skeletons. The dark energy felt familiar, as though he had encountered a similar presence before. He asked Gugger about the origin of the power emanating from him. Gugger revealed that it was a death aura unique to those infected by dark forces. While many creatures became dark infected passively, he had chosen to accept the infection willingly in exchange for the power to control undead beings. Lin Han questioned whether sacrificing one's body and integrity for strength was worthwhile. Gugger dismissed the concern. To him, power outweighed all costs. With enough strength, nothing else mattered. He commanded the skeleton army to attack once again. As the undead advanced, Ai prepared to intercept them. Lin Han stopped her and quickly assessed the situation. Against undead creatures sustained by dark energy, physical force alone would be inefficient. Fire would be far more effective in purifying and preventing their resurrection. He summoned Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen appeared at his side, ready to act. Seeing the approaching skeleton army, she immediately gathered flames in her hands and prepared to incinerate the undead forces at their source. Xiaozhen released a high-level flame attack. Intense fire swept across the battlefield, reducing the skeleton army to ashes in moments. This time, the flames burned so thoroughly that no trace of dark energy remained to restore them. Gugger stared at the scene in disbelief. He realized that Lin Han commanded not just one, but 2 of the 10 ancient beasts simultaneously, and began to question who Lin Han truly was. Lin Han answered calmly that defeating someone like Gugger did not require reliance on dark power. Enraged, Gugger activated a deeper reserve of his corrupted energy. He declared that once he seized the ancient beasts and converted them into undead creatures, the situation would be reversed. Determined to escalate, he opened another green portal and began a summoning ritual. He called upon a dark tyrant to descend, offering half of his soul in exchange for assistance. A violent vortex formed within the portal. A massive silhouette emerged, radiating oppressive pressure. A level 60 Hell Minotaur stepped forward and roared, its presence shaking the surrounding forest. Ai felt uncertain at the sight of the creature, while Xiaojun sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from it. Recognizing the danger, Lin Han ordered Xiaojun to engage first. She activated her Phoenix Flame ability and launched a concentrated attack at the Hell Minotaur. However, the flames failed to inflict meaningful damage. The creature countered with a single swing of its weapon, dispersing the attack effortlessly. The Hell Minotaur then hurled a chain upward, binding Xiaojun midair. With a forceful pull, it dragged her downward. Lin Han immediately ordered Ai to assist. Ai charged forward and attempted to strike the monster, demanding that it release Xiaojun. The Hell Minotaur responded with another heavy swing, striking Ai directly and knocking her to the ground. The impact forced her back, and she struggled to regain her footing. Seeing both of his beasts repelled, Lin Han's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he summoned another of his beast companions. Tiangu appeared instantly. She advanced and unleashed a powerful thunderstorm attack, sending concentrated lightning crashing down onto the Hell Minotaur. The strike connected, and the monster let out a deep roar of pain as the lightning coursed across its body. Lin Han drew his sword and moved with precision. With a clean strike, he severed the chains binding Xiaojun and ordered her to withdraw from the immediate danger zone. She retreated without hesitation. Without pausing, Lin Han advanced toward the Hell Minotaur. Activating the grass character sword technique, he delivered a focused slash that struck the monster directly. The force of the blow lifted the massive creature off the ground and sent it crashing backward. Gugger watched in disbelief. Before he could react, the airborne Hell Minotaur fell heavily and landed on top of him. Gugger cried out as he was pinned beneath the impact. The Hell Minotaur rose slowly. Gugger, struggling beneath it, suggested retreating. However, the creature refused. It declared that as an envoy of Hell, it would not accept defeat at the hands of a human. Without warning, the Hell Minotaur seized Gugger by the throat. Gugger demanded to know what it intended to do. The monster responded that the initial offering had been insufficient. If Gugger wished to survive, he would have to surrender the remainder of his soul. Before Gugger could resist, the Hell Minotaur began absorbing his life force. Gugger's pleas quickly faded. Once the transfer was complete, the monster discarded his lifeless body onto the ground. Dark energy surged violently from the Hell Minotaur's body. The surrounding forest trembled under the pressure of the expanding aura. Lin Han sensed the sudden increase in power and understood that the creature had grown significantly stronger after absorbing Gugger's soul. Ai asked how they should proceed. Recognizing that a prolonged battle would only worsen their situation, Lin Han made a decisive choice. He ordered all of his beast companions to combine their strength. They responded immediately, preparing to synchronize their powers for the confrontation ahead. Upon receiving the command, the beast companions merged their elang into a single unified form with Lin Han. When the fusion was complete, he stood in an enhanced state, their combined abilities amplifying his overall combat capacity. He quickly evaluated the situation. Although the fusion granted balanced and powerful attributes, the Hell Minotaur's strength had risen significantly after absorbing Gugger's soul. A direct and prolonged clash would be risky. Lin Han moved first, closing the distance while deliberately provoking the creature to disrupt its focus. The Hell Minotaur responded with a heavy frontal strike, attempting to cleave him in two. Lin Han evaded smoothly, avoiding the blow by a narrow margin. He countered immediately, delivering a sharp attack to the monster's back. The creature turned with a roar and swung again, but Lin Han maintained mobility, retreating into the air and repositioning rapidly. Enraged, the Hell Minotaur's eyes glowed red. Without warning, twin beams of compressed, dark energy shot outward. The sudden ranged assault forced Lin Han to react instantly. He dodged repeatedly as multiple beams carved through the surrounding terrain. Just as he adjusted to the rhythm of the attacks, the Hell Minotaur vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. The abrupt shift in position caught him off guard. Recognizing the escalating threat, Lin Han assessed the broader risk. If the battle dragged on, the surrounding military academy grounds could suffer catastrophic damage. He decided to end the fight decisively. He drew his sword and concentrated every strand of combined energy into a single strike. The fused power of the ancient beasts flowed into the blade, stabilizing into a dense and focused force. With no further hesitation, he advanced. At the same time, the Helm Minotaur charged forward with its full strength. The two attacks collided head-on. A massive explosion erupted from the point of impact, shockwaves spreading outward in every direction. The shockwave forced the Helm Minotaur down on a one knee. Lin Han did not hesitate. He stepped forward and delivered another heavy strike, pressing the advantage while the monster struggled to stabilize itself. The Helm Minotaur barely managed to block with its weapon. Immediately afterward, it released another surge of dark energy. A dense black aura erupted from its body and forced Lin Han backward through the air. Midair, Lin Han sensed the change. The aura was thicker and more violent than before. The creature was attempting one final escalation. He steadied himself and advanced again. Allowing the monster to complete its surge would only prolong the battle. As the Helm Minotaur raised its weapon to intercept, Lin Han activated the grass character sword technique once more. This time, instead of striking from the outside, he drove the blade directly into the monster's open mouth. The sword energy discharged internally. A concentrated force spread rapidly through the creature's body. The Helm Minotaur roared as the power expanded from within, destabilizing the dark energy that sustained it. The internal surge intensified until the monster's body could no longer withstand the pressure. In a final burst, the accumulated energy ruptured outward, destroying the Helm Minotaur completely. Silence returned to the forest. Lin Han landed and the fusion state dissolved, returning him to normal. He scanned the area carefully to confirm that the threat had ended. The remains of the Helm Minotaur began dissolving into scattered dark particles. As the last traces faded, a single card materialized and dropped to the ground. Lin Han picked it up and examined it. It was a relic card. A system notification appeared. Relic name: Hell's Grip type. Relic activation card level. Epic function: activates access to a relic. Entry must occur within 3 days of activation, or the portal will close automatically. Entry is restricted to solo participants. Difficulty is high. Before he could process further, a voice called out from nearby. Director Yi arrived with 4 fully armed soldiers. The soldiers immediately moved to secure Gugger's body. Director Yi approached Lin Han directly. Lin Han asked what had brought him there. The director glanced at the remains of the battlefield before responding, clearly aware that the disturbance had not gone unnoticed. Director Yi looked over the damaged forest and responded that the disturbance had nearly leveled part of the military academy, so he had no choice but to come personally. He asked what had happened. Lin Han explained calmly that someone had come looking for trouble and that he had dealt with it. When asked who would dare cause chaos on academy grounds, Lin Han identified the attacker as a necromancer named Gugger and mentioned that he had been skilled. Director Ye's expression shifted. He wondered whether Gugger might be connected to the Abyss Alliance. Lin Han asked what that organization was. Director Yi explained that the Abyss Alliance was a group known for sheltering heretical and extremist individuals. Its members were fanatical and highly vindictive. If Gugger truly belonged to them, the situation could escalate. Lin Han then showed him the card that had dropped after the battle. Director Yi immediately recognized its significance. It was an extremely rare relic card. He explained that relic cards could unlock ancient ruins and were highly coveted by powerful factions. Now that Lin Han possessed one, the Abyss Alliance would likely attempt to reclaim it. He stated that security around the academy would be increased and advised Lin Han not to leave the premises for the time being. Lin Han responded thoughtfully. Avoiding danger entirely was rarely possible. If others were determined to target him, remaining passive would not eliminate the threat. Director Yi warned him seriously that the Abyss Alliance was not an ordinary group. Its members would stop at nothing to retrieve such an item. Lin Han replied that if he activated and used the relic card himself, there would be nothing left for others to seize. Director Yi began to object, but Lin Han reminded him of his earlier advice, that strengthening oneself was better than hiding. Facing challenges directly was the only way to grow strong enough to eliminate future threats. Director Yi fell silent for a moment before exhaling. He placed a hand on Lin Han's shoulder and told him that while the decision was his to make, the military academy would remain his strongest support. Lin Han thanked him. Director Yi and the soldiers then departed, taking Gugger's body with them to handle the aftermath. Once the area was clear, Lin Han looked at the relic card in his hand. Without further delay, he decided to activate it immediately. Chap, holding the relic card, Lin Han activated it. The card released an intense blue light that quickly expanded outward. The brightness forced him to shield his eyes as the energy continued to intensify. The surrounding space distorted, and in the next instant, he was pulled away from his original location. When the light faded, Lin Han found himself standing in an unfamiliar environment. Ancient structures stretched into the distance, their surfaces worn by time. The air felt heavy and unfamiliar. A voice echoed through the space, welcoming the trial seeker to the city of Satan, known as the Grip of Hell. Lin Han scanned his surroundings but could not locate the source of the voice. The area remained empty, yet the presence behind the words was unmistakable. Moments later, a massive coffin-like object descended from above and crashed onto the ground before him. The impact released a wave of purple energy that spread across the floor. Lin Han instinctively retreated as dust and energy surged outward. When the smoke cleared, a demon girl emerged from within. She introduced herself as the guardian of the ruin, the Naga. She explained that the ruins contained 3 levels. Anyone who successfully passed them would obtain the treasures within. Failure, however, meant remaining in the ruins permanently under her control. With a gesture, she declared the first level open. 4 stone golems rose from the ground at her command. Their heavy forms shifted forward, locking onto Lin Han as their target. The golems advanced in unison, launching their attacks with slow but powerful movements. Lin Han avoided the first strike with ease, observing their speed and strength. The challenge appeared manageable. He summoned Ai. She materialized instantly at his side and moved forward without hesitation. Her strikes were direct and efficient. One by one, she shattered the stone golems, breaking them apart before they could regroup. Fragments of stone scattered across the ground as the first trial concluded. Ai's strikes sent all 4 stone golems flying into the air. Their heavy bodies crashed against the wall behind them and shattered on impact, fragments scattering across the ground. She turned back toward Lin Han with visible satisfaction. Before the dust had fully settled, the broken stones began to tremble. The fragments drew together, reforming piece by piece. The golems reconstructed themselves and stood once more. Lin Han immediately warned her as the restored golems advanced from behind. Irritated, Ai moved to intercept them again. However, as the creatures reassembled, some of the fragments split and formed additional bodies, increasing their numbers. Observing the change, Lin Han realized the stone constructs were capable of multiplying after destruction. He summoned Xiao Zhan to assist. Xiao Zhan appeared and released a wave of concentrated flames toward the advancing golems. The fire engulfed the stone bodies, heating them rapidly. This time, the intense temperature destabilized their cores. Cracks spread across their surfaces before the structures collapsed entirely, reduced to brittle debris. The flames did not harm Ai, who quickly noticed she remained unaffected. With the golems fully destroyed, the first wave finally came to an end. The Naga reappeared, watching with calm interest. She acknowledged their strength, but stated that the first level was not yet complete. Without delay, she raised both hands and activated another spell. A large portal opened behind her. From within, armored figures stepped forward in orderly formation. Their movements were rigid, their expressions empty. The Naga explained that these were former challengers who had failed the trial. Their bodies had been reshaped into puppets to serve within the ruins. In life, they had been accomplished individuals. Now, they existed only as controlled soldiers. Lin Han looked at the approaching figures and understood their condition. He stated that no one deserved to be manipulated after death. Preparing for combat, he directed Ai and Xiao Zhan to engage and end the confrontation quickly. The Naga gave a silent command of her own, and the puppet soldiers advanced in unison toward the 2 beast girls, beginning the next phase of the trial. Xiao Zhan released a concentrated stream of fire toward one of the puppet soldiers. The flames surged forward with precision. The soldier responded immediately, raising a hand as a wave of ice formed in front of him. The cold energy neutralized the flames on contact, dispersing the attack before it could reach him. Xiao Zhan paused, surprised that her fire had been countered so cleanly. At the same time, Ai rushed another soldier and delivered a direct punch aimed at crushing him. The soldier intercepted her strike with his sword. The collision produced a sharp metallic impact. The blade held firm, preventing her from breaking through. Lin Han stepped forward to engage a different opponent. As he launched his attack, the soldier avoided it with swift and efficient movement. The reaction speed exceeded that of the stone golems by a wide margin. He adjusted his stance and activated the grass sword technique, sending a stronger strike toward the target. The soldier raised his weapon again, blocking with precise timing. The clash forced both of them to slide backward across the ground from the force of the impact. Lin Han assessed the situation quickly. The opponent showed no signs of fatigue, no hesitation, and no wasted motion. Continuous direct confrontation would gradually shift the disadvantage toward him. The puppet soldier advanced again, blade cutting forward in a clean arc. Before the attack could connect, Lin Han teleported out of range and reappeared behind the soldier. He moved immediately to capitalize on the opening, directing a decisive strike toward the soldier's back. Just as the blade was about to land, a translucent barrier materialized around the puppet. The protective shield absorbed the impact, preventing the strike from penetrating. The soldier remained standing within the barrier, ready to continue the engagement. Lin Han was momentarily surprised that his strike had been completely blocked. The puppet soldier displayed precise control over both attack and defense. In the next instant, the soldier drew his second sword. With dual blades, he launched a rapid and forceful assault. Lin Han reacted immediately, summoning his heavenly wings and rising into the air just as the blades cut through the space where he had stood. Even so, the shockwave from his strike brushed past him before he stabilized. Recognizing that prolonged exchanges would only increase the risk, he activated the full power of his beast sword. A protective sword aura formed around him, condensing into a steady layer of energy. He descended toward the soldier and executed the grass character sword technique once more, this time with greater focus and force. As expected, the puppet generated its shield barrier again. However, the reinforced sword aura collided with it at full strength. The barrier cracked under the pressure, then shattered completely. The remaining force of the strike passed through and destroyed the puppet soldier. Lin Han landed steadily, the immediate threat resolved. The puppet's body collapsed and fell still. He quickly shifted his attention to Ai and Xiao Zhan. Ai was engaged in close combat with another soldier. She avoided a blade strike and stepped inside the soldier's guard, delivering a concentrated punch directly to its head. The impact crushed the puppet's defenses and sent it collapsing to the ground. On the other side, Xiao Zhan maneuvered through successive attacks from an opponent wielding ice abilities. After creating enough distance, she released a massive fireball infused with her full power. The opposing soldier responded with multiple ice projectiles. The two forces collided midair. Steam and energy burst outward as fire and ice struggled briefly for dominance. The fireball ultimately overwhelmed the ice, continuing forward and engulfing the puppet soldier. When the flames subsided, nothing remained. With the remaining puppets eliminated, the battlefield fell quiet again. Lin Han observed that the confrontation had been handled efficiently. Before they could fully relax, the ground began to tremble. From all directions, new stone golems rose once more, forming a tightening circle around them. Without hesitation, Lin Han ascended into the air using his wings. From above, he assessed their positions and concentrated his energy. He activated the grass character's sword technique again, channeling it into a wide, precise arc. The descending strike swept across the formation. The blade's energy cut cleanly through the stone bodies, splitting them apart before they could advance. The golems froze briefly, then separated into halves and collapsed, unable to regenerate this time. The surrounding area became still once more as the remnants of the constructs lay scattered across the ground. After the stone golems were eliminated, Ai remarked that her master had resolved everything in a single move. Xiao Zhan also expressed her admiration. Lin Han acknowledged their effort and thanked them for their support. Before the moment could settle, he sensed a new presence. An Emperor Dragonfly at level 55 appeared ahead of him. Almost immediately, a large portal opened nearby, and numerous insects poured out from within it. Seeing the sudden swarm of poisonous creatures, Lin Han realized the situation had escalated again. Ai moved forward to handle the ground insects, and Xiao Zhan joined her. Several ghost spiders at level 55 advanced toward them. Ai struck one directly, then followed with another solid kick against the second target. Xiao Zhan released controlled bursts of fire, eliminating nearby insects efficiently. Meanwhile, the dragonflies advanced toward Lin Han. He ascended higher into the air to assess the scale of the swarm. Recognizing that eliminating them individually would take too long, he decided to end it quickly. He activated Voodoo Thorn. Crystal thorns erupted from the ground across a wide area, piercing through the insects simultaneously. The swarm was wiped out in a single action, and the battlefield fell quiet once more. Ai again acknowledged his efficiency, and Xiaojun noted that the immediate threat had been cleared. At that moment, the guardian of the ruins appeared behind Lin Han. He turned toward her. She was holding a small spider in her hand and showed visible displeasure at being addressed disrespectfully. She placed the spider on the ground and indicated that this next creature would present a real challenge. Lin Han observed the small spider carefully. Despite its size, he sensed something unusual about it and concluded that it should not be underestimated. Lin Han activated Voodoo Sting again. Crystal spikes erupted from the ground in rapid succession, attempting to pierce the remaining spider. The small spider moved quickly, weaving between the rising spikes and avoiding every strike. With a sudden leap, it launched into the air and entered the body of a dead poisonous spider nearby. Ai rushed forward, intending to finish it with a single punch. She struck the corpse forcefully, but the small spider exited just before impact and escaped unharmed. It immediately jumped into another dead poisonous spider's body. Xiaojun released a controlled burst of fire toward that corpse. Before the flames could connect, the spider leaped out again, evading the attack and landing elsewhere. As this pattern repeated, Ai began to notice a change. The spider appeared slightly larger than before. Xiaojun confirmed that it was indeed increasing in size. From above, Lin Han observed carefully. Each time the spider emerged from a corpse, its body expanded. The pattern suggested it was absorbing something from the remains. The spider then moved onto the corpse of a fallen dragonfly and began consuming it directly. After several moments, its body expanded further. A surge of energy followed, accompanied by a violent burst. When the energy settled, the creature had transformed into a ghost king spider at level 60. Its massive body towered over the battlefield, far larger than before. Ai noted the drastic transformation, while Xiaojun reacted with visible discomfort. Without hesitation, the Ghost King spider launched itself toward Lin Han. Ai and Xiaojun immediately moved to intercept it. As they advanced, the spider abruptly turned toward them and expelled a concentrated stream of venom. The toxic liquid struck both beast girls midair before they could avoid it. They fell to the ground. Xiaojun warned Lin Han about the venom's potency, and Ai stated that her strength had suddenly weakened. Seeing them incapacitated, Lin Han quickly moved toward them, deeply concerned about their condition. Acting without hesitation, Lin Han used the remaining beast taming points to remove the poison from Ai and Xiaojun. The system responded immediately. The toxin was neutralized at once, and 300 beast taming points were consumed in the process. Ai recovered her strength and stated that she felt much better. Xiaojun also confirmed she was ready to continue fighting. Lin Han raised his hand and opened a portal to the beast taming space. He observed that both of them had been fighting continuously and that their physical and spiritual energy had reached their limits. He instructed them to return and rest. They complied, reminding him to be cautious before disappearing into the portal. At that moment, the Ghost King spider lunged toward him again. Lin Han summoned another beast girl, Tiange, and called her forward. He indicated that it was her turn to engage. Tiange stepped into position and prepared for combat. She raised her hand and gathered power into the clouds above. Thunder energy condensed overhead, forming a dense storm layer. The Ghost King spider leaped into the air in an attempt to strike her. Tiange released multiple thunderbolts from the cloud layer. The lightning struck the Ghost King spider directly, forcing it back down to the ground. The creature showed clear signs of damage. Lin Han moved in to follow up. He readied his sword and prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Before he could close the distance, the Ghost King spider expelled several streams of venom toward him. Lin Han advanced, while evading each stream with precise movements. One stream narrowly missed him. The spider continued releasing poison in rapid succession. Lin Han increased his speed and began circling the creature at high velocity, avoiding the attacks while searching for an opening. He quickly repositioned himself behind the spider and recognized the opportunity. With his sword in hand, he launched a direct strike into the back of the Ghost King spider. The blade pierced through its body. He immediately released his accumulated power through the sword into the creature's interior. The energy spread throughout the Ghost King spider's body and detonated from within, ending the battle. Lin Han landed steadily on the ground and confirmed that the situation had been resolved. He then received confirmation that the first level of Hell's Grip had been cleared. As a reward, he obtained 5,000 beast taming points. He considered the amount satisfactory. Soon after, a small portal opened nearby, and a book emerged from it. Lin Han turned his attention toward the object. He received information identifying it as a skill book, Basic Toxin Resistance. Seeing the reward, he was surprised that a skill book had appeared. Holding it in his hand, he examined it carefully. It was a rare passive resistance skill. With it, he would no longer need to worry as much about poison-type enemies. At that moment, the Guardian of the Ruins appeared again. She acknowledged his performance and stated that very few challengers had passed the first level. She added that she was beginning to find him interesting and expressed hope that he would survive the second trial. After hearing her words, Lin Han reflected that if the first level had already been this demanding, the later stages would likely be even more difficult. However, he preferred this kind of unknown challenge, since greater difficulty usually meant greater rewards. He called to Tinga and signaled that they would continue forward. She acknowledged and followed him. They proceeded deeper into the ruins and entered a cave-like structure after climbing a long staircase. As they advanced, Tinga noticed something ahead and drew his attention to it. Lying on the ground before them was a massive creature. Upon closer observation, they identified it as a magic black dragon, level 60. The dragon reacted to their presence and released a powerful roar. The sound produced a condensed wave of air that swept outward. Tinga raised her arm to shield herself from the shockwave. Lin Han then received confirmation that the second stage of Hell's Grip had begun. The Guardian appeared once more and stated that this was the second trial. To proceed, he would need to defeat the Black Dragon or be defeated by it. Lin Han observed the massive Black Dragon carefully, assessing its size and presence. Without warning, the dragon swung its claw forward in a powerful strike aimed directly at them. Recognizing the danger, Lin Han immediately instructed Tinga to evade. She responded at once. Both of them leaped to opposite sides, narrowly avoiding the attack. Lin Han equipped his beast sword. Before he could fully stabilize, the dragon released a swirling blast of compressed air toward him. He attempted to block it with his sword. Although the blade absorbed part of the force, the impact pushed him backward through the air. To regain control, he summoned his wings of heaven and steadied himself midair. He acknowledged the dragon's strength after stabilizing. The black dragon's body then began to glow with a red light. Numerous crystal-like scales formed across the upper layer of its skin. With another roar, the dragon flicked its wings and launched the hardened scales toward Lin Han like projectiles. He focused on defending, blocking, and deflecting the incoming scales one after another. The continuous barrage forced him into a defensive posture. Tinga responded by releasing multiple streams of lightning and thunder toward the incoming scales. Her attacks intercepted many of the projectiles, reducing the pressure on Lin Han. While airborne and under sustained attack, Lin Han understood that being directly hit by those crystal scales would cause serious damage. Tinga's support significantly reduced the risk. Once the barrage slowed, he shifted from defense to offense. Accelerating rapidly, he advanced toward the dragon at high speed. The black dragon reacted by roaring and lunging forward to meet him. Lin Han carefully judged the timing and trajectory of the incoming attack and adjusted his movement accordingly, preparing to counter. While airborne, Lin Han activated the grass character sword technique and advanced toward the black dragon. He aimed at the dragon's neck and delivered a direct strike. The blade made contact, but the dragon's scales absorbed the impact completely. The attack failed to cause visible damage. Lin Han immediately realized how durable the dragon's scales were. The dragon retaliated with another claw strike. Lin Han evaded in time, avoiding direct contact. At the same moment, Tinga raised her hand and gathered thunder energy. She released a condensed stream of lightning toward the dragon's head. The attack struck accurately, and the dragon reacted with a roar of pain. Seizing the opening, Lin Han accelerated forward. With precise timing, he drove his sword into one of the dragon's eyes. The injury triggered a louder roar as the dragon began thrashing violently in the air. Lin Han quickly withdrew to avoid being caught in the uncontrolled movements. The dragon then released flames in all directions in a sudden outburst. Lin Han recognized the danger and attempted to reposition, but part of the flames struck him, destabilizing his movement midair. To prevent the situation from worsening, he summoned Juri. She appeared immediately and moved to shield him. As the dragon launched another wave of flames, Jui activated her protective sword aura. A barrier formed around them, blocking the incoming fire and absorbing the impact. The dragon continued releasing flames for several moments. Once the assault briefly paused, Lin Han advanced again and struck the dragon's remaining eye. The second injury intensified the dragon's rage. It responded by releasing a massive wave of flames into the sky, which expanded outward in circular patterns, spreading fire across a wide area. Lin Han reacted quickly, moving to a safer distance while pulling Jui with him. They repositioned beyond the expanding fire circles and halted at a secure point, avoiding further damage from the spreading flames. Both Lin Han and Jui were breathing heavily from the sustained battle. Lin Han asked her about her separation from the nine-leaf sword, which was her true form. Jui explained that when she sensed he was in danger, she forcibly separated from the nine-leaf sword spirit in a desperate attempt to assist him. That was how she was able to appear independently and protect him. She held onto his arm, expressing that she was glad to be able to remain by his side. Lin Han responded that they would use this opportunity to eliminate the black dragon completely. They returned toward the dragon's location. The guardian of the ruins appeared again and stated that since the dragon had been blinded and was no longer useful, it would now serve its final purpose. She released a wave of energy toward the dragon. The energy entered its body and began expanding internally. The dragon's body started to swell as the energy built up inside it. Lin Han quickly realized what was happening and understood that the dragon was about to self-destruct. The swelling intensified as unstable energy radiated outward from the dragon's body. Recognizing the danger, Lin Han instructed his beast girls to return immediately to the beast taming space. However, they refused, stating that they would not leave him. The dragon let out a final roar before exploding from within. A massive wave of destructive energy spread outward in every direction. Lin Han immediately activated the protective sword aura, forming a circular barrier around them. The barrier absorbed the initial impact of the explosion. As he maintained the barrier, he understood the scale of the blast. Even the protective sword aura was under heavy strain. He focused all his effort on sustaining it against the continuous surge of energy. After some time, the force of the explosion gradually diminished. At that moment, Jui suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed. Lin Han caught her immediately. She weakly called out to him. He asked what was wrong, clearly concerned. Tinga observed that Jui was not in good condition. Jui explained that when the nine-leaf sword withstood the explosion, it sustained heavy damage, and the impact also drained most of her strength. Lin Han immediately told her to stop speaking and return to recover. He instructed Tinga to take care of her. Tinga assured him she would. After sending them back, Lin Han moved forward toward the guardian of the ruins. The guardian commented on the bond between him and his beast companions, saying she found it enviable. Lin Han responded that allowing the dragon to self-destruct in order to eliminate him showed clear hostility toward humans. She did not deny it. She stated that this was her domain and that she could act as she wished. If he was afraid, he could choose not to continue. Lin Han decided to proceed regardless. As he climbed the stairs toward the next level, he reflected that the first two trials had already been extremely difficult. The third level would likely require even greater caution. A bright light suddenly appeared ahead, partially blinding him. When his vision returned, he found himself in a completely different environment. The setting resembled a furnished interior space rather than a battlefield. He questioned whether this was truly the third trial's training ground and wondered what the Guardian intended with such an arrangement. As he approached a dining table within the room, he speculated whether this was some form of deception meant to lower his guard. At that moment, someone embraced him from behind and said that she knew he would come to save her. Surprised, Lin Han instinctively grabbed the person's hand. She cried out in pain. When he turned around, he recognized her as Bai Bing. He released her immediately and addressed her in disbelief. She held on to him tightly, saying she had feared she would never see him again. After calming her, Lin Han asked how she had ended up there. Bai Bing explained that 2 months earlier, she had obtained a relic card and was unexpectedly transported into this place. She had struggled through the first and second levels and finally reached the third. However, despite all her efforts, she had been unable to find any exit. Lin Han realized that she'd been trapped there for 2 full months. He began to suspect that the Guardian might never have intended for anyone to truly clear the trials. Given her power, trapping and eliminating challengers would not have been difficult. Still, he felt that something about the situation did not entirely align, and he remained cautious. Bai Bing led Lin Han toward a bed inside the room. Holding his hand, she explained that the Guardian named Naga had told her the ruin had no true ending. Throughout history, challengers had either died in battle or become trapped there until death. Lin Han told her not to give up and assured her that he would take her out of this place. When they reached the bed, she sat down while still holding his hand and softly called his name. Suddenly, she pulled him toward her. Caught off guard, he lost his balance and fell onto the bed. She moved closer and asked whether he would be willing to remain there with her forever, saying that being with the one she loved was all she had ever wanted. Lin Han, unsettled, reminded her that their friends and family were still outside. She dismissed the concern and urged him to stay. Her behavior and tone were unlike the Bai Bing he knew. Lin Han immediately sensed something was wrong. Even if she had been trapped for months, her personality would not have changed so drastically. He sat up slightly and addressed her calmly. Then he leaned forward as if accepting her closeness. She smiled in response, while secretly preparing to attack him from behind with a concealed knife. At the final moment, Lin Han reacted. He seized her wrist and disarmed her, throwing the knife aside. Still composed, he stated that the act had been convincing and that anyone else might have fallen for it. The woman's expression shifted. She admitted that she had accessed his memories to perfectly imitate Bai Bing's appearance and voice. She then questioned how he had seen through the deception. Lin Han explained that the illusion had only copied Bai Bing's appearance and voice, not her character. Bai Bing was never someone who would submit to fate or accept being trapped for life. That contradiction alone was enough to expose the deception. He also recalled that her usual temperament had never been as soft and yielding as the figure before him. The image of Bai Bing gradually faded, dissolving into mist. In her place, the guardian of the ruins, Lady Naga, appeared. She observed that he had merely been playing along to test her intentions. Lin Han admitted it. He had wanted to see what she was planning and found that she had resorted to a simple honey trap. Naga regarded him with interest, claiming he was the most exceptional challenger in thousands of years. She poured a drink and offered it to him, promising wealth, luxury, and any desire fulfilled if he chose to remain. Lin Han acknowledged that such temptations could sway many, but his ambition lay elsewhere. He declared that his goal was to stand at the pinnacle of the world, not linger inside a fabricated paradise. Her expression hardened. Violet energy began to gather around her body, swelling outward in waves. The calm demeanor she had maintained disappeared. She stated that since he refused to accept her offer, she would act personally as the guardian. Her form shifted, transforming into a serpent-like demon with the upper body of a woman and a massive coiling tail beneath. A dense aura radiated from her, heavy and oppressive. She warned that those who failed against her were reduced to withered puppets, preserved as her possessions. Lin Han noted that her true nature was finally revealed. Enraged, she launched a concentrated stream of dark energy toward him. At the last moment, he evaded the strike. The attack hit the ground and instantly corroded the stone, leaving a blackened, eroded mark. Realizing the destructive power of the energy, he understood that a direct hit would be fatal. Naga advanced again, preparing another assault. Before she could release it, Lin Han activated his movement technique. His figure blurred and began circling her at extreme speed, leaving faint afterimages in the air. Unable to lock onto him, Naga's gaze shifted rapidly, struggling to follow his movement. With a sudden burst of speed, Lin Han appeared behind Naga. She reacted instantly, twisting her upper body and striking toward his position, certain she had anticipated his movement. However, the figure she targeted dissolved into an afterimage. In the same instant, Lin Han reappeared behind her once more. He launched forward, driving a rapid series of punches toward her back. Naga's serpentine tail moved with precision, intercepting each strike. Lin Han drew back one arm. Lightning began to gather around his fist, crackling and condensing into a concentrated mass of energy. Without hesitation, he thrust his arm forward and released a powerful thunder strike. The bolt struck her directly, detonating on impact. The force drove her into the ground, sending fragments of stone outward. Moments later, Naga rose again. Though her movements showed brief strain, her expression hardened. She questioned whether he had prepared this sequence of attacks in advance. Lin Han answered calmly that if she wished to avoid further damage, she could concede and allow him to pass. A faint, dark smile crossed her face. She stated that if she could be defeated so easily, she would never have become the guardian of the ruin. As she spoke, her skin began to split and peel away, revealing an uninjured layer beneath. The wounds inflicted by the lightning vanished as she shed the damaged skin. She declared that no matter the injury, she could recover through regeneration. Lin Han observed the process carefully. It was not true immortality, only accelerated healing. If her recovery had limits, then overwhelming her faster than she could regenerate would be the key. Naga's tail lashed out with amplified force, cutting through the air toward him. He evaded the strike narrowly, feeling the pressure of the impact as it shattered the stone behind him. She pressed forward again, coiling and striking in rapid succession. As she attacked, she questioned why he did not summon his contracted beasts, suggesting that he could not possibly defeat her alone. Lin Han caught the incoming tail strike with both hands, bracing himself as the force pushed him back across the ground. He responded that if he was indeed the strongest challenger she had seen, then defeating her without assistance should not be impossible. Privately, however, he knew the earlier battles had already drained his companions. He had no intention of forcing them into another life-threatening fight. Naga observed him closely and noted that despite his words, he was deliberately shielding them from harm, choosing to shoulder the burden alone. Her insight startled him. He realized she was not merely carefully. Naga smiled faintly and explained that she had already read his memories, so discerning his thoughts was not difficult. She admitted that she envied the contracted beasts who could follow their master into the outside world, while she remained bound within the ruin. As she spoke, her tail lashed out again in a rapid series of strikes. Lin Han moved continuously, avoiding each attack by a narrow margin. Between evasions, he questioned why. If she truly wished to leave, she continued to cling to her role as guardian instead of abandoning it. Her expression dimmed. She stated that the choice had never been hers. Lin Han began to suspect that she was restrained by some form of binding contract linked to the ruin itself. She lunged once more, but he remained standing in place and asked whether she would leave if someone were capable of taking her away from the ruin. Mid-attack, she hesitated. The idea clearly tempted her. Yet she quickly dismissed it, asserting that no human possessed the strength to break through the ruin's limits. Even someone as capable as him could not transcend what she called the boundary of mortals. Lin Han responded that limits could only be confirmed by testing them. If no one had ever escaped, then he would become the first. Naga regarded him quietly and admitted a reluctant admiration for human persistence. However, she revealed the cost. The rules of the ruin dictated that if a human successfully passed through, she would be punished by flames. Her expression hardened again. Declaring that she could not allow him to leave, she resumed her assault. Her tail and body moved in a spiraling pattern, generating a violent vortex of energy around her. The technique intensified with each rotation, compressing destructive force into a tightening radius. She described it as her ultimate move. Lin Han found himself pressured from all sides. The destructive field left almost no room to evade. Realizing retreat was impossible, he prepared to counter directly. At that moment, the portal to his beast-taming space opened on its own. He stared in surprise as his contracted companions emerged despite their exhaustion. One after another, they stepped forward, stating that they would stand with him and that they still had strength to give. They positioned themselves behind him and began transferring the remainder of their energy into his body. The combined power surged through him, steady and unwavering. Lin Han understood the weight of their trust. With their last reserves now entrusted to him, failure was no longer an option. Drawing upon the amplified energy, he activated his strongest grass element sword technique. Light gathered rapidly, condensing into a massive blade of verdant energy within his strike. With a decisive motion, he swung the colossal energy sword toward Lady Naga, directing the full force of their combined power at the Guardian and the binding force of the ruin itself. Naga gathered a mass of condensed, spiraling energy in front of her and released it forward. Lin Han's massive grass element blade met her attack head-on. The two forces collided midway, compressing against each other and sending violent shockwaves through the cavern. Behind him, Ai and Jui pushed the last of their strength into his body to to help him maintain the clash. Across from him, Naga felt the pressure of the combined power. For the first time, she sensed not only strength, but unity. She had never encountered challengers whose bonds were so firm. As the stalemate continued, a thought surfaced in her mind. If this strike continued, he would either fall here or she would. Abruptly, Naga withdrew her energy. The swirling force around her dissipated, leaving her standing motionless before the incoming blade. Lin Han noticed the sudden absence of resistance. His attack, no longer opposed, surged forward uncontested. For a split second he hesitated, realizing she had chosen not to defend herself. At the last moment, he shifted the direction of his strike. The enormous blade veered aside and crashed into the cavern wall instead, carving a deep scar into the stone. Dust settled between them. Naga looked at him in disbelief. She questioned why he had not taken the opportunity to end the battle and clear the ruin. Lin Han asked in return why she had shown mercy first. He pointed out that she had deliberately left herself exposed. After a pause, she admitted she had not expected him to notice. She explained that she was simply exhausted, tired of remaining in the ruins for centuries. The endless confinement had drained her will. Lin Han asked why, as guardian, she seemed like a prisoner instead of a master. Naga revealed that she was not the true owner of the ruins. Like his contracted beasts, she was an ancient, ferocious creature. 1,000 years ago, she had accidentally entered the place, known as the Grip of Hell, and was bound there as its guardian. Each challenger who entered consumed a portion of the ruin's energy. When that energy was finally depleted, everything within, including her, would vanish. Lin Han understood then that her position was not one of authority, but of captivity. Ai asked why she did not simply escape if destruction was inevitable. Naga explained that the ruin functioned as a cage. She had attempted to break free many times, only to be repelled by its rules. The unending darkness had worn down her resolve. If freedom required death, she would accept it. Lin Han stepped forward and placed a steady hand on her shoulder. He told her that giving up would not change anything. If there was even a small possibility, it was worth pursuing. He suggested attempting to form a beast-taming contract with her and taking her away from the ruin. Naga responded that with his current strength, even a contract would not override the ruin's binding laws. Lin Han answered without hesitation. If he was not strong enough now, he would become strong enough. He would continue to grow, and when the time came, he would return and break the restraints that held her there. As long as she did not abandon hope, he would find a way to free her from the prison that had confined her for 1,000 years. Naga's expression softened. She said that if it was him, perhaps it might truly be possible. Then she thanked Lin Han and acknowledged him as the first person to clear Hell's grip. A system notification appeared before him, confirming that he had cleared the 3rd level and gained 5,000 beast taming points. Lin Han asked calmly if that meant he had completed the stage. Naga explained that the conditions for clearing the 3rd level were either to defeat the Guardian or to gain her approval. Having passed the 3 trials, he had fulfilled the latter. In her judgment, he was qualified to be the first to clear Hell's grip. She summoned a Tier 2 relic card and handed it to him. It was the key required to unlock the 2nd stage of Hell's grip. She warned that the next phase would be twice as difficult as the first. The card could be used once he believed he had grown strong enough to completely defeat her and truly clear the ruin. After that, she produced 4 origin stones. Each stone corresponded to one of his contracted beast's attributes and could significantly enhance their levels and abilities. She described them as a personal gift for their first meeting. Ai immediately reacted to the energy within the stones, drawn to their scent and power. Lin Han understood their value at once. These stones would greatly strengthen his companions, who had already given everything in the battle. He accepted the stones and thanked Naga, promising that he would repay her in the future. She stepped closer and, without hesitation, placed a light kiss on his cheek, saying that no repayment was necessary since the gift was given willingly. The 4 beast girls reacted at once, their dissatisfaction clear as they moved closer to him, positioning themselves between him and Naga. Before the situation could escalate further, Lin Han's body began dissolving into streams of light. He realized the ruin was expelling him now that the trial had ended. Naga waved as the teleportation intensified, reminding him to return and keep his promise. Lin Han assured her that he would come back stronger and that she should hold on until then. A moment later, he and his 4 companions were transported out of the ruin. When the light faded, they found themselves back at the academy grounds. The abrupt transition left Lin Han momentarily disoriented, as if waking from a vivid dream. The Beast Girls quickly resumed their usual dynamic, expressing displeasure over the farewell gesture Naga had given him and questioning his composure during the encounter. In response, Lin Han simply retrieved the 4 origin stones from his inventory and presented them. He shifted the focus to growth and preparation. Whatever awaited them in the next stage would be far more difficult. Strengthening his companions now was the priority. The trial of Hell's Grip had ended, but it was only the beginning of something much greater. Lin Han distributed the origin stones to the 4 Beast Girls. The stones dissolved into streams of light and entered their bodies. A notification followed, indicating that the fusion of the Heaven and Earth origin stones was underway and that their beast-taming bonds were evolving. I felt a powerful force coursing through her. Tinga sensed her combat strength rising rapidly. Xiaojun immediately recognized that she could now challenge stronger opponents. Jui stood quietly for a moment, adjusting to the change, still processing the transformation. Lin Han could clearly feel the difference as well. Not only had their strength increased, but his own cultivation and overall power had improved significantly. The journey into the ruins had yielded substantial rewards. He instructed them to return to the beast-taming space and rest after the exhausting raid. However, Ai refused immediately. Together with Xiaojun, she stepped closer to him, clearly still dwelling on what had happened earlier. She had not forgotten the farewell gesture from Naga and felt dissatisfied. Xiaojun shared the sentiment and insisted that he make it up to them. Jui joined in, suggesting that he spend the night with them as compensation. Lin Han, seeing their persistence and knowing they had risked everything for him, eventually agreed. All 4 gathered around him at once, embracing him from every side. Jui expressed her desire to remain by his side long-term. Their lively interaction attracted the attention of 2 nearby students, who reacted with visible surprise at the scene. The Beast Girls paid them no attention and continued competing for position beside Lin Han. Ai pulled Jui aside to claim space for herself, while Tiange and Xiaojun argued over proximity. The situation quickly grew chaotic. Overwhelmed, Lin Han admitted that facing fierce battles seemed simpler than mediating disputes between them. That night, the earlier exhaustion finally caught up to everyone. After the emotional tension faded, the 4 Beast Girls fell into a deep sleep beside him, their breathing steady and heavy from fatigue. Early the next morning, while they were still resting, Lin Han's phone began to ring. He carefully shifted to avoid waking them and answered the call quietly, asking who was calling. Fatty's voice came loudly through the phone, urging Lin Han to come to class quickly because there was a surprise waiting for him. When Lin Han asked what it was, Fatty refused to explain and simply told him to hurry to the classroom if he wanted to find out. After ending the call, Lin Han sat up slowly. Spending the entire night surrounded by the 4 Beast Girls had left him physically drained. He adjusted his hair and straightened his clothes, moving carefully so as not to wake them. Seeing that they were still deeply asleep, he quietly slipped out of the room, knowing that if they woke up, leaving would not be easy. The scene shifted to the academy. Lin Han hurried toward classroom 4. Upon reaching the door, he paused briefly before entering and apologized for being late. At the podium stood a red-haired teacher. She immediately criticized him for arriving late on the first class session, commenting that students nowadays lacked discipline. Lin Han asked who she was. She introduced herself as MANHWA, the substitute teacher. Professor Qinghai was currently away on fieldwork assignments and would not be at the college for some time. According to her, Professor Qinghai had mentioned that most students were well-behaved, though a few had complicated situations that might require extra attention. While observing Lin Han, MANHWA internally concluded that he was likely the troublesome student she had been warned about, especially since he had arrived late on her first day. Lin Han attempted to explain that his lateness was due to events the previous night, but MANHWA cut him off, stating that being late required no justification. She instructed him to return to his seat or face a deduction of points. As he walked back, Lin Han realized he had made a poor first impression, which might complicate future interactions. Fatty leaned over and teased him quietly, amused at seeing him reprimanded. MANHWA resumed the lecture. She explained that aside from differences in individual strength levels, the counter-relationships between classes could significantly influence battle outcomes. Fatty raised his hand and admitted it was the first time he had heard of such a concept, asking her to provide an example. Moina agreed. Using herself as an example, she described her class as a melee mage, capable of countering most support-oriented classes. She specifically mentioned that beast tamers were generally considered mediocre, with average offensive and defensive capabilities. Hearing that, Lin Han repeated the word mediocre under his breath, puzzled. Fatty followed up by asking whether, in that case, she could instantly defeat a beast tamer. Moina responded that, theoretically, she could defeat one within 10 moves. However, she added that the beast tamer class had not appeared for hundreds of years. Otherwise, she would gladly demonstrate what it meant to be a natural counter. At that moment, Fatty burst into laughter and announced that their class monitor, Lin Han, was in fact a beast tamer. Lin Han immediately realized Fatty was deliberately putting him on the spot. The rest of the class reacted with excitement. Several students urged the teacher not to miss the opportunity. They wanted to witness firsthand how powerful this so-called class restraint truly was and suggested that the two of them have a match to demonstrate it. Moina looked at Lin Han and asked whether he would be willing to provide a demonstration as her student. Internally, she intended to use the opportunity to establish authority in front of the class. Lin Han agreed with a calm smile. At the same time, he understood her intention. If she wanted to make an example of him, she would have to accept the outcome. The scene shifted to the military academy training grounds. The two stood facing each other at a measured distance. Moina signaled the start of the match. Lin Han courteously invited her to make the first move. She summoned a magical fire sword, channeling flame energy into the blade. The fire element wrapped around the weapon as she enhanced it with enchantment. Without hesitation, she advanced rapidly, closing the distance and delivering a powerful flaming slash. Lin Han narrowly avoided the strike, the residual heat passing close enough to demonstrate the strength of her attack. Recognizing the elemental nature of the assault, he called Xiaojun forward. Xiaojun appeared instantly at his side. As Moina released another wave of fire magic, Xiaojun stepped between them and absorbed the flames entirely, dispersing the energy without harm. Moina paused briefly. She had not expected a beast capable of directly absorbing her fire magic. The development forced her to reassess her assumptions about beast tamers. Adjusting her strategy, she shifted elements. Frost energy replaced the flames along her blade as she re-enchanted her weapon. Abandoning ranged attacks, she moved decisively into close combat, aiming to exploit what she believed was the inherent weakness of beast tamers in melee range. Lin Han remained composed. Observing her approach, he understood that she was relying on the traditional class counter system, assuming he would be disadvantaged in direct combat. As she entered striking distance, he drew his own sword. He acknowledged her intent to test him in close quarters and accepted the exchange without hesitation. Their blades collided. The impact was heavier than Moina anticipated. Moina launched a rapid sequence of strikes, her frost-enchanted blade tracing sharp arcs through the air. Lin Han met every attack head-on. Each clash rang clearly across the training ground as he parried with precise timing, neutralizing her momentum without giving ground. After several exchanges, he shifted his stance. He stated calmly that he had only been defending so far and that it was now his turn. With a decisive step forward, he delivered a concentrated strike. His blade collided directly with hers. The force of the impact traveled through Moina's weapon, knocking it from her grasp. A fracture spread across the frost blade before it shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground. Moina steadied herself, visibly stunned. For a moment, the field fell silent. Then the students erupted into cheers. Several praised Lin Han's achievement in the intermediate-level illusionary realm and called him the pride of the military academy. Fatty congratulated him loudly from the sidelines. Moina looked at Lin Han with disbelief. She questioned whether he was truly only a beast tamer. Not only could he command powerful beasts, but his personal martial skill rivaled that of dedicated warriors. She wondered if he might be a rare dual-class user, since he had completely overturned the supposed class restraint of a melee mage. Lin Han answered evenly that he was simply a beast tamer. Class restraints, he explained, were not absolute. With sufficient skill and determination, so-called disadvantages could be overcome, and the tide of battle could be reversed. Moina smiled at his response. She admitted that, despite being his teacher, she had not considered the matter as clearly as he had. She now better understood Professor Qinghai's earlier remark that this class would not be easy to teach. Turning to the students, she encouraged them to learn from Lin Han's example. Being countered by another class was no excuse to surrender before a fight began. Human will and discipline could overcome theoretical limitations. As the class ended, she dismissed everyone, saying they would continue with career-related theory next time. The students dispersed energetically. Fatty approached Lin Han, impressed by how much stronger he had become, and jokingly reminded him not to forget his friends if he found more opportunities to increase his combat power. Before Lin Han could respond fully, MANHWA called him aside. He initially assumed she might still be unsettled by the sparring match, but she clarified that was not the case. Instead, she wished to invite him to participate in this year's Academy Grand Competition. Lin Han was surprised. MANHWA explained that the Academy Grand Competition was an annual exchange event organized by the Heavenly Dragon Empire Academic Alliance, in cooperation with various academies. In reality, it served as a large-scale competition showcasing each institution's teaching strength and student talent. To uphold its reputation, the military academy selected its best students every year to represent it. This year, she had been appointed to lead the team. She asked directly whether Lin Han was willing to join and fight for the academy's honor. Lin Han agreed to participate, stating that since MANHWA had personally invited him, there was no reason to refuse. However, he set one condition. The entire Night Watch squad had to take part in the Academy Grand Competition. MANHWA pointed out that there were many strong students in the academy who could form a powerful team with him and suggested he consider other options. Lin Han declined. As captain of the Night Watch, it was his responsibility to lead his own team forward. More importantly, he viewed the competition as an opportunity for collective growth. That was the primary reason he had agreed. After a brief pause, MANHWA accepted his condition. They finalized the arrangement, and she informed him that they would depart for the competition venue in 3 days. 3 days later, they arrived at the Academy Grand Competition venue. As Lin Han entered with his teammates, he was struck by the scale of the event. He had expected only participants from various academies, yet the venue was crowded far beyond that. Shooting commented on how lively it was, comparing it to an amusement park. MANHWA explained that the Academy Grand Competition was widely recognized. In addition to competing students, many ordinary spectators purchased tickets to watch. Vendors also took advantage of the crowds, turning the venue into a bustling marketplace each year. She instructed them to submit their paperwork and documents at the registration desk first. While moving through the crowd, Lin Han noticed several distinct groups and asked about them. MANHWA clarified that the fully armed individuals were from the Mercenary Association. Those in formal suits represented a local conglomerate, and the masked figures belonged to a notorious assassin organization. Such forces often attended to scout and recruit talented participants. Observing the gathering of so many influential groups, Lin Han realized how significant the competition truly was. He began to wonder who had won in previous years. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. An orange-haired girl suddenly struck Fatty and accused him of acting inappropriately. Lin Han turned toward the disturbance, recognizing Fatty's voice. The girl accused him of taking advantage of her and her companions while they were waiting in line. Fatty looked stunned, denying the accusation and insisting he had not touched anyone. Sun Yinwei and Shooting stepped forward, questioning the girl's actions and challenging her for striking someone without clear proof. The orange-haired girl called her companions to surround Fatty, preventing him from leaving. Several girls quickly formed a circle around him as onlookers began whispering. Fatty raised his voice, protesting that he was innocent and pleading not to be falsely accused. MANHWA stepped forward to intervene. She asked calmly whether there might be some misunderstanding, explaining that she and her students had just arrived at the venue. The orange-haired girl refused to back down. She insisted that her sister had just been harassed and claimed Fatty was the only possible culprit simply because of his appearance. Lin Han stepped forward calmly. He pointed out that accusations required evidence and that judging someone based solely on body shape was unreasonable. He reminded them that surveillance cameras covered the path from the entrance to the registration area, which could verify whether Fatty had done anything. Shooting supported him, firmly stating that their friend would never behave that way. Lin Han added that they could review the security footage immediately. However, if it proved Fatty's innocence, they would pursue the matter for false accusation. The orange-haired girl agreed to check the footage, but declared that she would first slap Fatty again to avenge her sister. At that, Lin Han's tone hardened, and he firmly stopped her. Watching the group's behavior, he realized they were acting impulsively and aggressively without evidence. At that moment, two familiar figures approached, Luo Xiong and Bai Qiani. Luo Xiong mocked the commotion and openly insulted the military academy group. Recognizing them, the orange-haired girl immediately appealed to their authority, calling them senior students from their respective academies and accusing Lin Han's group of bullying. One of her companions praised Bai Qiani's record of 3 consecutive championships, implying that no one would dare challenge him. Lin Han responded with a faint smile. He remarked that he had been wondering who the previous champions were and had not expected it to be the same opponents he had previously defeated. Luo Xiong reacted angrily, questioning who Lin Han was calling defeated. Lin Han directly suggested settling it through competition. Before the situation could escalate, Bai Qiani stopped Luo Xiong. He pointed out that the competition was about to begin and warned against causing trouble that might affect their eligibility. He claimed that in the illusionary realm their abilities had been restricted by the virtual environment, allowing Lin Han to win by circumstance. He stated that they would reclaim their reputation in this tournament. Lin Han replied that he would be ready. The two seniors then left without further argument. The orange-haired girl called after them, but they did not respond. She expressed frustration that they had left without intervening, and her companion admitted she had hoped the seniors would support them. At that moment, the announcer declared that the first round of the academy competition was about to begin and instructed all contestants to step onto the stage or be considered forfeited. Lin Han looked at the orange-haired girl and reminded her that the competition was starting, asking whether they intended to continue arguing or proceed to the arena. She glared at Fatty and warned that they would settle the matter in the ring, making it clear that the conflict was not over. As they walked away, Lin Han reflected that they had already made several enemies before even stepping onto the stage. If the Night Watch intended to win the tournament, the path ahead would not be easy. As the orange-haired girl walked away, Fatty complained that they still had not let the matter go. The announcer once again urged all contestants to step onto the preliminary stage, stating that the first round of the individual competition was about to begin. Fatty asked what a preliminary round meant. MANHWA explained that the Academy Grand Competition consisted of both team and individual events. The morning session was dedicated to the individual competition, which began with a preliminary free-for-all. All contestants would enter the ring at once and fight without specific restrictions. The melee would last for 1 hour, and only those still standing at the end would advance to the second round. After that, the format would shift to one-on-one duels until a final victor was decided as individual champion. The announcer repeated that the individual preliminaries were about to begin and instructed all contestants to enter the arena. MANHWA reminded them that the entrance phase had started and told them to perform well. As they walked toward the stage, Lin Han stated that they would use this competition to demonstrate the strength of the military academy. Shooting confidently added that the Night Watch would win. The scene shifted to the grand arena. Contestants steadily filled the massive battleground as the announcer instructed everyone to take their positions. Sun Yinwei admitted that it was her first time participating in such a large-scale competition and that she felt nervous. Shooting hoped they would not be separated during the chaos. Lin Han observed the crowd gathering across the arena and remarked that with so many participants engaging at once, the battle would be intense. The announcer formally declared the start of the Academy Grand Competition's first round, the individual preliminaries. As soon as the signal was given, contestants surged toward one another. The arena instantly descended into widespread combat, with participants rushing to claim early advantages. Lin Han signaled the Night Watch to begin. They moved forward together, drawing their weapons. Shooting activated her golden wooden sword and launched herself toward an opponent. Sun Yinwei cast a supportive enhancement spell, increasing shooting speed. With the boost, shooting struck decisively and forced her opponent back. Elsewhere, 3 boys simultaneously targeted Fatty. They attacked with their swords in unison. However, the moment their blades collided with his golden wooden sword, their weapons shattered from the impact. The 3 opponents stared in shock. Fatty steadied his stance and counterattacked with a single heavy swing, sending all 3 airborne and clearing the immediate area around him. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Han assessed the situation. The chaotic free-for-all provided an ideal environment for his teammates to gain real combat experience under pressure. At that moment, another contestant rushed toward Lin Han, sword raised. Believing Lin Han was standing still and distracted, the boy aimed directly for a decisive strike. At the last instant, Lin Han shifted aside, narrowly evading the attack. Before he could react again, Lin Han delivered a light, controlled kick to his midsection. The force sent the boy tumbling backward across the arena floor. Lin Han calmly remarked that attempting a sneak attack had not been a wise decision. All around them, the free-for-all raged on. One overwhelmed contestant fell to his knees, shouting that he surrendered. Not far away, the orange-haired girl and her companions stood over another defeated opponent. She declared that he had been unlucky to run into them. Then one of her companions noticed Fatty fighting nearby and pointed him out immediately. The orange-haired girl's expression hardened. She announced that they had finally found their chance for revenge and led her group toward him. Meanwhile, Fatty had just finished knocking away several challengers. He rested his sword on his shoulder and exhaled, thinking he could finally catch his breath. That moment did not last. The orange-haired girl and her companions surrounded him from behind. She called out that she had finally caught him. Fatty turned and sighed in frustration, asking if they still had not given up. She accused him once more and suddenly lashed out, throwing a chain weapon straight at him. Fatty leapt back to dodge as the chains lashed through the air. He continued protesting his innocence while narrowly avoiding repeated strikes. From a short distance away, Shooting noticed his predicament while exchanging blows with another opponent. She shouted that explanations were useless in the arena. If he did not fight seriously, he would be eliminated. Fatty blocked another chain strike, but still tried to insist it had all been a misunderstanding. Seizing the distraction, the orange-haired girl abruptly redirected her chain towards Shooting from behind. Caught off guard, Shooting staggered as the freezing chain grazed her. Before the follow-up strike could land, Lin Han stepped in. A sharp chill ran through his palm. The weapon carried an intense cold attribute, but he held firm. With a controlled surge of strength, he snapped the chain apart and let the broken segments fall. He stated coolly that attacking someone while they were already engaged in another fight was disgraceful. One of the orange-haired girl's companions scoffed, saying that if he sided with Fatty, then he must be no better. The orange-haired girl agreed and hurled the remaining length of her chain at Lin Han in fury, declaring that they might as well settle everything at once. Before it could reach him, Fatty stepped forward and swung his golden wooden sword. The blade cleaved through the chain cleanly, shattering it into fragments. The orange-haired girl froze in shock as her weapon fell apart. Lin Han told Fatty to focus. Fatty nodded, his earlier hesitation gone. He said to leave it to him. Gripping his sword firmly, he faced the orange-haired girl and her companions. He declared that they had falsely accused him and even injured his teammates. Since reasoning had failed, they would resolve it properly in battle, and this time, he would not hold back. The four girls spread out and surrounded Fatty from every direction. The orange-haired girl mocked him for getting angry and ordered her companions to take their positions. Fatty frowned, unsure of what they were planning. The girls linked their chains together and launched a coordinated strike. The combined force shot toward him in a tight formation. At the last moment, Fatty shifted aside and narrowly avoided the blow. They did not stop. One attack followed another, the chains snapping through the air from multiple angles. Fatty retreated and dodged continuously, occasionally deflecting a strike with his golden wooden sword. Irritated by the relentless assault, he realized the exchange could drag on indefinitely if this continued. Shooting and Sun Yinwei began moving in to assist, but Fatty stopped them. He insisted on handling it himself. He wanted to reclaim his dignity through his own strength. As he focused on countering the frontal attacks, one of the girls suddenly redirected her chain from the side. It slipped past his guard and coiled tightly around his wrist. He stiffened in surprise. Before he could break free, another girl secured his other arm. The remaining two quickly bound his legs. In an instant, all four limbs were restrained. A strange aura flowed along the chains, tightening their hold. Fatty felt the pressure increase and understood that the chains were channeling a combined technique. One of the girls told him that he now understood their strength. The orange-haired girl coldly declared that he would pay the price, ordering her companions to pull together. They yanked the chains at once. Fatty's body tensed as the restraints constricted further. Watching from a short distance away, Sun Yinwei grew anxious. Fatty's stubbornness had put him in serious danger. Shooting agreed that if they did not intervene soon, he would be eliminated. At that moment, Lin Han stepped forward and told them to wait. Shooting and Sun Yinwei were startled, but Lin Han pointed calmly toward Fatty. His expression showed no panic. Instead, There was a faint, controlled confidence, as if everything was proceeding according to plan. Bound at the center of the formation, Fatty slowly raised his sword despite the restraints. His grip tightened. He asked whether they truly believed they could defeat him with this. One of the girls reacted in disbelief. In the next instant, Fatty released a surge of strength. His sword slashed outward in a decisive arc. The chains snapped one after another, unable to withstand the force. The shock of the strike spread outward, lifting the four girls off their feet and sending them crashing onto the ground. They scrambled back up, shaken. One of them murmured that he had actually broken free. Another turned to the orange-haired girl and asked what they should do next. The formation they had relied on had been completely shattered. The orange-haired girl quickly made her decision. She ordered her companions to attack together and make Fatty pay the price. The other girls responded at once. Their chains began swirling in unison as they charged forward from different directions, attempting to overwhelm him again through coordination. Fatty stepped toward them instead of retreating. With a faint smile, he remarked that since they insisted on calling him Fatty, he would show them exactly what that meant. He drew in a deep breath. In the next instant, a powerful surge of compressed air burst outward from his body. The shockwave expanded in all directions, striking the advancing girls before their chains could reach him. All four were lifted off the ground and thrown backward by the immense force, crashing onto the arena floor in disarray. Fatty stood where he was and casually commented that this was what magnanimity looked like. The orange-haired girl and her companions groaned as they struggled to sit up, clutching their heads and backs from the impact. Nearby spectators were stunned. One student muttered that he had sent several girls flying without hesitation. Another dismissed the criticism, pointing out that the girls were far from weak and had attacked him relentlessly. At that moment, a chubby boy wearing glasses pushed through the crowd and loudly declared that the girls deserved it. He mocked them for making such a fuss over what he described as a simple touch on the thigh. Hearing that, Lin Han's gaze sharpened. He immediately suspected something. He walked straight toward the bespectacled boy and calmly asked whether he had been the one responsible earlier. The boy stiffened and began to stammer. Before he could finish, Lin Han seized him and threw him to the ground in front of everyone. The boy cried out as he hit the floor. Lin Han then turned toward the orange-haired girl and her companions and asked them to look carefully at the person on the ground. They examined him closely. His face and build closely resembled Fatty's from distance. Realization slowly dawned on them. They began to question whether they had mistaken one person for another and wrongly accused an innocent man. At that moment, Moina stepped forward. She confirmed that there had been a misunderstanding. The conference organizers had just sent over surveillance footage, and it clearly showed that the bespectacled boy was the one who had harassed them earlier. With the truth revealed, the orange-haired girl and her companions immediately turned their anger toward the real culprit. They surrounded him and began beating him without hesitation as he pleaded for mercy. While the others dealt with the offender, one of the girls approached Fatty. She admitted that they had wrongly blamed him and repeatedly insulted him. She apologized sincerely. Fatty smiled and waved it off. He said that he was magnanimous and would not hold it against them, but advised them not to label people carelessly in the future. He then turned to Lin Han and thanked him, acknowledging that without his intervention, he might never have cleared his name. Lin Han replied simply that they were teammates, and there was no need for thanks. He suggested they return their focus to the competition. Just then, a pink-haired girl stepped forward from the crowd. She looked at Lin Han with open curiosity and remarked that they had been impressive. Lin Han looked at her calmly and asked who she was. The pink-haired girl tilted her head slightly and asked whether they would like to play with her. Without any warning, the pink-haired girl released a powerful shockwave toward Lin Han and his companions. The high-frequency spiritual waves spread rapidly across the arena. As the attack reached them, the force pushed everyone backward. A sharp ringing filled their minds, and an irritating pressure settled over their consciousness. Lin Han quickly realized what it was. This was not an ordinary physical attack, but a spiritual assault. Recognizing the danger, he immediately summoned Tiangu, one of his beast girls, and ordered her to handle the situation. Tiangu appeared at his command and accepted the task without hesitation. As the oppressive waves continued to spread, she activated her thunder attribute power. Lightning gathered around her body, crackling with restrained force. In response to the spiritual frequency assault, she released a concentrated thunder strike toward the pink-haired girl. The thunder attack struck its target directly. The pink-haired girl was knocked off her feet and fell to the ground. The moment she collapsed, the spiritual shockwave abruptly dissipated, and everyone regained control of their bodies and thoughts. Fatty blinked in confusion, saying that moments earlier he had felt as though his soul had been pulled away. Shooting admitted that he had also lost control of both his body and his thoughts. Lin Han explained that the opponent had used a mind control type spiritual skill. He warned everyone to stay alert. If they were caught again, the consequences could be serious. Fatty was visibly startled. Realizing how close they had come to being manipulated, he grew angry and advanced toward the pink-haired girl, annoyed that he had nearly fallen for her trick. Shooting moved forward as well and told Sun Yinwei to cast a buff spell to reinforce them. Sun Yinwei responded immediately and activated her support magic, strengthening their resistance and combat capability. With the enhancement in place, Shooting and Fatty launched themselves toward the pink-haired girl simultaneously. As they closed in, Fatty swung his golden wooden sword downward with force. The pink-haired girl did not retreat. Instead, one of her companions stepped forward and began channeling magic, declaring that they would protect their master. Before Fatty and Shooting's attacks could land, the companion formed a translucent energy shield in front of the pink-haired girl. Both strikes collided with the shield. A heavy impact echoed across the arena, but the barrier remained intact. Shooting immediately recognized it as a magic shield. Fatty frowned in disbelief that even the power of his golden wooden sword had failed to break through. Refusing to accept it, he began striking the barrier repeatedly, determined to overwhelm it through sheer force. Shooting joined Fatty and began striking the shield as well. The pink-haired girl watched calmly and told them they were wasting their effort. She claimed their attacks would never break through. Behind the barrier, her companion continued channeling magic. The shield's surface shimmered as it was reinforced and repaired in real time. Fatty noticed the change immediately. The barrier not only remained intact, it had grown stronger. At the pink-haired girl's command, her two male companions finally moved. Instead of targeting Lin Han, they focused on Fatty and Shooting. A strange suppressive force accompanied their attack. The moment the strikes landed, Fatty and Shooting were pushed back several steps. A heavy weakness spread through their limbs. Fatty tried to lift his golden wooden sword but found his arms trembling, as though the strength had drained from them. Shooting felt the same. His entire body seemed weighed down, his movements sluggish. Another spiritual wave spread outward from the pink-haired girl, reinforcing the debuff effect. She declared confidently that they would never be able to harm her and might as well step off the stage. Fatty gritted his teeth. The opponent's team-wide support and debuff combination was too powerful. Continuing a direct assault would only exhaust them. Shooting admitted they could not maintain the offensive under those conditions. From a short distance away, Lin Han observed the situation carefully. The pink-haired girl's team had formed a coordinated structure: defensive shielding, healing support, debuff suppression, and counterattacks. Most small squads would crumble against that kind of setup. He decided it was time to intervene personally. Drawing his sword, Lin Han advanced and instructed Tiangu to prepare a thunderstorm strike. Tiangu stepped forward behind him, condensed multiple streams of lightning, and released a wide-area thunderstorm attack. The storm descended directly onto the pink-haired girl's group. Lightning exploded across the shield and into the surrounding space. The impact lifted the entire team off their feet and slammed them back onto the ground. They rose unsteadily. The pink-haired girl, clearly shaken, immediately ordered her companions to heal her. The two boys hurried to restore her condition, while the supporting girl formed another shield in front of her. As Lin Han continued advancing, he briefly wondered what influence this young girl held over her teammates to make them protect her so desperately. Without slowing, he closed the distance and struck the shield directly. His blade hit the center point with precise force, causing the barrier to tremble violently. The pink-haired girl's expression changed. She realized the shield might not hold. She urgently told her companions to reinforce it at once. Lin Han did not give them time to recover fully. He instructed his team with clear coordination. He would launch a frontal assault, Fatty and Shooting would attack from both flanks, and Sun Yinwei would boost everyone's attack speed. Sun Yinwei immediately activated her enhancement spell, Assault. Fatty roared as he swung his golden wooden sword with full force, declaring that he would show the true power of this Fatty. Shooting followed immediately, striking the shield from another angle and adding her strength to the barrage. Sun Yinwei maintained her spell, increasing their attack speed and sharpening their momentum. Lin Han leapt into the air, channeling his technique into a descending strike. His blade crashed down onto the center of the shield, causing deep fractures to spread across its surface. The pink-haired girl staggered under the impact. Gritting her teeth, she forced more energy into the barrier and shouted at her companions to intensify their spells, as she was close to losing control. But Lin Han did not slow down. He rose again, this time activating his grass attribute, sword technique. The strike landed. The shield shattered completely, breaking into fragments of fading light. The pink-haired girl froze in disbelief. The barrier she had relied on was gone. Lin Han immediately lunged forward, declaring that it was over. Panicking, the pink-haired girl ran behind her companions and ordered them to protect her. Without hesitation, the three stepped in front of her, placing themselves directly in the path of Lin Han's attack. Lin Han's eyes widened. He realized too late that they were shielding her with their own bodies. He could not redirect the momentum in time without risking a fatal strike. The attack landed. The three companions were hurled backward and slammed violently onto the ground. Blood spilled from their mouths as they struggled. A brief silence fell. Then, slowly, they rose again. Lin Han stared at them. He realized they were behaving like puppets. The pink-haired girl hovered into the air, her expression no longer playful. She calmly stated that 3 puppets were clearly insufficient against someone of his strength. Then her gaze swept across the entire arena. If everyone present were to attack him at once, she declared, even he would not be able to win. A massive spiritual wave began forming around her. In the next instant, she unleashed it. The attack did not target Lin Han alone. It spread outward in all directions, engulfing every student on the battleground. Blurred. Within moments, one after another, they fell completely under the pink-haired girl's control. When the wave settled, every student present had become part of her influence. Under her command, they moved in unison and surrounded Lin Han and his companions from all directions. Fatty stared at the encircling crowd in disbelief, unable to understand how the situation had escalated so drastically. Shooting quickly concluded that the students had fallen victim to mind control. Sun Yinwei questioned whether such interference was even permitted within the rules of the competition. Still hovering in the air, the pink-haired girl gave a single order. At once, the controlled students surged forward. Several of them attacked Fatty simultaneously. He raised his golden wooden sword and blocked their strikes, realizing that what had begun as a simple preliminary round had turned into a coordinated assault against their team. He asked Lin Han what they should do. Lin Han observed quietly for a brief moment. More attacks followed. One of the controlled students lunged at shooting, forcing her to defend herself as well. Lin Han understood that if this continued, they would exhaust themselves fighting wave after wave of unwilling opponents. Prolonging the confrontation would only waste time and energy. He drew his sword decisively. Activating the wings of heaven, he rose high above the arena floor. From midair, he declared that he would bring the audition to an end. Grass attribute energy gathered around his blade, condensing into an enormous sword of light. The energy blade expanded in his grasp, radiating immense power. Then he swung it downward. The attack struck the battleground with overwhelming force. The ground shattered under the impact, and a powerful shockwave spread outward in all directions. Every controlled student was lifted off their feet and thrown into the air before crashing back down. The pink-haired girl was also knocked from the sky. As she hit the ground, her spiritual technique collapsed. The moment her control broke, the oppressive influence vanished. One by one, the students regained consciousness. They looked around in confusion, unable to understand what had just happened or why the arena floor was fractured. Some realized that they were still within the ring's boundary and felt relieved that they had not been eliminated during the chaos. At the same time, the 3 companions who had previously shielded the pink-haired girl began to move differently. They stood before her. The pink-haired girl trembled, clearly shaken by the turn of events. Without her spiritual dominance, her earlier composure was gone. One of the boys rebuked her for pretending to be frightened after being the source of the chaos. Another accused her of turning them into puppets and manipulating them at will. He declared that her actions violated the competition's regulations and that he would report her to the conference authorities for punishment. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl panicked. She pleaded desperately, fearing permanent disqualification. But the damage had already been done, and her companions made it clear that regret would not undo her actions. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena, declaring that the preliminary rounds were over. All contestants still standing on the stage had successfully advanced to the individual preliminary rounds. Some students looked around in confusion, wondering whether what had just happened truly counted as passing. Others remarked that luck was also a form of strength. A few expressed mixed feelings, unsure whether to feel grateful to the Night Watch for ending the chaos or resentful for the destruction that had unfolded. Fatty turned to Lin Han with admiration, praising him for clearing the entire field with a single move. Lin Han simply reminded everyone to prepare for the afternoon's team competition. Because of Lin Han's overwhelming display of strength during the audition, the Night Watch gained a formidable reputation. In the afternoon matches, every squad that faced them was defeated swiftly. Several teams chose to surrender without engaging at all. As a result, the Night Watch advanced smoothly to the team finals. By the end of the afternoon, the announcer revealed the two teams that would compete in the final round: the Military Academy's Night Watch squad and the Dragon Tiger team from the Strongest Academy. The crowd erupted in cheers for both sides, calling out encouragement as the finalists stepped forward. Upon hearing the name Dragon Tiger team, Lin Han recalled Moina's earlier briefing. She had explained that the Dragon Tiger team specialized in traveling between competitions to earn prize money and valuable rewards. The team consisted of Lei Long, a lightning mage, Zhou Yao, an earth mage, the warrior Wang Qian, and the medic Fei Fei. Though not widely publicized, they were experienced and skilled, and their strength should not be underestimated. Soon after, Lei Long approached Lin Han directly. He acknowledged Lin Han's strong performance in the individual round, but remarked that his teammates appeared comparatively weak and might be holding him back. Fatty immediately stepped forward in response, taking offense and declaring that he would demonstrate the true power of his golden wooden blade. Lin Han raised a hand to stop him, signaling for calm. He admitted that he had not heard of the Dragon Tiger team before and asked whether Fatty recognized them. Fatty dismissed the name, claiming he had never heard of them either. Lin Han then remarked coolly that he was unfamiliar with their names and suggested that they might simply be opportunists who had appeared from nowhere. At that, Wang Qian, the team's warrior, grew visibly angry and stepped forward, demanding to know who was being called a fraud. Lei Long immediately stopped him, signaling for restraint before the situation escalated further. Wang Qian refused to hold back. With a roar, he swung his chain meteor hammer forward, the heavy iron ball whistling through the air as it shot toward Lin Han. Before it could reach him, Shooting stepped in. Her spear flashed, intercepting the chain mid-flight with a sharp metallic clash. The force of her counterstrike knocked the hammer aside, disrupting its trajectory. Wang Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Shooting stood firm, spear leveled at him, declaring that arrogance like his was exactly what her weapon was meant to deal with. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, spear thrusting toward the warrior. Behind her, Sun Yinwei began casting, boosting Shooting's speed and attack power. A faint aura wrapped around Shooting, sharpening her movements. Shooting's enhanced strike crashed against Wang Qian's shield. The impact rang loudly, but Wang Qian braced himself and pushed back with overwhelming strength. Using his superior physical force, he forced Shooting a step off balance. At that moment, Lei Long raised his hand. Electricity crackled violently in his palm as he stepped forward, declaring himself the captain of the Dragon Tiger team and challenging Lin Han directly. Seeing the gathering lightning, Lin Han immediately called for Tian Ge. She appeared beside him in a flash of thunder, announcing her arrival as lightning energy surged around her body. Lei Long condensed the electricity into a sharp lightning dart and hurled it forward. Tian Ge responded instantly. She released a concentrated thunder strike that collided with the incoming bolt. The two lightning forces met midair, but Tianji's power overwhelmed his attack, dispersing it and continuing forward as a rolling thunder wave. Lei Long's expression shifted to shock as the residual thunder rushed toward him. Before it could strike Zhou Yao, the Earth Mage quickly began casting. With precise timing, she raised a defensive barrier in front of Lei Long, blocking the advancing thunder. The shield absorbed the remaining energy, though the ground trembled from the impact. Meanwhile, Fatty spotted the support mage maintaining defensive pressure. Recognizing her importance to their formation, he charged straight toward her, declaring that he would eliminate the support first. The girl's eyes widened as Fatty's golden wooden sword descended. The strike connected, knocking her to the ground. Seeing her fall, Fatty pressed the attack, swinging again with heavy force and taunting her confidence. But at the last possible moment, she rolled aside and narrowly avoided the follow-up strike. She retorted sharply, refusing to be intimidated. As Fatty prepared another attack, he suddenly noticed something strange. The wound he had inflicted was already closing. The torn fabric and injured flesh visibly recovered as healing energy flowed across her body. Fatty froze for a split second in disbelief. His gaze shifted, and he saw Fei Fei, the team's medic, standing behind the front line. A gentle glow radiated from her hands as she continued channeling healing magic toward her teammates. Lei Long smiled confidently and told Lin Han that he had now seen the true strength of the Dragon Tiger team. He praised his own teammates while belittling the Night Watch, then revealed that he had watched Lin Han's championship victory in the illusionary realm. Acknowledging Lin Han's ability, he invited him to join their squad, suggesting that together they could dominate competitions and earn even greater rewards. Lin Han declined without hesitation. He stated calmly that his teammates were far from weak and that Lei Long would soon understand that. Before Lei Long could respond, he sensed something behind him. Turning around, he saw Wang Qian dropping to one knee. Under the coordinated assault of Shooting and Sun Yinwei, the warrior had been overwhelmed. He admitted defeat to his captain. At the same time, Fatty had successfully pressured both Zhou Yao and Fei Fei. Without sufficient frontline protection, their defensive and healing coordination collapsed. Fatty declared that magic-based classes without solid defense could be worn down quickly under sustained melee pressure. The Night Watch regrouped around Lin Han, their formation steady and composed. Lin Han looked at Lei Long and asked how strong he now believed the Night Watch squad to be. Lei Long's expression darkened. Frustration turned into anger before he could finish his reply. Suddenly, Zhou Yao forced herself upright despite her exhaustion. She slammed her hands onto the ground and transferred the last of her remaining earth energy into Lei Long's body. She told him it was her final strength and hoped it would help him secure victory. Lei Long turned in shock as the energy flowed into him. A layer of elite earth-forged magical armor materialized around his body, reinforced by Zhou Yao's power. Depleted of energy, Zhou Yao collapsed to the ground. Fei Fei rushed toward her in panic, calling out to her teammate. Lei Long's anger intensified. He admitted that he had not expected to be driven to such a corner. If it had come to this, he would have no choice but to use their ultimate move. He raised both hands toward the sky. Electricity began gathering above him, condensing into a massive sphere of lightning between his palms. The air vibrated as thunderclouds formed overhead. Fatty watched in confusion, wondering whether Lei Long was actually drawing lightning down onto himself. Lin Han immediately warned everyone to stay alert. A thick column of lightning descended from the sky, surrounding Lei Long completely. Bolts struck the earth armor repeatedly as he absorbed and compressed the electric force. Inside the storm, Lei Long struggled. Even with Zhou Yao's reinforced armor, the power was difficult to endure. But he forced himself to maintain control, driven by pride and determination. For his own honor and for the Dragon Tiger team, he refused to accept defeat. With a fierce smile, he compressed the lightning sphere to its limit. Then he declared the name of his ultimate technique, Thunderous Fury. Seeing the violent lightning gathering around Lei Long, Fatty grew alarmed. He felt that the move being prepared was not something that could be endured head-on. Sun Yinwei turned to Lin Han, asking what they should do. Lin Han observed the surging thunder calmly and remarked that the tactic was interesting. Then he called out to Xiao Zhan. She appeared at once, responding to his summons. Lin Han immediately ordered Xiao Zhan and Tiangu to fuse their abilities. Both acknowledged the command. Xiao Zhan hesitated briefly, unsure how the fusion would work, but Tiangu insisted that if Lin Han had given the order, it was achievable. Without further discussion, they began. They raised their hands simultaneously. Lightning surged from Tiangu, while intense flames erupted from Xiao Zhan. The two streams of power intertwined in midair instead of repelling one another. Gradually, the lightning and fire merged into a single, concentrated force. Xiao Zhan watched in surprise as the fusion stabilized. Tiangu remained confident, certain that Lin Han's judgment was correct. The combined energy condensed into a weapon formed of blazing lightning and compressed fire, a unified thunderbolt. They directed the newly formed weapon toward Lin Han. He caught it firmly. The moment it settled into his grasp, he sensed that its power surpassed even the nine-leaf sword. The fusion of Tiangu and Xiao Zhen's abilities had produced something on an entirely different level. At that instant, Lei Long completed his ultimate technique. He released Thunderous Fury. A massive sphere of condensed lightning tore forward, its destructive force capable of reducing anything in its path to ashes. Lei Long declared that nothing could withstand it. Lin Han stepped forward to meet the attack. He stated that this was not necessarily true and remarked that Lei Long should consider himself fortunate to be the first to witness Thunderbolt. The two ultimate techniques collided at the center of the battlefield. A blinding explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the arena. The ground trembled violently as waves of energy spread outward. Fatty shielded his eyes, stunned by the intensity of the clash. Sun Yinwei found it impossible to keep her eyes open under the glare. Shooting watched anxiously, focused only on Lin Han's position within the storm of light. Gradually the balance shifted. Thunderbolt pushed through Thunderous Fury. Lei Long's expression changed as he recognized the technique overwhelming his own. The fused lightning struck him directly. His earth-forged armor shattered under the impact, fragments dispersing as the force hurled him into the air. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the arena floor cracking beneath him. When the dust settled, Lei Long lay motionless, unable to rise. Lin Han walked toward him and stated that the match was over. Still on the ground, Lei Long acknowledged Lin Han's strength and admitted defeat. Lei Long's teammates rushed toward him as soon as he fell. They gathered around their captain with visible concern, checking his condition and calling out to him anxiously. Lei Long, still lying on the cracked arena floor, admitted that he had not been strong enough. Zhou Yao, though weakened, supported him and told him that he had already done everything he could. She acknowledged that Lin Han and the Night Watch were simply stronger in this match. At that moment, the announcer declared the result of the finals. The Dragon Tiger team had been defeated. The champion of this year's college competition team event was the Night Watch squad. For a brief moment, the audience was stunned. Many could hardly believe that the reputed Dragon Tiger team had lost. Then the arena erupted into cheers. The crowd shouted the Night Watch's name repeatedly, praising Lin Han as the strongest captain of the tournament. Sun Yinwei expressed her relief and excitement at their victory. Soon after, a man in a black suit stepped onto the stage carrying a book. He congratulated the Night Watch on their championship and presented the prize, a skill manual titled Heavenly Covering Formation. Lin Han accepted the book. Sun Yinwei immediately recognized its significance. She explained that the Heavenly Covering Formation was a rare and powerful team skill. Once activated, it granted substantial class-specific enhancements to every member within the formation, making it especially effective in coordinated battles. Lin Han examined the manual and concluded that they would need to master the formation as soon as possible, as it would be highly beneficial in future competitions. Just then, Moina hurried over. Unable to contain her excitement, she rushed toward Lin Han and embraced him, celebrating their team championship victory. Lin Han gently reminded her to maintain her composure in public. Moina brushed off the concern and declared that appearances did not matter. To celebrate, she announced that she would treat everyone to a large meal that evening. Watching from the side, Sun Yinwei commented that it was rare to see Moina so openly happy. Shooting admitted that she had always thought Moina was rather aloof. Fatty stretched tiredly and suggested ending the day early, pointing out that they had been competing all day and still had the individual rounds ahead. Lin Han stopped him, questioning when he had become so unenthusiastic. Since Moina was treating them, he saw no reason to decline. He turned to Moina and agreed to celebrate that night. Moina responded enthusiastically, saying they would celebrate properly. Later, the scene shifted to a bar where the team gathered. They spent a long time eating and drinking together. As the evening went on, Shooting noticed that Moina had clearly drunk too much and advised her to slow down. Moina insisted that she was fine. Moina raised her glass and declared that this was the happiest day she had experienced since becoming a teacher. She insisted that everyone drink freely and celebrate properly. Sun Yinwei admitted she had not expected Moina to be so openly joyful about their victory. Shooting added that without Lin Han, the team would not have won so smoothly. Sun Yinwei agreed, saying they were fortunate to have him as their teammate. Moina suddenly looked around and realized Lin Han was missing. She asked where their ace had gone. At that moment, the lights in the bar went out. She looked around in confusion, wondering why there was a sudden power outage. The door opened, and Lin Han stepped inside holding a cake. He wished her a happy birthday. MANHWA froze in surprise and asked how he had known it was her birthday. Fatty explained with a grin that Lin Han had insisted on attending the gathering for this reason. Lin Han clarified that while registering at the competition desk earlier that day, he had inadvertently seen her identification number and realized the date. The rest of the team joined in, wishing MANHWA a happy birthday together. Tears formed in her eyes as she expressed how honored she felt to be their teacher. The atmosphere grew even livelier. Fatty began singing enthusiastically at the karaoke machine. Soon Yinwei remarked that it was a pity Lin Han had not informed them earlier, as they could have prepared a proper gift. Shooting agreed that a birthday celebration should include a present. MANHWA responded that it was unnecessary. The Night Watch's championship victory was already the best gift she could have received. Lin Han lightly smeared a bit of cake cream on her cheek, telling her that birthdays should not be taken so seriously and that she should relax and enjoy herself. MANHWA immediately retaliated by spreading cream across his face. Lin Han quickly admitted defeat in a playful tone, and the group burst into laughter as the celebration continued late into the night. The next day, Lin Han and his teammates returned to the competition venue for the individual rounds. Shooting asked Fatty whether he had drunk too much the previous night and whether he was prepared for today's matches. Fatty assured her that as long as he did not encounter Lin Han, he was confident against anyone else. Lin Han pointed out that with so many participants, the chances of them facing each other were low. Soon Yinwei expressed hope that the entire Night Watch team could reach the Final Four, noting that MANHWA was waiting outside to watch their performance. Soon, the announcer declared the first match: Lin Han from the Military Academy versus Long Tianjiao from the Military Academy. Both Lin Han and Fatty were caught off guard. Fatty reacted first, surprised that he had been paired against Lin Han in the opening match. They stepped onto the battleground and faced each other. Lin Han remarked that Fatty's skills had improved significantly recently and suggested that since they were matched, they should both give their best. Fatty laughed confidently, insisting that Lin Han should not underestimate him and that he might even be able to match him evenly. Watching Fatty's growing confidence, Lin Han privately noted that a few compliments had already inflated his ego. He then summoned IE and told Fatty that he was ready to see his true strength. IE stepped forward the moment she was summoned, moving toward Fatty at high speed and declaring that she would clear the obstacles for her master. Lin Han immediately stopped her and told her wait. He reminded her to hold back during the fight and not defeat Fatty too badly, so as not to damage his confidence. IE admitted that it would be somewhat difficult but agreed to try. Before they could continue speaking, Fatty charged forward on his own initiative. He leaped into the air and prepared a downward strike, refusing to give them time to coordinate. His sword came down with force, but IE raised her bare hand and blocked it directly. Fatty followed up with a series of rapid slashes, claiming to demonstrate his Dragon Clan sword technique. IE intercepted each strike calmly with her hands, not counterattacking. She mentally counted the exchanges, deciding that after allowing him more than a dozen moves, it should be sufficient. Seeing that she had only defended so far, Fatty grew more confident. He gathered strength and launched another heavy strike, believing she was unable to fight back under his pressure. At that moment, IE's expression changed. She stepped forward and delivered a single punch to Fatty's abdomen while apologizing briefly. The force of the blow sent him flying backward and crashing onto the ground. After a moment, Fatty sat up and conceded defeat. Lin Han held his forehead, remarking that IE had still gone too far. IE replied that she had not even used a tenth of her strength. The announcer declared Lin Han the winner of the first round. Soon after, the next match was announced: Lin Han from the Military Academy versus Soon Yinwei from the same academy. The contestants were instructed to take their positions. Lin Han was surprised by the pairing. Soon Yinwei stepped onto the stage, inwardly acknowledging that she had not expected to face him so early in the competition. Lin Han also found the repeated internal matchups too coincidental. Without hesitation, Soon Yinwei began casting a spell. Knowing she could not defeat Lin Han in a direct confrontation, she chose a tactical approach and activated a technique called Extreme Aperture. Energy rings materialized around Lin Han's legs, coiling tightly and locking him in place. He immediately sensed the unusual aura restricting his movement and realized that his mobility had been sealed. Bound by the glowing rings of Extreme Aperture, Lin Han suddenly felt something even more troubling. The aura was not only restricting his movement, it was steadily draining his energy. Before he could fully analyze it, Sun Yinwei advanced and apologized as she launched her attack. In the next instant, her figure vanished. Lin Han quickly understood her tactic. By combining extreme aperture with stealth, she intended to immobilize and exhaust him while striking from a blind spot. He had to admit that her combat awareness had improved significantly. A ripple of air shifted behind him. Sun Yinwei reappeared and struck. At that precise moment, Lin Han released a surge of raw physical strength. The restraining rings shattered under the force of his power. He turned, intercepted her wrist mid-attack, and stopped her momentum completely. He calmly told her that she had underestimated his strength. After releasing her hand, he sincerely praised her tactical thinking. Her growth was undeniable. Realizing the gap in absolute power, Sun Yinwei conceded. Lin Han encouraged her, acknowledging her progress and urging her to continue improving. The announcer declared Lin Han the winner of the second round. Then came the third matchup, Lin Han versus Su Ting. This time, Lin Han felt irritation rise within him. 3 consecutive internal matchups were too unlikely to be coincidence. Someone had to be manipulating the brackets. Su Ting stepped into the arena, spear in hand. She asked him not to hold back. Even if she could not win, she wanted a fair fight. Lin Han drew his sword and responded seriously. He would not go easy. Among the team, she had always been the most disciplined and relentless in training. For that dedication alone, he would treat her as a true rival and fight at full strength. They advanced simultaneously. Sword and spear collided midair, releasing sparks of force that rippled outward. The two exchanged blows at high speed. Steel rang continuously as their weapons struck again and again. Spectators in the crowd were stunned by the intensity of the duel. Many had never witnessed such fierce and technically refined weapon combat. The clash continued without pause. While parrying her spear, Lin Han remarked that lasting more than 10 rounds against him with only a spear was impressive. Su Ting replied that the battle was far from over. Suddenly, her aura shifted. She activated another technique, her energy surging violently. With a sharp shout, she thrust her spear forward with explosive force. Lin Han raised his sword to block, but the impact was heavier than before. He noticed immediately that her strength had increased. Su Ting gathered her strength and unleashed Knight's whirlwind slash, driving forward with a rotating spear strike filled with compressed force. Lin Han raised his sword and blocked. She did not stop there. Channeling even more power into the spearhead, she followed with another condensed strike. When Lin Han intercepted it again, the impact forced him backward across the arena floor, his boots grinding against the surface. He steadied himself just before the boundary line. For a brief moment, he realized how close he had come to being forced out of the ring. He acknowledged that her performance had exceeded his expectations. She was strong, very strong, but there was still a small gap left to close. Without warning, his figure vanished. Su Ting's eyes widened in surprise. In the next instant, Lin Han reappeared behind her. She reacted immediately, spinning around with precision and launching a prepared counterstrike. She had anticipated that maneuver. Once again, Lin Han blocked, yet the force behind her spear drove him backward several steps. From the audience, Fatty shouted in admiration. Sun Yinwei encouraged her to keep going. Lin Han activated the grass character sword technique. A subtle shift occurred in his aura as he assessed her calmly. Her combat skill and tactical awareness were both exceptional. He stepped forward, sword poised, and declared that it was now his turn to attack. The next strike would carry immense power. Su Ting did not retreat. She advanced head-on, spear thrusting forward with equal determination. Their weapons collided with full force. A shockwave rippled outward from the point of impact, sweeping across the arena. This time, Lin Han's sword energy overwhelmed her spear technique. The force broke through her defense and sent her sliding back. As she absorbed the blow, Su Ting understood clearly that the gap between her and the captain was still significant. Even so, she held no regrets about the battle. She pushed forward again, unwilling to stop, demanding that he reveal whatever other techniques he had. Lin Han gave a faint smile and acknowledged her perseverance. Lasting this long against him was already remarkable. Then he summoned the wings of heaven. Radiant energy formed behind him as he rose into the air. Suspended above the arena, he condensed his sword aura to a higher degree. He stated that the greatest respect one could show a warrior was to fight with full strength. With his sword drawn back, Lin Han folded his wings and dove downward. Su Ting propelled herself upward at the same time, spear aimed directly at him. She declared that this would decide the match. Their weapons collided midair. The impact detonated with tremendous force. A violent shockwave swept across the arena, accompanied by a burst of blinding light that forced many spectators to shield their eyes. When the radiance finally faded, Lin Han descended to the ground, holding Su Ting securely in his arms. The announcer declared Lin Han the winner of the match. He carried Su Ting back toward their teammates. Sun Yinwei immediately asked whether she was all right. Fatty called out anxiously to both of them. Su Ting, still catching her breath, asked Lin Han how she had performed. He answered with a broad smile, telling her that she was the strongest knight he had ever seen. Soon after, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena again. The final round of the individual competition would begin. Lin Han from the military academy would face Bai Tianyi from Qing Sheng Academy. Su Ting was startled by the announcement. Lin Han's irritation deepened. Yet another unexpected arrangement. Bai Tianyi stepped onto the stage confidently and told Lin Han to stop indulging in sentiment, claiming that the moment they met in the ring, Lin Han's run would end. Lin Han turned toward him calmly and pointed out that Bai Tianyi had already been defeated once before, yet still dared to provoke him. Bai Tianyi laughed and remarked that after fighting 3 consecutive teammates, Lin Han must already be exhausted. He even mocked the internal matchups, implying that watching them wear each other down had been entertaining. Lin Han narrowed his eyes and directly questioned whether Bai Tianyi had orchestrated the manipulated pairings. For a split second, Bai Tianyi hesitated. He immediately raised his staff and began casting a spell, declaring that Lin Han could take his suspicions to the grave. Inwardly, Bai Tianyi was certain of his plan. He had bribed staff members to rig the matchmaking system. If Lin Han were eliminated permanently, no one would uncover the truth. With his spell nearly complete, Bai Tianyi fixed his gaze on Lin Han and prepared to see how he would respond. Bai Tianyi completed his spell and unleashed a powerful attack toward Lin Han. Lin Han remained standing calmly. With a faint smile, he remarked that such a minor trick would not be enough to trouble him. He lifted his sword and released streams of thunder energy. The lightning met the incoming attack head-on and dispersed it cleanly. Bai Tianyi was visibly shocked. Refusing to accept it, he immediately launched another, stronger spell, insisting that as a genius of Qing Sheng Academy, he would not be looked down upon. Lin Han responded without hesitation. With a precise counterstrike, he shattered the attack and sent the residual force scattering. He stated plainly that being called a genius was only the starting line in his view, and that Bai Tianyi's level was far from exceptional. The crowd reacted loudly. Fatty openly mocked Bai Tianyi, noting that someone who always acted arrogant was now being suppressed so easily. Hearing this, Bai Tianyi's expression darkened. He declared that since the audience enjoyed watching, he would give them a spectacle. He raised his staff again and began chanting. Suddenly, the swords carried by spectators throughout the arena began to tremble. One after another, they rose into the air uncontrollably. Fatty tried to hold onto his golden wooden sword, but it slipped from his grasp and floated upward. All around the arena, weapons ascended and gathered behind Bai Tianyi, forming a dense formation of blades. The crowd shouted in alarm, demanding the return of their weapons and questioning what kind of technique this was. Bai Tianyi extended his staff and directed the airborne swords toward Lin Han. He announced the name of the technique, Myriad Swords, Pierce the Heart, a move he had prepared specifically for this confrontation. At his command, the swords shot forward at high speed, converging on Lin Han from multiple angles. Lin Han swung his blade in a wide arc, destroying several incoming swords instantly. Even so, more continued to surge forward, as if supplied without end. He realized that simply defending would exhaust him over time. Without delay, he summoned Xiaozhan. She appeared at his side, awaiting instructions. Lin Han ordered her to eliminate the incoming weapons. Xiaozhan responded immediately. Flames gathered in her hands before erupting outward in a powerful wave of fire that surged toward the advancing storm of swords. Xiaozhan's flames swept across the arena and incinerated the incoming swords one after another. The blazing wave reduced the storm of steel to molten fragments that rained harmlessly to the ground. Bai Tianyi barely dodged a falling blade, stumbling back in shock. Before he could steady himself, Lin Han stepped forward, sword lowered but radiating killing intent. He told Bai Tianyi that all his tricks had been exhausted. But Bai Tianyi suddenly laughed. He asked Lin Han to look around. Only then did Lin Han notice it. A massive wind barrier had formed around the arena, swirling in a dense circular wall that sealed the entire battlefield. Bai Tianyi admitted that the earlier sword barrage had only been a distraction. While Lin Han's attention was occupied, he had secretly constructed the wind wall. Within this sealed space, no one outside could see clearly what was happening. That meant he could use a forbidden scroll without interference. Lin Han warned him that using auxiliary items like scrolls recklessly during an official competition could result in a permanent ban. The fact that Bai Tianyi was willing to risk that showed just how desperate he had become. Bai Tianyi's expression twisted with anger. Ever since losing in the illusionary realm, his reputation as Qin Sheng Academy's top genius had collapsed. Without that title, he felt his existence had no meaning. The humiliation had consumed him. Lin Han realized then Bai Tianyi had obtained something dangerous purely for revenge. Bai Tianyi pulled out a radiant golden scroll and unfurled it. He confessed that to acquire the Radiant Sun Magic Scroll, he had borrowed a massive amount of heavenly dragon coins and plunged himself into debt. Worse, he had wagered everything in the gambling markets on this single match. If he won, he could reclaim his glory. If he lost, he would have nothing. Lin Han told him bluntly that gamblers never have a future and that he had reduced himself to something pitiful. Bai Tianyi laughed manically. If he was a mad dog, then he would bite his enemy to death. He activated the scroll completely. A massive magic array ignited in the air. From within the blazing formation emerged a gigantic crow-like beast. Its wings were forged from living fire, each flap releasing waves of scorching heat that distorted the air itself. Even Lin Han felt a flicker of unease at the fiery energy radiating from it. Xiao Zhan immediately volunteered to intercept it and rush forward. Lin Han warned her to be careful. The flaming crow screeched and unleashed a torrent of blazing fire toward Xiao Zhan. She responded in kind, summoning an equally fierce inferno. The two streams of fire collided midair, erupting into a violent explosion of heat and light. Lin Han narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a creature capable of matching Xiao Zhan in pure flame manipulation. The flaming crow beat its wings repeatedly, releasing waves of intense fire that rolled across the sealed arena. Xiao Zhan gathered flames in her palms, preparing to counter. She dismissed the attack as nothing significant and advanced. But in the next instant, a single burning feather drifted from the crow's body and brushed against her. The moment it made contact, it detonated violently. The explosion struck her directly and sent her falling from the air. Lin Han rushed forward and caught her just before she hit the ground. She weakly called out to him as he steadied her in his arms. Above them, the flaming crow accelerated the movement of its wings. A vast surge of fire descended, swallowing the space around them in a massive explosion. The energy radiating from the creature continued to intensify, condensing into a blazing sphere that resembled a second sun suspended in the sky. Holding Xiao Zhan, Lin Han braced himself against the oncoming flames. He understood now why scrolls were strictly forbidden in the tournament. If such power went out of control, everyone in the venue would be caught in a disaster. Watching from below, Bai Tianyi was initially satisfied, believing the flames would incinerate Lin Han completely. However, the heat continued rising beyond his expectations. The pressure shattered the wind barrier he had constructed. Bai Tianyi's expression changed instantly. The golden crow's heat had exceeded the limits of his control and destroyed the very barrier meant to conceal it. With a wind wall gone, the audience could finally see the full scene, a blazing mass in the sky with a fiery bird at its core. Shock spread through the crowd. Some wondered where the barrier had come from. Others stared upward in disbelief at what looked like an additional sun hanging above the arena. Moina recognized it immediately. It was the golden crow divine bird. Realizing the danger, she rushed closer and warned Lin Han that the golden crow's heat could melt everything in its path and that he needed to distance himself. Panic erupted among the spectators. Those nearest to the arena feared they would be burned alive and began fleeing in waves. Amid the chaos, the flaming crow folded its wings and dove straight toward Lin Han. Balancing Xiao Zhan securely, Lin Han raised his sword and met the descending beast with a powerful upward strike, refusing to yield to its overwhelming presence. Lin Han's sword strike collided with the blazing golden crow, but the flames swallowed the sword energy whole. The radiant sun surrounding the creature remained intact. His expression grew serious. The sword chi alone was not enough to pierce through the golden crow's solar shell. If this dragged on, the overwhelming heat would consume everything. At that critical moment, realization struck him. The true phoenix, the ancestor of all firebirds, a being that commanded supreme authority over flame, a creature capable of rebirth from ashes. And Xiaozhan was no ordinary spirit beast. She was an ancient phoenix with an immortal body. How could the sovereign of fire fear another bird born of flames? Lin Han turned to her decisively and told her he needed her to face the golden crow again. Below, Bai Tianyi burst into laughter, mocking him for sending an already injured beast to its death. But Lin Han's voice remained steady. He told Xiaozhan to believe him, that she would rise again from the ashes. Though still weakened, Xiaozhan stood. She declared that even if rebirth failed, she would willingly give her life for him. And if her master believed she could rise, then she would. With fierce determination, she shot upward like a streak of crimson light and collided head-on with the descending golden crow. The impact detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. Flames swallowed the arena. Shock waves rippled outward. The ground cracked beneath the pressure. MANHWA froze, convinced it was over. Dust and smoke blanketed the battlefield. The crowd anxiously searched for movement, unsure whether both combatants and their summoned beasts had perished. Then, as the haze slowly thinned, a figure could be seen standing in the ring. Lin Han. Behind him, a burst of brilliant crimson light ignited. From the lingering embers, Xiaozhan reappeared, her aura vastly more powerful than before, flames now deeper and purer, carrying an ancient pressure that made even the air tremble. A notification resonated within Lin Han's mind. His phoenix had been reborn from the ashes. All attributes had increased dramatically. He turned, relief evident in his eyes. She confirmed it herself. She had truly undergone rebirth. Together, they surveyed the arena. There was no sign of the golden crow, no sign of Bai Tianyi. Whispers spread through the audience. Some concluded that Bai Tianyi had been completely incinerated in the overwhelming clash of flames. At that moment, the announcer stepped onto the stage. On behalf of the competition organizers, he revealed that Bai Tianyi of Qingsheng Academy had committed severe violations, manipulating the matchmaking roster and using prohibited scrolls. Furthermore, he had already been defeated in battle. The official declaration rang across the arena. The winner of the final match was Lin Han. Luo Xiong stepped onto the stage, his face pale as he looked at the scorched arena. He could hardly believe it. Bai Tianyi was gone. Lin Han stood calmly in the center of the ring and looked at him. Now that only the two of them remained, he asked whether Luo Xiong still intended to compete for the championship. Luo Xiong's confidence shattered completely. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head, admitting he would never dare challenge Lin Han again. He chose to abstain. The announcer immediately declared that since Luo Xiong of Baitian Academy had voluntarily withdrawn, the overall champion of this academy competition was Lin Han. The crowd erupted. Many called him the strongest champion in the tournament's history. After all, Bai Tianyi had dominated for years, and Lin Han had defeated him head-on. A genius beast tamer rarely seen in 1,000 years. The cheers echoed his name again and again. Soon after, the announcer added that the organizers were granting Lin Han special access to the treasure pavilion to select his champion's reward. Inside the treasure vault, even Fatty was stunned. The chamber was filled with radiant weapons, ancient scrolls, rare materials, and spiritual artifacts. The atmosphere itself felt heavy with power. Sun Yanhuai's eyes were overwhelmed by the dazzling displays. Su Ting stared at the racks of weapons in awe. MANHWA stepped forward and explained that, as individual champion, Lin Han could select one weapon and one skill book as his prize. Lin Han smiled. He already possessed the nine-leaf sword, a weapon that suited him perfectly. Instead of choosing for himself, he offered the opportunity to his teammates. Fatty waved his hand, satisfied with his goldwood blade, and encouraged Su Ting and Sun Yanhuai to pick what they needed. Sun Yanhuai quickly found a skill book titled Energy Transfer, something she had long desired. Mastering it would significantly enhance her limit aperture ability. Su Ting selected a dragon spear, perfectly suited for a knight's combat style. Lin Han reminded them that these rewards were earned through their own hard work in the competition. Su Ting excitedly raised her spear, declaring she could now rival Fatty's weapon. Fatty immediately proposed a future sparring match. Watching them celebrate, Lin Han felt satisfied. With new divine weapons and skills, the Night Watch squad's overall combat power would rise to another level. The competition had truly been fruitful. Later, as they exited the venue, MANHWA remarked that the tournament had concluded perfectly and suggested they return to the military academy to share the good news. At that moment, a calm, unfamiliar voice congratulated Lin Han on winning the college competition. Everyone turned. A brown-haired man in a formal suit approached and introduced himself as a representative of the Vincent family. On behalf of the Vincent Corporation, he formally invited Lin Han and the Night Watch members to join their organization. Lin Han frowned slightly, unsure who they were. Amina quickly explained. The Vincent family was one of the region's top mercenary groups, an organization that dispatched elite experts to major families and powerful forces in exchange for commissions. The brown-haired representative of the Vincent family calmly opened a suitcase. Inside was a large sum of cash. He explained that it was a gesture of sincerity from the Vincent family, expressing their hope that Lin Han would lead his team to join them. Before Lin Han could respond, a burly dwarf strode forward and shoved the man aside. He declared that he could smell the stench of money from the Vincent family from far away and questioned how they thought they could compete with the dwarves for talent. The dwarf then formally invited Lin Han to become a guardian of the dwarven race. MANHWA quickly explained that the dwarves were renowned for their exceptional forging skills. They were capable of crafting divine weapons for their guardians. Lin Han considered this briefly. Divine weapons held little appeal to him at the moment. He declined the offer politely, stating that he had no intention of joining any faction for now. At that moment, another voice announced the arrival of the Elf Queen. She approached with composed elegance and advised Lin Han not to associate with merchants or rough mountain folk, instead inviting him to join the Elf Alliance. She even hinted that, should he agree, he could choose any elf as his companion, including herself. The Vincent representative protested immediately, insisting that they had extended the invitation first. The three parties began arguing openly, each claiming the right to recruit Lin Han. The Elf Queen asserted the nobility of the elven race. The dwarf insisted Lin Han was a friend of the dwarves, and the Vincent envoy maintained that Lin Han belonged with them. Fatty arrived with a grin, remarking that Lin Han had suddenly become extremely popular. Sunny and Wai observed that even they had benefited from his rising fame, as their own value had increased along with it. Su Ting quietly suggested that leaving would be the wisest choice. Lin Han agreed. For now, he only wanted to carry out missions with the Night Watch squad. He had no intention of joining any organization. MANHWA immediately urged them to slip away before more factions arrived. She suspected that assassin groups and even the Abyss Alliance might soon attempt to recruit him as well. Taking advantage of the ongoing argument, the group quietly withdrew while the three factions continued quarreling over someone who was no longer there. The next morning, inside the classroom, MANHWA addressed the students. She praised Lin Han for leading the Night Watch squad to bring honor to the military academy and encouraged everyone to learn from his example. She then called him forward to give an acceptance speech. There was no response. She looked around confused. Fatty stood up awkwardly and admitted he had no idea where Lin Han was. MANHWA's expression darkened. After just winning the championship, Lin Han had skipped her class. Elsewhere, deep within the Death Tomb, Lin Han sneezed as he walked through the dim corridors. He wondered briefly who might be talking about him, but quickly refocused. The priority was completing his job advancement quest. A notification appeared before him. He had received a level 5 job change quest. Defeat the dark creatures within the Death Tomb and obtain 10 Ghost Fire Spirit Orbs. Location: Death Tomb. He glanced at the gloomy surroundings and admitted that the place was deeply unpleasant. If not for the mission, he would never have entered it. Suddenly, a decayed hand burst from the ground and seized his leg. Lin Han stiffened in shock as the grip tightened around him. Seeing the hand gripping his leg, Lin Han quickly assessed the situation. These were likely the monsters required for the 5th class advancement quest. From initial contact, they did not seem particularly strong. Soon, more figures clawed their way out from beneath the soil surrounding him. Lin Han immediately summoned Ai to fight. She appeared at his side, eager for action after being idle for some time. The void beasts charged forward without hesitation. Ai rushed to meet them head-on. She moved swiftly through the group, striking with clean, direct kicks and punches. Each impact sent a monster flying before it crashed back onto the ground. Their bodies twitched briefly before going still. Within moments, the entire wave had been cleared. Ai returned to Lin Han's side and remarked that the battle was already over. The enemies had been far weaker than expected. As the last body dissolved, a faint glow condensed into a single ghost fire spirit orb. Lin Han frowned. Despite defeating so many void beasts, only one orb had dropped. Ai searched the surrounding area to confirm there were no additional fragments or hidden drops, but nothing else appeared. Lin Han began to suspect that the quest was not as straightforward as it seemed. At that moment, a nearby coffin trembled violently before its lid shattered apart. A pale hand slowly reached out from within. Lin Han turned toward the disturbance. The figure rose from the broken coffin. Its body radiated dense, oppressive energy, far stronger than the previous creatures. Dark mist coiled around it as it stepped forward, releasing a deep roar that shook the chamber. Lin Han immediately understood. This was the true target. He gave Ai the order to engage. Without hesitation, Ai moved forward to intercept the great void beast. She leapt and delivered a powerful kick toward its neck, initiating the real battle. Ai's kick landed squarely against the great void beast's neck, but nothing happened. The monster did not stagger. It did not crack. It did not even flinch. Ai blinked in disbelief. Its head should have exploded from that strike. Before she could react further, the great void beast suddenly snapped its head forward and slammed into her with terrifying force. The impact sent her skidding backward across the stone floor. She steadied herself mid-slide, digging her heels in. Though she had avoided the worst of it, being pushed back so easily irritated her. Refusing to back down, Ai lunged forward again. This time she gathered all her strength into her fist, compressing her power tightly before driving in for a decisive blow. But as she closed in, the great void beast let out a low, unnatural growl. It began inhaling sharply, drawing in air, energy, even the surrounding darkness. Lin Han's instincts flared. Something was wrong. He shouted for Ai to retreat. She turned toward him in confusion, and in that split second, the great void beast unleashed a piercing scream. The sound was not merely audible. It carried spiritual force. A violent wave of blue spectral energy erupted outward and engulfed Ai completely. She froze mid-motion, eyes widening. The energy wrapped around her like ghostly flames, seeping into her consciousness. Her body trembled. She struggled to breathe. It felt as though her soul itself was being dragged outward. Realizing the danger, Lin Han immediately summoned Xiaozhan. In a flash of crimson light, the phoenix spirit descended. Without hesitation, Xiaozhan unleashed a torrent of blazing fire toward the great void beast, attempting to interrupt its attack. The flames struck the creature head-on, forcing it to recoil slightly. She then rushed to Ai's side, pulling her away from the lingering blue flames. Ai slowly regained clarity, though she still felt dizzy and disoriented. The attack had been mental, an assault on the soul rather than the body. However, despite Xiaozhan's flames, the great void beast showed minimal damage absorbed. Enraged, the creature raised its arm and condensed a swirling mass of dark energy into a grotesque skull-shaped projectile. The energy skull screamed as it hurtled toward the two beast girls. Before it could strike, Lin Han stepped between them. He drew his sword and activated the grass character sword technique. Green sword intent erupted around him, cutting through the air with disciplined precision. He slashed forward. Sword light collided with the oncoming skull. The moment the two forces met, a violent explosion erupted within the tomb chamber. Amid the lingering smoke and shattered stone, Lin Han moved first. With sword in hand, he advanced straight toward the great void beast. Focused. Then he burst forward in a sudden surge of speed, closing the distance in an instant. The beast failed to react in time. Its perception could not keep up with the incoming strike. Lin Han's blade swept across in a decisive arc. The sword light cut cleanly through the creature's body, slicing apart the dense dark energy that held it together. The dark aura dispersing into the air. As the remains dissolved, Lin Han exhaled lightly and remarked that the creature had been far more difficult to eliminate than expected. Ai approached, now fully recovered. She acknowledged that without Lin Han's timely intervention earlier, the situation could have become dangerous. She openly credited him for protecting them. A notification soon appeared before Lin Han. He had successfully slain the great void beast and completed the quest. The reward of 1,000 beast taming points had been granted. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. The points were secured. At that moment, a sphere of condensed energy materialized before him. It shimmered briefly before releasing several objects. 9 ghost fire spirit orbs dropped onto the ground. Lin Han counted them carefully. Together with the one obtained earlier, the total reached 10. The level 5 class advancement quest was officially complete. With the objective fulfilled, he prepared to leave the Death Tomb. Later, standing near the sea, Lin Han reflected on the day's events. He had skipped Moina's class. Given her temperament, she was likely furious. He resolved to explain everything properly once he returned. Just then, a faint cry carried across the wind. Someone was calling for help. Lin Han turned toward the sound. Out at sea, a young girl was being pursued by a monstrous creature emerging from the water. He recognized her immediately. It was Tame. The monster lunged toward her. Before it could strike, Lin Han unleashed a blade of sword aura across the distance. The sharp arc of energy cleaved the creature in midair, splitting it cleanly into 2 before it crashed into the sea. Tame looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had just happened. Lin Han activated the wings of heaven and flew toward her. As he approached, he reassured her calmly not to be afraid. Relief washed over her face when she recognized him. He descended onto the water's surface and steadied her in his arms to prevent her from sinking. As they moved back towards shore, he reminded her not to hold on too tightly, or neither of them would be able to return properly. Tame apologized softly, saying she had been too frightened earlier. While helping her reach the shore, Lin Han noticed her figure but kept the thought to himself. Once they were on the beach, Tame finally relaxed and let out a long breath, expressing how grateful she was to have been rescued. Lin Han smiled and told her there was no need to thank him since they were classmates. He then asked why she would dive into the sea alone at night, if she was not a good swimmer. Tame sat on the sand and explained that she had come to complete her level 4 class advancement quest, which required hunting manta rays in the sea and collecting 10 mana ray eyeballs. Lin Han sat beside her and asked if she had prepared several sets of diving equipment and attempted such a dangerous mission alone, nearly drowning in the process. She admitted that she wanted to complete the quest by herself and did not want to trouble others. However, the manta rays were stronger than she expected, and she was not skilled in underwater combat. Without saying more, Lin Han began removing his outer clothing and stated that there was no other choice but to help her complete the task. Tame was startled and asked what he was doing. Lin Han picked up the spare swimming equipment and said he would help her finish the mission. After a short time, both of them put on the diving gear. Lin Han showed her a bracelet he had bought at an auction. He explained that the item was called a mermaid bracelet, said to allow 2 people wearing its paired pieces to communicate underwater, a story inspired by the legend of a mermaid and a human prince. He broke the bracelet into 2 parts and handed one piece to Tame. She accepted it and asked if wearing it would allow them to talk to each other underwater. They then dived into the deep sea. Lin Han mentioned that the stingray nest was nearby, but it was strange that they had not encountered any manta rays yet. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind them and warned her. Tame quickly prepared her bow and said that the manta rays were likely using a coordinated ambush tactic. She released a concentrated energy arrow, forcing the approaching monster to retreat. The monster easily dodged Tame's long-range arrow attack. She realized that long-range weapons were ineffective underwater because of the strong resistance of seawater, and informed Lin Han that her arrows could not accurately hit the target. Lin Han explained that dealing with the manta rays required close-range combat. He then equipped his sword, and when the monster approached, he swung his blade with great force, slicing the attacking monster cleanly into 2 pieces. Tame told him that Lin Han's sword movement faced less resistance in water, giving hope for completing the mission. At that moment, multiple stingray monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them from all directions. Lin Han wondered if this was a coordinated group attack. With a confident smile, he declared that since they wanted to fight, he would finish everything at once. He swung his blade powerfully, cutting down all the stingray monsters in a single strike. Lin Han told Tame to take the opportunity to collect the target eyeball. Tame agreed and removed an eye from one of the defeated stingray monsters, finally completing her class advancement quest. Suddenly, a vortex formed beneath her feet. Caught off guard, she asked where the vortex had come from. At the bottom of the vortex, 2 massive glowing red eyes slowly appeared. Tame panicked, asking what kind of monster was lurking at the seabed and whether there were truly ferocious beasts hidden there. Linhan told her to swim back quickly. She immediately obeyed and swam toward him, telling him to leave quickly. Before they could escape, a gigantic tentacle emerged from the vortex and grabbed Tame, dragging her toward the monster. She cried out for Linhan to save her. Linhan dove toward her without hesitation. Reaching the bottom of the vortex, he faced the enormous monster directly, realizing just how massive it was. Tame, still trapped in the monster's grip, desperately called for help. Linhan swam toward Tame and told her that as long as he was there, nothing would happen to her. With a swift and precise movement of his sword, he cut through the tentacle that was holding her, freeing her from the monster's grip. Tears formed in Taime's eyes as she rushed forward and hugged him tightly, crying out that she knew he would come. Linhan told her not to be afraid and assured her that everything was all right. At that moment, the monster let out a deep, powerful roar that generated a shockwave underwater, pushing them backward. Tame was dragged by the current of energy, and Linhan grabbed her hand firmly, telling her not to let go so they would not be separated. As the energy from the roar gradually faded, he asked if she was all right. Tame replied that she felt very dizzy. The gigantic monster then moved toward them again. Linhan pushed Tame away and told her to get out of the way. He then advanced alone toward the monster, cutting through the incoming tentacles one after another, while declaring that he would cut off all of its attacks and see what other tricks it had. The monster suddenly spat thick black ink from its mouth. Linhan was shocked, realizing it was ink. The dark ink spread rapidly underwater, blocking their vision. Tame worried that she could no longer tell directions clearly and noticed that their oxygen supply was running low. If they did not escape soon, they might not be able to return. She moved closer to Linhan and apologized for dragging him into the danger. Linhan told her to stop talking and let him send her out. He suddenly grabbed her hand, and before she could react, he threw her upward toward the water's surface, telling her to go. She was pushed toward the surface, nearly reaching it. After sending Tame away, Linhan equipped his sword again and turned his attention back to the monster. He declared that since Tame had been safely sent away, he could now fight without restraint. Facing the massive monster alone, he prepared to continue the battle, calling out that it was time to fight properly. Our protagonist summoned Jiuyi, who immediately responded to his call and declared that she was willing to fight alongside her master. Linhan agreed, telling her to stand by his side as they prepared to fight together. He activated the grass character's sword technique, while Jiuyi released her power into him, strengthening his attack as he advanced toward the monster. The monster gathered the bones of countless fish using its magic, fusing them together to form a sword made of skeletal remains, which it grasped with one of its tentacles. Linhan observed the weapon as he moved forward and declared that he would test whether the monster could stop his killing move. The monster swung its bone sword toward him. Their swords collided in midair. The force of the strike from Linhan gradually suppressed the monster's sword, forcing it to settle downward under the pressure of the impact. The monster was shocked. Unable to win in direct confrontation, it once again spat thick black ink toward Linhan. Holding his sword tightly, Linhan thought that the monster was resorting to desperate tricks. Jiuyi told him that the target was ahead, explaining that the monster had tried to escape toward the deepest part of the seabed and that its lair must be there. Jiuyi also stated that it could not escape while its master was present. Linhan gripped his sword and dove deeper toward the monster, saying they would chase after it. Reaching the seafloor, he was shocked by the scene before him, seeing numerous sunken ships scattered across the area. He realized that the monster was responsible for all of it and said it was truly a menace. He then released a surge of upward-rising sword energy, declaring that the monster must atone for the souls lost with those ships. The energy from the sword rose upward, but the monster only laughed mockingly at our protagonist before it was instantly destroyed by a descending sword strike from above. Meanwhile, Tame had reached the sea surface near the shore and was looking around anxiously, worried about our protagonist's safety and planning to return to help him. At that moment, our protagonist also emerged from the water and reached the surface. Seeing him, Tame immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly, relieved that he was safe. Our protagonist told her not to worry and reminded her that there was no one on the planet capable of killing him. He then suggested that they return to the shore first, and she agreed. After reaching land, our protagonist handed her 10 stingray monster eyes, explaining that he had collected exactly the required number for her class advancement quest. He then showed her a skill book titled Frost Arrow, which he had obtained from the monster, saying it was a suitable enhancement for her frostbolt skill. Tame was surprised and tried to refuse, explaining that she had only completed the quest because of his help and that he had risked his life fighting the monster. She felt she was not qualified to accept the skill book. Our protagonist told her that since he possessed beast taming abilities, the book was not very useful to him, but it was specifically meant for archer-type classes like hers, and therefore she was the most suitable person to use it. Tame tries to respond but hesitates. Lin Han places a firm hand on her shoulder and tells her to stop making excuses, emphasizing that improving her skills is what matters most. While looking at her, he reflects that the recent battle exposed his weaknesses in naval warfare. More than a skill book, he realizes he needs to contract a water-type beast. Tame thanks him for the encouragement and says she now knows what to do. Lin Han nods and suggests they try the Frost Arrow skill book, as he wants to observe its effects as well. She agrees and equips the skill book. After the process completes, a giant frost bow and arrow materialize in her hand. Holding the bow, she decides to test its power and fires an arrow toward the sea. Upon impact, ice crystals spread across the water surface. Lin Han observes the result and notes that the frost arrow, combined with her shooting ability, is highly powerful. She excitedly points out that she has even frozen part of the ocean. He acknowledges her achievement with approval. The scene shifts to the next day at the military academy training grounds. As Lin Han works, Tame approaches and greets him. He asks about her class change quest. She informs him that she has submitted the required items at the class change hall and has advanced to a 4th class changer. He congratulates her and mentions that he has also successfully advanced to a 5th level beast tamer commander. At that moment, MANHWA approaches and calls out to Lin Han, noting that he has finally appeared. He remains silent, reacting with brief confusion. MANHWA confronts Lin Han, saying that she praised him in front of the entire class the previous day, yet he skipped her lesson and did not show up. Lin Han begins to explain, but Tame interrupts and asks the teacher not to blame him. She explains that the two of them spent the entire night at the beach and were both soaked. MANHWA is visibly shocked and briefly imagines the situation in her mind, repeating the word soaked in disbelief. She then loudly questions Lin Han about what he did to his female classmate. Startled, Lin Han immediately denies any wrongdoing and asks her not to misunderstand. Tame also urges the teacher not to overthink the situation. MANHWA suddenly bursts into laughter, revealing that she was teasing them. She points out how shy they look and how red their faces are. Tame realizes that the teacher was joking on purpose. Lin Han reflects that MANHWA is playful and that he nearly believed he was being misunderstood. MANHWA stops teasing and mentions that she ran into Tame's homeroom teacher and heard that Lin Han helped her with her class change quest. Lin Han explains that it was only a chance encounter and that he simply offered some assistance. MANHWA says she heard the mission was quite difficult and asks him to describe what happened. Lin Han recounts their battle at sea and explains the situation they faced, concluding that they nearly lost their lives underwater. MANHWA responds with surprise and points out that underwater combat is clearly his weakness. Lin Han responds lightly, acknowledging the situation. He then reflects that after completing his level 5 class advancement quest, he can now contract another beast, but he still needs to find a sufficiently powerful water-type beast. MANHWA tells him that she will think about the matter and inform him if she finds any leads. Lin Han thanks her for the help. At that moment, Fatty appears behind him and calls out, saying he has finally come to class. He approaches and says he heard Lin Han help Tame with her class change quest, questioning why he did not bring them along. Shooting adds that their levels have already reached the cap, and if they do not advance to a level 4 class soon, their experience points will go to waste. Sun Yinwei explains that they have discussed it and plan to visit the class change hall together after school to accept quests, asking if Lin Han will join them. Lin Han agrees and says he can lead the team. The scene shifts to the class change hall. Lin Han enters with his friends and notes that the hall is crowded. He hopes they can all complete their class changes successfully today. Nearby students recognize them as the Night's Watch Squad. They mention the team's recent victory in the college competition and express admiration for Lin Han, saying that even support classes can perform well under his leadership. Hearing the praise, Fatty laughs and remarks that they have become famous. Shooting reminds him not to get arrogant, pointing out that they are benefiting from their captain's reputation. Sun Yinwei quietly agrees. Seti responds that as long as they follow Lin Han, they will continue to grow stronger, and he confidently claims he will become the face of the Night's Watch. Shooting tells Lin Han to keep an eye on Fatty, saying he is getting carried away. Lin Han simply smiles in response. The yellow-haired receptionist overhears that Lin Han is their captain and is surprised. She reflects that she already knew he was capable, but did not expect him to be the leader of the recently famous Night's Watch squad. Lin Han tells everyone to accept their class change quests and meet back in 5 minutes. They respond enthusiastically and disperse. After some time, they regroup. Fatty reports that they have all accepted their 4th class advancement quests and are ready to depart. Lin Han agrees and suggests that traveling as a team will be safer, even if it takes more time. At that moment, Fatty overhears the receptionist wondering whether the 3 of them could complete their class change quests on their own, given that Lin Han is so strong. Fatty suddenly stops Lin Han and says there is no need for him to accompany them. Lin Han pauses in surprise. Fatty declares that he can complete the job change quest on his own, saying that as a general of the Night Watch squad, a simple quest is nothing to him. Shooting questions when he became a general and warns him about being overly proud, but also states that he wants to complete the class change independently. Sun Yinwei hesitates, then says she should be able to do it as well. Lin Han looks at her and reflects that as a support class, she usually relies on teamwork. Letting her attempt a 4th class advancement quest alone is risky, but pointing that out in front of the others might hurt her pride. After thinking it through, he makes a decision. He agrees to let them proceed individually and tells them to demonstrate their ability to handle a level 4 class, instructing everyone to meet back at the hall in 5 hours. They respond and set off. The scene shifts to the poisonous fog forest. Sun Yinwei enters the forest and is soon surrounded by several giant poisonous spiders. She uses her abilities to eliminate them all. Standing among the defeated monsters, she notes that her level 4 class change quest requires obtaining the poison pill of the Poison Spider King. As an elite beast, it is too strong for her to confront directly, so she plans to outsmart it instead. She drags the spider corpses into a pit, explaining that spiders cannibalize their own kind. By using the bodies as bait, she intends to lure the Poison Spider King into a trap. From a distance, Lin Han observes her quietly. He reflects that she has grown to the point where she can face fierce beasts alone, and that his presence may be unnecessary. Sun Yinwei sits down and waits, hoping the trap will attract the Spider King. Suddenly, she hears a hissing sound nearby. She wonders whether her imitation was ineffective or if something else is happening. Before she can fully react, the ground behind her bursts open and the Poison Spider King emerges with a roar. Startled, she immediately retreats as the Spider King launches a powerful attack. She dodges by leaping into the air and lands on a tree branch. Realizing that the Spider King ignored the corpses and targeted her directly, she reassesses the situation. The Spider King attacks again. She evades and jumps to another branch, deciding that she must first escape its attack range before forming a new strategy. Before Sun Yinwei can fully regain her composure, the Spider King pursues her and releases a stream of poison from its mouth. She manages to dodge the attack, but loses her balance in the process and falls toward the ground. As she descends, she realizes she cannot afford to be trapped in ground combat. She flips midair and lands safely. However, before she can react further, the Spider King shoots a web that completely binds her, restricting her movement. Holding the web in its mouth, it begins dragging her toward itself. Unable to break free, she remains immobilized as the Spider King opens its mouth to strike. At that moment, Lin Han intervenes. With a precise slash of his sword, he cuts through the web and prevents the attack. Before Sun Yinwei can hit the ground, he catches her. She calls out to him in relief. He tells her not to be afraid and that he will handle the rest. Still holding her, Lin Han summons Ai. Ai appears immediately and volunteers to deal with the Poison Spider King. She advances toward it and challenges the beast. The Spider King responds by releasing multiple streams of poison in her direction. Ai dodges all of them while moving forward, stating that such attacks are not enough to stop her. She then leaps high into the air, preparing her next move. As Ai descends through the air, the Spider King launches another web toward her. Caught midair, she is unable to evade in time and becomes completely wrapped, her movements restricted. She notes that the web is extremely sticky and makes it difficult to exert strength. At the same time, she begins to feel dizzy from the foul odor surrounding it. Recognizing the issue, Lin Han releases a wind attack toward the Spider King. aiming to disperse the venom in the area. As the attack strikes, IE regains clarity. She tears through the web and frees herself, questioning whether it was truly necessary for her master to intervene. She then advances toward the Spider King once more. Gathering her energy, she delivers a powerful punch that sends the Spider King crashing to the ground. She returns to Lin Han and asks how she performed. He acknowledges her effort and praises her. Lin Han then removes the webbing from Sun Yinwei. Ai asks whether she is alright. Lin Han explains that she has been poisoned. Placing a hand on her, he uses the basic toxin resistance skill he learned in Hell's Grip. The ability allows him not only to resist basic toxins, but also to treat poisoning symptoms, and it proves effective. Sun Yinwei regains consciousness and asks why he is there. Lin Han tells her he was concerned and followed her discreetly, assuring her that he will handle the detoxification. Suddenly, she notices something behind him and warns him to be careful. The poisoned Spider King, though severely injured, has risen again for a final counterattack. Realizing it is attempting a last strike, Lin Han prepares to react. However, Sun Yinwei activates her power first. With a precise and decisive attack, she cleaves the Spider King into two, ending the battle. As the poisoned Spider King collapses, it releases multiple streams of venom in a final attempt to strike them. Lin Han and Sun Yinwei evade the incoming poison in time. Lin Han reflects that even a single hit would have put them in serious danger. Sun Yinwei expresses relief that he was not injured. He responds that she reacted quickly. She admits that she only wanted to avoid holding the Night Watch back. Lin Han tells her not to think that way, emphasizing that with a capable support like her, the team is complete. She looks at him quietly. The scene shifts back to the quest reception area. Sun Yinwei returns with Lin Han. Fatty greets them and says his class change quest was extremely difficult, claiming he nearly lost his life in the cursed rainforest. Lin Han remarks that he should not show off in front of others. Shooting asks Sun Yinwei whether she obtained her quest item. She confirms that she did. Shooting notes that her quest was the most difficult among them, and says he had been worried. Fatty asks how she defeated the quest beast. Sun Yinwei begins to explain, but Lin Han interrupts, stating that she succeeded thanks to her alert reaction, which prevented the poisoned Spider King from completing its sneak attack. She realizes he is preserving her dignity and silently thanks him. Lin Han then urges everyone to turn in their quests. Fatty laughs and declares that all members of the Night Watch have successfully advanced their classes. Shooting expresses approval. The scene shifts to the seaside beach. Moina lies on a chair and explains that due to the hot weather and the academy swimming pool undergoing construction, the students have been brought to the beach for water-based practical training. Observing the students playing in the water, she reminds them that the purpose of coming to the beach is to improve their water combat skills, not to treat it as leisure time. While playing with a water gun, Fatty laughs and says that coming to the beach without playing in the water would be a waste. He jokes that he will teach everyone a water gun dodging lesson. Looking around, he wonders where Lin Han has gone, commenting that with so many students in swimsuits, it would be unfortunate to miss the scene. Moina reflects that Lin Han is likely occupied with a water-type beast she gave him, probably attempting to form a contract with Yu. The scene shifts to the past. Moina approaches Lin Han with a water-type ferocious beast and points out that he is not skilled in naval warfare. She explains that the creature, named Yu, was discovered years ago in an ancient cave. She sensed that it possessed an extraordinary origin, but had no personal use for it, so she preserved it. Now, she offers it to him, suggesting that he attempt to tame it. Lin Han accepts the beast and thanks her, noting that he can sense its ancient bloodline. The scene returns to the present. Fatty asks Moina if she knows where Lin Han went. She tells him not to pry into others' matters and to focus on enjoying the lesson. As she walks away, Fatty finds her reaction unusual, but quickly dismisses it and decides to enjoy the beach instead. He jokes to himself about whether Su Ting and Nianwei will wear swimsuits. Suddenly, Su Ting and Sun Yinwei appear behind him. Su Ting questions his intentions, while Sun Yinwei points a water gun at him. Fatty panics and runs. Su Ting tells Nianwei to teach him a lesson, and she sprays him with water as he shouts for help. The scene shifts to an underground gray cave partially filled with water. Lin Han stands inside, holding the newly obtained water-type ferocious beast. A system notification appears, instructing him to complete the binding of his 5th beast tamer. He reflects that the timing is appropriate, as he has just acquired a suitable beast. Since it is water-based, he decides that the contract should be formed in a water-rich environment. Releasing the creature into the water, he initiates a life contract. The sphere surrounding the beast dissolves, and it swims freely. Another notification appears, asking whether he wishes to revert the contracted target to its ancestral form. He confirms, knowing that reverting to ancestral form significantly strengthens his beasts. Channeling his energy towarding you, he calls forth its ancient form. A bright blue light fills the cave, forcing him to shield his eyes. When the light fades, he slowly opens them and finds himself seated atop the transformed water beast. The once small fish has grown to an enormous size and rises into the air. Linhan is startled by the drastic transformation, realizing how immense it has become.